The Shinobi World, Year 61. Beneath the azure sky, on a flat road a few miles from Konoha in the Land of Fire, a group of individuals was hastening back after completing an escort mission that I will undoubtedly become Hokage. Naruto, Uzumaki exclaimed with fervor. Bang! Beside him, Sakura clenched her fists in exasperation and delivered a sharp blow to his head. Infused with irritation as she scolded, "Idiot Naruto, could you refrain from being so loud?" "My apologies, dear Sakura," Naruto whimpered, nursing his head in dismay. "Foolish laggard," Sasuke remarked nonchalantly, casting a sidelong glance at Naruto. "What did you say, you jerk Sasuke?" Naruto retorted, instantly incensed, determined to confront Sasuke today. Sasuke merely glanced back at him before continuing on his path, ignoring Naruto entirely. Naruto's displeasure was palpable. He harbored a strong disdain for this insufferable individual who only pretended to be superior. Mark my words, I, Naruto Uzumaki, shall defeat you next time and ascend to the position of Hokage," he declared, pointing an accusatory finger at Sasuke. Sasuke, unfazed, looked at him with indifference and replied, "Perhaps you should repay the favor from when I saved you before making such claims." Naruto's expression froze in disbelief. "Good grief, taking care of you all is truly a headache," Kakashi said, rubbing his forehead in resignation. Indeed, they were the members of Team 7, having just completed a mission in the Land of Waves and on their way back to Konoha. Naruto, Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno. Naruto glared fiercely at Sasuke, but his stride did not waver. Just then, bang! The young boy collided abruptly with an unusual and tightly shut white door that stood mysteriously in their path. Who placed this door here?" Naruto exclaimed, clutching his throbbing head. The others were equally bewildered by this door, questioning why such an obstruction would appear on the road leading to Konoha. It loomed there, shrouded in enigma. "What is this? Who discarded a door here?" Naruto asked, utterly perplexed. Who would so thoughtlessly leave such a large door in the way, causing him to collide with it? Naruto approached the white door and began to strike it with his fists and feet, yet it showed no signs of damage. How peculiar. "Naruto, be careful. We don't know if enemies might emerge from it," Sakura cautioned, her voice laced with concern. "I, Naruto Uzumaki, have deduced that it has been abandoned here," Naruto declared, adjusting his non-existent glasses. Utterly speechless, Naruto grasped the door handle and gently turned it, and in the next instant, bang! A peculiar force erupted from the door, as if it contained the power of time and space. Refreshing and cleansing them all, a brilliant light surged forth from the door, swiftly entering Naruto's mind like a bolt of lightning. The occurrence was so sudden that Naruto fell to the ground in shock. "Naruto!" The trio gasped and rushed to him, only to find that he was unharmed, merely startled. They kept a wary gaze on the slowly opening door, which appeared to whirl like a vortex. Matching successful. Task, rewrite. The history of Kaguya, Otsutsuki. Golden characters flashed before their eyes. And then the golden text transformed into a beam of light, penetrating Naruto's mind. Everything settled into silence, leaving only the ajar door. What is this? The terrifying scene left everyone drenched in sweat, especially Naruto, who felt as if he might faint from fright. It just entered his mind. "Naruto, do you feel any discomfort?" Kakashi inquired. "It seems. I feel nothing, really," Naruto replied, trembling as he stood up, still slightly shaken. Upon hearing this, the others exhaled in relief, yet their expressions remained grave as they regarded the door. The sudden surge of power, the dazzling light, the golden characters. "Kakashi-sensei, what is happening?" Sakura asked, unable to contain her curiosity. "I do not know. I have never encountered anything like this before." "We should keep our distance and avoid approaching it," Kakashi advised. However, Sasuke suddenly interjected. "No, it seems there is some invisible barrier surrounding us within a 3-meter radius." "Sealing technique?" "It shouldn't be that it must be caused by this strange door," Kakashi remarked, his face serious. "This is all your fault, Naruto. It's entirely your doing," Sakura exclaimed, repeatedly tapping Naruto on the head to vent her frustration. I'm sorry. Please stop hitting me, Sakura," Naruto pleaded, shielding his head with his hands. Enough, you two. Let's not create a ruckus, Kakashi said with exasperation. The two ceased their bickering. This door must be the source of it all. Let me use my Sharingan to take a look, Kakashi said as he lifted his forehead protector, revealing his left eye, the crimson 3-Demo Sharingan. He focused intently on the vortex-like door. 1 second. 2 seconds that I can't see anything, Kakashi said, his expression grave. Even the Sharingan could not penetrate its mysteries. I remember seeing some golden characters before they seemed to convey something, Sakura said, raising her hand. Golden characters, indeed, but they turned their attention to Naruto, as those characters had entered his mind. What do you want? Naruto asked, feeling like a small fox being eyed by hungry wolves, shrinking back slightly. Since those words entered your mind, Naruto, can you sense any changes? Kakashi inquired. Nodding, Naruto closed his eyes, attempting to feel, to sense, to perceive that in that instant, a will seemed to emerge, manifesting as a line of text appearing within Naruto's consciousness. Task: rewrite the history of Kaguya Otsutsuki. I have some words in my mind. How fascinating. I've gained knowledge, Naruto exclaimed, opening his eyes with excitement. What does it say? The others asked eagerly. It seems to be a task. It says. Rewrite the history of Kaguya Otsutsuki, Naruto declared. Kaguya Otsutsuki? Who is that? The group was puzzled. Even Kakashi had never heard of this name before. Rewrite the history of Kaguya Otsutsuki, Kaguya Otsutsuki. From her name, she sounds like a girl. I've never heard of the surname Otsutsuki, Sakura said, shaking her head. I know. Isn't Otsutsuki Urara that uncle? Naruto exclaimed excitedly, raising his hand. Idiot Naruto, Urara's surname is handbraking. How could you not know that? Sakura retorted, exasperated. Really? Is that so? Naruto replied, bewildered. Chapter 2. What is this so-called task? Drawn into the great door, who is Kaguya Otsutsuki? After a flurry of murmurs, the group remained perplexed, gazing at the wide-open white door before them, a chill of trepidation washing over them. What lay beyond this threshold? Why did it stand here? And who exactly was Kaguya Otsutsuki? What did it mean to alter history? Shall we venture inside and find out? Boldly suggested Naruto Uzumaki. Foolish Naruto. What if we encounter danger? Sakura retorted. But staying here is dreadfully boring, and I sense no malice emanating from this door, Naruto replied, inspecting the portal with keen curiosity. I believe the tail end has a point. Rather than remain stagnant, we might as well explore, Sasuke concurred. See, even Sasuke agrees. And I am not the tail end, Naruto exclaimed loudly. Kakashi remained silent, his gaze fixated on the door as if attempting to penetrate its mystery. Finally, with a resigned sigh, he declared, indeed. Lingering here is not a viable option. Let us proceed. Before he could finish, a powerful force unexpectedly drew Naruto into the swirling vortex of the door. A terrifying spectacle. Naruto. Sasuke was the first to react, reaching out to grasp him, but it was too late. A similar force surged forth, ensnaring Sasuke as well. Naruto. Sasuke. Kakashi shouted in alarm. With a tumultuous roar, the overwhelming suction akin to a frenzied vacuum cleaner consumed Kakashi and Sakura in quick succession. Bang! The door sealed shut, vanishing as if it had never existed, leaving an eerie stillness in its wake. In the inky darkness, deep within an unknown bamboo grove, bang! The white door abruptly swung open, and 4 figures were violently expelled, revealing Kakashi's 7th squad members. Ouch! You all weigh a ton, exclaimed Naruto, pinned beneath the weight of his companions. Being the shortest and lightest of the group, he struggled to bear the burden. As they rose to their feet, they surveyed the unfamiliar bamboo forest. Where are we? They mused, bewildered by the sudden transition. Could this be the location indicated by the mission? Kakashi pondered. Haha. So if we find Kaguya, we can return home, right? Naruto exclaimed joyfully. But who is Kaguya? That remains a question. Sakura replied exasperatedly, longing to return to Konoha. Don't worry, Sakura-chan, I will protect you. Naruto assured her with a confident pat on his chest. Maybe you should let it go, Sasuke-kun, if we encounter danger. Sakura started, shyly glancing at Sasuke. Boring. What is so great about that pompous Sasuke? Naruto thought, feeling disgruntled by his cold demeanor. Bang! At that moment, a brilliant meteor streaked across the sky, piercing the night at breakneck speed. Boom! A colossal crater erupted near Naruto, shaking the ground violently. What just happened? Kakashi exclaimed, startled by the sudden cessation of chakra he sensed. Now is the time to act. Naruto thought fervently. Kakashi-sensei, I'll investigate, he declared, dashing toward the source of the sound. Naruto, don't act rashly, Kakashi called out, but Naruto had already vanished from sight. That idiot. Sasuke scoffed, the first to chase after him. Honestly, Naruto has a knack for creating trouble, Sakura added, shaking her head. Within the crater lay a pale figure, possessing an almost ethereal visage. With cascading blue-white hair flowing like a waterfall, she slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of pristine, paper-white orbs, Byakugan. Yet, what met her gaze was an odd face adorned with 6 whisker-like markings and striking blue eyes. Momentarily stunned, she gazed in bewilderment at the scene before her. The two locked eyes, each taken aback. Naruto, astonished, assessed the girl before him. Beautiful. This was his first impression. You are a member of the Hyuga clan, right? Have you seen anything unusual, perhaps monsters or strange individuals? Naruto inquired eagerly, recognizing the distinctive Byakugan that symbolized the Hyuga lineage. To his surprise, she tilted her head, puzzled, and pointed at him, questioning whether he counted as a strange person, resembling a little fox. Naruto. Kakashi, along with the others, arrived, with the former ruffling the boy's hair playfully. I told you not to act recklessly. What if you encountered danger? Kakashi admonished. I know. Next time for sure, Naruto replied, sticking out his tongue. They then turned their attention back to the captivating woman before them, her beauty striking even Sakura, a fellow woman, with awe. Kakashi-sensei. She seems to be lost, Naruto remarked. Byakugan? Kakashi observed, noting the unmistakable trait of the Hyuga clan, yet her attire appeared strangely foreign. Who are you? That power, why do you possess such strength? She questioned warily, her demeanor shifting as she sensed their formidable aura. That power, it could only belong to the Otsutsuki clan. Why do the people of this world possess such strength? She uttered, stepping back in alarm, her Byakugan widening in disbelief. Miss, please. Let's remain calm and talk this through, Kakashi urged gently. Chapter 3. The Peculiar Place. Why do they lack chakra? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the situation. The girl with white eyes appeared to harbor a certain wariness towards them. A glimmer of fear seemed to flicker within her gaze. Hey, there's no need to be frightened. We are not villains. Naruto Uzumaki stepped forward, attempting to reassure her. However, Kaguya, sensing the tension, took a slight step back, leaving Naruto momentarily stunned. Was he truly so unlikable? Why do you possess such power? She demanded, her gaze fixed upon them, revealing her apprehension. Power? Are you referring to chakra? Isn't that something everyone has? Naruto tilted his head in confusion. Do not jest. This is a power unique to my clan. Why do humans? Why do you possess it? She exclaimed, her voice rising in disbelief. What a peculiar individual. Chakra is simply chakra, Naruto remarked, puzzled. Humans? Kakashi and Sasuke exchanged glances, surprised by her terminology. Was she not human? Wait a moment. Could that flash of light earlier have been her? Kakashi pondered for a moment before speaking. Madam, please remain calm. We are not enemies. For us, chakra is innate and can be enhanced through training. The source of this power can be traced back to ancient times, to the Sage of Six Paths. Listening to Kakashi's words, she nodded slowly, though a hint of confusion lingered. Yet, as she gazed at the four before her, it appeared that they bore no malice. Sakura, who is the Sage of Six Paths? Naruto asked curiously. Kakashi's explanation was lost on him, as he struggled to grasp the concept of an era initiated by the sage. Foolish Naruto. The Sage of Six Paths is a legendary figure from ancient tales who led that age and established the ninja system. How do you not know this? Sakura replied, exasperated. Is he stronger than the fourth Hokage? Naruto inquired, intrigued. Sakura hesitated, unsure how to respond. After all, those were mere legends. While the fourth Hokage was a celebrated figure in his own right. I am Kakashi Hitaki, a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire, and their team leader. May I ask your name, madam? Kakashi introduced himself. I am Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto announced, resting his hands behind his head. I am Sakura Haruno. Nice to meet you. Sakura smiled warmly. Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke replied with a stoic expression. She nodded, yet her gaze lingered on Naruto and Sasuke, sensing an inexplicable familiarity emanating from them. I am Kaguya Otsutsuki, she murmured. Kaguya? The four gasped in astonishment, recognizing the name associated with the legendary figure. What's wrong? Kaguya tilted her head, observing their reactions. I understand now. You are. Naruto began, but Kakashi swiftly covered his mouth, stating, it's nothing. Naruto can be quite impulsive. Please do not mind him. Why can't I speak? Naruto protested, wriggling free from Kakashi's grasp, a frown adorning his face. You dolt. She is clearly wary of us. If you say something reckless, it will only raise suspicion, Sakura retorted, exasperated. Naruto's impulsiveness was truly frustrating. Oh, so that's what it is? He exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Kaguya exchanged resigned glances. You're speaking so loudly. It's impossible not to hear you. Sasuke scoffed. What did you say? Repeat that, Sasuke. Naruto challenged. You idiot. As Naruto and Sasuke bickered over trivial matters, Kakashi felt a sense of helplessness. They were quite the handful. Kaguya observed this scene, her demeanor softening. For some reason, these two youngsters brought her a sense of tranquility, one lively, the other stoic. Please do not mind them. They have always been this way, Kakashi explained. No, their relationship is quite good, Kaguya murmured. Kakashi shot her a surprised glance before looking down at the two, who were still locked in a stubborn gaze, neither willing to concede. Suddenly, a voice rang out. I can hear you. Over there. A group of figures brandishing torches appeared before them. Their attire was peculiar, reminiscent of ancient garb. Who are you? And why have you entered the territory of the Land of Ancestors? One of the burly men inquired. Land of Ancestors? Kakashi paused, having never heard of such a place. Could it be a land across the sea? Or perhaps a newly emerging nation? Wait a moment. Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. His eyes narrowed in disbelief. What was this? They lacked chakra. Why? Why did these individuals possess no chakra? For ninjas, and even ordinary people, the absence of chakra meant death. Yet, these individuals were completely devoid of it. We are ninjas from the hidden leaf village of the Land of Fire. We encountered an incident and accidentally arrived in the Land of Ancestors, Kakashi explained. Land of Fire? What is that? Have you ever heard of it? One of them questioned. Never in my life. It sounds like a distant realm, another replied, glancing at Naruto and his companion skeptically. Indeed, Kakashi's eyes narrowed, just as he suspected. That grand door had transported them to an unfamiliar world. They lacked chakra. But, he glanced at Kaguya, who appeared to be quite suspicious. Did she fear that power? Afterward, Kakashi explained their situation, and the group followed him into the city of the Land of Ancestors. The surroundings were far from prosperous. It resembled an ancient era, stagnant and underdeveloped, perhaps even more so than the Land of Waves. Sakura, do you think there will be ramen here? Maybe like Uncle Irika's? Naruto mused dreamily. Idiot Naruto, is that all you can think about? Sakura sighed, exasperated. This fool seemed like a child who would never grow up. Always boasting and acting recklessly. Eventually, they met the ruler of the Land of Ancestors, the Emperor. Naruto's first impression was that he appeared rather weak. However, when the Emperor's gaze swept over them, he suddenly froze, his breath hitching as he focused on a singular figure, as if encountering a fated goddess. Chapter 4. The Emperor. Does she like me? I am simply too exceptional. In the Land of the Ancestors, the mightiest nation in the world stands unchallenged. Its supremacy untouched even by neighboring realms and numerous great powers. Undoubtedly, it is the strongest in the world. In terms of military strength, territorial expanse, and resources, it is incomparable to any other nation. And he, the current Emperor of the Ancestors, wields unparalleled royal authority. His influence spans the entire nation and even the world. Unmatched in its magnitude, countless princesses and women admire him. He is so remarkable that no woman has ever managed to penetrate the depths of his heart. His vision and power do not permit him to seek an ordinary woman to spend his life with. The Emperor mused, indeed, I am exceedingly exceptional. However, this morning, this extraordinary man encountered someone with whom he could envision sharing his life. She was perfection incarnate, akin to a flawlessly sculpted jade. Her beauty was beyond description, and it struck the Emperor's heart instantly. Mother, I have fallen in love. Your Majesty, we are ninjas from the Land of Fire. Specifically from Konoha village. I am your guide, Kakashi Hitaki, and these are my subordinates. Kakashi spoke with a hint of reverence. After all, they were on foreign soil, and it was prudent to show some friendliness towards the Emperor. First impressions are paramount. Still lost in his daydreams. The Emperor was abruptly jolted back to reality as he cast a cursory glance at them. The Land of Fire? I have not heard of it. Perhaps it is a minor nation. Ninjas? What are ninjas? He was utterly unfamiliar with the concept. I am Naruto Uzumaki, a genin from Konoha. And my dream is too. Naruto exclaimed, clutching the back of his head. I am Sakura Haruno, a member of Team 7. Sakura introduced herself gracefully. Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke stated, maintaining his usual stoic expression. Kaguya tilted her head slightly. Is this an introduction? She then added, I am Kaguya Otsutsuki, from the Otsutsuki clan. She paused at the end, falling silent. Kaguya Otsutsuki, even the name is enchanting. Oh, she is surely sent by the heavens, destined to be with me. The emperor was immediately enveloped in his fantasies. The girl named Sakura was also quite admirable, well-mannered, and the one called Sasuke, though not as handsome as the emperor, was still a fine-looking young man. Finally, his gaze fell upon Naruto Uzumaki, and his brow furrowed in disdain. With his blonde hair and blue eyes, accompanied by peculiar whisker-like markings on his cheeks and a garish orange outfit, he was quite unattractive. Not only was his appearance odd, but his demeanor was also utterly uncouth, showing no respect for the emperor. He was treading a path towards ruin. Noticing the emperor's scrutiny, Naruto exploded in frustration, sensing the negative thoughts directed at him. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll smash that big head of yours. Naruto, show some decorum. Kakashi reprimanded sternly before turning to the emperor. Your Majesty, please do not take offense. This child is simply like that. No trouble at all, the emperor replied calmly. Though inwardly he thought, indeed, he lacks manners. Afterwards, they relayed the events that had transpired to the emperor of the ancestors, who arranged for their accommodations. At their lodgings, Sakura chastised Naruto. You almost caused us to be without a place to stay. You're too impulsive. What? It's clearly that guy's gaze. I'm sure he was thinking something bad. Naruto retorted, feeling dejected. He was all too familiar with the emperor's disdainful gaze, having endured it for 12 long years. Truly, in this world, only Iruka-sensei, Uncle Iruka, and the third Hokage would not look at him like that. Just then, a warm hand gently rested on Naruto's head, causing him to flare up and swat it away. What are you doing? Turning to see Kaguya behind him, he froze momentarily, then narrowed his eyes and took a step back. What do you want? You seem quite unhappy, she said softly, gazing at the boy. I'm not unhappy. I've been perfectly happy, Naruto shouted, yet under her steady gaze, he slightly recoiled. But your mood seems rather poor. Did I do something wrong? It's none of your business. I simply dislike that emperor, humph. That's it. Naruto pouted, eliciting laughter from the others. Naruto, your expression is hilarious. Sakura giggled. With his face flushed, Naruto felt mortified. These guys are unbearable, always laughing at him. The great Naruto Uzumaki. I'm ignoring you all, he declared loudly. Nightfall enveloped the sky, adorned with countless stars. Yet, curiously, the most radiant silver moon was conspicuously absent. How strange, why is there no moon? Naruto pondered from the rooftop, his face full of wonder. Why is there no moon? Teacher never taught us that. Could it be that the moon doesn't appear at night? In contrast, a woman clad in white stood in the backyard, unmistakably Kaguya. She gazed at the sky with a melancholic expression, her eyes occasionally reflecting worry, as if she were both anxious and praying. Suddenly, a large garment was draped over Kaguya's shoulders, and she turned to see the emperor. The night is quite cold. You could easily catch a chill, he said warmly. Kaguya remained silent, continuing to gaze at the heavens. At that moment, the emperor was mesmerized. She was too perfect, akin to a celestial being, flawless in every regard. Only such a woman could be worthy of someone as exceptional as him. Isn't the night sky beautiful? I too enjoy watching the stars at night, although the stars cannot compare to your beauty, the emperor said with a smile. Kaguya regarded the emperor with a look that suggested he was foolish. Was she gazing at the stars? How utterly boring. Yet the emperor, exhilarated by Kaguya's glance, thought. She looked at me. Surely she must have feelings for me. It must be true. She definitely likes me. Oh, you truly are a little darling, Naruto observed from the rooftop, his eyes sparkling with mischief as an idea struck him. You seem quite troubled. Is there something on your mind? Feel free to share. Perhaps I can be of assistance, the emperor said, narrowing his eyes warmly, with beauty beside him. It was only natural that the emperor would wish to present himself as gentle and charming. Chapter 5. A lesson from Kakashi-sensei, the 1,000 years of death. Kaguya cast a frigid glance at him, her eyes conveying utter indifference. You cannot aid me in any capacity, she stated with placid resolve. The emperor chuckled, dismissing her words as naive regarding the might of the land of ancestors. What nation in this world could rival its power? Perhaps she had yet to grasp the nation's true eminence. In due time, she would undoubtedly seek its embrace. If Lady Kaguya prefers not to elaborate, I shall not pry. However, rest assured, no nation on this earth can withstand the might of my land of ancestors, the emperor declared with unwavering confidence. Kaguya's countenance remained unchanged. Thank you, she responded serenely. You are a kind soul. Her aloof demeanor, keeping others at arm's length, only intensified the emperor's infatuation. Such is the essence of a celestial being. He mused. Kaguya gazed skyward, her spirit finding solace in the fleeting stars of the night. The events of the day felt like a dream. Why do they wield such power? And what is the source of that comforting aura that soothes my soul? Those two, the emperor, utterly captivated, could not conceal the emotions swirling within him. He yearned to embrace her, utterly smitten by her beauty. Lady Kaguya, he murmured, enraptured, you are exquisitely beautiful. Kaguya paused, glancing at him with a hint of bewilderment. Indeed, she possessed a certain allure, a fact often acknowledged within her clan. Lady Kaguya, on this moonlit night, might we perhaps? The emperor's words were abruptly cut short by an excruciating pain that surged from his nether regions, contorting his face in agony. Never before had the emperor experienced such torment. It was unbearable. This is a lesson from Kakashi-sensei, the Leaf Village secret finger jutsu. 1,000 years of death. Naruto Uzumaki, crouching low, thrust his index and middle fingers with savage precision into the emperor's unsuspecting SS. He grinned mischievously. The sheer force of the blow rendered the emperor unconscious. Naruto, startled by the sudden turn of events, felt a pang of unease. Could he have accidentally killed him? Oh no, oh no, oh no. Naruto cried out in a panic, his face paling. He should have tempered his strength. He jumped up and down in distress. Kaguya, observing Naruto's frantic state, reassured him. He is merely unconscious, not deceased. Really? That's a relief. I thought I had. Naruto sighed with relief. Kaguya regarded the youth with an inquisitive gaze. She sensed a hidden depth to this Naruto Uzumaki. You must promise to keep this a secret. Do not tell Kakashi-sensei, or I am doomed. Naruto pleaded, clasping his hands together. Kaguya gestured behind Naruto, who turned to find himself face to face with his teacher. A cold sweat trickled down his brow. Kakashi-sensei, you're still awake? Naruto stammered, attempting to feign innocence. Kakashi, clutching his make-out paradise, delivered a sharp rap to Naruto's head. With all the racket you're making, it's impossible not to hear. And what if he wakes up and throws us out? We know nothing about this world. Don't cause trouble. Sorry. I won't do it again. But don't worry, Kakashi-sensei, he didn't see my face. Naruto declared with unwavering confidence. Kakashi sighed, then leaned over to examine the emperor. The sight was ghastly, a testament to the unbridled power of the 1,000 years of death. You were too forceful, Naruto, Kakashi remarked. I didn't even use that much strength. I didn't know he was so fragile. Naruto grumbled. I'll take the emperor back later. Naruto, come with me. As your teacher, I need to impart some guidance. Kakashi said, grabbing Naruto and dragging him toward the house. No, Kakashi-sensei, please. I'm sorry. I'll never do it again. Kaguya, help me. Bang. The door slammed shut, trapping Naruto inside with his peculiar teacher. Kaguya observed the scene, then glanced down at the emperor. Indeed, he looks quite wretched. Dawn broke. The emperor awoke in his bedchamber, disoriented. As he attempted to rise, a searing pain shot through his lower regions, jolting him awake. He remembered the previous night, his visit to Kaguya's chamber, his ill-fated attempt to woo her. But who had ambushed him? Who had dared to inflict such a base attack upon the emperor? Good heavens! Am I bleeding? Guards! Someone, come quickly! The entire palace erupted in chaos. In the courtyard of Naruto's residence, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura sat in solemn discussion, while Kaguya stood apart, gazing at the sky. First, there's that white gate. It transported us to this strange world, Kakashi began. I've made some inquiries. It seems that the people of this country possess no chakra, Sasuke stated calmly. No chakra. Naruto and Sakura exclaimed in disbelief. Sasuke is correct. No one in this nation possesses that power system. It's quite astonishing, Kakashi confirmed, his face etched with disbelief. That's impossible, Kakashi-sensei. If a person has no chakra, doesn't that mean? Sakura gasped. Yes, it means they are dead. Oh. Naruto clutched his face in horror. This is the first I've ever heard of this. Naruto, calm down. This is basic knowledge. Didn't you know? Kakashi said dryly. Well, actually no, I didn't. Naruto admitted sheepishly. The others stared at him in disbelief. How did he even graduate without knowing the most fundamental concepts? Secondly, there are the golden characters that entered Naruto's body. They're connected to the White Gate. If I'm right, we can return by solving the puzzle, or rather, by completing the task written on it, Kakashi explained. Rewriting Kaguya's history, right? I know, Naruto exclaimed. But Kakashi-sensei, I don't understand. What does it mean to rewrite Kaguya's history? Sakura asked, puzzled. History? Why would a woman bring up such a thing? The answer lies with that fellow. Let's observe him for a few days, Kakashi concluded. Ending the discussion. Chapter 6. Kaguya, what is an important person? Upon hearing Kakashi's words, the others nodded in agreement. But Sasuke furrowed his brow and suddenly interjected. I don't quite understand. Why does that person possess a pair of Byakugan? The moment those words were spoken, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Indeed, Kaguya had Byakugan. I found it strange before, thinking it was a trait exclusive to the Hyuga clan, exclaimed Naruto Uzumaki. Could she possibly be a member of the Hyuga clan? Sakura pondered. That's unlikely. Aside from the Byakugan, she does not resemble them in any other aspect. Her skin tone, her demeanor, it bears no resemblance to that of the Hyuga clan. Kakashi replied, shaking his head. He had had encounters with the Hyuga clan and was certainly more informed than Sakura. Kaguya was certainly not one of their kin. But why did she possess the Byakugan? Moreover, from their first encounter, it seemed she held a certain wariness towards them. No, it should be a wariness towards the chakra within them. But why? The mysteries surrounding her were far too numerous. Kakashi cast a glance towards the backyard where a figure was gazing at the sky, his eyes narrowing slightly. Why? Could he also not sense her chakra? The meeting concluded. Noon in a grand estate, Kakashi and the others gathered together, staring at a plate of food that appeared entirely unidentifiable. Naruto wore an awkward expression. In his imagination, even if the country was subpar, the food should not be too terrible. Yet, he was gravely mistaken. Sakura, can we eat this? Naruto queried bitterly, though his face remained unchanged. It should be fine. Sakura responded, attempting to sound confident. The sovereign, seated at the head of the table, noticed the group's distressed expressions and inquired, why aren't you eating? Is it not to your liking? No. The four immediately shook their heads. You needn't be so polite. Please, eat. The sovereign said kindly. Clenching his teeth, Naruto began to eat heartily. Although the food was distasteful, he could still manage to swallow it. Aside from vegetables, he was not particularly picky. After all, during his childhood, despite being cared for by his grandfather, he spent money extravagantly, running out in just a few days. Most of his time was spent foraging in the forest, eating whatever he could find, be it unpalatable or even poisonous. Anything was better than going hungry. Seeing Naruto's actions, the others also began to eat. Though the food was devoid of flavor, perhaps best described as tasteless broth, Kaguya took a single bite, then ceased eating, her beautiful brows knitting together. She too felt hunger. But this food could hardly sustain her energy. What she needed was something else. She gazed at Naruto, inexplicably licking her lips. Evening before darkness fell, Naruto sneaked into the forest. He felt no inclination to attend the banquet of the land of ancestors. Thus, he ventured out to find something to eat. As flames danced, Naruto lifted a large pot to prepare his dinner for the day. Indeed, food was something one must prepare for oneself. Naruto blinked his big eyes, watching the food simmering in the pot. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and turned sharply. Calling out cautiously, "Who is there? Show yourself." The forest fell silent for a moment before a figure slowly emerged. Naruto paused slightly. It was Kaguya. "What are you doing here?" he asked, perplexed. "I came out for a stroll and saw the fire, so I came to check it out." "I didn't expect it to be you," Kaguya replied softly. This was a lie. She had followed him since he left. She had her own intentions. "Oh, is that so? I thought you might have come out because you couldn't adjust to the food." Naruto laughed heartily. "The grilled fish will be ready soon. Would you like to try some?" he asked. "No, this cannot replenish the energy I require," Kaguya declined, but the next moment, her stomach growled. Her cheeks flushed slightly. After tasting a bit at noon, she was indeed feeling hungry now. Naruto blinked in surprise and then smiled, saying, "The belly never lies. Since there's so much, I can't finish it all myself. Let us share." He held out a grilled fish towards her. Kaguya hesitated, then accepted it, saying, "Thank you. No need to mention it," Naruto casually replied, holding up another grilled fish and taking large bites. "Delicious." Kaguya nibbled a bite, her eyes lighting up. "Right? It's really tasty. My grandfather once said the same." Naruto beamed like a sly fox. The mushroom soup in the pot was ready, though its color varied and was distinctly different. Despite the enticing aroma, Kaguya frowned and asked, "This isn't poisonous, is it?" "No idea. We'll find out once we eat it." Naruto shook his head. He had always approached food this way. If it were poisonous, he'd simply take a nap. And if not, then all was well. This was a remarkable ability he had awakened in his childhood. It didn't matter what toxic food it was. A good sleep would cure it. That does make sense, Kaguya remarked, her eyes wide. She felt Naruto's reasoning was sound. One must eat to find out. With that, the two, one a Na'vi sweetheart, the other a simpleton, quickly consumed the mushroom soup, oblivious to the potential dangers it harbored. This is so comforting. Far tastier than the food here. I knew I was right. Naruto reclined on the grass, gazing at the starry sky. Kaguya imitated him, lying down beside him, also observing the stars. How strange, with so many stars, why is there no moon? Naruto wondered aloud. The moon? Kaguya echoed, puzzled. It's a gigantic rock. Ichiraku-sensei mentioned it before. The moon is like a stone of sorts, appearing every night. So why is that big round moon nowhere to be seen? Naruto mused. Is that what the moon is? Kaguya pondered, then asked, who is Ichiraku-sensei? Is he significant to you? Extremely important. Ichiraku-sensei is the best teacher in the world. He is my most important person, Naruto declared earnestly, recalling that night he would never forget. The most important person? So, Kaguya, do you have someone important to you? Naruto inquired, seeking to alleviate his boredom. An important person? Kaguya blinked, utterly baffled, struggling to comprehend. What constitutes an important person? What is an important person? Kaguya tilted her head, lost in thought. Her pale eyes appeared so confused, deeply stirring something within Naruto. Her gaze was so lost, so lonely. An important person is someone who constantly thinks of you and seeks to protect you. That should be what an important person is, right? Naruto articulated, though he too was not entirely certain. However, for him, Ichiraku-sensei and his comrades were his driving force. Upon hearing this, Kaguya was momentarily taken aback. Recalling her past experiences, deceit, being treated as a sacrificial pawn, a lineage shrouded in darkness. Though she didn't fully understand, she felt she had none. Kaguya spoke softly. She had never experienced what Naruto described, someone who constantly considered her and wished to protect her. It seemed such a figure had never existed in her life. How unfortunate, but I believe you will surely find one, Naruto said confidently with a smile. Why? Kaguya tilted her head, expressing her confusion. But I have already found it, Naruto Uzumaki said with a smile, for in his solitude, he had discovered the one who would illuminate his life. A peculiar individual. Kaguya gazed at the young man, feeling a sense of strangeness. His discovery made her wonder if she too could find what he had. Chapter 7. Just a tiny bit. I truly only want a minuscule amount. In the depths of night, within a quiet residence, Naruto Uzumaki lay soundly asleep, completely unaware that a figure had stealthily entered his room. Gazing at the slumbering youth on the bed, the shadow smiled faintly before cautiously approaching, fearful of disturbing the boy's rest. As the shadow watched over Naruto, it slowly raised its hand, inching closer to the young boy's form. However, just as the figure was about to make contact with Naruto, a cold kunai pressed firmly against its neck, sending a chill coursing through its body. What are you trying to do, Kaguya? Sasuke Uchiha spoke icily. The figure hesitated and turned, appearing somewhat awkward and embarrassed, having been caught in the act of a failed nocturnal intrusion. Today, it seemed, she would go hungry once more. Indeed, this figure was none other than Kaguya Otsutsuki. Sasuke cast a glance at the sleeping boy before fixing his cold gaze upon Kaguya, his Sharingan eyes wide open. What were you attempting with this underachiever? He questioned, devoid of any sympathy. Kaguya sighed and replied candidly, I am hungry and wish to consume something. There are no ulterior motives. Huh. Sasuke was taken aback. Is that your excuse? It seems rather flimsy. I am not lying. I am truly starving, Kaguya insisted earnestly. If you're hungry, you could easily find food outside. Your excuse is utterly preposterous. I am not this underachiever and shall not be deceived, Sasuke mocked. The food of humans serves no purpose for me. I am referring to the energy within him. I require that energy, Kaguya stated. Sasuke found her reasoning absurd. Sustaining oneself by absorbing chakra? What nonsense. He had never heard of such a thing. Suddenly, a figure appeared, none other than Kakashi, who had sensed the commotion and arrived post-haste. What is going on? He inquired. Sasuke recounted the events to Kakashi, who regarded Kaguya with astonishment, while Naruto continued to sleep soundly. Under their scrutiny, Kaguya felt increasingly uncomfortable, especially as her powers had waned significantly, compounded by her hunger, a plight she could scarcely articulate. She longed to pounce upon Naruto and feast to her heart's content. I understand the situation now. Since you require chakra, how about this? Kakashi said, producing a scroll and summoning a heavy bag. It contained soldier pills, which ninjas use to replenish their chakra. This is a soldier pill. It can help ninjas regain energy when their chakra is depleted. What do you think? Kaguya sniffed the bag of dark objects and wrinkled her nose in distaste. It will suffice, but I do not particularly like such things. That boy will do just fine. I can absorb from him without your concern, Kaguya replied obediently. Kakashi and Sasuke were left dumbfounded. Are we worried about you? Our concern lies with Naruto, Sasuke exclaimed. And why do you keep mentioning absorption? What kind of being are you? Forget about Naruto. Here, take this soldier pill. Sasuke tossed the bag to Kaguya. How stingy. Kaguya murmured weakly, her expression one of grievance. Sasuke's face darkened. Did she truly not comprehend her circumstances? Was she not aware of how straightforward and somewhat foolish she appeared? I must ask, Miss Kaguya, why are you seeking Naruto? And how do you intend to replenish your energy? Kakashi inquired. Because the energy within him is immense. And I wish to consume a substantial amount, Kaguya indicated towards Naruto. Her response was refreshingly candid and simplistic. As for replenishing, it is quite straightforward. If it were one of my kin, I would merely need to refine him into a pill, Kaguya contemplated. At this, Kakashi and Sasuke felt a chill run down their spines as they regarded Kaguya with increasingly frosty glares. Refine a person into a pill? Are you serious? So, are you actually planning to turn Naruto into a pill, like your kin? Sasuke spoke frostily. If satisfactory explanations were not forthcoming, he would not hesitate to drive the kunai into her. No, I would never do that. I am the one who is typically consumed in my clan. So I detest such practices. I would not do that, Kaguya said, fear evident in her voice. Mentioning her kin caused a tremor to course through her. Kakashi and Sasuke fell silent, their bodies growing cold. What sort of place was her clan? Did they consume one another? You need not worry. I would merely lie atop him and absorb chakra. I would not turn him into a pill, Kaguya insisted, shaking her head. What manner of beings are your kin? I recall you mentioned coming from the Otsutsuki clan. What is that place like? Kakashi asked. Kaguya hesitated, clearly reluctant to discuss the Otsutsuki. Must I speak of it? She replied timidly. If you do not wish to replenish your energy, you need not say anything, Kakashi smiled. Upon hearing this, Kaguya's expression soured, and after glancing at Naruto, she devised a plan. What if I absorb just a tiny bit of energy? Once I am satisfied, I can tell you everything, okay? Kakashi and Sasuke exchanged incredulous glances. What was this? I promise, I will not take too much, just a minuscule amount, truly only a tiny bit, Kaguya said earnestly, her tone pleading. Kakashi pondered for a moment before responding. All right, but it must be under the condition that Naruto suffers no harm. Can you manage that? Kaguya's expression brightened with joy. Rest assured, he is incredibly strong, with ample energy, and absorbing a little will actually benefit him. Disregarding their gazes, she hungrily eyed the young boy, akin to a predator surveying its prey. She yearned to leap forward, but sensing that the two would not permit it, she instead lifted Naruto's arm and bit down. With a rush of pure chakra energy flooding into her mouth, her lovely brows finally relaxed, a welcome relief after so many days without sustenance. Meanwhile, Naruto furrowed his brow as if trapped in a nightmare. In the realm of the Nine Tails, a pair of crimson-slit pupils snapped open, accompanied by a terrifying aura and a surge of hatred. Why? Is this boy's chakra dissipating? Chapter 8. The Otsutsuki Clan. A terrifying tribe as chakra continued to dissipate, Naruto Uzumaki's small face gradually took on an unnatural pallor, as though ensnared by a nightmare, his vitality waning. Kaguya showed no signs of stopping, and Kakashi sensed the impending danger, desperate to intervene. However, in the next instant, whoosh, a surge of crimson. Terrifying energy erupted violently from Naruto, manifesting as chakra. The entire room was shrouded in this ominous red chakra. It was the chakra of the Nine Tails. Kakashi was taken aback, astonished to discover that the Nine Tails residing within Naruto had been unleashed. Who exactly is she? Such a formidable chakra emanating from Naruto, the underdog. Sasuke was filled with trepidation and disbelief. What could possibly explain this overwhelming crimson chakra? The underdog, surprisingly powerful? His Sharingan, with its two tomo, fixated intently on Naruto, his face drained of color, trembling under the weight of this explosive energy. Stop it now, Kakashi commanded, realizing that they could not allow the situation to worsen. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. As this crimson chakra surged forth, the chakra that had been drained from Naruto gradually replenished, even expanding slightly beyond its original capacity. Kaguya nodded in satisfaction, having had her fill, her beautiful brow unfurled, revealing her delight. Meanwhile, Naruto's previously ghastly complexion returned to a state of calm. With a sigh of relief, the two observed the transformation, though Sasuke remained grave, contemplating the profound secrets hidden within Naruto, the underdog. Now that you are satiated, can you explain the issue I raised earlier? Kakashi inquired. Kaguya regarded the two, contemplating whether to divulge the truth. Yet, having promised someone not to speak, she wondered if they would turn against her and deny her sustenance. After a moment's reflection, she resolutely decided to reveal everything. My true name is Kaguya Otsutsuki, hailing from a formidable clan beyond this planet, the Otsutsuki clan. Beyond the planet? Kakashi and Sasuke were momentarily taken aback. This revelation clarified why the meteor had fallen and why she did not behave like a native of this world. What did you mean by turning people into pills? Sasuke inquired. This is a unique ability of the Otsutsuki clan. We can transform our kin into energy fruits and consume the chakra you refer to, refining it into elixirs, Kaguya explained, her expression vacant. This enhances the power of the Otsutsuki and replenishes energy. Both Kakashi and Sasuke gasped in shock. What manner of tribe devours its own kin to gain such strength? Even Sasuke, who was obsessed with power, felt a chill creep over him. Rest assured, I would never do such a thing to him. I promise, Kaguya asserted, vowing she would never consume Naruto, despite how tempting he might be. Perhaps you should keep your distance from Naruto, Kakashi suggested, rubbing his forehead. Why? Kaguya asked, visibly disappointed. To ensure Naruto's safety. Since you require chakra, soldier pills could serve as a suitable alternative, Kakashi advised. Upon hearing this, Kaguya's expression soured as she glanced back at Naruto, contemplating the idea of maintaining a fade while secretly approaching him. I am quite clever. How did you acquire those Byakugan eyes? Sasuke suddenly asked, a question that had long lingered in his mind. They are unique to my clan. Every member possesses them. Kaguya replied, puzzled by the inquiry. Could it be an accident? Was she truly unrelated to the Hyuga clan? Let us allow Naruto to rest. We shouldn't disturb him. Kakashi concluded. They departed, but Kaguya vowed to exercise utmost caution and remain undetected. As dawn broke, with a scream, Naruto stood before Kakashi, his face a mask of terror. Kakashi-sensei, you must save me. Last night's dream was real. A malevolent spirit is coming for me. Kakashi, exasperated, replied, take your time. Tell me what happened. Look, Kakashi-sensei, a spirit bit me, Naruto exclaimed, extending his arm to reveal a series of distinct bite marks. Kakashi was at a loss for words, bemused by Naruto's frantic demeanor. You should have been more vigilant last night. I sensed something foul was near. Naruto's face turned pale, drenched in cold sweat. Could the foul spirit be a ghost? I fear ghosts the most. What is up with Naruto today? He seems so agitated, Sakura remarked, having awakened to find Naruto unusually animated. Perhaps he was frightened by a certain ghost, Sasuke commented nonchalantly, casting a sidelong glance at Kaguya. Kaguya, perplexed, thought, is that so? Naruto is being ridiculous. Ghosts do not exist, so what is there to fear? Sakura sighed in disbelief. In the meantime, Sasuke's mind drifted back to the chakra that had erupted from Naruto the previous night, his thoughts sharpening. What could it possibly be? In the land of the ancestors. Within a spacious hall. So beautiful, I can't get enough of it. Kaguya, my Kaguya. The emperor stood in the hall, lost in fantastical reverie, her nearly flawless visage haunting his mind. Yet, in the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his groin, as if it were about to bleed. Alarmed, he gasped in horror. This must be the work of that little brat. How dare you commit such a heinous act against your emperor? You are courting death, he declared coldly. He had clearly heard a voice. It could only have belonged to that fox boy. Very well, you have drawn my attention. You uncouth wretch, just wait. Once I recover, I will make you pay. Help, I'm bleeding. Someone save me. As night approached once more, Kaguya decided to engage in her age-old practice, this time with utmost stealth to avoid detection. Chapter 9. Kaguya, the master of deception, bewitches the innocent Naruto Uzumaki. On a moonless night, as the winds howled and darkness enveloped the world, Naruto Uzumaki lay soundly asleep in his bed, blissfully unaware that Kaguya was poised to strike. In her desperate quest to stave off hunger and avoid the unpalatable dishes she loathed, she resolved to revert to her former tactics. With a furtive glance around, she stealthily entered Naruto's room, her gaze fixated on the slumbering youth, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. Yet, just as she was about to seize her opportunity, "What are you up to?" The voice of Sasuke pierced the silence, causing Kaguya to freeze in her tracks. Her smile faded, replaced by a look of dismay. "I merely came to check on him. I assure you, I have no intention of siphoning his chakra. You must believe me," Kaguya exclaimed in a flurry of panic. Sasuke, taken aback, regarded her with a cold, unyielding stare. "Leave this place, or else." He revealed his Sharingan, exuding an aura of frostiness. "How intimidating." "I'm not here to drain your energy," Kaguya retorted, her irritation palpable, as she turned to exit the room in frustration. Sasuke watched her retreating figure before turning his attention back to Naruto, who remained peacefully oblivious in his slumber. "Well, your snoring is rather thunderous," he muttered. That night, Kaguya resorted to consuming military rations, which proved to be rather unpalatable, far inferior to Naruto's culinary offerings. On the second night, Kaguya once again infiltrated Naruto's quarters, only to be thwarted by Sasuke's timely arrival, leaving her in a foul mood. On the third night, Kaguya, having learned from her previous encounters, carefully observed the surroundings of Naruto's room. Upon confirming Sasuke's absence, she hastily slipped inside. However, to her astonishment, Sasuke was already present. "Leave at once," he commanded, his voice icy. Kaguya, unable to articulate her frustration, exited the room once more, perplexed by Sasuke's relentless interference. First it was mere chance, then vigilance. But this is the third time. Why is he obstructing my approach to Naruto? They seem to disdain each other every morning. What gives? Her confusion deepened. And I haven tea drained his chakra at all. He.S. just overly nosy. Under the scorching sun, both Sasuke and Kaguya appeared before their companions, sporting dark circles under their eyes, prompting Sakura and Naruto to exchange bewildered glances. "What is going on with them?" Naruto inquired. "I'm not sure. Did someone provoke them?" "But that doesn't seem likely," Sakura responded. Sasuke and Kaguya glared at each other, an embodiment of mutual disdain, with Sasuke's eyes sharp with coldness and Kaguya's face marred by resentment. Could it be that they've encountered a ghost? Naruto recalled a recent experience, exclaiming in realization. "A few days ago, I felt as though I was being haunted, drained of my spirit, gasping for breath." "Perhaps they truly have encountered a specter," Kakashi remarked casually. Kaguya's expression shifted to one of alarm. On the fourth night, as the shadows deepened, Sasuke and Kaguya engaged in yet another fierce battle. This time Sasuke, worn from the struggle, succumbed to sleep. "Damn it, have I reached my limit?" he thought, desperately clinging to consciousness. That woman must not succeed. Seizing the moment, Kaguya swiftly entered Naruto's room, where he lay undisturbed. Approaching him, a radiant smile bloomed on her face, for she had long awaited this opportunity. Today, she could finally replenish her energy. Lifting Naruto's wrist, she opened her mouth to bite down, a look of bliss washing over her. Yet, before she could savor her victory, boom! In an instant, Naruto transformed into a puff of white smoke, vanishing as if he had never been there. "What brings you here, Kaguya?" Naruto's voice echoed from behind her, his expression a mixture of disbelief and confusion. "Why, weren't you in bed?" Kaguya stammered, her mind racing. "I've been caught." "You mean this? It's merely a shadow clone. I'm currently on a ghost hunting mission, so please don't wake anyone." Naruto gestured dismissively. "By the way, why are you here? Are you also hunting ghosts?" he continued. Kaguya's eyes sparkled with a sudden realization. A clever idea had struck her. She collapsed to the ground, panting, her complexion paling, though she was already quite pale. "What is wrong with you? What happened all of a sudden?" Naruto exclaimed, startled and concerned. "It's a ghost." Kaguya feigned weakness, her voice trembling. "A ghost?" Naruto's face drained of color. "I sensed a ghost long ago, a few nights prior." "Did you not experience nightmares, feeling exhausted and tormented?" "Yes, but how did you know?" Naruto tilted his head, perplexed. "And since then, you've not encountered such symptoms again, correct?" Kaguya pressed. "That seems to be the case. Ever since that night, I felt remarkably well." "How extraordinary." Naruto pondered aloud. Indeed, it is all thanks to me, Kaguya proclaimed, her heart racing with exhilaration. Really? After that night, numerous spirits surrounded your room, yet none dared to harm you. Do you know why? Why could it be? Naruto's eyes widened in realization. Precisely. It is I who subdued those malevolent spirits, ensuring your peaceful slumber. However, in the process, I sustained grave injuries. Which is why I appear as I do now. Kaguya feigned frailty, her heart steady. Upon hearing this, Naruto was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. Since Ichiraku-sensei, no one had ever shown him such kindness. No wonder I felt so comfortable sleeping these past few days. Someone was silently watching over me. I'm so touched. Kaguya, observing the weeping boy, felt a pang of guilt. Had she gone too far? But the performance must go on. Ahem. Kaguya faked a cough, her already pale face growing even paler, eliciting a wave of guilt from Naruto. Are you all right, Kaguya? He asked, worry etched on his face. I am gravely injured and require a specific item to recuperate. Kaguya seized the moment, her voice steady. What do you need? Rest assured, I, Naruto Uzumaki, will procure it for you. I am a man of my word, he declared earnestly. During the battle against the specters, I sustained internal injuries and urgently require a replenishment of chakra. I need that power within you. Kaguya spoke weakly. But what am I supposed to do? Naruto Uzumaki inquired anxiously and perplexed. Extend your hand, and I shall draw from it, Kaguya continued. Very well. Without hesitation, Naruto extended his hand, prompting Kaguya to become excited and bite down. Naruto furrowed his brow momentarily before feeling the chakra drain away, continuously absorbed by Kaguya. Subsequently, a crimson chakra began to flow slowly into Naruto's body, gradually augmenting his strength. This was a dual experience of pain and gain. Observing Naruto's distress, Kaguya softened, her voice barely above a whisper. Are you all right? Do not worry. I possess an abundance of chakra, Naruto replied earnestly. After a brief moment of continued absorption, Kaguya ceased her drawing. Are you not going to continue? Naruto asked. It is sufficient now, Kaguya responded, slowly rising to her feet. Gazing at the frail youth, she pressed her lips together, a flicker of guilt crossing her eyes. If he were to discover the truth, would it not cause him great sorrow? Kaguya, from this moment on, you shall be my friend. Naruto beamed sincerely. Despite the remnants of tears lingering at the corners of his eyes, his smile radiated warmth, akin to that of a fox or a gentle sun. Kaguya was momentarily taken aback. Perhaps it is best he remains oblivious to the truth. Chapter 10. Sasuke. If Kaguya is innocent, then I am at fault. Once again, the sun shone brightly in the sky. In the backyard, Naruto Uzumaki excitedly called out to Kaguya. Kaguya, I must tell you, my dream is to become Hokage. Due to the events of the previous night, Kaguya, an innocent woman from the Otsutsuki clan, who had lived for over a century, was now deceiving a 12-year-old student just entering society. What happened between them? Their relationship suddenly improved so much. Sakura wondered, perplexed. Meanwhile, Sasuke's expression darkened ominously. To make matters worse, Kaguya raised an eyebrow at him, prompting him to grit his teeth in frustration. What have you done to him, you woman? He demanded, unable to contain his irritation. With a look of innocence, Kaguya remained unfazed, while Naruto interjected, Sasuke, Kaguya is my savior. Huh? Sasuke was taken aback. What on earth was she saying? You may not realize it, but if it weren't for her, I might have been devoured by a monster. I truly owe her my gratitude. Naruto insisted earnestly. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's expression grew even more sullen. This fool believed every word spoken without a shred of the caution a ninja should possess. Utterly foolish, he exclaimed, and with that, he turned to leave. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? Sasuke is so annoying. Seeing this unfold, Kakashi sighed. Naruto's simplicity borders on foolishness. It seems she has said something to him, he murmured, casting a curious glance at Kaguya. What is Hokage? Kaguya pondered, intrigued by Naruto's frequent mention of the title. The Hokage is an incredibly powerful individual, especially the fourth Hokage, who sealed the Nine Tails 12 years ago. A great hero. As Naruto spoke, his voice gradually diminished, and the mention of the Nine Tails reminded him of Mizuki's harsh words. You are the murderer of Ichiraku's parents. You are the demon fox that destroyed our village. You are nothing but a demon fox unwanted by everyone. The painful echoes of those words haunted Naruto, causing his once vibrant blonde hair to droop slightly. What's wrong? Kaguya asked, Her curiosity piqued. Nothing. Hokage is just someone really powerful. Naruto replied with a forced smile. Kaguya sensed an undercurrent of fear in his eyes. Could it be that Hokage had bullied him? A bold hypothesis formed in her mind. She vowed, "Do not worry. I shall help you deal with that, Hokage." Why does Kaguya seem so naive? Sakura remarked. Naive? How absurd. Sasuke, usually calm, inwardly cursed. If she were truly innocent, would she engage in such morally ambiguous actions as the night raid? After spending a while in the backyard, the healed princess arrived, inviting everyone to tour the land of ancestors. They readily accepted, as they were not well acquainted with this land. As they approached Naruto, a chilling glint flickered in the princess's eyes. Sasuke and Kakashi immediately sensed a shift in the atmosphere, heightening their vigilance. Something significant was about to unfold. On this journey, this beautiful princess will show you the land of ancestors. This is my ancestral land. Our capital is far superior to the neighboring country. The princess's gaze was fixed on Kaguya, seemingly forgetting about Sasuke and Kakashi altogether. They exchanged uneasy glances, realizing that the princess seemed particularly interested in Kaguya. What is that tree? Why is it so colossal? Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide with awe at the towering ancient tree, unlike anything he had ever seen. Kaguya, too, looked at the tree, her expression shifting as memories of painful recollections surfaced. The princess, observing Kaguya's reaction, explained, "That tree is known as the Divine Tree." The Divine Tree? Everyone paused in disbelief. Legend has it that this tree descended from the heavens thousands of years ago, instantly taking root and becoming an object of reverence. The princess elaborated slowly. A tree that fell from the sky? The four were incredulous. How fascinating. I want to see it up close. Naruto exclaimed with enthusiasm. I advise against such thoughts. Approaching the divine tree will result in being drained of your essence in an instant, the princess warned, casting a glance at Naruto. Though her tone was laced with malice, she did not show it outwardly. Drained of our essence. They gasped collectively. Sasuke's eyes widened, revealing his Sharingan as he sought to comprehend the tree's mysteries. However, in the next moment, he was drenched in cold sweat. Through his Sharingan, he glimpsed an unimaginable sight. Chakra? The energy emanating from the divine tree was indeed chakra. In an instant, he shut his eyes, returning to normal, his heart racing with trepidation. Kakashi bore a grave expression, having experienced something similar to Sasuke, sensing a profound dread. Such terrifying power converging in one place. Meanwhile, within Naruto's sealed darkness. Is that the Ten Tails? The Nine Tails gasped, revealing his crimson-slit pupils, filled with alarm as he sensed the presence of the Ten Tails. Is it the divine tree from the outside world? What is happening? Wasn't the Sage of Six Paths supposed to have sealed the Ten Tails long ago? He was furious. The outside world. Naruto's complexion gradually shifted, an unsettling feeling coursing through him as he felt as though he was being watched. What's wrong, Naruto? Sakura asked with concern. I don't know, but looking at that divine tree makes me feel unwell, Naruto murmured. Is that so? Sakura paused. It feels very uncomfortable. As if someone is watching me, Naruto stated seriously. Kaguya remained silent, gazing at the divine tree with trepidation. She then murmured something softly, and in an instant, Naruto felt the sensation of being watched dissipate. It vanished again? Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Are you exaggerating again? You said something strange before too, Sakura replied, exasperated. It's true. I felt it before, and then it just disappeared. Naruto insisted. Chapter 11. The unexpected arrival in response to Uzumaki Naruto's explanation. Sakura chose to disregard him and instead gazed at the distant divine tree. Lacking the Sharingan, she felt an inexplicable heaviness slowly enveloping her heart. Tonight, a grand feast will be held. I wonder if you all would honor us with your presence, the sovereign said softly. Your Majesty, will this not disturb you? Sakura replied, taken aback. After all, this was a matter of national importance. Did they, mere outsiders, truly have the right to attend? No matter, it won't interfere. And I have faith in you all, the sovereign replied with a gentle smile, though his gaze was fixed intently on Kaguya. The latter, puzzled, wondered what was amiss with him, yet she nodded amiably in response. She nodded at me. Could it be that she harbors affection for me? The sovereign's heart raced with joy. After exchanging a few words, the sovereign departed. That fellow is certainly not a good person, Uzumaki Naruto asserted firmly. Naruto, you still doubt him at this point? Honestly, Sakura retorted, utterly speechless as she thumped him on the head. Sakura-chan, You must believe me. That guy definitely has ulterior motives. Naruto exclaimed. Yes, yes, whatever you say, Sakura replied. Nevertheless, I have an ominous premonition that something significant is about to unfold, Naruto declared loudly. Kaguya continued to gaze at the divine tree, lost in her thoughts. Later that evening, as Naruto and his companions were invited to the feast, they felt the weight of dozens of eyes upon them the moment they stepped into the grand hall. Upon seeing Kaguya, their eyes widened in awe. Mom, I think I'm in love, one exclaimed, marveling at her ethereal beauty, akin to a legendary fairy. What a stunning woman. Even her aura is captivating. They whispered amongst themselves. Who is she? I have never seen anyone so beautiful. Perhaps she is the sovereign's consort? They would make a splendid pair. Even those surrounding them appeared to be extraordinary individuals. That little guy is quite handsome. I like him, one remarked. Who is that blonde-haired fellow? He looks ridiculous, grinning like a fool. Naruto's temper flared at the disparagement of his appearance. How dare they call me ugly? If Sasuke is considered handsome, then why not me? Uzumaki Naruto. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront them, but Kakashi intervened, leaving him fuming in silence. The sovereign, overhearing their comments, felt a wicked satisfaction. This was precisely the reaction he desired. Kaguya, please take a seat here, he said kindly, gesturing towards the meticulously arranged seats beside him. They sat down, and thus, the banquet commenced. As the evening wore on, Naruto dozed off, and before he knew it, the banquet had concluded. Upon returning to their lodgings, they found little interest in the event. After all, it was merely a gathering between two nations, of little concern to them. It appears that the relationship between these two nations is not as amicable as it seems, Kakashi remarked. What do you mean, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura and Naruto asked, puzzled. It's simply a matter of peace between the nations. The other country demands the return of a vital lake, or they will continue the war, Sasuke explained casually. But why? It's just a lake, Naruto queried. Could it be due to the abundant resources in that area? Sakura speculated in surprise. Clever. Kakashi commended her. After all, which nation would not desire a land rich in resources? Even the 5 great nations have waged war over such treasures in the past. What? I don't understand at all, Naruto exclaimed, still baffled. Kaguya, too, was perplexed. Suddenly, the main gate of their residence burst open as a group of individuals not belonging to the land of ancestors rushed in, surrounding Naruto and his friends. Upon closer inspection, they realized these were the very individuals from the other nation they had seen at the banquet, specifically, the minister from the land of others, Sasuke. They encircled the 5 of them menacingly. What do you intend to do? Kakashi's team instinctively positioned themselves to shield the vulnerable Kaguya at the center. Upon seeing Kaguya's exquisite beauty, Sasuke was consumed by greed, nearly drooling at the sight. Hand her over, and do not resist, he sneered. How could a weak sovereign deserve such a beautiful woman? Hurry up, and try not to make a scene, Kakashi said. With that, the members of Team 7 nodded in agreement, and then, Sasuke and his companions were swiftly subdued in a most pitiful manner. They were mere ordinary individuals. And how could they possibly contend with those wielding chakra? In mere moments, they were dealt with. What should we do now, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura inquired. Kakashi pondered, contemplating that killing them would be ideal, yet they were on the territory of the land of ancestors, and these were individuals from the land of others. Pursuing them could lead to unnecessary complications. However, sparing them could yield similar troubles. Let us hand these individuals over to the sovereign. He shall decide their fate, Kakashi concluded. This seemed the most prudent course of action, as both killing and sparing them would only lead to complications. It was wiser to leave the decision to the sovereign. But, as fate would have it, an unforeseen twist awaited them. The following night, as the forces of the land of ancestors and the land of others surrounded their residence, they realized their grave mistake. This sovereign is nothing but a facade of weakness. It was that kid who struck me. Look at my face. Sovereign, you must give me an explanation, Sasuke lamented, pointing accusingly at Naruto. Naruto was utterly dumbfounded. Rest assured, I shall provide you with an explanation, the sovereign replied coldly, his gaze icy as he addressed the crowd. You have brazenly injured an allied individual on our soil. What is your intent? Hearing this, they were nearly sickened. Sovereign, I have already explained. They intruded upon our residence and offended us, Kakashi interjected, exasperated. How dare you directly address the sovereign by name? Do you seek death? Sasuke roared. Fool. Even Sasuke, typically reserved, could not help but curse in astonishment. Chapter 12. Because we are friends. As Kakashi gazed upon the throng of individuals, a frown creased his brow as he pondered how to resolve the current predicament, even though the opposing group was merely a collection of troublemakers. Kaguya, come here at once. Do not associate with these criminals, the Emperor commanded, casting a glance at Kaguya. She remained unmoved, causing the Emperor's expression to darken considerably. I knew you were up to no good. Kaguya, won't heed your words. Naruto Uzumaki shouted defiantly, further deepening the Emperor's scowl. You insolent brat, are you seeking death? The Emperor's true nature was unveiled as he no longer held back, declaring that he would confront Naruto directly. His long-standing animosity towards Naruto flared, and he couldn't bear being spoken to in such a manner. After all, he was the Emperor. In other words, anyone daring to point a finger at him was courting their demise. Come on then, why don't you take a swing at me? What's the matter with this crowd? Let me tell you, I'm not afraid of any of you. Naruto retorted, making a face in defiance. Humph, indeed. A most uncultured little brat. If you were raised by someone, they must be just as dreadful. No, a child as insufferable as you likely grew up without parents. The Emperor's words pierced Naruto's heart, making him grow increasingly somber. Kaguya, come here. Do you wish to remain with them? The Emperor insisted. Kaguya's lack of response only intensified his ire, indicating her refusal. How could this be? He was the Emperor. How could anyone dare to defy him? Kaguya, I command you, in the name of the Emperor, to join my side, he bellowed. Yet Kaguya remained indifferent, plunging his mood into utter darkness. Ultimately, he unleashed his wrath upon Kakashi and his companions. What have you done to my Kaguya? The Emperor's roar left them speechless, but Sakura coldly replied. What is it to you if you lack the ability to win a girl's affection? Why take it out on us? She had discerned that the Emperor was fundamentally inept. The Emperor's face stiffened, and Kaguya's expression grew icy as she regarded him with malice, driving the Emperor further into despair. Kaguya, everything I've done has been for you. Don't you understand? He pleaded. Kaguya frowned, her gaze filled with discontent. For her? What had he done for her? Surrounding them was his idea of help? Humph. She scoffed, her face a mask of disdain. This grotesque demeanor was more abhorrent than those of the others. Come here. I'll give you one last chance. Don't make us lose faith in you. The Emperor threatened. Kaguya's expression turned frigid. She had acquired sufficient power to eliminate them. Just as she raised her hand to teach them a lesson, a firm grip seized her wrist, pulling her behind. I won't let you go with them, Naruto declared. Kaguya glanced down at her wrist held firmly in his grasp, and then at the diminutive figure standing before her, momentarily taken aback. Why was he shielding her? She was more than capable. Again with you, brat. I haven't settled the score from last time. Hand Kaguya over to me. The Emperor's vile visage made Naruto feel nauseous. You uncultured little wretch. You resemble a wild child, clearly lacking parental guidance. You look like a monster. Naruto's expression turned icy. He was no monster. He was a student recognized by Ichiraku-sensei, not a wild child. He had comrades and cherished individuals. Though he lacked parents, he was not without upbringing. He is my esteemed student. He is acknowledged as an exceptional student by Ichiraku-sensei. With a surge of fury, he exploded into action, his speed soaring to such an extent that even Sasuke was taken aback. Then, under the horrified gaze of the Emperor, he landed a powerful punch squarely on his face, sending him flying and scattering his teeth across the ground. Someone like you has no right to lecture me about my parents. Naruto stood firm, exuding an overwhelming presence with a chilling voice. The speed of that underachiever. Though he had not activated his Sharingan, even Sasuke was astonished. If it were him, without the Sharingan, he too would find it difficult. Well done, Naruto. Just like that. Sakura shouted in excitement. The surrounding onlookers were taken aback, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. They hurried to assist the Emperor, gasping in shock. Half of his face was nearly destroyed, and his teeth lay scattered everywhere. Listen up, you. I am Naruto Uzumaki, an exceptional ninja recognized by Ichiraku-sensei. And I aspire to become Hokage, not the monster you claim. Naruto pointed at him, declaring loudly, Kaguya is my friend, and I will not entrust her to a scoundrel like you. Kaguya stared blankly at the scene unfolding before her. Was this what it felt like to be protected? This comforting sensation enveloped her. Kill them for me. The Emperor shouted, covering his face, filled with murderous intent. How dare they strike him? He was the Emperor. And these insects had the audacity to offend him. They approached menacingly, but they remained unperturbed. Not a trace of anxiety was visible. Naruto crossed his fingers confidently, stating, With you lot, you stand no chance of defeating me. I will repay your earlier insults with my fists 100-fold. That pretentious brat, prepare to be. Shadow clone technique. With a puff of smoke, hundreds of Naruto's clones emerged, filling the courtyard, eliciting cries of terror from the crowd. The entire area, including the backyard, was swarmed with Naruto's figures, leaving them stunned. Their expressions shifted from confusion to fear. What sorcery is this? Who is he? How do you like this? Now you have no numerical advantage. I told you I would repay you with my fists. Are you ready? It seems you are well prepared, so come on. Countless Narutos, fists raised, sported confident smiles, instilling dread in the hearts of both the land of ancestors and the land of others. Bang! Bang! Moments later, as the shadow clones disintegrated, their adversaries lay defeated, while Naruto sheepishly scratched his head, grinning. It seems I may have overdone it a bit. Before him, the emperor had been reduced to a battered state, barely clinging to consciousness. They were left speechless, while Kaguya continued to gaze at the boy, wondering, was this divine magic? But something felt amiss. Let us go. We can no longer linger here. It is time for us to depart, Kakashi spoke up. Their most crucial mission was Kaguya, who had been with them all along. The so-called history and destiny hinged upon her. Moreover, with nightfall, the people of this nation would find it difficult to detect their presence. Here they come, Naruto exclaimed cheerfully, feeling a sense of relief. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke swiftly transformed into 3 fleeting shadows, vanishing from sight. Let us also take our leave. Naruto called out to Kaguya. Kaguya maintained her dazed expression, leaving Naruto Uzumaki perplexed. Then it struck him. You seem not to be a ninja. Perhaps you cannot do as we do? This poses quite a challenge. Naruto feigned contemplation. Kaguya remained in her stupor, fixated on Naruto. Subsequently, he lifted the bewildered Kaguya into his arms, and she feigned a slight panic, only to soon realize she was suspended in midair. He leaped across rooftops, pursuing the figures of Kakashi and the others. As Kaguya gazed down at the ground, she gradually found a sense of calm. At that moment, perhaps by divine providence or the author's design, Naruto's forehead protector loosened and began to fall. My forehead protector! He gasped in surprise, but Kaguya, quick-witted, caught it just in time, allowing Naruto to breathe a sigh of relief. He certainly did not wish to lose the precious item gifted to him by Ichiraku-sensei. Without the protection of the forehead protector, it felt as if a seal had been lifted, causing Kaguya to momentarily freeze. It was not as they had described. Kaguya muttered instinctively. What's wrong? Naruto queried, puzzled. It's nothing, she replied, lowering her head, her ears unexpectedly tinged with a rare blush. Although Naruto was astonished, he continued to gaze forward. They had already exited the land of ancestors, entering a vast forest. The stars in the sky shone brightly, guiding Naruto along the path. After a brief silence, why did you stop me back then? Kaguya's sudden voice startled Naruto, who had not fully comprehended her words. What? At that time, why did you stop me? Kaguya inquired, revealing her capability. Upon understanding, Naruto realized it pertained to that incident. He responded, that guy was clearly not a good person. I wouldn't let you go near him. Moreover, I truly despise him. Why? Kaguya asked, perplexed. There's no particular reason. I simply dislike the way that ruler looked at you, Naruto replied, feeling frustrated. The way he looked? I detest that kind of gaze. Everyone used to look at me like that, so I loathe it, Naruto exclaimed. Kaguya scrutinized him, seemingly able to discern the grievance and the deep-seated pain concealed within his eyes. It was loneliness. Despite hiding such solitude, he stood before her, shielding her from those he found repulsive. They had hardly spent a few days together, yet she had deceived him so. Why? Do you protect me? Kaguya asked, lost in thought. Naruto halted his strides atop a great tree. Although the silver moon was absent, countless stars twinkled, illuminating the night sky. He beamed a radiant smile, resembling a mischievous fox or a small sun, and declared, because we are friends. Chapter 13. The door reappears. We have returned. Because we are friends. The boy's voice was filled with warmth, his face aglow with a radiant smile, causing Kaguya to momentarily lose her composure. As if time itself had frozen at that instant. Friends? She blinked in confusion, questioning, what does it mean to be friends? Naruto was taken aback by her inquiry, feeling an inexplicable bewilderment. After all, friends are simply friends. Friends are just friends. We are friends, that's all. Naruto chuckled, his brilliance nearly blinding Kaguya, who instinctively averted her gaze. What's wrong with you? Naruto noticed Kaguya's averted eyes and immediately inquired. And no, don't look at me. It's nothing, Kaguya stammered, her head bowed. Too shy to meet his gaze. Her ears flushed crimson. Naruto raised an eyebrow, puzzled by her reaction, and quickly resumed following Kakashi and the others, eventually landing near a concealed large tree. Setting Kaguya down, Naruto tightened his forehead protector, completely sealing away his striking appearance. By the way, Kakashi-sensei, what should we do next? Naruto asked, looking to Kakashi for guidance, as they were now reliant on their teacher's direction. Kakashi pondered for a moment. Truth be told, aside from arriving in this world and encountering their mission, he was utterly clueless about what to do next. He did not even grasp the meanings of history and destiny. His gaze fell upon Kaguya, whose expression mirrored his confusion. Just as Kakashi was about to take action, Naruto's sudden exclamation shattered the silence. A radiant golden light suddenly surged from within Naruto, and before them, a grand door materialized once more. The very door that had once appeared had re-emerged. Could it be here to take us home? Naruto exclaimed with excitement. Sakura and the others shared in his exhilaration, while Kakashi wore a grave expression, and Kaguya looked utterly bewildered. Why had it appeared? Was it the light from before? What secrets did it hold? What did it mean to rewrite Kaguya's history? Kakashi pondered, staring intently at the door. Everything stemmed from it, yet it was shrouded in mystery. Why had it manifested, and what had given it life? With a resounding whoosh, the door swung open, enveloping the five of them in a blinding white light. In the next moment, they vanished without a trace. As they opened their eyes, everything before them felt achingly familiar. Was this not the very spot where they had encountered the door? Had they returned? We are back, Naruto exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Even Sasuke and Sakura appeared noticeably animated, having finally escaped that dreadful place and returned to their world. Kaguya, however, gazed around in unfamiliarity, enveloped in light. Why could she not sense the god tree? A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. And Naruto, check if there are any changes in the words in your mind, Kakashi promptly asked. Hearing this, Naruto eagerly nodded and began to investigate, but the prominent words remained unchanged. It seems to still be there. No changes, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto replied. Kakashi found this odd and, unable to fathom it, decided to set it aside. They needed to return to Konoha, as they had already delayed for several days. In that case, let us hasten back to the Hidden Leaf Village and report this matter to the Hokage, who will decide what to do next, Kakashi stated solemnly. Yay, finally going home. I've been craving Uncle Ichiraku's ramen. Naruto shouted with uncontainable enthusiasm, leading the way. Kaguya followed behind. Observing this strange world, she felt a lack of the god tree's presence. No, it was more like she could not perceive it clearly. Was it due to the great distance, or was she simply too weakened now? The essence of the god tree felt significantly diminished compared to before. Why? In the land of fire, within the Hokage's office, an elderly man wearing the Hokage hat, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat at his desk. Kakashi recounted the events of the past few days, from their journey in the land of waves to passing through the peculiar door. Kaguya, the Otsutsuki clan, the god tree. Sarutobi Hiruzen, despite his vast experience, was taken aback by their extraordinary encounters. So this is the Kaguya from the Otsutsuki clan, Kakashi introduced. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed intently, captivated by her presence, noting her distinctive Byakugan. I will inform the Hyuga clan of this matter. They are the only ones who can provide insight into the Byakugan, he stated. Understood, Kakashi nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Naruto burst forth. Third Hokage, we defeated an incredibly powerful foe. Is that so? It seems little Naruto has grown stronger, taking a step closer to becoming Hokage. Keep it up, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a kind smile, resembling a gentle grandfather. Of course, that's a given. Naruto's cheeks flushed with bashfulness at the praise. After a brief exchange, Kakashi led Team 7 and Kaguya out of the office. The third Hokage took a deep puff from his pipe, gazing at the ceiling with a serious expression. The Otsutsuki clan, Kaguya Otsutsuki, consuming humans to gain immense power. The mysterious door. Kaguya Otsutsuki? The Hokage murmured. At that moment, a member of the Umbu, one of the Hokage's subordinates, appeared before the third Hokage and knelt on one knee. Lord Third, dispatch someone to the Hyuga clan to inform them of this matter. The third Hokage commanded, gazing out the window. Yes. With that, he vanished in an instant. The third Hokage remained, watching as Naruto and the others gradually retreated. particularly fixating on Kaguya. For reasons unknown, he sensed that this individual was far from ordinary. Bang! Just as he was lost in thought, the office door was kicked open, and in strode a man with his right eye and arm wrapped in bandages, exuding an air of arrogance. Hiruzen. The voice belonged to Shimura Danzo, the shadowy ruler behind the Hokage, leader of the Root organization. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly turned, knowing instinctively who had arrived. It seemed yet another ordeal was about to unfold. Chapter 14. No, Regret, Shadow. As Danzo appeared in the office, Rijan felt a sense of helplessness. Glancing at the slightly damaged door, he remarked with irritation, "After all these years, you still haven't changed your temper, Danzo. It has always been like this. You should know my purpose for coming here. Hand over the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to me." Danzo replied coldly. Rijan maintained a calm demeanor and stated, "Do not think about Naruto. The Root is not a suitable place for him. Rijan, you must understand how crucial the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is for Konoha. Your gentle methods are utterly ineffective. Only the Root can cultivate him into a weapon of war." Danzo's words were abruptly cut off by Rijan's furious interruption. "Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage now." Danzo's expression darkened, his teeth clenched, unable to utter a single word. Naruto was entrusted to him by the fourth Hokage before his death. He was the child who inherited the will of fire. Remembering the fourth Hokage's dying words and the boy named Naruto Uzumaki, he said in a low voice, "Moreover, what you have been doing in secret all these years is not unknown to me. Once the Chūnin exams conclude, I will settle the score with you." Rijan's tone was frigid. Danzo's face grew grim as he murmured, "You will regret this, Rijan." With that, he slammed the door behind him. At Ichiraku Ramen, as Naruto Uzumaki's favorite ramen shop, he would always rush here for a bowl after completing a mission. "Hey, Uncle Ichiraku, I want an extra large bowl of chashu ramen this time," Naruto shouted. "Ah, isn't that Naruto? It's been a while," Uncle Ichiraku replied, squinting as he scanned the group. Apart from Team 7, there was also an unfamiliar girl with Byakugan. "Who is this sister? She's so beautiful," exclaimed the girl named Ayam, gazing in surprise at Kaguya. "That's Kaguya, someone we met during our mission. Isn't she lovely?" Naruto introduced. Sasuke clicked his tongue inwardly, maintaining an outwardly calm facade. Sakura ordered a bowl of moderately flavored ramen, feeling hungry after the days spent in the land of ancestors, which had been quite a culinary challenge. "What would you like to order, Miss Kaguya?" Ayam inquired. Kaguya hesitated, then looked at Naruto. Ayam immediately understood and chuckled. "Would you like to order the same as Naruto?" Kaguya softly replied. Her voice was melodious. Could she be a princess? But why did she have Byakugan? "Let us eat to our heart's content. After all, Kakashi-sensei is treating us, and I plan to make him pay dearly," Naruto exclaimed excitedly. "Haha, just be gentle," Kakashi replied lazily with a smile. After the meal, Naruto devoured an astonishing number of bowls, while Kaguya, after savoring the flavors, was captivated and consumed even more than him, finishing 20 bowls. The members of Team 7 were left speechless. Even Naruto was astonished. Was she even more formidable than him? He had always been the most voracious eater in the group. Aside from Choji. "I want more," Kaguya declared, signaling for another bowl. Naruto and the others stared in disbelief at the towering pile of ramen bowls. Looking at Kaguya's flat stomach, they swallowed hard. Naruto, is this sister a bit?" Ayam said awkwardly. Naruto's eyes widened. Had he finally met his match? "Uncle Ichiraku, I want more too." He rejoined the fray. Kakashi felt at a loss, having been thoroughly outmatched, though he wasn't short on funds. After finishing his 21st bowl, Naruto felt he was about to burst. Kaguya, having reached over 30 bowls, finally stopped, sensing the strange gazes from others, perhaps realizing the awkwardness of the situation. Yet, she appeared unsatisfied, leaving everyone astounded. Sakura glanced at Kaguya's flat stomach, swallowing again. How could she possibly consume so much? Was she even human? After settling the bill, Kakashi looked at them with a wry smile, and then said, "Now we must address the accommodation issue. This is your first time here. Isn't it, Miss Kaguya?" "Yes, it is," Kaguya nodded obediently, resembling a well-behaved girl. Raising an eyebrow, Kakashi suggested, "In that case, the Hokage has arranged lodgings for you. Please follow me." "There's no need for such trouble. I can stay with him," Kaguya replied, pointing at Naruto. A heavy silence fell over the room, deafening in its intensity. Naruto, with his full belly, scratched his head, wondering what they were discussing and why everyone was staring with wide eyes. That might not be appropriate. Besides, Men and women should maintain a respectful distance, Kakashi said awkwardly, fearing that living with Naruto might lead to complications. There's no need for such formalities. I don't mind, Kaguya stated calmly. While you may not mind, some people do, Kakashi countered. Naruto, don't you think you should say something? Seeing Kakashi's gaze, Naruto scratched his head and voiced his confusion. What does men and women should maintain a respectful distance mean? It was no wonder he was confused. Iruka-sensei had never taught him such things. The group stared at Naruto, some covering their faces in disbelief. How could he not know such a basic concept? Given your special status, if you two were to live together, it might not be suitable for Naruto. Kakashi expressed his dilemma. I will exercise restraint, Kaguya insisted earnestly. That was a dubious claim. Naruto quickly grasped the implication, excitement surging within him. Are you saying you want to live with me? That sounds great. I've always wanted another person around. This is not acceptable, Naruto. You are no longer a child, Kakashi stated firmly. Why not? The house is so big, and since Kaguya doesn't mind, why can't we? Naruto protested, visibly unhappy. Well, this confirms it. He truly is naive, Kakashi thought, feeling overwhelmed. Chapter 15. Let us live together, so we shall no longer be alone. Teacher Kakashi, please allow Kaguya to stay with me. Rest assured, I will protect her. Naruto Uzumaki implored, shaking Kakashi's arm in an attempt to charm his way through. Kakashi, caught in the gaze of those azure eyes, felt a twinge of pain in his heart. This child had been alone for so long, and now, having someone to share his space brought him joy. After all, no one wishes to endure solitude alone. Isn't that all right? Kaguya hasn't objected, and my home is quite spacious. Naruto blinked, beaming. All right, I can't stand you, Kakashi replied, bemused. Yay, I love you the most, Teacher Kakashi, Naruto exclaimed, excitedly wrapping his arms around Kakashi's waist, a privilege usually reserved for Iruka-sensei. While I permit you to stay together, listen carefully. You must be aware of the differences between genders, correct? Kakashi instructed. Of course, we understand. They both nodded. The concept of gender distinction was clear to Naruto, while Kaguya reflected, Naruto is a boy, and I am a girl. It makes perfect sense. Kakashi paused, sensing something amiss in their understanding. Did they truly grasp the implications? And Kaguya, remember, although I allow you two to cohabit, you must exercise restraint. Should you require chakra, just consume the soldier pills, he advised. Kaguya nodded, though inwardly she thought otherwise. Kakashi's gaze softened as he turned to Naruto, reiterating, Naruto can be rather exuberant, but he is quite innocent. Please don't let it escalate like last time. Hearing this, Kaguya felt her cheeks flush. Had he discovered her secret? Naruto blinked innocently. What is Teacher Kakashi talking about? I don't understand, while Sasuke, with a frown, pretended to remain indifferent. Sakura observed both Naruto and Kaguya, her brow furrowing in concern. Something felt off. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi relayed the situation to the third Hokage, who frowned momentarily before saying, let it be. This way, we can better monitor them. If anything occurs, I will be informed immediately. The third Hokage peered through the crystal ball, revealing a scene of a hot spring, causing Kakashi's expression to turn peculiar. Clearing his throat, he realized he had inadvertently spied instead of surveying Konoha. The image then shifted to show Naruto and Kaguya arriving home. That night, within Naruto's abode, the heavy door swung open, revealing a dark room that was instantly illuminated, exposing the clutter within. I thought I had tidied up before leaving. Please excuse the mess, Naruto said to Kaguya. She shook her head, calmly stepping into the chaotic space. The room was furnished with a table and a refrigerator, but lay in disarray, covered in dust, as if uninhabited for some time. After all, Naruto had been away on a mission for nearly a month. You've always lived alone? Kaguya asked, observing Naruto as he valiantly endeavored to clean up. Yes, I have no parents, so I've always lived by myself, he replied with a calm demeanor. A well-known fact throughout the village. Then let us clean it all at once, Naruto declared, forming hand seals to create shadow clones. Everyone, we want tea sleep until it's spotless, he shouted. Oh, before long, the room sparkled, devoid of any dust. Exhausted, Naruto collapsed onto the floor. The space felt eerily empty, devoid of any other presence to disrupt the silence. Yet, Naruto's gaze remained fixed on Kaguya, his face adorned with a silly smile, as if recalling a joyous memory. What's wrong? Kaguya tilted her head, puzzled. I'm just really happy because it's the first time someone wants to live with me, Naruto replied, his smile warm. Kaguya, taken aback, seemed to understand, and then calmly said, I was once alone too. The feeling of loneliness is unpleasant. But now I'm happy as well, right? Now that we live together, we shall never be alone again. Naruto exclaimed. Indeed, we shall not be alone anymore. Kaguya smiled in agreement. Later that night, after Naruto finished his bath and donned his pajamas, he flopped onto his bed, his heart racing with excitement, unable to sleep. Soon after, Kaguya emerged from her bath, wearing Naruto's clothes, which felt a bit snug, particularly around her chest, leaving her feeling rather uncomfortable. Hey Kaguya, do you have any friends? Naruto asked, his vision obscured by the darkness, but he did not mind. Are you referring to the kind of friends you mentioned earlier? Kaguya responded. Yes, I have no friends. I've always been alone, Kaguya said calmly, pondering whether those she encountered could be considered friends. Really? Naruto paused, then smiled. But now we are friends, so you won't be alone anymore. Kaguya stared at him, her eyes widening in surprise as she caught a glimpse of the moonlight illuminating Naruto's features, particularly his striking blue eyes. She was momentarily transfixed. Not alone anymore. By the way, I remember teacher Kakashi mentioning you are from the Otsutsuki clan. The Otsutsuki clan, Kaguya replied softly. Yes. What are the people from there like? Naruto inquired, puzzled. What are they like? Memories of her clan flooded her mind. A place that was anything but home, a realm of fear, sacrifice, and cruelty. The people there were terrible. They often bullied me, Kaguya confessed. How awful. They dared to bully you? Don't worry. I promised teacher Kakashi that if they come, I will teach them a lesson. Naruto declared boldly. You cannot defeat them, Kaguya remarked, her heart softening at the sight of the frustrated boy. Her previously anxious heart felt a sense of calm in that moment. You are my friend. I won't let them harm you. Naruto assured her earnestly. Thank you, Kaguya replied warmly. Oh, no need to be so formal, Naruto said, feeling a bit shy. Chapter 16. You are the nine-tailed fox everyone speaks of. Naruto Uzumaki lay in slumber, yet within his dreams, his consciousness seemed to traverse into an unfamiliar, pitch-black sewer. Where am I? A look of bewilderment crossed Naruto's face as he noticed the dampness beneath his feet, standing in a pool of stagnant water. Curiosity stirred within him as he gazed ahead, sensing that something lay before him. As he walked for a short distance, the surroundings expanded into a vast space, revealing a colossal prison door, nearly 100 meters in height. At its center, a seal was affixed, resembling a paper talisman. Just as Naruto pondered the meaning of this sight, a pair of crimson eyes snapped open with ferocity. Ah! Naruto yelped, tumbling into the water. A look of sheer terror etched on his face. What on earth is that? It was an eye? Ha, I never anticipated that a mere child like you would venture here. The Nine-Tails chuckled ominously, baring its fearsome fangs. Who are you? Naruto stammered in shock. I am the Nine-Tails, the very embodiment of fear that haunts humanity, the beast proclaimed, unfurling its 9 tails, an aura of malevolence radiating from it, rendering Naruto pale. You are the one who attacked the village and was sealed by the 4th Hokage? Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, it is I. Are you frightened? Are you terrified? Are you filled with despair? The Nine-Tails sneered, yet Naruto remained silent. Silence enveloped the space. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Is this brat really too scared to respond? The Nine-Tails mused. Sorry, I zoned out. What were you saying? Naruto snapped back to reality, speaking instinctively. The Nine-Tails roar. In an instant, it unleashed a deafening roar, sending droplets of saliva flying, and Naruto was blown away. He spun through the air, screaming. Falling back into the water, completely drenched, he slowly rose, disheveled and disgruntled. What was that for? You didn't even say anything before you roared at me. I already apologized. The Nine-Tails, utterly speechless, could only express its dismay at this generation of Jinchuriki. Why are they so different? It was confirmed. This child was truly foolish. Do you even know where this place is? The Nine-Tails taunted. Naruto paused, realization dawning upon him. Oh right, where's this place? I remember falling asleep. Am I dreaming? The Nine-Tails sighed in exasperation. Is this brat truly the child of the 4th Hokage? The disparity is glaring. This is your spiritual world, the space within your seal, the Nine-Tails explained calmly. Oh, I see. Naruto exclaimed in astonishment, though his expression betrayed his lack of understanding of what a spiritual world entailed. Come closer and tear this paper, and you shall gain power surpassing that of the Hokage. Then you can finally become the Hokage you so desire. The Ninetales attempted to seduce Naruto into compliance. I want to be tricked by you. If I tear that talisman, you'll escape and wreak havoc on the village again. I'm not that foolish. Naruto retorted, his expression resolute. Well then, that approach won't work, the Ninetales lamented, though it was not urgent. Breaking the seal would not occur overnight. By the way, I've always been curious, why did you attack the village? Naruto boldly inquired. The Ninetales erupted in fury, shouting, because I despise you all. I loathe every single person in this world. You are all a bunch of hypocritical insects that disgust me. Who would have thought that a single question could provoke such a fierce reaction from the Ninetales? Naruto was taken aback. This was not at all the Ninetales he had envisioned. Both the boy and the fox fell into a heavy silence. The entire ceiling space was enveloped in quietude. Why am I seeing you anyway? Naruto asked, perplexed. The Ninetales smirked coldly. Because I am sealed within you by the fourth Hokage. Surprised? The hero you idolize is the very culprit behind your 12 years of ostracism and suffering. Naruto's face drained of color, disbelief washing over him as he shouted. That is not true. The fourth Hokage is the hero who saved the village, not the villain you claim him to be. You refuse to accept the truth? But this is reality. The Hokage you idolize is the true mastermind behind it all. The Ninetales cackled. The fourth Hokage is the one responsible for all of this. Suddenly, Naruto jolted awake, his eyes meeting a pair of pristine white ones. The two stared at each other, wide-eyed. Kaguya's face was a mask of embarrassment, momentarily frozen, unsure of how to proceed. What is wrong with you? She feigned innocence upon seeing Naruto's reaction. Naruto, taken aback, found himself grappling with the Ninetales' words, the so-called truth suffocating him. He was unwilling to believe or accept this reality. The hero he admired was the very cause of his 12 years of isolation and disdain from the villagers. I know it's nothing, Naruto stammered, hesitating before finally shaking his head. Kaguya raised an eyebrow but chose not to press the matter further. By the way, Kaguya, what are you doing? You're pinning me down. Naruto complained, uncomfortable. At that moment, Kaguya froze, realizing that dawn had broken, seizing the opportunity while Naruto was still asleep. She had intended to stealthily absorb a bit of chakra, but it seemed she had been caught. With her hands braced on either side of Naruto's head, her hair cascading down, she found herself atop him. It seems my old affliction has resurfaced, Kaguya said awkwardly. Are you alright? If you need chakra, I can give you some. Naruto offered earnestly. He was always willing to help his friends, no matter the difficulty. Just a little will suffice. Kaguya smiled in response. Leaning down, to Naruto's shock, she bit into his neck. As pain surged through his neck, Naruto felt his chakra swiftly depleting, flowing into Kaguya. In the Ninetales space. That woman again, who on earth is she? The Ninetales was flabbergasted. Is it possible that she truly views him as a power source? If he were not sealed within this child, how could he tolerate such indignity? As crimson chakra flowed out, Naruto's strength surged, astonishingly expanding. This was beyond comprehension. In just 3 sips, the chakra within Naruto had doubled. Of course, he remained blissfully unaware of this transformation. Chapter 17. The two disheveled individuals head to the Hyuga clan. The hero you have always admired is, in fact, the true culprit who subjected you to 12 years of ostracism. The chilling words of the Ninetales echoed incessantly in his mind. The fourth Hokage, whom he had revered, was the very source of all his suffering. As he wrestled with his anguish, a sharp pain pierced his neck, causing him to cry out. Wait! Kaguya had drawn too heavily this time. Sensing the overwhelming power, her desire to possess and consume it intensified. It was only when Naruto Uzumaki yelped in pain that she realized her error. Instantly, her small face flushed with embarrassment, as though she had indeed overindulged. I'm sorry. Did I take too much? Kaguya murmured timidly. Naruto blinked his large eyes and shook his head, dismissing the matter. It was the fourth Hokage's affairs that truly concerned him. Are you alright? You seem a bit down. Kaguya tilted her head, sensing Naruto's suppressed emotions. I'm fine. Nothing happened at all. Naruto forced a smile, trying to reassure her. Kaguya, though perplexed, chose not to probe further. If he didn't wish to speak, she would not inquire. Suddenly, the curtains in Naruto's home were flung open, revealing Kakashi. Naruto, today I brought. Kakashi's words trailed off as he caught sight of Kaguya atop Naruto, leading to a moment of stunned silence among the three. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. This was not the appropriate manner of entry, was it? The two were in disarray, lying together without a shred of modesty. What was that line of bite marks on Naruto's neck? Apologies, it seems I've arrived at an inopportune moment. Kakashi chuckled awkwardly, quickly closing the curtains again. Moments later, whoosh. The curtains were abruptly drawn back once more, and Kakashi's furious expression sent the two on the bed into a frenzy. Get up, you two. Whoa, Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing? Naruto yelped, startled. Kaguya, feeling embarrassed, swiftly rose from Naruto's side, determined to be more cautious in the future. After a hasty breakfast, Kakashi led the pair out of the house. As they walked, Naruto asked, Kakashi-sensei, where are we going? I'm taking Kaguya to the Hyuga clan. Kakashi replied casually. The Hyuga clan? Isn't that Hinata's family? Is it because of the Byakugan? Naruto inquired again. Indeed, the Byakugan is unique to the Hyuga clan, and since Kaguya possesses it, they should be able to discern something. That is my purpose for coming here, Kakashi explained. The Byakugan sounds impressive. Naruto exclaimed. Impressive is an understatement. The Hyuga clan is currently the most powerful family in Konoha, primarily due to the Byakugan. It offers a 360-degree field of vision, capable of perceiving chakra flow within the human body, achieving a form of X-ray vision. That level of insight surpasses even my Sharingan, Kakashi lamented. Is it really that powerful? Naruto was astonished, realizing the clan's might. Hinata must be very strong then. Kaguya remained silent, pondering the existence of a clan possessing the Byakugan. Upon arriving at the expansive residence of the Hyuga clan, the grandeur was palpable even from the outside. Kakashi greeted a servant and led Naruto and Kaguya inside. As they walked through, Naruto observed many individuals with Byakugan. His curiosity piqued, while Kaguya shared in his intrigue. However, her first impression was one of disappointment. The purity and potency of their Byakugan seemed surprisingly weak. Some clan members appeared to be under some sort of seal, their powers suppressed. Why? Why would they deliberately restrain the Byakugan? Kaguya was filled with questions, while Naruto marveled at the vastness of the Hyuga clan's domain. Hinata's home is this large? Kakashi, along with the two, was ushered into a grand hall where Naruto spotted a familiar face, Hinata Hyuga. She seemed to be engaged in a spar with a girl even shorter than herself. Wow, they are amazing. I can't even understand their moves. This is the Hyuga clan? Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. The clan leader, Hiashi Hyuga, also took notice of their presence. Likewise, Hinata, upon seeing Naruto, froze in surprise, her demeanor shifting to one of flustered anxiety. Naruto-kun, why is he here? In that moment of her distraction, Hanabi seized the opportunity and struck, effortlessly defeating Hinata. Witnessing this, Hiashi shook his head, disappointment etched across his features. Hinata, glancing up at her father and seeing that look of disappointment, managed a bitter smile. Not only that, but she felt she must seem weak in Naruto's eyes too. Losing to her sister was undoubtedly embarrassing. The weight of her thoughts deepened her sorrow. She wished to shield Naruto from witnessing her shortcomings. Yet, Hinata, that was amazing, Naruto exclaimed, his excitement unabated. Is that what the Byakugan can do? It looks incredible. Hinata, stunned by his praise, stared blankly at Naruto. Impressive? Happiness rushed over her, and she was momentarily caught off guard, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Stop shouting, Naruto, Kakashi scolded, pinching Naruto's head in a light reprimand. I got it, Naruto mumbled. Kakashi then turned to Hiashi. Speaking with a hint of respect, my apologies, Hiashi-sama. Naruto can be rather exuberant. Please do not take offense. Hiashi shook his head, acknowledging the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. I see. This is the one the third Hokage spoke of, the one who possesses the Byakugan. I wonder if Hiashi-sama can discern anything? Kakashi gestured towards Kaguya, whose captivating beauty was undeniable, even causing Hinata to bow her head in humility. Yet, it was not her beauty that drew attention, but her pure, untainted Byakugan. Chapter 18, What on Earth? A Clan from the Moon? On that day, as the clan leader, Hisashi, gazed upon the woman before him, particularly captivated by her striking white eyes, he found himself momentarily frozen like a statue. What was this sensation? When their eyes met, it felt as though an immense weight was pressing down on his head, rendering him breathless. It was a suppression akin to that of the soul. Thud! In a sudden collapse, Hisashi sank to the ground, struggling to breathe, his heart racing, causing the onlookers to exchange worried glances. Father? Hinata and Hanabi rushed to support him, bewildered by the abrupt change in his demeanor. What was happening? Clan leader Hisashi, are you all right? Kakashi inquired with concern. I am fine, he murmured, aided by his daughters to regain his footing, yet his spirit remained fraught with unease. Those eyes, those white eyes, they were the embodiment of authority, reminiscent of a son confronting his father, or rather, his ancestors. Who on earth was she? May I ask your name, miss? Hisashi queried, his tone shifting as he felt the weight of her gaze. This presence was not to be trifled with. I am Kaguya Otsutsuki, she replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Hisashi's face contorted with confusion. Kaguya Otsutsuki? Otsutsuki, Kaguya Otsutsuki. For some reason, he felt a vague familiarity with this name, as if it were inscribed within the ancient texts of the Hyuga clan, but why could he not recall? Father, what is wrong? Hinata expressed her concern, her younger sister Hanabi mirroring her worry. Clan leader Hisashi, do you have any insights about Kaguya? Kakashi pressed on. After a moment of silence, Hisashi spoke gravely. Miss, where did you come from? Kakashi was at a loss for words. Kaguya is someone we encountered in a bamboo grove. She is extraordinarily powerful, a being from the heavens. Naruto exclaimed. Heavens? Hisashi was taken aback, as were Hinata and Hanabi. From the heavens, Otsutsuki village? Hisashi's eyes widened in realization as memories surged forth. The ancient texts of the Hyuga clan had indeed chronicled the history of Otsutsuki village, wherein their ancestors had journeyed to the moon, while the remaining clansmen had flourished here. Some historical accounts had faded over the millennia, eroded by time and conflict. From the heavens. Could it be were you part of the group that once traveled to the moon under the guidance of the Otsutsuki ancestors? Hisashi asked in astonishment. Otsutsuki village? Who is that? Kaguya pondered, her brow furrowing in confusion. This village seemed foreign to her, a name she had never heard before. Yet the moon they spoke of, was it the celestial body that appeared in the night sky? Naruto had mentioned that it manifested every evening. Indeed, it was astonishing. I cannot believe you are still alive. This is utterly incredible. Hisashi's face radiated excitement, thrilled to encounter kin from the moon in his lifetime. Does clan leader Hisashi possess any knowledge? Kakashi inquired. Hinata and the others were puzzled. People from the moon? Can one truly inhabit the moon? Naruto was equally bewildered. To be honest, the ancient texts of the Hyuga clan speak of an ancestor named Otsutsuki Yumura. He led a portion of our clan to the moon, and Miss Kaguya. I suspect you are a descendant of that group. Hisashi declared with a smile. Otsutsuki Yumura? The group was filled with curiosity. I never imagined you would still be alive and have come to the shinobi world. What of the other clansmen? Are they well? Hisashi inquired. Yes, they are quite well. Kaguya replied instinctively, without turning her gaze. Her white eyes are the epitome of purity, even surpassing that of our Hyuga clan and any of our ancestors. Precisely as recorded in the ancient texts, Hisashi remarked to Kakashi. The latter appeared utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the implications of Otsutsuki Yumura. I had no idea the Hyuga clan had such a history, Kakashi murmured. The annals of time have likely surpassed a millennium. Some details have been lost. Yet it is evident that the moon holds significance for the Hyuga clan, or rather, the Otsutsuki clan, Hisashi reflected. You refer to yourself as Otsutsuki. You must be a descendant of the moon's inhabitants, he continued. Kaguya furrowed her brow, pondering how to articulate that she belonged to the Otsutsuki clan, but not specifically to the so-called moon dwellers. Miss Kaguya, since we are of the same bloodline, would you consider residing with the Hyuga clan from now on? Hisashi proposed. Kaguya frowned, while Naruto was taken aback. Such mutual support could be advantageous, especially since I have inquiries regarding matters of the moon, Hisashi added. However, Kaguya shook her head and pointed at Naruto. No need. I shall reside with him. This statement sent ripples through the gathering. Wait, you mean with whom? Naruto? The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Hisashi stammered in disbelief. This is utterly absurd. How could that be permissible? You are a noble of the moon. How can you live with him? Hisashi's brow furrowed deeply. Hinata, too, was bewildered. She wants to live with Naruto? Does that mean sharing a room? Her complexion paled, and a pang of heartache pierced her, as if something precious were being snatched away. Why not? Kaguya challenged, her eyes narrowing as she fixed her gaze on Hisashi. The latter was rendered speechless, unsure how to respond. Could he forbid them? Naruto's status is quite unique, and if the two of you were to reside together, it could tarnish your reputations, Hisashi attempted to reason. This thought elicited a frown from Naruto. Is that so? But why should it matter? Kaguya replied calmly, her white eyes indifferent. Hisashi fell silent, grappling with his words. Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, bore a weighty identity that even the clan leader dared not approach. How magnificent, Kaguya? Naruto's heart echoed with admiration. Why should there be any restrictions? Indeed, why should it matter? Hanabi watched with wide-eyed innocence, unable to grasp the significance of either the Otsutsuki clan or the moon. This sister is so impressive, was her first thought. Even their father showed no fear. Yet why would she choose to live with that foolish boy? I shall reside with whomever I choose. That is my decision, and it is beyond your jurisdiction, Kaguya declared, her eyes widening as an overwhelming presence enveloped the gathering of Hyuga clansmen, rendering them unable to lift their heads. So this is what it means to be a descendant of the moon. Chapter 19. The Sage of Myaboku Mountain, Jiraiya. The excitement surged within Uzumaki Naruto as he gazed starry-eyed, utterly captivated. How could it be otherwise? Even Kakashi-sensei had said nothing to dissuade him. At that moment, Naruto's admiration for Hinata, Hyuga plummeted. Living together? Hinata timidly glanced at Kaguya, then quickly averted her gaze, feeling a pang of inferiority at her beauty. Naruto-kun, you and Miss Kaguya are cohabitating? After exchanging a few casual words, Hinata's earlier thoughts dissipated. She would not impose her will upon someone unwilling. Moreover, under the weight of those authoritative eyes, victory seemed uncertain. They departed from the Hyuga household, the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. This matter should be reported to Lord Hokage, Kakashi mused aloud. The moon, the great celestial body that appears at night? Kaguya interjected. Yes, indeed. Naruto nodded enthusiastically. Kakashi inquired. Is there a difference between the clan leader of the Hyuga and the kin you mentioned, Kaguya? Not at all, Kaguya replied, shaking her head. Kakashi, taken aback, pondered the notion of Hyuga clan members existing upon the moon. Truly hard to believe. Oh, Naruto suddenly exclaimed, startling both of them. I almost forgot. That place has no moon. He recalled with fervor, realizing that the world Kaguya descended upon was devoid of such a celestial body. As Naruto's revelation struck, Kakashi and Kaguya similarly came to the realization. Indeed, there was no moon. This meant Kaguya did not belong to the lunar clan. But what then of the Otsutsuki clan that the Hyuga leader spoke of? Otsutsuki Waimura? It seemed to align perfectly. While you amuse yourselves, I shall report this matter to the third Hokage, Kakashi stated before vanishing in an instant. Naruto and Kaguya exchanged knowing smiles. Come, allow me to show you around Konoha, Naruto declared, patting his chest confidently. All right, Kaguya nodded in agreement. In the land of rain, Mangekyō, heavy rain poured incessantly, shrouding the entire nation. The city, under the curtain of rain, appeared unusually tranquil. From a dilapidated pipe, a peculiar creature emerged, a blend of white and black that slithered forth. Clad in a dark cloud robe, its body sprouted sharp wooden spikes, radiating from the sides of its head. Could it be? There was no mistaking it. That scent belonged to Mother. The creature, a mix of black and white, was overwhelmed with emotion, its eyes gleaming with excitement as it sensed the familiar presence of its mother. It couldn't be wrong, surely. She had left a trace behind. 3 days later, Naruto continued to guide Kaguya through the streets, hoping to introduce her to some friends. Yet she appeared disinterested. Over the past few days, Naruto had taken Kaguya shopping for women's clothing, a task made easier by Sakura. As neither he nor Kaguya had any understanding of such matters, one was not a woman, and the other was an extraterrestrial being. Sakura, naturally, took great care of the beautiful newcomer. As they stumbled upon a waterfall, they heard a lecherous voice emanating from the nearby underbrush. Naruto and Kaguya exchanged glances before narrowing their focus on the source of the sound, which seemed to originate from a patch of grass. There, they spotted a white-haired figure crouched, peering at a group of maidens bathing beneath the waterfall, a lascivious grin plastered across his face. The one on the left is lovely, and the one on the right is just as delightful. Haha, what a sight. Naruto, upon hearing that repugnant voice, felt a wave of anger and swiftly kicked the man, sending him sprawling out of the bushes, his countenance shifting to one of fury. Who dares kick me? Ah, someone's peeping, the lecherous man exclaimed, recognizing his adversary. Sisters, let's teach him a lesson. The man's face turned pale at their response. He knew he had gone too far. In a flash, he vanished from sight, moving with the speed of someone well-versed in evasion. He's gone? Naruto gasped in surprise. That lecherous man? The voyeur? Wait, sisters, there's a little brat over there. He must be his accomplice. The maidens turned their fierce gazes upon Naruto, who turned pale, exclaiming, I'm not an accomplice. In his heart, he cursed the voyeur. Seize him. I'll pluck out his eyes. Panic-stricken, Naruto grabbed Kaguya and fled. Why are we running? Kaguya asked, puzzled. If I don't run, they'll gouge my eyes out. Naruto replied in terror. Understanding dawned upon Kaguya as they narrowly escaped the sisters' pursuit. Just as Naruto rounded a corner, he collided forcefully with another figure. Ouch! Watch where you're going, he complained, rubbing his head. The same could be said for you, little brat. Recognizing the familiar voice, Naruto stiffened. You perverted old man. Perverted? Who is perverted? Oh, I see. You were the one who kicked me earlier. The lecherous man retorted darkly. Just as the man was about to confront Naruto, his gaze fell upon Kaguya, rendering him utterly speechless. How beautiful! Who exactly are you, you perverted old man? Naruto demanded, disgruntled. Good question. With a puff of smoke. A figure clad in a red robe, with white hair and a scroll slung over his shoulder, materialized, accompanied by a massive toad at his feet. I am the sage of Miyaboko Mountain, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, commonly known as the Toad Sage. Both Naruto and Kaguya stood in shock at the sudden appearance of the lecherous old man, who immediately turned his attention to Kaguya. Miss, would you care to join me for a drink? Jiraiya asked, winking flirtatiously. Kaguya's expression turned cold. What a lecherous fellow you are. Indeed. I see you are nothing but a lecherous sage, Naruto retorted, pulling Kaguya protectively behind him and mercilessly mocking Jiraiya. Chapter 20. Let me tell you. The fourth Hokage is my disciple, the lecherous sage? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya turned pale with anger. Such an absurd title was nothing short of an affront to his esteemed self as the sage of the toads. How could he be labeled as lecherous? It was merely a virtue. How dare this little brat speak to him in such a manner? I am one of the legendary Sannin. Do you even comprehend what that means? Jiraiya retorted in disbelief. The legendary Sannin. Is he even more powerful than the fourth Hokage? Naruto Uzumaki tilted his head in confusion. Jiraiya's expression stiffened. I see you are merely a peeping Tom, almost dragging us into trouble just now. Naruto complained. Who told you to kick me? You little brat? Jiraiya glared. So now you have a justification for your peeping? That was merely research. What do you know, you little punk? I see you as nothing but a perverted wolf. Lecherous sage. Unreasonable, utterly unreasonable. How dare you speak to me like that? I am the sage of Mount Miyaboko. Lecherous sage. The two, one large and one small, were locked in a fierce stare down, neither yielding. Kaguya tilted her head, observing them as they bickered. Was this all just because of the peeping? Upon mentioning peeping, Kaguya expressed her confusion. Was it not merely a matter of spying? This is a lecher. A big lecher. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, oblivious to the quarrel with Naruto, was captivated by the beauty of the lady before him, utterly enchanted. She was breathtakingly lovely. Rubbing his hands together, he leered. Might I have the honor of sharing tea and sweets with you, my lady? Oh ho ho. You truly are a super lecherous sage, Naruto exclaimed. Kaguya looked upon the middle-aged man with a lewd smile, her face immediately contorting in disdain. Slap. Unable to contain herself any longer, she delivered a resounding slap. Oh, my handsome face. The lecherous sage wailed, clutching his face. Well done, Kaguya. That's how you handle perverted uncles like him. Naruto cheered. Jiraiya stared at Kaguya in shock. This was not right. The force of that slap was extraordinary. He had only felt such power from one particular princess. You are Tsunade? No, something is off. Jiraiya squinted, secretly glancing at her chest. It seemed smaller than Tsunade's, wrapped quite tightly. Not her. Kaguya's expression turned icy once more as she raised her hand for another slap. Smack. Jiraiya howled, feeling the sting. With such force. I would believe you were Tsunade. No. I swear, I will never do it again. Jiraiya pleaded, covering his face. Sister, I promise I won't do it again. You mentioned you are one of the legendary Sannin? What exactly is that? Naruto inquired innocently. Jiraiya's eyes widened. You don't even know about the Sannin? You already have a forehead protector, and yet you are unaware of the legendary title? What kind of look is that? Naruto saw a hint of foolishness in Jiraiya's eyes. You don't know about the Sannin, and yet you call yourself a ninja? Naruto's face darkened, incredulous. What on earth is this? Who is stronger? The Sannin or the fourth Hokage? Naruto pouted. If I don't show you a thing or two, you might never understand the true worth of the Sannin. Jiraiya stood tall, casting a formidable shadow over Naruto, while the sun illuminated the two vivid red handprints on his cheek. Do you know who the fourth Hokage is? Jiraiya asked, feigning depth. The fourth Hokage is the great hero who sealed the Nine-Tails Fox, the savior of our village. Naruto declared proudly. A hero, indeed. The fourth Hokage is a great hero, but do you know what my identity is? Jiraiya queried. Naruto shook his head. I am the teacher of the fourth Hokage. Surprised. Are you? Unexpected, isn't it? Jiraiya chuckled. You must be astonished. Naruto regarded him with a look of utter disbelief. You? The teacher of the fourth Hokage? Naruto questioned skeptically. Absolutely. Jiraiya affirmed confidently. Naruto looked him up and down, skepticism etched on his face, filled with disdain. This lecherous old man. The teacher of the fourth Hokage? What a ridiculous joke. With such a lecherous demeanor, you claim to be the teacher of the fourth Hokage? I can't believe it. Naruto thought, overwhelmed with disbelief. It seems I must demonstrate something for you to believe me. Jiraiya smirked, slowly raising his hand. Suddenly, a swirling sphere of azure chakra began to form in his palm, spiraling with chaotic grace. Look closely, kid. Mesmerized, Naruto gazed intently at the orb in Jiraiya's hand. Seeing Naruto captivated, Jiraiya's smile widened as he spoke. This is an Ultra A-rank ninjutsu developed by the fourth Hokage over 3 years. Naruto, entranced by the chakra ball, thought to himself, ninjutsu created by the fourth Hokage? Boom. The wall exploded, leaving a massive crater, the sheer might of it leaving Naruto, who had never witnessed such power, utterly astonished. Dust and debris made Kaguya frown, prompting her to step back. She disliked the dusty atmosphere. So, do you want to learn? Jiraiya seized the moment, tempting him. Absolutely. Naruto's eyes sparkled. That technique was far more impressive than Kakashi's Raikiri. It was simply too cool. You want to learn, huh? But I won't teach you. Ha ha ha. Frustrating, isn't it? Naruto's expression fell instantly, the smugness on Jiraiya's face infuriating him. You little brat, think about it slowly. This sage must take his leave. Jiraiya vanished in an instant. Left behind were Naruto and Kaguya, with Naruto's cheeks puffed up in indignation. His desire to learn and to slap that lecherous sage's face evident on his face. How utterly infuriating. Naruto shouted. Kaguya tilted her head, gazing at the crater beside them. Perplexed. Was he gathering such high-density chakra to form a chaotic energy sphere? As a member of the Otsutsuki clan, she had an innate understanding of such power and immediately discerned its essence. Meanwhile, atop a colossal ancient tree, Jiraiya watched Naruto's receding figure, his thoughts drifting. Your child, Minato. Chapter 21. Kaguya, you wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? In the Hokage office. The third Hokage gazed intently at the scene within the crystal ball, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The image revealed a hot spring. Bang! The door swung open with force, and a figure strode in. Jiraiya froze, as did the third Hokage. They exchanged awkward glances, the atmosphere thick with embarrassment. Ahem. I'm back. Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat, hastily changing the channel. Today was indeed a moment of utter disgrace. Jiraiya, with a teasing glance at the elder, remarked calmly. You've aged, haven't you? The last time I saw you, your hair was not nearly this gray. He sighed inwardly. There were countless tedious matters to address, and with age, the hair naturally turned white. You must be aware of my reason for summoning you back, Hiruzen said with composure. After passing the mantle of Hokage to the fourth, he had anticipated a peaceful retirement. However, the unexpected attack of the Ninetales upon Konoha, followed by the heroic sacrifice of the fourth and his wife to seal the beast, had forced the aged Sarutobi back into duty as Hokage. For years, he had been shouldering the burdens left behind by the fourth, as he stood on the precipice of retirement. Old man, I truly apologize for these years. Jiraiya's eyes flickered with a pang of sorrow. Were he to face such chaos, he feared he would lose his sanity. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us be practical. Stay and assist this old man. Relieve me of some of this pressure, Sarutobi grumbled. You know I have little fondness for those old geezers, Jiraiya replied with a bitter smile, then added, worry not. I shall remain for a while. Is that so? Hiruzen furrowed his brows, but then relaxed slightly. Jiraiya nodded, his gaze wandering to the wall adorned with portraits of past Hokages. He paused at the image of the yellow-clad figure, a sigh escaping his lips. That boy. I see he shows no respect for his elders at all. Jiraiya suddenly remarked, recalling Naruto Uzumaki's youthful face. Naruto, what do you think of that child? Hiruzen murmured, thinking of the boisterous boy. He had inherited none of his father's virtues, yet possessed an abundance of Kushina's fiery temper. Jiraiya couldn't help but think of Naruto's visage, which inevitably led him to reminisce about Kushina. However, he does suit my tastes, Jiraiya mused. Is that so? Then I shall rest easy, Sarutobi replied. Leave that boy to me. Jiraiya declared. The following day, Jiraiya arrived early at Naruto's window, drawing back the curtain to reveal a scene that left him momentarily stunned. Before him, a woman clad in sleepwear was gripping the boy's neck, greedily drawing chakra from him. Kaguya seemed to sense something, as a blinding light shone upon her, and she turned to stare, momentarily taken aback. For a moment, the three exchanged wide-eyed glances, engulfed in an awkward silence. Jiraiya stood frozen. Had he arrived at an inopportune moment? Moreover, what was this indiscreet display? And the bite marks on Naruto's neck. Woe is me. How enviable. Why is it that no one is willing to do the same for me? Tsunade, when will you? He forced a smile, closed the curtain, and sighed deeply, his heart brimming with envy and jealousy. Why is it that everyone has found their partner while I remain perpetually single? The plight of a solitary man is indeed tragic. As the curtain fell once more, Kaguya and Naruto exchanged glances. Sensing the departure of the intruder, Kaguya yearned to continue, only to be coldly halted by Naruto. With an innocent expression, she cursed the miscreant who had interrupted. Kaguya, do calm yourself. You've already absorbed so much, Naruto remarked, perplexed. Lately, Kaguya had grown increasingly brazen. Previously, her consumption had been modest, but now she was insatiable. Was she truly injured? Naruto pondered, recalling her claims during their time together, yet she hardly seemed unwell. But I still feel a bit unwell. Just a little more chakra would suffice, Kaguya insisted. Yet you appear quite energetic. Have you truly not recovered? Are you attempting to deceive me? Naruto questioned, suspicion evident in his tone. Kaguya's heart raced. Had she been discovered? She had been rather bold lately, and should not have been so hasty. Nonsense. How could I deceive you? I am genuinely injured. You must believe me, Kaguya replied earnestly. But it hardly seems so, Naruto muttered. You must trust me. Although you are quite fragrant. No, I mean my injuries are severe and not visible from the outside. I must continue to absorb chakra to recover, otherwise I shall. Kaguya fabricated an elaborate tale, adopting a feeble demeanor. Her portrayal of fragility successfully convinced Naruto. Feeling guilty, Naruto said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted you. It's all right. We are friends, Kaguya replied with a gentle smile. Is your injury serious? Do you still require chakra? It wouldn't hurt to absorb a bit more, Naruto inquired. At his words, Kaguya's spirits lifted, and just as she prepared to lean down for more, the curtain was abruptly drawn aside again. Could you two put on some clothes? I have business to attend to. Jiraiya's words caught in his throat as he beheld their actions. Once more, the trio exchanged wide-eyed stares, each face etched with embarrassment. With a forced smile adorning Jiraiya's face, Kaguya exuded an icy demeanor, her annoyance at being interrupted palpable. I see now it's you, the peeping sage. Naruto suddenly yelled, recollecting something. Peeping sage? I am the frog sage. Jiraiya retorted, speechless. Meanwhile, Kaguya rose and, under Jiraiya's watchful gaze, fiercely drew the curtain shut once more. Then, much to Naruto's bewilderment, she climbed back up and sank her teeth into his neck. Ah, Kaguya, what's wrong? That hurts. Be gentler, Naruto shouted, eliciting a wave of envy from Jiraiya outside. Woe is me. Such cruelty towards the single. Chapter 22, Following Jiraiya. Training on water. Beneath the azure sky, the trio journeyed together. Uzumaki Naruto incessantly rubbed his neck, which bore a vivid red bite mark, a grotesque testament to Kaguya's handiwork. With a face full of resentment, Naruto cast a baleful glance at Kaguya, who, in stark contrast, appeared in high spirits, embodying the demeanor of a rogue. Utterly indifferent to Naruto's glowering gaze. Nevertheless, her eyes glinted coldly when they fell upon Jiraiya. This man was notorious for his misdeeds. Pray tell, you infamous perverted sage, what brings you to my humble abode? Naruto queried with an icy demeanor. What do you mean by perverted sage? I've told you to show me some respect. I am here, of course, to help you grow stronger, Jiraiya replied, initially speechless, then sporting a slight smile. Stronger? Are you planning to teach me that technique? Naruto exclaimed, excitement lighting up his features. Absolutely not. Jiraiya firmly denied, his expression serious. Naruto's enthusiasm deflated as if doused with cold water, leaving him expressionless and disappointed. Don't be so disheartened. You are not yet ready to learn that technique. I've heard from Kakashi about your situation. Possessing an enormous chakra reserve yet lacking in control is quite the conundrum, Jiraiya observed, shaking his head at Naruto. Naruto's face darkened. Then how will you teach me? He asked, fervently yearning to master that coveted technique, the Azure Orb. Too formidable, too powerful. Mastering that technique would surely enable me to defeat that arrogant Sasuke. Jiraiya maintained his stoic demeanor as he led them swiftly to a cascading waterfall. Ah, this is the very spot I spied upon yesterday. Alas, no maidens are present today. He lamented. Naruto's exasperation grew. What now, you perverted sage? I suddenly have no desire to teach you, Jiraiya remarked, devoid of interest as he fixed his gaze on Naruto. You truly are a lecherous sage. Naruto retorted angrily, before an idea struck him. His eyes flickered as he formed hand seals and finally, boom! Ninjutsu, seduction technique. With a puff of white smoke, a figure with twin ponytails, a voluptuous silhouette, and bare skin appeared before Jiraiya, revealing a scene that was nothing short of scandalous. Jiraiya's eyes widened, and Kaguya stood frozen in astonishment. Lord Jiraiya, teach me too. Naruto cooed, batting his large eyes. Gasping, Jiraiya inhaled sharply, and then, absolutely. As Naruto watched Jiraiya's true colors emerge, he was filled with exhilaration. Yay, we made a pact. I adore this. Can you tell me what this technique is called? Jiraiya, grinning and lecherous, replied, it's called the seduction technique. Naruto was momentarily taken aback. No wonder you're known as the perverted sage. Ha ha ha, I adore it. How can one be so enticing? Naruto pondered, bemused at how easily adults fell prey to such a technique. You promised to teach me that technique. He insisted, bubbling with excitement. Jiraiya, however, turned his back to Naruto, his fingers tapping together, a mischievous grin suggesting he was concocting something untoward. Very well, but their essay condition, What condition? During training. Could you maintain this form? Naruto's face darkened once more. Bang! He reverted to his original form. Kaguya stood like a statue, impervious to the elements, her eyes wide with shock and an unmistakable absurdity. In an instant, an inexplicable sense of shame washed over her. She could not fathom why, but only a woman could grasp such a feeling. I've become depraved, she murmured, her cheeks flushed. Kaguya, what did you say? Naruto inquired. Taken aback. Step 1, control. I've heard from Kakashi that you've mastered tree walking? Jiraiya casually asked. Indeed. Naruto nodded. Then, can you walk upon water as you did on trees? Jiraiya stated calmly. Though puzzled, Naruto complied, gathering chakra in his feet, and then, splash, he plunged into the water. Ah! Jiraiya erupted in laughter, viewing Naruto as nothing more than a drenched chicken. What gives? I managed fine on the tree. Why can't I do it now? Naruto exclaimed, crawling onto the shore, perplexed. Unyielding, he concentrated his chakra once more and plunged back into the water. You fool. Do you think merely gathering chakra in your feet will suffice? The trees are stationary, but water flows. Jiraiya scolded with a chuckle. What do you mean? Naruto asked, bewildered. Jiraiya sighed. How could this child be so lacking in comprehension? It's quite simple. To walk upon a tree, you only need to concentrate and maintain a certain amount of chakra because the tree remains still. However, the water is dynamic. To stay afloat, you must continuously release an adequate amount of chakra, just enough to support your body on the water's surface. It requires a certain level of maintenance. Do you understand? Jiraiya explained. Naruto froze but feigned understanding, replying, I think I get it. You understand nothing. Jiraiya thought to himself, lamenting the child's lack of inherited wisdom from his parents, while being burdened with numerous shortcomings. Kaguya observed the scene with great curiosity. The Otsutsuki clan relied on flight and never needed to run upon the ground. I've shared the method with you. Practice diligently, Jiraiya stated casually, finding a patch of grass to recline upon. Naruto, face darkened, gathered chakra once more, cautiously testing the waters, and, splash, he fell in yet again. Kaguya sat nearby, quietly watching him, finding no boredom in the spectacle. Naruto, under Kaguya's gaze, repeatedly fell and climbed back out of the water, persisting in his attempts. Gradually, he began to adapt, as if grasping the essence of the technique. Time passed unnoticed. As evening descended, the sun dipped below the horizon. With a triumphant shout, he exclaimed, I did it! Chapter 23, Signing the Contract, My Bokuzen, Spiritual Training. I have succeeded. The jubilant voice of Uzumaki Naruto echoed over the water's surface, while Jiraiya, bewildered, opened his eyes, glanced at the sky, and then rose to stand before Naruto. At this moment, Naruto was exuberantly bouncing on the river, his small face brimming with excitement. After such a long time, he could finally walk upon the water. Not bad. I thought it would take you at least 3 days to master it. I must have underestimated you, Jiraiya remarked calmly, though his heart was tumultuous. With his keen perception, he could sense the immense chakra within Naruto, and yet he had managed to control it in just 1 day, walking on the water's surface. Remarkable. So, can you teach me that technique now, pervy sage? Naruto exclaimed eagerly. Jiraiya cast a sidelong glance at him. The boy was drenched, evidently having practiced tirelessly throughout the day, pouring forth much effort. He replied serenely, "Let's wait until tomorrow. It's too late now, and I prefer not to teach at this hour." "Why not?" Naruto's face fell in disappointment. "Do not rush, you little brat," Jiraiya said, exasperated. "All right then, you must teach me tomorrow." Naruto shouted enthusiastically. "Understood, understood. Do you think I would deceive you, you little rascal?" Jiraiya replied casually, then sneezed and turned away, gradually fading from Naruto's sight. Watching the receding figure, Naruto blinked and shouted, "I am Uzumaki Naruto." Yet, there was no response for a long while. As he was about to head to the shore, he heard, "Understood, understood." At this, Naruto beamed with joy. Meanwhile, Kaguya, having spent the entire day in boredom, looked at Naruto and murmured, "I am hungry." After a full day of training, she too felt famished. "Let us go. We must feast today," Naruto exclaimed, pulling Kaguya along as they hurried toward the Ichiraku Ramen shop. "If they close now, it will be a disaster." In the dead of night, "Kakashi, teach me to train." It was Sasuke Uchiha, the sole heir of the Uchiha clan, who sought out Kakashi in the middle of the night while he was peeking at the heaven of romance. Kakashi regarded the cool-faced youth standing outside the window and sighed. "It's late at night. Sasuke, training at this hour is not advisable. Training should be done during the day. I want to become stronger," Sasuke replied calmly. Earlier in the evening, he had encountered Naruto and had felt a sense of pressure emanating from him. That dead last has grown stronger again. He could hardly fathom that in just a few short days, Naruto had managed to improve yet again. This newfound strength instilled a feeling of unease within him. Setting aside his quest for revenge, he felt an inexplicable urge to never lose to Naruto. This feeling was particularly intense. Is it because of Naruto? Kakashi pondered. Indeed, with Jiraiya's return and his training of Naruto, had that created a sense of pressure for Sasuke? "Well, seeing your diligence, let us go," Kakashi said nonchalantly. At this, Sasuke felt a surge of joy. The following day, Jiraiya returned to Naruto's home, greeted once more by the familiar curtains. He tremblingly pulled them aside. What met his eyes was a scene that rendered him silent. Kaguya and Naruto exchanged awkward glances. "Let us begin today's training," Jiraiya stated calmly. They stood before the familiar waterfall once again. An odd trio, one tall, one small, and one otherworldly being, had returned. Kaguya glared icily at Jiraiya, recalling how he had interrupted her earlier endeavors. "Hey, pervy sage, it's time to teach me that jutsu," Naruto exclaimed with fervor. "Be patient. Before I teach you that technique, I will first impart another ninjutsu," Jiraiya replied. "What ninjutsu is that?" Naruto questioned, his excitement dimming. Let me ask you something. Are you aware that you possess 2 types of chakra within you?" Jiraiya said mysteriously. 2 types of chakra? Naruto was taken aback. "Indeed. While most individuals possess only 1. You have 2. Have you felt this over the years?" Jiraiya inquired. At this, Naruto paused, squinting in contemplation, and then replied, "Now that you mention it, every time Kaguya bites me, I feel an inexplicable surge of chakra within me." Jiraiya's face darkened, and he felt tears welling up. "What do you mean by bite? If you can't articulate properly, then don't speak. That chakra is a different color, red in hue. But what does that have to do with my ninjutsu training?" Naruto pondered aloud. Today's practice will be to control and harness that power, and the ninjutsu I will teach you is the summoning technique." Jiraiya grinned. "Summoning technique? Is that the one where you sign a blood contract with a creature to summon it?" Jiraiya explained. "Is that like the toad I summoned before?" Naruto recalled. "Precisely. Given your current chakra level, although you can learn the summoning technique, today's training aims to draw out the hidden power within you for its application in this technique," Jiraiya stated earnestly. Naruto listened, somewhat confused, feeling as though he understood yet did not. "Then let us get started. I want to learn this summoning technique as soon as possible," he urged. "You are quite impatient," Jiraiya sighed, rising to a nearby open space. "I will demonstrate first. Make sure to observe closely. Inu, Tatsu, Ushi, Hitsuji Nizumi." After biting his finger, Jiraiya formed these 5 hand seals and then slammed his palm down onto the ground. Boom. With a puff of smoke, a massive orange toad with striking patterns appeared before them. This toad bore a large scroll in its mouth and a tag inscribed with the word Cho around its neck. Is this a summoning beast? It looks amazing. Naruto's eyes sparkled with wonder. The toad Cho then offered the scroll to Naruto. This is the contract scroll for the My Bokuzen toads. Simply write your name with your blood and seal it, Jiraiya instructed. Naruto nodded, opened the scroll, and was taken aback by the multitude of names and thumbprints. Among them, the name that astonished him most was the very first one. Namake's Minato. He recalled that name belonged to the 4th Hokage. Mention of the 4th Hokage brought back memories of what the Ninetales had said, rendering him momentarily unable to accept why the hero he had always admired would do such a thing. The 4th Hokage is on this list, Naruto murmured. The 4th Hokage was my most exceptional pupil, someone I once held in high regard. But enough of that. He has passed away. There's no need to dwell on it, Jiraiya sighed. I will surpass him. I absolutely will. Naruto declared earnestly. Chapter 24. The art of summoning. Now that you've signed the blood contract, we can begin, Jiraiya said, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. He was eager to witness the extent of this child's capabilities. After all, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had successfully summoned on his very first attempt. Surely, his child would not be lacking in talent. All right, Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed with excitement as he bit down on his index finger and swiftly rubbed it against his palm, forming the necessary hand seals. Summoning jutsu. With Naruto's spirited shout, a plume of white smoke erupted from the ground. Under the expectant gaze of the 3 onlookers, what emerged was a small, orange and yellow speckled tadpole. Naruto squinted, momentarily stunned, while Jiraiya mirrored his astonishment, staring at the wriggling tadpole at Naruto's feet. Kaguya blinked, asking silently, where was the frog? A tadpole? This boy shows no aptitude whatsoever in this regard, Jiraiya thought, frustration etching his features. How disappointing, especially after all his anticipation. Bang! The tadpole vanished. Ha ha ha, that was just a fluke. I wasn't prepared. Next time, I will definitely summon something. Naruto insisted earnestly, noticing Jiraiya's expression. Remember, to perform the summoning jutsu, you must channel a substantial amount of chakra, Jiraiya reminded him. Naruto attempted once more, this time channeling a significant amount of chakra from within. He quickly formed the seals again. Bang! The tadpole reappeared. Naruto, perhaps you should try feeling for another source of chakra. Not everyone can be the 4th Hokage, Jiraiya suggested. Naruto paused, gritting his teeth with determination. Just watch. I will summon a frog. Bang! Summoning jutsu. Summoning jutsu. Ah, why is it still this tadpole? Naruto was on the verge of losing his mind. Was there some grudge between him and this tadpole? It shouldn't be the case. His chakra should suffice. Why was this happening? How peculiar. Did he truly possess no talent? Jiraiya pondered. After all, Naruto's chakra had already reached the threshold necessary for summoning. So why was it failing? Surely, the Ninetales wouldn't be causing trouble, would it? Speaking of which, those wretched frogs again, the Ninetales rumbled ominously. Jiraiya, I believe he was the 4th Hokage's teacher. Asking why Naruto couldn't summon was futile. The answer was, of course, the Ninetales. Time passed swiftly, summoning jutsu, with Naruto's countless shouts. A white smoke enveloped the area, revealing a tadpole with legs. Wonderful, I did it! Naruto exclaimed, brimming with excitement. But isn't that still a tadpole? Jiraiya replied. Exasperated. What do you mean? Look here, look. It has legs now. Naruto pointed at the creature, his spirits high. Jiraiya sighed in exasperation. You fool, summon a real frog. Enough of your nagging, pervy sage. I'm doing my best. Just having legs is already progress. Jiraiya looked skyward, letting out a resigned sigh, muttering, in this line of work, you truly have no talent. Just wait and see, I will summon a frog. Naruto shouted, filled with fervor. Days turned into a week. During this week, aside from eating and sleeping, Naruto dedicated himself entirely to training. The summoning jutsu evolved from a long-legged tadpole into a fully formed 4-legged tadpole. Gazing at this creature, Naruto's face turned pale, and he clutched his cheeks, nearly in tears. What does a frog even look like? This shouldn't be happening. He felt certain that even without sensing the Ninetales' power, his chakra was more than adequate. Why was it failing? Jiraiya was equally perplexed. He had no idea that the Ninetales was up to mischief. Did Naruto truly possess no talent whatsoever? Jiraiya contemplated. Could it be due to the Ninetales? It seemed that, somehow, he needed to draw out the Nine-Tails chakra, lest his unease linger. If he wanted to unleash the Nine-Tails power, it would likely require special means. Jiraiya gazed at Naruto and spoke. What means? Naruto tightened, feeling a sense of dread. Of course, I shall let you experience what death feels like. Jiraiya cackled, akin to a cunning fox. What are you planning? Naruto stammered, clearly alarmed. However, at that moment, Kaguya, who had been silent for so long, suddenly spoke up. Actually, if you wish to draw out that power, I can assist. Both men paused in astonishment. You can bring out the Nine-Tails power? Jiraiya asked, incredulous. Yes, Kaguya nodded. It's quite simple. Just a single breath will do. Naruto has been training for a week, and I've had no chance to absorb any chakra. I've been hungry this entire time. Very well then, Miss Kaguya, let us proceed with your method, Jiraiya agreed. Kaguya nodded and approached Naruto, licking her lips with excitement. Then, under Naruto's puzzled gaze, she bit down on his wrist. As chakra surged into her, Kaguya reveled in the sensation, while Naruto grimaced. Yet, at that moment, he distinctly felt another source of chakra, crimson and unmistakably the Nine-Tails. It was as if he once again saw that great door. Foolish fox, lend me your chakra. Suddenly, Naruto's eyes flew open. He bit his finger, swiftly formed the seals, and fiercely slapped the ground. Summoning jutsu. Boom. A massive plume of white smoke erupted, and when Naruto opened his eyes once more, he found himself faced with a colossal creature, towering at least 100 meters tall, dwarfing everything around it. A gigantic frog had been summoned. This frog, standing 100 meters high, held a cigarette in its mouth and bore a scar over its right eye, exuding an aura of intimidation, belonging to one of the three great gangs of Mount Myaboku. Gamabunta. Well, you actually summoned Gamabunta. Jiraiya remarked from below. Woohoo, I did it. I, Naruto Uzumaki, finally have my summoning beast. Naruto shouted with unbridled joy. After all this time, he had finally succeeded, and he was no longer just a long-legged tadpole. Chapter 25. The Training of the Spiraling Sphere, Phase 1. Gazing at the colossal summoning toad beneath him, Naruto Uzumaki was overwhelmed with excitement. He had finally summoned his own spirit beast. It was so large and powerful. Hey, are you the spirit beast I summoned? From now on, I shall be your master. Naruto exclaimed, patting the toad's head. Upon hearing this, the toad, Fukasaku, squinted slightly at the tiny figure above him and felt a flicker of anger. Have you never encountered the Toad Mafia before? You little brat, get off my head. Who gave you permission to stand upon it? Fukasaku retorted. Haha, aren't you my spirit beast? Naruto was taken aback, confused about the toad's explosive temperament. Who is your spirit beast? Get down from there right now. Oh, I see. It's you, Jiraiya. Fukasaku shot a sideways glance at the chuckling Jiraiya. Haha. This has nothing to do with me. That brat summoned you. Jiraiya laughed. Just this kid? Fukasaku was incredulous, his face betraying a hint of disdain as he regarded the foolish-looking Naruto. So, you are indeed my spirit beast, right? Isn't that so? Naruto said joyfully, slapping Fukasaku's back with a beaming smile. Who is your spirit beast? I refuse. Fukasaku scoffed. Why not? I am your summoner. Why are you acting like this? Naruto's expression soured, contemplating the toad's temper. Why are you so irritable? He added, feeling quite vexed. Seeing Naruto complain on his back, Fukasaku felt a tickling annoyance and shouted. You little brat, get off me now. No, get down. No, I'll say this one last time. You better get off me, or I'll make you regret it. Thus, the two continued their bickering, neither yielding an inch, while Jiraiya observed the scene with amusement. Kaguya watched in fascination, wondering if this was indeed the spirit beast summoned by Naruto. The power within the toad did not seem like chakra, but rather a force that invoked a slight aversion in her. I will make you acknowledge me, Naruto declared. Who wants to acknowledge you? Get down now. Fukasaku retorted, clearly displeased. They struggled throughout the day, and despite Fukasaku's best efforts to shake him off, Naruto clung on tenaciously, causing Fukasaku considerable frustration. All right, fine. I acknowledge you, now get down. Fukasaku finally relented, exasperated. Really? 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 Naruto, though fatigued, was filled with exhilaration. However, I will only consider you my little brother. There's no way I'm going to be your spirit beast. Fukasaku said sternly. What? You want me to be your little brother? Why do you spirit beasts have such bad tempers? Naruto lamented. You don't want that? What is wrong with calling me big brother? Why are you being so fierce? Naruto felt wronged, as the situation was not as he had envisioned. Hey, don't act all innocent. Even the fourth Hokage spoke to me with utmost respect. I am Fukasaku. Remember, if you encounter any trouble, just come to me, big brother. Fukasaku declared, adopting a swaggering demeanor. Boom. Suddenly, Fukasaku burst into a cloud of white mist, leaving Naruto at his limit, his consciousness fading. Jiraiya, witnessing this, rose to assist Naruto, gazing at the youth with a sigh. I can't believe you actually managed to subdue Fukasaku. But as for being a little brother, had he exhausted his chakra? In his dazed state, Naruto suddenly reached out, grasping Jiraiya's arm, forcing a smile. I did it. You promised to teach me that technique. Hearing this, Jiraiya could only smile wryly. I'm not refusing to teach you. Why the rush? Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Naruto drifted into a deep slumber. Jiraiya then entrusted Naruto to Kaguya, saying, Miss Kaguya, I leave Naruto in your care. She nodded, cradling Naruto in her arms, or rather, Princess carrying him. Kaguya glanced down at the sleeping Naruto, noticing a smile slowly forming at the corner of his lips. He was smiling. Kaguya paused for a moment, then smiled in return. The next day, now you should teach me that technique, you lecherous sage. Naruto exclaimed earnestly at the lecherous sage before him. All right. Why the hurry? And I told you not to call me the lecherous sage. Jiraiya replied, exasperated. He then began to explain the crucial technique that would take Naruto from novice to Hokage. The technique I am about to teach you is one that the fourth Hokage spent 3 years developing. Its difficulty level is rated A, and it is called the spiraling sphere. As he spoke, Jiraiya extended his palm, revealing a dazzling blue sphere that spun irregularly, radiant and mesmerizing. The spiraling sphere? Naruto gazed at the orb in awe. Jiraiya glanced at Naruto before approaching a large tree, clenching the spiraling sphere tightly and striking it with tremendous force. Boom! With a resounding thud, the tree trunk caved in, splintering into countless fragments, leaving behind a massive crater. Now, Naruto, your first task is to break this water balloon. Jiraiya handed over a pre-prepared water balloon to Naruto. Naruto received it, puzzled, wondering how breaking a water balloon constituted training. In response to Naruto's confusion, Jiraiya patiently explained. This water balloon exercise is designed to help you create a flow of chakra, which requires rotation, much like when you climb trees. However, this time, you must strike the chakra and maintain it in your hand. Just like when you walk on water, you must continuously release chakra to stir the water within the balloon, ultimately breaking it. After speaking, Jiraiya took out another water balloon and released his chakra, causing the water balloon to compress and bulge. Finally, boom! It exploded. I see now. I understand. Naruto exclaimed. So it's about breaking the water balloon? That's easy. With that, he followed the lecherous sage's instructions and began to practice. But nothing happened. The water inside the balloon remained undisturbed. Why isn't it working? Naruto questioned, bewildered. Don't get too cocky. If it were that simple, the fourth Hokage wouldn't have spent 3 years on this. Take your time to learn, Jiraiya replied, departing as he had spent enough time with this kid and was yearning for some female company. Chapter 26. Training. The journey of training is long and arduous. 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. In the first stage of the Rasengan, Naruto Uzumaki has progressed from complete ignorance to the ability to make water swirl. However, this swirling motion struggles to break the water sphere. Oh no! Why is this stage so difficult? Naruto exclaimed, falling back onto the grass in defeat. The perverted sage had long since vanished, having only checked on Naruto's progress in the evenings, while spending the rest of his time gathering materials. Kaguya sat on the riverbank, her eyes filled with wonder as she gazed at the flowing water, brimming with curiosity about this world. This is a jutsu created by the fourth Hokage. Naruto mused, reflecting on the weight of the Nine-Tails words that had troubled him. Why had the fourth Hokage sealed the Nine-Tails within him? This question lingered in his mind. Kaguya, may I ask you something? Naruto suddenly inquired. Kaguya turned her head, her brow furrowed in confusion. What is it? Why did the fourth Hokage seal the Nine-Tails inside me? He murmured. Kaguya, bewildered, was aware of the fourth Hokage since Naruto often proclaimed his desire to surpass him, as he was the hero of the village. I don't know. She shook her head. Oh right, I almost forgot you weren't in the village before, Naruto chuckled. Kaguya noticed his lack of enthusiasm and wondered if it was due to the Nine-Tails. She watched as he tightened his grip on the water sphere, lost in thought, sometimes appearing confused and at other times anxious. Understanding his plight, she slowly rose and retrieved a water sphere from her bag, presenting it before Naruto. With a controlled flow of chakra, the water sphere before Naruto rapidly expanded until, with a loud pop, it burst. "How did you do that?" Naruto exclaimed in shock, bewildered as to why Kaguya had achieved it so effortlessly. "It's quite simple. You must learn to control that power. If one hand isn't enough, then use both," Kaguya suggested. Naruto's eyes lit up with realization as he exclaimed, "Of course. If one hand can't control it, then I can use both." With newfound determination, he stood up and resumed his training, this time employing his left hand as well. The results were immediately evident. With the rapid motion of his left hand, the previously sluggish water sphere became agitated, swelling until, boom, it exploded. Naruto was elated, having accomplished what had frustrated him for 3 days in an instant. "Kaguya, I adore you," he exclaimed, rushing to embrace her. Kaguya stiffened in surprise, caught off guard by his sudden affection, her eyes widening in astonishment, unsure of how to react. "I'm going to find the perverted sage and show him," Naruto declared, racing back towards Konoha. Kaguya remained, gazing after Naruto's retreating figure. Upon locating the perverted sage, Naruto demonstrated his success in bursting the water sphere. Subsequently, the sage instructed him on the second stage, transforming the water sphere into a rubber ball. This proved to be a more challenging endeavor for Naruto, as the rubber ball's resistance was far greater than that of the water sphere. For an entire week, he endured the grueling process, feeling hopeless as the rubber ball remained intact. "Why is it so hard?" he gasped, lying flat on the ground, exhausted from numerous failures. "Does the perverted sage not have a more reliable tip for me?" "Hey, I've already told you the secret. Focus your mind. If you can't even manage that, then perhaps you should give up on your dream of becoming Hokage," Jiraiya replied. Naruto pouted, muttering, "Just watch, I'll finish this soon." Despite a week of relentless effort, he continued to grumble. "Enough already. I'm tired of this," Jiraiya sighed, shaking his head before walking away. "Naruto, this step relies solely on you. I cannot assist you further. You must grow on your own." The first stage was about rotation. The second stage was about power. Naruto clenched the rubber ball, focusing intently. In the next instant, he pressed down with his palm, channeling chakra, but the rubber ball remained unscathed. "You must concentrate your spirit on a single point to break the rubber ball," Kaguya patiently explained, her understanding of chakra control unparalleled. "But how can I focus when the perverted sage's face keeps appearing in my mind? I can't concentrate," Naruto lamented. Kaguya fell silent. "Can I truly learn this technique created by the fourth Hokage?" Naruto doubted. Yet Kaguya remained steadfast, encouraging him. "You can do it." "Why?" Naruto asked, taken aback. "Because I believe in you," Kaguya replied softly. Naruto's eyes sparkled with determination. He could do this. He would master the technique created by the fourth Hokage. "All right, let us continue training," he shouted, invigorated, and resumed his practice. The next day, with every ounce of strength he could muster, Naruto finally succeeded in bursting the resilient rubber ball. "I did it," he exclaimed, panting with excitement. After an entire night of training, he had accomplished this stage. "Did I really finish? I can't believe it took just 11 days for the first 2 stages of training." "Your perseverance is commendable," Jiraiya remarked, genuinely astonished. "Is it time to teach me the next step?" Naruto asked, breathless. "Hold on. After all this time, there's no rush. Here, take this," Jiraiya said, handing Naruto a popsicle, a treat amidst their training. Surprised, Naruto accepted it, taking a bite. Though it was cold, it warmed his heart. As Jiraiya gazed at Naruto's endearing smile, he too couldn't help but chuckle. Just as he was about to take a bite, he felt a piercing gaze upon him. Kaguya was intently fixated on the popsicle in his hand. With a smile, he offered her the treat. Kaguya accepted it, initially feeling a sense of curiosity, and then took a bite. The temperature was delightful, refreshingly cool. She squinted her eyes, resembling 2 crescent moons. Jiraiya observed the pair, both large and small, and shook his head in resignation, yet a unique sentiment surged within him. Once, Minato and Kushina had stood before him just like these two. Chapter 27, Sand Explosion. I love Gaara. The third phase. Maintain it. This is the most crucial step in mastering the Rasengan, where one must integrate the first 2 phases and sustain it in the palm as a swirling sphere. However, this particular step consumed Naruto Uzumaki 3 days of relentless effort, yet he still struggled to maintain it, leaving him perplexed and bewildered. During this period, Jiraiya had completely vanished. neglecting to check on Naruto and leaving him to train in solitude. This predicament proved torturous for Naruto, who had no guidance or even a simple knock at the door. The training for the Rasengan offered no shortcuts. On the following day, Naruto awoke early while Kaguya remained asleep. Over the past month, their companionship had flourished. With another person in the house, Naruto's once lonely heart gradually warmed. Perhaps one could say they found solace in each other as company? He glanced again, and Kaguya had finally awakened. She inexplicably licked her lips, and Naruto immediately understood. Bang! Kaguya pounced on Naruto like a ravenous wolf, greedily seeking his chakra. Naruto remained indifferent, having grown accustomed to this behavior. All right, Kaguya, don't drain me too much. We have a mission today, he remarked, observing the figure clinging to him. Kaguya nodded, seeming somewhat reluctant, before finally releasing him. Kakashi-sensei mentioned an important gathering today. After all, it had been a month since he last saw them. Naruto mused, wondering where the perverted sage had gone, especially since he was so close to completing his training. With a few murmurs, he shed his sleepwear and quickly donned his orange and yellow attire, casually washed up with Kaguya, and finally stepped outside. Not long after leaving, Naruto sensed three figures trailing closely behind them. Without needing to guess, he already knew who they were. Isn't that Konohamaru and the others? He thought. Naruto, my rival. It seems you're as perceptive as ever, Konohamaru said. Naruto rolled his eyes and responded seriously. I'm on a mission now, Konohamaru. Please don't disturb me. Who is this big sister of yours, Naruto? She isn't here? Konohamaru inquired in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, Naruto's expression shifted dramatically, and he promptly struck Konohamaru's head, sternly declaring, Kaguya is my friend. Don't you dare speak carelessly. Hey, friend, I understand, Konohamaru chuckled. After some idle chatter, Naruto proceeded towards the meeting place with Kakashi-sensei, encountering Sakura along the way. Good morning, Sakura-chan. Naruto greeted with a smile. Naruto, it's been so long, Sakura exclaimed, her excitement evident, as they hadn't seen each other for nearly a month. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from around the corner, causing Naruto and Sakura to freeze momentarily before rushing towards the sound. What they beheld was a shadowy figure clad in black, with an odd, oily visage, and behind him lay a bundle wrapped in bandages. Another figure stood nearby, a yellow-haired girl, clearly not from Konoha, but from the Sand Village. Hey kid, you think you can bump into me and just run away? Kankuro sneered, holding Konohamaru firmly. Who are you? Let Konohamaru go. Naruto shouted furiously. They are sand ninjas? Why are they in Konoha? Sakura pondered, recognizing their forehead protectors. One after another, you Konoha ninjas are quite bothersome, Kankuro remarked coldly. Kaguya's expression hardened as she scrutinized them, causing a slight unease among the intruders. There was something unsettling about this woman. Enough, don't provoke trouble, Temari advised. Instinctively, she sensed danger emanating from Kaguya. Damn it, you've truly angered me. Naruto clenched his fists, ready to charge at them. Kankuro narrowed his eyes, raising his hand to channel chakra, but at that moment Naruto stumbled over a stone, crashing to the ground. Everyone fell silent. They had expected a formidable opponent, only to find a clumsy fool. Kankuro laughed derisively. What did you say? Naruto roared in outrage. You better release Konohamaru, or you'll regret it, you idiot. Fool, he shouted, pointing at Kankuro with bravado. However, Sakura quickly wrapped her arms around him, exclaiming, What are you saying? They seem strong. Don't be so reckless. Sakura, let me go. I need to teach them a lesson. Naruto insisted, agitated. Fool, can't you be a little less impulsive? Sakura retorted, incredulous. You're just a bunch of lowly Konoha genin, and you don't look impressive, especially that short one. You're quite noisy. Kankuro sneered, eyeing Naruto dismissively. Since you're so eager to save this kid, Kankuro began, preparing to strike, but before he could, a stone shot through the air like a shadow, striking his arm and freeing Konohamaru. Who dares? You're too audacious in another village. Sasuke's figure appeared, perched elegantly atop a tree, casting a commanding gaze upon them. Wow, Sasuke is so cool, Sakura exclaimed, instantly becoming infatuated. Even Temari blushed, captivated by his striking appearance. Indeed, looks and justice go hand in hand. Naruto's face contorted with frustration. Why did Sasuke always steal the spotlight? Humph, another nuisance. Kankuro glared at Sasuke. Get lost. Sasuke replied coolly. This moment only intensified Sakura's admiration, as she thought, Sasuke is the strongest. Meanwhile, Konohamaru lamented, pointing at Naruto. Naruto and I, you're pathetic. I can't believe I trusted you. Fool, I could have dealt with him in one strike. Naruto hastily reassured, though inwardly he thought, Sasuke always upstages me. Kid, come down. I can't stand this kind of arrogant brat. But before Sasuke could make a move, a chilling presence emerged from the side. Stop, Kankuro. Don't embarrass yourself here. A red-haired boy, standing atop a tree, radiated an icy aura that sent shivers through everyone present. Sand explosion, I love Gaara. Chapter 28. The so-called task, defeating Gaara? You may indulge him. The sudden appearance of a figure startled Naruto Uzumaki. When had they arrived? He was utterly oblivious. However, Kaguya narrowed her eyes. She sensed a chakra emanating from the newcomer, albeit weaker than Naruto's. This individual moved with astonishing speed, exuding a perilous aura. Sasuke regarded Gaara with trepidation. Gaara, let me explain, they were the first two. Kankuro felt a surge of panic and fear due to Gaara's presence. Silence. Be careful, or I shall end you. At that remark, Kankuro broke into a cold sweat, rendered mute. Gaara, however, focused his gaze on Sasuke. He could effortlessly strike Kankuro. Intriguing. And that woman. He turned his attention to Kaguya, a chilling smile gracing his lips. She is formidable. That was his instinct. Transforming into a swirl of sand, he positioned himself between Kankuro and Temari, stating coldly, let us depart. Wait a moment. With those forehead protectors, you are ninjas from Sunagakure. Correct? Though we are allied. According to the treaty, ninjas from both nations cannot traverse borders at will, Sakura queried, her brows slightly furrowed. Humph. Did you not know even among your own? Indeed, we are ninjas from Sunagakure, but we are here to participate in the Chūnin selection exams. Temari disclosed their purpose for attending, simultaneously developing a keen interest in Sasuke, who was undeniably a cool young man. Konohamaru, it's the Chūnin exams. I want to try too. Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Damn it, Naruto. Once I become a genin, I will participate too. Konohamaru echoed, equally enthusiastic. Is this guy an idiot? Temari mused. At that moment, Sasuke leaped down from a tree, eyeing the gourd-clad boy. Hey, what is your name? Me? Temari blushed. Not you. The gourd boy, Sasuke replied calmly. Gaara, intrigued by Sasuke, introduced himself. I am Gaara of the Sand, and I find you interesting. What is your name? Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke smirked. The two stood opposed, neither yielding, their eyes aflame with the spirit of battle. I am Naruto Uzumaki, and I intend to. Naruto began, but was abruptly interrupted by Gaara. Not interested. We're leaving. Naruto wore a bewildered expression, questioning why Gaara dismissed him so easily. This Gaara is so rude. Lacking any perception. Sasuke, what a nuisance. Gaara of the Sand? Sasuke murmured, filled with anticipation, sensing in Gaara a worthy opponent. Suddenly, a distinct sound echoed, causing Naruto and the others to pause momentarily, while strangely, Konohamaru and the others remained oblivious. Task: defeat Gaara of the Sand. Those words materialized before Naruto and his companions, and they transformed into three streams of light, penetrating their minds. Golden light intertwined, settling into tranquility. Another one. Sakura's expression shifted as she beheld the light. Defeat Gaara? That earlier individual? Wow, I've become smarter. Defeating Gaara, that gourd boy? Ahaha, what a breeze. Naruto proclaimed, brimming with excitement. Naruto, do you not grasp the seriousness of the situation? Calm down. Sakura admonished him gravely. Hee, intriguing. Exceedingly so. Yet, Sasuke remained silent, a smile creeping onto his face. Defeating Gaara? That suits me perfectly, Sasuke declared, his lips curling upward. Even you, Sasuke? Fear not, Sakura. I will certainly defeat that gourd boy, Naruto assured her earnestly. Yet, all he received was an eye roll from Sakura. She preferred to place her faith in Sasuke. After all, Sasuke was undeniably the strongest now. What the heck? Sasuke. Naruto grumbled, feeling exasperated that everyone trusted Sasuke over him. However, Kaguya gazed gently at Naruto, offering encouragement. I believe in you. At her words, Naruto paused, then shyly grinned. You think so too? I will surely defeat that gourd boy. Kaguya, you may indulge him. Sakura sighed. She couldn't shake the feeling that this young lady adored Naruto far too much, unconditionally believing in him. Why? She simply couldn't comprehend Naruto's foolishness. Naruto, Sakura, let us depart. They arrived at the gathering point, yet Kakashi-sensei was still absent. When Kakashi finally arrived, The group began to voice their complaints. Kakashi-sensei, you're late again. Naruto expressed his discontent. Apologies, I helped an elderly lady cross the street and lost track of time. Stop making excuses. The trio chorused. Though it's rather sudden, I have nominated you for the Chūnin selection exams, Kakashi announced. What? This is the application form. Kakashi handed them 3 Chūnin exam application forms, and Naruto's eyes sparkled as he leaped forward, embracing Kakashi. I love you, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto exclaimed joyfully. All right, let go? Kakashi replied, exasperated. Kaguya, witnessing this scene, blinked in surprise. Previously, a boy had similarly leaped to embrace her, and now, was this a gesture of joy? She pondered. This must be the way a boy expresses happiness and excitement, she thought. Yet, for some reason, watching Naruto hug Kakashi made her feel a twinge of discomfort, causing her emotions to waver. Because of happiness? She murmured softly. Once Kakashi concluded his explanation, everyone dispersed, returning home, while Naruto clutched the application form tightly, filled with joy. Chūnin exams. Chūnin exams. Naruto exclaimed with fervor. Why the excitement? Kaguya inquired, perplexed. Because I am about to participate in the Chūnin exams. Once I do, I will become a Chūnin, bringing me one step closer to becoming Hokage, Naruto declared. Hokage. Chapter 29. The Chūnin exams. The gates reappear. On this day, Naruto Uzumaki was particularly exhilarated, while Kaguya's expression was one of disinterest. What, after all, did being Hokage mean to him? Why did the mere Chūnin exams elicit such joy in the young boy? As the evening sun dipped low, they walked side by side, their path illuminated by the golden glow. I'm so excited. Is it really tomorrow? Am I about to become a Chūnin? Naruto exclaimed, his face radiating enthusiasm. Kaguya tilted her head in confusion. Was this truly a cause for celebration? It was rare for her to see Naruto so animated. The last time had been during his training of the Rasengan. What does being Hokage mean to you? Kaguya murmured. Naruto paused, surprised by her inquiry, yet he answered earnestly. Becoming Hokage means everyone will acknowledge me. Such a simple response struck Kaguya's mind. I want to become Hokage, surpassing all the previous Hokage. That is my dream, and I wish for everyone in the village to recognize my existence. Naruto declared with fervor. To be recognized by everyone? Kaguya tilted her head, perplexed. You mean those who harbor hatred towards you will accept you? She struggled to comprehend. What kind of pure-hearted individual could articulate such sentiments? Then you certainly can achieve it. I believe in you, Kaguya said warmly, her eyes filled with trust. Right. Iruka-sensei also said I would definitely become Hokage, Naruto shouted, beaming. The two exchanged smiles, warmth enveloping them. Too bad. I'm just one step away from mastering the Rasengan. Yet I still can't maintain it, Naruto grumbled. He had completed the first 2 stages, but struggled to control and sustain it. The next day arrived, the day of the Chūnin exams. Naruto awoke early, invigorated by Kaguya's presence, and set off with enthusiasm. Kaguya, stay home and await my good news. After a brief farewell, Naruto dashed out, shouting, I'm here for the Chūnin exams. After gathering with Team 7, they successfully submitted their application forms and reached examination room 301. The first exam commenced as scheduled. As Naruto gazed at the paper before him, a smile faded from his face, replaced by despair. 10 questions awaited him, with the final one revealed after a grueling 45 minutes. Oh no! Why is there a written test? Naruto exclaimed, cradling his head in his hands, on the verge of tears. The 10 questions were beyond his comprehension. He couldn't answer even one. This is it, it's all over. And Naruto-kun, may I show you my answers? A shy voice floated from beside him. Turning, he saw Hinata Hyuga, a member of Team 8. He recalled her instructor's name, something like Kurenai. They were seated in the same row for this exam. Noticing Naruto's bewilderment, Hinata timidly murmured, Naruto-kun, please copy my answers quickly. What was she saying? Why was she being so kind to him? Naruto, confused, wondered if this was some sort of trap. Yet, observing Hinata's demeanor, he doubted she was that kind of person. Could it be that she was coerced by Kiba and the others to sabotage him? It was no wonder Naruto was suspicious. He and Hinata had hardly interacted, having exchanged only a few words. Hinata, why are you doing this? He asked quietly. Hinata stammered, feeling the weight of his gaze, her face flushing deeper. Nonetheless, she resolutely stated, I don't want Naruto-kun to be eliminated so soon. Naruto was taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Moreover, There are only 9 of us here as newcomers. We are bound to face challenges in the future. Hinata added shyly, raising her hand. Oh, so that's what it is. I was overthinking it. How fortunate to sit beside her. Naruto thought, delight blooming in his heart. He was about to write when suddenly he sensed something. The proctor was signaling to start writing. Naruto tensed, forcing a smile as he declared, Hinata, haven't you realized? A genius like me doesn't need to cheat. But, Hinata stared at him, particularly at his blank paper. You haven't written anything at all. If I copy you, I might drag you down. Naruto, serious, replied, I wouldn't want to burden you. Hinata's face flushed crimson, realizing Naruto's concern for her. I'm sorry, I've overstepped, she said, feeling embarrassed. Naruto shook his head, but internally, he was on the verge of tears. Why do I have to be so proud? What am I to do? As time ticked away, the final question was about to be unveiled. Just before the proctor, Ibiki, announced the last question, he delivered a chilling message to the candidates. If anyone withdrew from the exam and opted not to attempt the final question, they could retake the Chūnin selection next year. However, if they chose to continue but failed to answer correctly, they and their teammates would be barred from participating in Chūnin exams for life. Panic swept through the examination hall, fear etched on the faces of the candidates. Some, terrified, fled the examination room. For them, it was no great loss. They could always return next year. But for those who faced a lifetime of being merely a genin, the atmosphere grew heavy with confusion and dread. What will your answers be? Ibiki's calm gaze surveyed the anxious candidates, his voice steady. Naruto clenched his pen tightly, struggling immensely, his heart tumultuous. Witnessing fellow candidates leave the room heightened his anxiety. Even Team 7 felt a shiver of apprehension. Despite their resolve, they were still merely 12 or 13 years old. The exam room fell into a suffocating silence, an oppressive aura enveloping the space, with candidates gasping for breath. What should I do? Naruto thought, cradling his head in despair. He aspired to become Hokage. How could he possibly halt his progress now? How could he retreat? What on earth was that final question? But what if he answered incorrectly? Would he be doomed to never become a Chūnin, never to achieve his dream of Hokage? And what about Sasuke and the others? What should I do? What should I do? Panic engulfed Naruto, as Sasuke and Sakura shared their concerns for him. Teacher, I'm withdrawing. Teacher, I'm out too. I don't want to take it anymore. Several candidates relinquished their aspirations, leaving the examination room under the watchful eyes of their peers. Naruto gritted his teeth, wrestling with the weight of a monumental decision. What am I to do? Then you will surely be able to achieve it. I believe in you. Just as he was on the verge of succumbing, a fleeting echo of yesterday's Kaguya's voice resonated in his mind, affirming her faith in him. Moreover, he is an exceptional student whom I recognize. Iruka-sensei maintained his unwavering belief in him, both in the past and present. The trembling of his body gradually ceased as Uzumaki Naruto smiled and, under the gaze of countless eyes, slowly raised his palm. The gaze of the 12 young ninjas was filled with astonishment and confusion, their eyes converging on the slender figure. What does this underachiever intend to do? Uchiha Sasuke was equally startled. He was well aware of Naruto's temperament. Could he truly? Naruto. Sakura furrowed her brow slightly. This little brat. On stage, Ibiki's expression remained unchanged, fixated on Uzumaki Naruto, as if he aimed to see through him at a glance. Bam! Then, that palm slammed heavily onto the examination desk, the sound reverberating throughout the classroom. Naruto's voice rang out decisively. Do not underestimate me. I will not back down. I will take this exam, and even if it means being a lowly genin for life, I shall become Hokage. I am not afraid of you. Naruto's resounding declaration instantly dispelled the trepidation lingering in the hearts of all the candidates in the examination hall. Their previously disheartened spirits surged with fervor as though invigorated by a potent elixir. Indeed, what does it matter if one must remain a genin for life? If they falter at this minor Chūnin exam, how could they ever aspire to become Jonin afterward? In an instant, every figure stood tall, and after Naruto's roar, not a single person dared to retreat. This big fool is entirely oblivious to our thoughts, Sasuke chuckled wryly. As expected, Naruto is Naruto. How could he possibly retreat at this juncture? Sakura added with a smile. Naruto-kun. So cool. Hinata, beside Naruto, blushed adorably at his boldness. Ibiki, unwavering in his gaze, looked directly at Naruto and said, I shall grant you another opportunity. This decision will shape your entire life. Do you have any regrets? Words must be followed by action. This is my ninja way. Naruto replied with unwavering resolve, meeting Ibiki's gaze with determination. Upon hearing this, Ibiki smiled appreciatively, thinking that perhaps the exam was unnecessary after all. This boy had dispelled the anxiety of all the candidates, a truly remarkable feat. 78 candidates, though a bit excessive. Your decision is very wise. Therefore, everyone present, I announce that you have all passed the first round of the exam. Bam! As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous sound erupted, and a massive portal mysteriously stood before the crowd. It was enigmatic, filled with the unknown. In that moment, the entire assembly was awestruck. Chapter 30. The Disruption of the Chūnin Exam. As a pristine white gate loomed ahead, the countenance of everyone in the examination hall shifted dramatically, with the members of Team 7 displaying the most fervent excitement. For that gate had reappeared. Is it truly that gate? Uzumaki Naruto sprang to his feet, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at the gate. Why has it manifested again? At that moment, the gate trembled and gradually began to open, the crevice widening until it enveloped all the candidates present. Suddenly, with a flash, all 78 candidates, save for the proctor, were enveloped in radiant light and vanished without a trace. The gate slammed shut with a resounding thud. This occurrence transpired with such swiftness that Ibiki could barely register what had happened. How could 78 candidates simply disappear? What on earth is happening? The situation is urgent. We must inform the Hokage immediately. Ibiki shouted in a flurry of anxiety. In the village hidden in the leaves, Kaguya stared listlessly out the window, having been instructed by Uzumaki Naruto to wait for him at home. Yet, in the blink of an eye, her eyes widened in alarm, her expression turning frantic. He has gone, vanished? In that instant, she could no longer sense his presence, her face turning ashen as she burst through the door. When the third Hokage and his companions arrived, their faces were grave as they regarded the imposing gate. Ichiraku was particularly distressed. How could an examination devolve into such chaos? After all, Naruto was still inside. If anything were to happen to him, once again that gate. Kakashi remarked solemnly. Do you have any leads? The third Hokage inquired with a glance. Lord Third, the gate we encountered previously is indeed this very one before us, but why it has appeared again eludes me. Kakashi replied, heavy-hearted. Will Naruto and the others be all right? Ichiraku asked anxiously. Kakashi hesitated. In such a scenario, even he felt powerless. Yet, his instincts told him that Naruto and his comrades should be safe. Neji, Tenten, do not fear. I will come to your rescue shortly. Mangekyō declared with fervor, his hands moving rapidly. The 8th gate of the 8 gates of opening. Calm down, guy. Kakashi admonished, his own concern palpable. Are you not worried? Mangekyō exclaimed passionately. I am equally concerned. Naruto and the others are my subordinates as well. This gate is no trifling matter, incredibly sturdy. And should you attempt to breach it, they may truly. Kakashi spoke grimly, his gaze fixed on the gate. Why has this happened? Why must such calamities befall us? You must all remain unscathed. Suddenly, a window in the examination hall was shattered, and a figure darted in. It was Kaguya. Her eyes narrowed as she scanned the surroundings, but the boy was nowhere to be found, her panic surging. Where is he? Kaguya's voice turned icy. Miss Kaguya, please. Allow me to explain. Kakashi urged, yet Kaguya cut him off with an iron will. Where is he? Her Byakugan flared to life, an invisible pressure descending upon everyone present, leaving them momentarily stunned. What an overwhelming aura. She is no ordinary individual. Those who met her gaze felt as if their very souls were laid bare, stripped of all concealment. She approached the gate and raised her hand, conjuring a brilliant blue Rasengan before their astonished eyes. The Rasengan? The crowd gasped in shock. How could she wield the Rasengan? Kakashi pondered, perplexed. That technique was the creation of the 4th Hokage, his own mentor, and was currently mastered only by Jiraiya. Could it be that Lord Jiraiya had taught her? No, he shouldn't have. As a pure-blooded member of the Otsutsuki clan, chakra manipulation came effortlessly to her, while those from the ninja world seemed mere amateurs in her eyes. Once one grasps the principles, learning becomes second nature. Boom. She struck the gate with tremendous force, yet it remained impervious, utterly unscathed. Meanwhile, the candidates drawn into the gate found themselves in a dense forest. And even more despairing was the realization that they had become separated from their companions. Indeed, it was as if they had been randomly teleported, now utterly alone. Ding. The Chūnin Exam is in disarray. Task: locate the Heaven and Earth Scrolls. Rules: 1. Candidates must find the Heaven and Earth Scrolls within the stipulated time. 2. There is one of each scroll. 3. A life form in possession of both scrolls may summon themselves back to the present after 48 hours. 4. During the task, killing and taking the scrolls from others is permitted. 5. A life form holding the scrolls can designate the number of individuals to leave. 6. A life form obtaining both scrolls will receive a random system reward. 7. Rewards will be distributed simultaneously with the opening of the gate. Time: 72 hours. A mechanical voice reverberated through the eerie forest, echoing in the ears of the 78 candidates. In an instant, terror spread among them. What is this? A perfectly good exam has turned into this? Who wants to play these games? Let us out now. Damn it, had I known. I would have never participated in this Chūnin exam. Ding. The Heaven and Earth Scrolls will be randomly distributed in 30 seconds. System reminder. Good luck to you all. Uzumaki Naruto dangled from a tree, blinking in confusion, realizing that everyone had vanished. What is this task? And what on earth is the disarray of the Chūnin exam? He leaped down from the tree, bewildered. The Heaven and Earth Scrolls can yield rewards. Although he was unsure of what had transpired, the mention of rewards instantly filled him with joy. While he did not fully understand the rules, he realized that finding the Heaven and Earth Scrolls was the key to their escape. 72 hours. Speaking of which, how many days is that? Oh right, 3 days. So I must find the scrolls within 3 days. Naruto gasped, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. If I can't find them, will I be trapped here forever? This is not good at all. What to do? This vast forest, how will I search? Will the scrolls fall from the sky? Naruto felt a wave of panic wash over him. Yet, in the very next moment, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, landing at his feet. Upon closer inspection, it was a scroll emblazoned with the character for heaven. Chapter 31. An unexpected encounter with Hinata staring at the mysteriously materialized heavenly scroll beneath his feet. Naruto Uzumaki found himself momentarily frozen in place, only for a wave of euphoric delight to wash over him. Hee, I merely grumbled, and this scroll actually appeared? Ahaha, my luck is simply extraordinary, he exclaimed with a broad grin. Surely, he must be the fastest in this forest to have discovered the scroll. Hurriedly, Naruto picked it up and tucked it into his pack, fully aware that it must not fall into the hands of others. What if someone snatched it away? Though his thoughts were innocent, he was not foolish. He needed to find Sakura and the others quickly. He couldn't wait to show that arrogant Sasuke. Naruto chuckled to himself, envisioning how Sakura would surely think he was far more impressive than Sasuke. Yes, indeed, Naruto Uzumaki was 100 times mightier than Sasuke. Just as Naruto reveled in his joy, he suddenly sensed something and gazed toward the nearby forest. Who? Show yourself. Match successful. Task: defeat Naruto Uzumaki. A line of golden text materialized before Gaara, who was glaring with murderous intent at the unfolding scene. Naruto Uzumaki. He vaguely recalled a loud individual from the exam. Defeat Naruto Uzumaki? That useless fool. In contrast, Itachi Uchiha is my true target. Gaara spoke coldly. To him, Naruto was utterly unworthy of his attention. Rather, it was Itachi Uchiha who stirred something within him. And that woman outside. If only he could eliminate them, using their blood, his mother would surely be pleased. As Naruto's gaze lingered, a delicate figure emerged from the forest, and he was taken aback. Hinata, it's you, he murmured. The person stepping forth was none other than his fellow graduate, Hinata Hyuga, and Naruto-kun. Hello, she greeted shyly, unable to meet his gaze, her eyes occasionally darting to glance at him. What a peculiar person, Naruto thought to himself. In his recollection, Hinata was indeed an oddity, always too timid to look him in the eye. Did she perhaps dislike him? Her gentle demeanor made her seem like a peculiar girl. Unbeknownst to Hinata, Naruto's thoughts painted a different picture, and had she known, it might have caused her to question her own existence. So, Hinata, did you also get sucked into this big door? Naruto inquired. Why yes, Hinata replied nervously, feeling the weight of being alone with Naruto. Yet, beneath her anxiety lay a surge of excitement at the prospect of spending time with him. Oh dear, I've been drawn in again, just like last time, Naruto muttered. And Naruto-kun, you seem quite familiar with this door, Hinata remarked with curiosity. Yes, we encountered it before. Who would have thought we'd meet again? Naruto replied casually. But in his heart, He wondered if Hinata had noticed his possession of the heavenly scroll. She appeared so gentle. Surely, she wouldn't harbor any ill intentions, right? Should he inform her? After all, they were classmates, and she had already helped him with answers before. She couldn't possibly be a bad person. Hinata, on the other hand, pondered whether she should inquire about Naruto's relationship with that girl. But what if? What would she do then? Did they truly live together? With Naruto? Hinata, you must be bolder. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed through the forest, followed by desperate screams that reverberated around them. Upon hearing the commotion, both Naruto and Hinata froze, and Hinata swiftly activated her Byakugan, her face paling. Naruto-kun, we must hide, she urged frantically. Naruto, taken aback and not fully comprehending, nodded in response to Hinata's alarmed expression, and they quickly concealed themselves. The source of the noise revealed a strange world, filled with mysterious entities, one of whom appeared as a long, serpentine woman, cold as a viper, her eyes resembling those of a snake. Beside her lay two lifeless bodies. Sasuke-kun. I have arrived, she chuckled ominously. Ah, I see. Lord Orochimaru has begun to take action, Kabuto remarked as he adjusted his glasses. The disrupted Chūnin exams had commenced. The entire forest seemed to be in turmoil, with the sounds of explosive tags erupting intermittently. Some perished while others survived. Amidst this chaos, Naruto and Hinata quietly remained hidden. As night fell, Hinata, with her Byakugan, a superior vision ability, was able to sense danger beforehand, leading Naruto to safety. Meanwhile, Naruto was astonished. So this was the power of the Byakugan. By the warm glow of a fire, Naruto exclaimed, "Oh, today was exhausting, but thankfully, we weren't discovered." Hinata, feeling fatigued, deactivated her Byakugan. Although she could avoid detection with its help, it drained her energy significantly. Yet, continuing to hide was not a viable solution. They needed to find their companions swiftly. Naruto asserted, "We must find our friends. Together we can devise a plan." Hinata nodded in agreement, knowing that they needed to be united to brainstorm effectively. As she gazed at Naruto's lively face, Hinata found herself captivated, this being the first time she observed Naruto from such proximity. And Naruto-kun, about that, do you really live with Lady Kaguya? Hinata shyly inquired, her cheeks flushing with anticipation. Yes, I live with Kaguya, Naruto replied candidly. Hinata's face fell, revealing a bittersweet expression. So that was how it was. Your relationship must be very close, she said, her tone heavy with melancholy. Why do you ask? Naruto questioned, puzzled by her sudden shift in demeanor. I was just curious. Yes, Kaguya and I are very good friends. You have no idea how much help she has given me. I'm incredibly grateful to her, Naruto rambled. Friends? So it's not that kind of relationship? What? Naruto exclaimed, bewildered by her implication. And nothing. Lady Kaguya is wonderful. It's good that it's not that kind of relationship, Hinata sighed in relief, feeling there might still be hope. Naruto regarded her with a slightly perplexed expression, thinking to himself, what a strange person. Chapter 32, The Pharmacist D encounters the three rain ninjas in the tranquil forest beneath the moonlight. Naruto, Uzumaki, and Hinata Hyuga sat closely together, illuminated by the flickering flames of the fire, creating an atmosphere of extraordinary calm. Naruto gazed into the flames, contemplating Sakura and Sasuke, wondering if they were safe. So much had transpired today that even he felt a twinge of unease. Meanwhile, Hinata occasionally stole glances at Naruto, her cheeks flushing shyly as she lowered her head. Hinata, I have a secret to share with you. Please, do not tell anyone else. After a moment of stillness, Naruto spoke earnestly to Hinata. She stiffened slightly and nodded vigorously, her heart racing at the thought of a secret shared between just the two of them. Go ahead, Naruto-kun. I promise I won't tell anyone, she replied, her eagerness palpable. Encouraged, Naruto leaned in closer and whispered into her ear, I have found the heavenly scroll. At that moment, Hinata's face flushed crimson, the warmth of Naruto's breath sending her into a daze. Hinata, are you all right? Naruto exclaimed, noticing her faintness. He shook her gently until she regained her senses, her face still bright red. Don't worry, Naruto-kun. I will keep this secret safe, she assured him. Suddenly, a deep male voice resonated from the shadows of the forest. In such a perilous place, you dare to light a fire? I must admit, I did not expect this. Both Naruto and Hinata stiffened, glancing up to see a familiar figure emerge from the woods. It was Kabuto Yakushi, the senior they had encountered during the first exam. Brother, it's you. Naruto exclaimed, astonished. Hinata's wariness lessened. After all, Kabuto's conduct during the exam and the information he had shared indicated he was not a villain. Naruto, it's been a while, Kabuto greeted with a gentle smile. Have you been caught in this as well? It seems everyone has been drawn into this predicament. Naruto crossed his arms, reflecting on the situation. Kabuto shook his head and glanced at the burning fire with an amused expression. You are quite bold to kindle a fire here. This forest has become quite dangerous. What do you mean? Naruto asked, puzzled. If I'm not mistaken, nearly all the candidates from the exam have been ensnared, and the so-called broken exam has rendered this forest unstable. Are you not concerned that someone might notice your fire? After all, we cannot trust anyone right now. Kabuto explained. Naruto tilted his head, trying to grasp the situation, and then realization struck him. All right, if they notice us, they'll come for the heavenly scroll. Hinata's eyes widened. Naruto-kun you. Kabuto was equally taken aback, not having anticipated that their encounter would lead to a revelation about the heavenly scroll. A shadow of concern crossed his face. Naruto-kun, you've revealed it. Naruto, startled, quickly covered his mouth. Oh no, did I just say that out loud? I hope he won't silence me. Surprisingly, I didn't expect you to find the heavenly scroll, but you need not be so wary of me. I have no intention of stealing it. After all, relying solely on the heavenly scroll will not help us escape. The task is clear. We must collect both scrolls to leave. Thus, having just one is of little use. Rather than search alone, why not join forces and seek the Earth Scroll together? We can all leave once we find it. Kabuto proposed, his demeanor warm and reassuring, like that of a caring senior. Relieved, both Naruto and Hinata breathed a sigh of relief. You really are a good person, Naruto exclaimed with a smile. Am I a good person? Kabuto feigned a smile, but just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From the nearby bushes, a shadow emerged, and soon, more figures appeared, encircling them. What is happening? Naruto shouted, springing to his feet. It seems someone has discovered our location, likely drawn by the fire, Kabuto noted gravely. Hand over the heavenly scroll. A voice commanded from the center of the encircling figures, causing Naruto's expression to darken. It was evident that their possession of the heavenly scroll had been uncovered. Let me take them out, Naruto yelled, preparing to perform hand seals. Byakugan. Hinata activated her Byakugan, scanning the figures with a cold sweat trickling down her brow. Naruto-kun, wait. They are illusions, Jinjutsu. Naruto hesitated, but in the next moment, a kunai whizzed past him, drawing blood from his cheek. Hinata, are you sure they're illusions? He asked, covering his face. Kabuto glanced at the kunai and quickly deduced. She is correct. These are indeed illusions. The real enemy is coordinating their attacks with these phantoms. Engaging them will only deplete our chakra. Then I'll find that bastard and teach him a lesson. Naruto fumed. We can't pinpoint the enemy's location. It's too risky. However, this young lady should possess the necessary ability. Kabuto glanced at Hinata. Having activated her Byakugan earlier, Hinata had already surveyed the area. Over there, she pointed decisively. I'll go teach them a lesson right now, Naruto declared, ready to charge forward, but Kabuto intercepted him. Charging in recklessly would alert them. If they flee and spread the news of you possessing the heavenly scroll, we will be in dire straits. We must remain calm, Kabuto advised, but Naruto gritted his teeth. Patience. The enemy is hidden, while we are visible. We just need to devise a way to draw them out. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. Draw them out. In that case, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto performed the hand seals, and in an instant, dozens of clones of himself erupted into existence amidst a cloud of smoke. You can summon tangible shadow clones, and so many at that. Impressive chakra, Naruto-kun. Kabuto remarked with admiration. Yes, Naruto-kun. Hinata exclaimed excitedly. Watch me wipe them all out. The multitude of Naruto clones surged forward, engaging the phantoms in a fierce battle. Chapter 33. This is not a game. Are you certain your chakra levels indicate you're a genin? Dozens of shadow clones engaged in a fierce battle with the illusory figures. Strangely, upon contact, the opponents shattered like still water, only to reassemble again. Indeed, as Yakushi Kabuto had mentioned, these were mere illusions, phantoms. Meanwhile, those covertly casting the techniques could not help but curse under their breath. This kid's chakra is simply excessive, remarked one of the rain ninjas. How could such a young boy possess such an immense chakra reserve? He can't possibly be a monster, can he? The ability to produce so many shadow clones is no trivial feat. I refuse to believe he can sustain this battle indefinitely. Are we really afraid of a mere child? The elder Rain ninja stated with disdain. They scrutinized Naruto Uzumaki's figure intently. As each phantom shattered, it merely coalesced again, confounding them. Meanwhile, they lurked in the shadows, hurling shuriken to distract him while depleting his chakra. As time passed, the commotion grew louder, likely to attract more ninjas soon. Damn it, who is this kid? Does he have an endless supply of chakra? The Rain ninjas' faces turned pale, realizing they were the first to falter. Bang, 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 bang. Ultimately, all the illusions shattered, and Naruto's shadow clones vanished, leaving only Naruto, Hinata, and Yakushi Kabuto. Naruto appeared utterly exhausted, as if he had expended tremendous energy. Witnessing this, the three Rain ninjas broke into laughter and swaggered forward, coldly declaring, "Now, you are like fish in a barrel. Hand over the scroll of heaven." However, Naruto faced this scene with a smile. "What are you laughing at, brat?" they questioned, puzzled. Just then, a commotion arose behind them, and their expressions changed abruptly as Hinata and Yakushi Kabuto approached from either side, surrounding them. "Now, you are the ones trapped." Yakushi Kabuto adjusted his glasses and chuckled. "How is this possible? How could you?" The three Rain ninjas gasped in disbelief, their faces pale with shock. "When did you manage to get behind us? Was it you, you brat?" They glared at Naruto. Hee. Naruto grinned, revealing that Hinata and Yakushi Kabuto had transformed into his shadow clones, designed to bewilder and lure them out. This tactic proved exceedingly successful. The shadow clones were merely a ruse to mislead you. This way, I could embody everyone. Naruto chuckled. "While I was casting the shadow clones, we concealed ourselves, and you Rain ninjas fell for our trick." Yakushi Kabuto smiled. "You can't escape now. Are you alright, Naruto-kun?" Hinata inquired with concern, her Byakugan activated. After all, creating so many shadow clones must have drained a considerable amount of chakra, right? "How dare you, leaf ninjas? You think you can toy with us?" The three Rain ninjas were furious, their expressions twisted in anger, resembling someone who had just eaten something foul. They were a treacherous bunch. "You were the ones being played, you foolish imbeciles," Naruto taunted. "Damn brat, since that's the case, let us show you our true skills." The three swiftly formed hand signs. Ninja art, water clone technique. Dozens of white figures emerged, and the tide of battle shifted once more. Hee. Now that you're drained of chakra, how could you possibly stand against me? Surrender and hand over the scroll of heaven. The voices of the Rain ninjas echoed among the clones. Yakushi Kabuto and Hinata exchanged glances, realizing this was not an ordinary technique. "Wait, these are not just regular clones. Be cautious," Yakushi Kabuto warned. Meanwhile, Naruto scratched his head, appearing perplexed, before shouting, "If that's the case, then I shall capture you all at once." Shadow Clone Jutsu. Bang! As a white mist enveloped the area, everyone beheld a multitude of Naruto's figures, likely numbering in the hundreds. They were aghast. How could this kid still have chakra left? This is utterly ridiculous. A Genin's chakra could not possibly produce this many clones. Hee. Now you cannot escape, can you? A chorus of Naruto's voices laughed as they encircled the dozens of white figures, overwhelming them with sheer quantity and chakra. The three Rain ninjas were successfully subdued and bound there. To possess such an immense chakra reserve, if he were to master its control perfectly. Yakushi Kabuto was taken aback by Naruto's display. Even he could not compare to such a level of chakra. Naruto-kun, how impressive. Hinata's eyes widened in surprise and awe. You managed to create so many clones. Indeed, Naruto-kun is the best. The three captured ninjas had swollen faces from the scuffle. Why you? Are you even human? How can you possess such an abundance of chakra? Shouldn't you be exhausted by now? Why? They howled in frustration, refusing to accept their fate, feeling utterly cheated. This isn't fair. It's like you forgot to turn off the cheat mode. Hee. I only pretended to deplete my chakra to lure you out. Naruto beamed brightly. Naruto-kun, you should rest for a bit. After all, you've expended so much chakra, Hinata gently suggested. Indeed, Naruto, you ought to take a break. Leave the questioning to us, Yakushi Kabuto proposed. Naruto scratched his head, wondering why they always assumed he was out of chakra. Not at all. I feel great. I hardly used any chakra, and it'll replenish shortly. The Rain ninjas were left dumbfounded. Was this even human speech? What do you mean you hardly used any chakra? What does it mean that it'll replenish soon? This is utterly absurd. Forget the scroll of heaven. Please, just don't kill us. They pleaded desperately. We were wrong. We were wrong. We promised to follow your orders. If you say to go east, we will never go west. Please, take us with you. We don't want to stay here anymore. Wah. They suddenly turned sorrowful, beginning to wail. Naruto, Hinata, and Yakushi Kabuto exchanged glances, genuinely startled by their intense reaction. Were they truly such bloodthirsty individuals? I ask, you answer, Yakushi Kabuto stated, lowering his gaze at them. They nodded vigorously, eager to save their lives and escape this dreadful situation, confessing everything. A wise man does not suffer losses needlessly. It was all for the sake of survival. Chapter 34. The Mutation. If you seek power, come find me, Sasuke-kun. After a series of intense inquiries, the three Rain ninjas truthfully recounted their experiences, which were nothing short of disastrous. They revealed that chaos had erupted throughout the entire forest due to the bizarre breakdown of the examination, with everyone frantically searching for the Heaven and Earth Scrolls. The Earth Scroll was discovered at noon by a sand ninja from the Wind Country, characterized by his red hair and a gourd on his back, an exceedingly formidable individual. In other words, you encountered that fearsome Shura, Gaara of the Sand Village? The Earth Scroll is in his possession? Yakushi Kabuto furrowed his brow. Gaara of the Sand is not to be trifled with. After all, he is a host of a tailed beast. Indeed, this young man, you cannot possibly comprehend. That Gaara is a monster, no longer human. Those who have crossed paths with him have met their demise. The mention of Gaara instilled terror in them, a sense of despair and chilling dread. It felt as if they were confronting not a mere human, but a Shura, a beast. Upon hearing this, Naruto and Hinata turned pale. What do you mean? Everyone who encounters Gaara dies. What about Sasuke and Sakura? Naruto exclaimed, panic overtaking him. What if something happened to them? Feeling a deep sense of fear, Naruto questioned the rules of this place. Hinata, equally anxious, worried about Kiba and Shino, who were in the same class. What if something happened to them? Sasuke, is that the Uchiha Sasuke? One of the Rain ninjas inquired nervously. Do you know where Sasuke is? Naruto shouted with excitement. Yes. According to our information, the Sasuke you speak of seems to have crossed paths with Gaara, but it appears they did not engage in battle. Then do you know where Sasuke and Sakura are? Naruto pressed urgently. I do not know that either, but it seems he was injured before encountering Gaara. And as for Sakura, she should be the pink-haired ninja mentioned in the intel. He murmured. Phew, as long as they're safe. Naruto sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Hinata was filled with worry, concerned for their friend's safety. It was all her fault. Her mind was so consumed with Naruto that she almost forgot about her companions. By the way, what about Shikamaru, CHG, and Kiba? What has become of them? Naruto suddenly remembered and quickly inquired. Could you provide some distinguishing features? Like their appearances? One of the Rain ninjas suggested timidly. There's a lethargic guy with a pineapple hairstyle and a chubby one who loves to eat. But CHG dislikes being called fat. There's also one who carries a dog. They're all ninjas from Konoha. Naruto stated earnestly. The three Rain ninjas exchanged awkward glances. What kind of distinguishing features are those? May I ask, are they strong? The three of them whispered. That. Naruto hesitated. After all, the four of them were notorious for skipping class together. Were they strong? It seems we must reunite with our companions as soon as possible, Naruto declared. Hinata nodded in agreement, stressing the urgency of finding them. Well, we said all we needed to say. Could you please spare our lives? The leader of the Rain ninjas asked. Rest assured, we will definitely not disclose your possession of the Heaven Scroll. Naruto frowned, while Yakushi Kabuto suggested, let us take them with us. They might know the whereabouts of your companions, and who knows, if we release them, they might actually cooperate. As time slowly passed, it was noon. Sasuke had just encountered Sakura. In this world, only those who truly felt despair could sense the palpable killing intent that made them tremble. It was their first encounter since the age of 7. Who is this person? Gazing at the woman before him, who resembled a venomous serpent, both Sasuke and Sakura trembled, and the latter burst into tears. The Chūnin Exam. How could such a person appear? She is even stronger than Kakashi. This was the only thought that crossed Sasuke's mind, aside from fear. Uchiha Sasuke, the sole surviving heir of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. I wonder how he compares to Itachi. The woman mocked with a smile. Itachi. Upon hearing the name Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke's trembling abruptly ceased, replaced by a fierce, murderous glare from his crimson eyes. The Sharingan activated. 1 against 7. 1 against 7. It had been 5 years since he last heard that name. Do you know Itachi? Sasuke demanded coldly. You possess sharp eyes. If you wish to know about Itachi, let me see if you have any worth. She replied with a chilling smile. Bang! Enraged by thoughts of Itachi, Sasuke lunged forward, moving with blinding speed until he stood before her, his Sharingan brimming with malice. Yet she merely laughed mockingly. Raising her hand, it transformed into a venomous snake, ensnaring Sasuke. But in the next moment, boom! Body substitution technique. The figure bound by the snake transformed into a wooden stump, and Orochimaru remained silent. Yet the shocking revelation struck her. She couldn't move. Countless chakra threads bound her entire body, and at the points of connection stood Sasuke. I see. So this is your intention. Orochimaru sneered. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Sasuke formed hand seals, and flames surged along the chakra threads, engulfing Orochimaru. Sasuke believed this to be the end. But in the next second, Orochimaru emerged unscathed. At such a young age, to wield the Sharingan to this extent, you are indeed the descendant of the Uchiha clan. I desire you more and more. Orochimaru chuckled coldly. As expected, you are related to Itachi. From your eyes, I can see your yearning for power. Who exactly are you? Sasuke shouted. How does he know about Itachi? Who is he? My name is Orochimaru, and I am the one who can make you stronger. Sasuke was taken aback. Stronger? Yet at that moment, Sakura also realized the gravity of the situation, feeling fear and panic towards this being. Who is she? Who is Orochimaru? Moreover, Sasuke, are you going to use that technique? Gazing at Orochimaru, Sasuke remained unfazed, clenching his left hand. At this point, he had no choice but to employ that last resort. That was his ultimate trump card. If it failed, it would truly be over. But suddenly, Orochimaru's head elongated, and in the blink of an eye, she was before Sasuke, who was frozen in terror as she sank her teeth into his neck. That was the mark of the three Tomo, the cursed seal converging. If you seek power, come find me. I can grant you the power to kill Itachi. Orochimaru whispered in his ear. In the next instant, a violent, excruciating pain engulfed Sasuke's entire being, including his mind. Aya! Sasuke screamed, clutching his head, the agonizing pain overwhelming him, and the words of Orochimaru echoed in his ears. The power to kill Itachi. Kill Itachi. Itachi. Sakura, witnessing this scene, cast aside her fear and hurried to embrace Sasuke's body. What have you done to him? Sakura yelled angrily at Orochimaru. I merely bestowed upon him a parting gift, a token of strength. He will seek me out, I am certain of it. Sasuke, for the sake of power. Orochimaru has vanished, yet Sasuke remains, writhing in agony. Sakura is filled with concern, her heart racing with anxiety, even tinged with fear. After all, she is but an ordinary genin, merely 12 years of age. Ultimately, Sasuke succumbed to unconsciousness. Sasuke! Sasuke! In her terror, Sakura cried out, desperately attempting to rouse him, but her pleas were met only with silence, deepening her despair. Why has it come to this? How did it turn into such a tragedy? It was merely a Chūnin Exam. Her comrades are scattered, Naruto is nowhere to be found, and now, Sasuke lies unconscious. What is she to do? In this crumbling examination, Naruto, where are you? Sasuke has. Where are you? Chapter 35. In the depths of a sinister forest, where darkness enveloped everything like ink, the night transformed the landscape into a mysterious and foreboding canvas. Help! A piercing female voice echoed, laden with terror. Amidst the shadowy woods stood a petite girl, her eyes wide with fear as she gazed at the formidable creature before her, a vicious python, its gaping maw stained with blood, fixated coldly upon her. The girl possessed a striking mane of crimson hair and equally vibrant red eyes, adorned with spectacles, which only accentuated her horror as she stared at the monstrous serpent. Moments ago, her companion had been devoured by this beast, evident from the gruesome stains. Someone, save me. Don't let it consume me. Yet, the python menacingly flicked its forked tongue and lunged, intent on swallowing her whole. In that moment of despair, her glasses slipped from her grasp. Suddenly, a figure dashed forward with incredible speed, landing a powerful blow on the python's forehead. With deft movements, the assailant wielded a kunai and swiftly ended the creature's life. The python, attempting to resist, found itself powerless, ultimately succumbing to its fate. The girl stood momentarily stunned, frantically searching for her fallen glasses, while the figure slowly turned, revealing a shock of bright yellow hair. Are you all right? The boy inquired. Clutching her glasses tightly, she placed them back on her face. The once blurred world transformed into a tapestry of colors under the moonlight, revealing a boy of similar age. Strangely, He bore 6 peculiar whisker-like markings on his cheeks. She paused, recognizing him instantly. After all, during the Chūnin exams, his actions had left an indelible impression on all present, including her, Karen. Naruto Uzumaki felt puzzled. Was she mute? Yet, it had been her voice that called for help. At that moment, 5 other figures arrived. Naruto, it's not wise to wander off like that. Next time, do inform us, Kabuto admonished. If it weren't for this young Hinata, they might have struggled to locate him. Haha, I heard someone crying for help, so I rushed over. Naruto chuckled, embodying the essence of a young hero. Hinata, filled with concern, gazed at Naruto, relieved to see him unscathed after the fright she had just experienced. Meanwhile, the 3 Rain ninja remained silent, their expressions unreadable. Observing the girl with red hair, Kabuto's brow furrowed. Had he stumbled upon a survivor from a fallen clan? What is your name? He asked. You were the one who cried for help, right? You're not mute, are you? I'm Karen. She responded quietly after a moment's hesitation. Are you here alone? Where are your companions? Naruto queried. After arriving here, everyone likely scattered, Hinata interjected gently. Naruto smacked his forehead, nearly forgetting the situation at hand. My companions, they were. Karen's expression darkened as she recalled her fate. She had lost her companions to the serpent. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances at the python, understanding the grim reality. A flicker of sympathy crossed Naruto's eyes. It was a tragic fate indeed, to lose one's comrades in such a manner. Simultaneously, a flicker of fear gripped him. What if Sasuke and Sakura had met a similar fate? The thought was unbearable. How tragic. Hinata shared Naruto's sentiments, her heart aching for the girl. Since you're alone now, why not join us? Naruto proposed. Karen stared at him in disbelief. Could someone like her really accompany them? After all, we're all here for the Chūnin exams, and we'll be leaving together anyway. I doubt my companions would mind, Naruto reassured her. The choice is yours, Kabuto added with a casual smile, casting a glance of appraisal at Naruto. Was this foolishness or pure altruism? In a world rife with darkness, having encountered countless treacheries as a spy, he had never encountered someone as untainted as Naruto, a purity that bordered on Navvet. Hinata, too, was taken aback. While she felt sympathy for the girl, she wondered if this was truly the right course of action. Is it really okay for me to join? Karen asked, hope shimmering in her eyes. Could she, a person like her, truly accompany them without being seen as a burden? She gazed at Naruto, as if he were the sun, blindingly radiant. Having one more person doesn't make much of a difference, Naruto declared, extending his hand. Thank you, she murmured, grasping his hand tightly. The first night passed in a mixture of silence and unease, enduring under the weight of countless unspoken fears. As the warm sunlight began to rise, Gaara sensed a chilling presence and smiled, a smile as cold as ice. At last, I have found you, Uchiha Sasuke. With that, he strode purposefully toward the source of that ominous aura, his murderous intent bubbling to the surface. He could hardly wait to spill Sasuke's blood, to bring joy to his mother. Meanwhile, Sasuke remained in a state of unconsciousness, haunted by a kaleidoscope of Sharingan visions, entwined in a nightmarish embrace. If you seek power, come find me. Orochimaru's words coiled around his mind like a serpent, that figure and those venomous eyes lingering in his consciousness. Why did you do that? To test your resolve? If you wish to kill me, then harbor your hatred, live on in that wretched manner, forever evading your fate. The memories, nightmarish and haunting, resurfaced within him. Why had he acted so? Why had he allowed him to live? He understood now. He was born for vengeance. To eradicate Itachi Uchiha, he existed solely as an avenger. For power, he would willingly surrender his body to darkness. His very existence was justified by the singular goal of eliminating him. He had always believed this. A chilling aura emanated from Sasuke, a darkness that instilled fear. As dark patterns spread across his body. Chapter 36. The Azure Beast of Konoha, Rock Lee. Beneath a concealed giant tree, Sakura anxiously gazed at Sasuke, whose pallid visage was drenched in cold sweat, as if ensnared by a nightmare. Sakura, in her frantic state, felt utterly helpless, her movements disordered. Suddenly, a figure swiftly emerged into their line of sight, causing Sakura's expression to shift drastically. It was Gaara, the one they had encountered before. Why had he followed them? You are that Gaara? Sakura exclaimed, her face etched with terror. Why was he here? Gaara disregarded Sakura's presence. His icy gaze fixated on Sasuke, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Uchiha Sasuke, at last, I have found you. With that chilling proclamation, despair washed over Sakura. They had already encountered a formidable foe, Orochimaru, and now this harbinger of destruction, Gaara. Their fates seemed cruelly intertwined. Upon entering this eerie forest, she had felt joy at the prospect of solitude with Sasuke, but now he lay unconscious, and Naruto was nowhere to be found. What was she to do? I won't allow you to harm Sasuke. Sakura trembled, rising to her feet, kunai clenched tightly in her hand, her expression grave as she stared down Gaara. Yet to him, she was merely an insect, easily dispatched. In an instant, the surrounding sand surged violently, transforming into projectiles that shot towards Sakura like shurikens. The sand shurikens flew with such speed that Sakura could scarcely react, and in a heartbeat, they were upon her. Despair gripped her heart, a bitter smile curling at her lips. At that moment of utter hopelessness, a green blur surged forth like a tempest, appearing before Sakura in the blink of an eye. To her astonishment, this figure wrenched a large chunk of earth from the ground, shielding her from the onslaught. Am I late, Sakura-chan? The voice of the green-clad figure startled Sakura. She looked up, disbelief flooding her features. It was Rock Lee, the same individual she had encountered during the Chūnin exams. Why are you here? Sakura questioned, bewildered. I promised that whenever you faced danger, I would be by your side, ready to protect you with my life. Lee declared, turning back to flash a radiant smile. Sakura momentarily lost herself in thought, recalling his words. A flicker of inexplicable emotion and gratitude crossing her eyes. What is this? Gaara's gaze narrowed as he scrutinized the green-clad youth. The azure beast of Konoha, Rock Lee. Lee replied earnestly, his confidence unwavering. He and Sakura were destined to protect one another. Let me shield you, Lee asserted, glancing at Sasuke. What has happened to him? Sakura fell silent for a moment, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Lee, sensing her distress, reassured her, don't worry, leave it to me. He's incredibly powerful, you. Sakura began. Rest assured, I shall protect you both. Lee vowed, his heart swelling with determination. Sakura's eyes glimmered with hope, yet concern lingered. Thank you, but please, be careful. Understood. Lee nodded, his heart racing with excitement. Gaara's gourd unleashed torrents of sand, enveloping the area around him, his cold gaze fixed upon Lee. Lee felt the weight of Gaara's reputation. He had heard tales of his formidable strength, and there was no denying it. You're the sandstorm of Mangekyō, Gaara, aren't you? I remember you. Lee stated calmly. I have no interest in you, Gaara replied flatly. You will soon, Lee declared, charging at Gaara. The latter remained unfazed, fixated on the green-clad boy. Bang! Lee unleashed a punch, wrapped in bandages, but it was thwarted by the sand. Each of Lee's strikes was met with resistance. No matter how swift his movements, the sand seemed to anticipate him. As his final punch was blocked, Lee retreated, his brow furrowed. Is this the extent of your skill? Gaara sneered, his disinterest palpable. Lee, glancing back at Sakura, appeared to make a decision. He removed his weighted training gear, letting it crash to the ground, creating 2 deep craters. The weight was astonishing. He's been carrying that this whole time. Sakura gasped in shock. How could he maintain such speed with such a burden? I'm ready to go, Lee proclaimed confidently, while Gaara's expression darkened. With a whoosh, Lee's speed transformed into mere afterimages, leaving Gaara unable to track him. In an instant, Lee landed a solid punch squarely on Gaara's face. Bang! Gaara was sent reeling, shock evident upon his features. His speed had increased dramatically, surpassing even the sands that typically shielded him. As Gaara struggled to comprehend the situation, Lee vanished again, the surrounding sand erupting in chaos. Over here. But the afterimages were too swift to be caught, evading the oncoming sand effortlessly. Bang! Gaara received another brutal blow. Sakura watched in disbelief, her eyes shimmering with incredulity. This was Lee's true power? Such speed, it seemed even Sasuke would be hard-pressed to match it. Gaara slowly rose, his gaze now filled with a newfound respect. Lee was indeed an adversary of considerable merit, and though he had yet to inflict harm, Gaara felt the weight of his speed. Are you interested now? Lee smirked confidently, recognizing the shift in Gaara's demeanor, an acknowledgement of a worthy opponent. Teacher Guy, do you see this? Your disciple will prove himself, Lee proclaimed. Indeed, I have developed a modicum of interest in you, Gaara replied, a manic grin spreading across his face, radiating malice like a demon. Lee's expression grew serious. Even with his newfound speed, he understood that Gaara's defenses were formidable. It seemed he had no choice but to unlock the 8th gate of the 8 gates. It's time to unleash the lotus. Chapter 37. Shaoli vs. Gaara. Gazing at Gaara, Shaoli wore a grave expression. His physical techniques were largely ineffective against Gaara unless he unleashed the 8 gates. Slowly, he began to unwrap the bandages around his wrists. Having made a momentous decision in his heart, Lee, remember, this technique is only to be used in moments of protecting those who are dear to you. Teacher Kai's words echoed in his mind, and now was that moment. Sakura, take Sasuke and move away. The commotion will be quite significant. As Shaoli spoke, he crossed his hands and fixed his determined gaze upon Gaara. Upon hearing this, Sakura nodded, hurriedly assisting Sasuke to a safer distance, her heart filled with concern. Shaoli, she murmured. Gaara furrowed his brow, staring at Shaoli with a look of confusion. Teacher Kai, this is indeed the time to protect those important to me. With a mighty roar, Shaoli activated the 3rd gate of the 8 gates, his skin flushing crimson, veins throbbing on his forehead, unleashing a terrifying aura that engulfed the surroundings. The air around him seemed to compress, steam rising, a faint green glow emanating from his very being. Witnessing this transformation, Gaara felt an ominous foreboding. Before him stood not merely a man, but a ferocious beast awakening. What is happening? Gaara's expression shifted slightly. Neji, I intended to reserve this technique for you. Shaoli roared internally, his momentum shifting once more, for this was not his limit. He could unleash more. Open the 4th gate. With the activation of the 4th gate, Shaoli's foot struck the ground with tremendous force, and in the next instant, bang! The verdant terrain beneath him caved in, and before Gaara could react, he was sent flying by a powerful kick. The sheer force toppled several trees. His strength has increased? Gaara was stunned, realizing not only was Shaoli faster, but stronger as well. Sand poured from the gourd at Gaara's side, swirling to envelop him. But in the blink of an eye, Shaoli appeared before him, delivering a devastating punch that shattered Gaara's defenses, even breaking through his outer sand armor. With that layer of armor, how could this be possible? Shaoli had completely lost himself to the frenzy of battle, his speed surging as he delivered another punishing blow, sending Gaara hurtling away. As he arrived at Gaara's landing point, he struck again. Bang, 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 bang. Gaara's body was tossed about like a mere ball. Disoriented by the relentless assault, he was astonished. This green-skinned creature was astonishingly formidable. The sand proved utterly incapable of halting Shaoli's onslaught. Meanwhile, distant onlookers, Sakura included, were left in shock, gaining a newfound appreciation for Shaoli's might. He is so powerful. Sakura gasped, her astonishment deepening. This far surpassed her understanding of taijutsu ninjas. To bring Gaara to this state using only physical techniques was extraordinary. Such prowess, surely even Sasuke. Who is he? Gaara's gaze widened in horror as he scrutinized Shaoli, grappling with the fact that this individual possessed such overwhelming strength. Allow me to conclude this, Shaoli declared, as bandages erupted from his wrists, enveloping Gaara midair. With a sudden, forceful tug, the myriad white bandages wrapped Gaara tightly like a zongzi. Embracing Gaara, Shaoli plummeted earthward, spinning rapidly as he utilized the 8 gates. Primary Lotus. Boom. A deafening crash reverberated as a colossal crater formed upon impact, smoke billowing upward as Shaoli emerged from the cloud. He gasped for breath, the exertion of this technique weighing heavily upon him. The toll of the 8 gates becoming increasingly apparent. Did I win? Sakura gazed in disbelief at the scene before her. Had he truly defeated Gaara? The smoke obscured her view, and as it began to dissipate, they witnessed Gaara's form gradually disintegrating. But it was merely an empty shell? Shaoli was taken aback as a surge of sand rushed towards him. Reacting swiftly, he attempted to evade, but the aftereffects of the 4th gate rendered him momentarily sluggish. Damn it, I have no choice but to open the 5th gate. Shaoli thought, panic gripping his heart. Shaoli, watch out. Sakura shouted frantically, witnessing the unfolding chaos. 8th gate, 5th. Yet before he could activate the 5th gate, a figure dashed in, spinning rapidly, creating an air wall that deflected the encroaching sand. Return. The arrival of this figure caused Shaoli to pause, lifting his gaze in surprise. Is that Neji? Shaoli, you rascal. We've been searching for you. Neji exclaimed, his heart brimming with relief. You really had us worried. I'm sorry, Tenten. Shaoli clutched his head, pleading for forgiveness. They are Shaoli's companions? Sakura observed them, recognizing their faces from the Chūnin exams. The mention of companions reminded her of Naruto. they had yet to reunite with him. Damn it, where could he possibly be now? Neji caught sight of Sakura and glanced back, his expression peculiar as he regarded Xiao Li, instantly understanding the situation without needing to ask. Did this guy injure you? Neji inquired, eyeing the sand armor gradually forming around Gaara, raising an eyebrow. He is strong, Xiao Li replied gravely. At this, Neji's demeanor grew serious. To force Xiao Li to such lengths, Gaara was undoubtedly formidable. Moreover, the murderous intent and bloodlust emanating from him indicated he had claimed many lives recently. Sensing Neji's presence, Gaara narrowed his eyes slightly. This opponent also appeared to be quite skilled. If I could eliminate him, my mother would surely be pleased. You are truly infuriating, Neji asserted. His Byakugan activated, eyes glaring fiercely. Neji, be cautious. Gaara's sand armor is extremely tough. We must strategize. Xiao Li slowly rose, the effects of the fourth gate weighing heavily upon him. He felt utterly drained and needed time to recuperate. If even the fourth gate could not contend with Gaara, he would have no choice but to resort to the eighth. Ten, take Xiao Li to that girl. I will handle this guy, Neji commanded. Understood, be careful. Ten nodded, supporting Xiao Li as they made their way towards Sakura and the others. Chapter 38. Neji Hyuga vs. Gaara. Ten, supporting Li's frail body, hastened towards Sakura's location. Upon catching sight of the latter, astonishment washed over her. Was that Sasuke Uchiha? Li, are you alright? Sakura's gaze fell upon Li's pallid visage, immediately inciting a wave of guilt within her. I'm sorry, Sakura-chan, Li's complexion bore the weight of remorse. He had intended to protect her, yet now. There's no need to apologize. If it weren't for you, Li, Sasuke and I might. Sakura shook her head, realizing that it was she who should feel guilty. Why was she so weak? Each time they fought, she was utterly helpless. What had happened to Sasuke? Tintin gazed at the unconscious Sasuke, perplexed. It was known that the name Uchiha Sasuke resonated throughout their generation of ninjas. We encountered some trouble, Sakura replied, her voice tinged with despondency. Tintin nodded, but Li glanced around, then asked with confusion, by the way, what about Naruto? We haven't found him yet. Sakura's heart sank further. At present, one teammate lay unconscious while another was missing. As the sole female ninja, the burden weighed heavily upon her. Naruto. He's that loud kid from the previous exam, Tintin recalled, remembering the exuberant exploits of Naruto Uzumaki during the Chūnin exams. He seemed so small, yet had always proclaimed his ambition to become Hokage. Neji Hyuga regarded Gaara with trepidation. The malevolence radiating from him was unlike anything he had encountered among his peers. Sandstorm Gaara. In the intelligence gathered for this Chūnin selection, this genin from Mangekyō was shrouded in mystery regarding his true strength, known only for completing past missions without a single injury, and scathe, earning him the moniker Shura. Suddenly, a torrent of sand erupted from Gaara's gourd, enveloping him entirely in a sphere of sand. Confusion clouded Neji's mind. What was Gaara attempting to accomplish? In the next moment, a chilling aura washed over him from behind, emanating from the direction of Sakura and the others. Meanwhile, Gaara whispered with manic fervor, Mother, I will kill them. With their blood. His deranged laughter echoed ominously from within the sand sphere, followed by a cacophony of maniacal guffaws. As the forest grew dark, the sand ball cracked open, revealing a grotesque, half-tailed beast form. Gaara's visage was tainted, his right eye transformed into a monstrous pupil. I shall kill you. Kill you. Kill you. My existence is solely for the purpose of murder. Neji was drenched in cold sweat, staring in horror at this spectacle. This individual was nothing short of a monster. Murder for existence? I see hatred in your eyes. Gaara sneered. Neji's expression hardened as he assumed his stance. This was no ordinary opponent. Li's words rang true. Gaara was formidable. With a sudden, ferocious strike, Gaara extended his monstrous claw towards Neji, aiming to crush his skull. Let me witness your hatred. Gaara bellowed with laughter. Neji's countenance shifted. Was this claw a serious threat? Was Gaara truly a ninja and not merely a beast? He swiftly dodged, but the claw pursued relentlessly. 8 trigrams air palm. Neji unleashed, compressing the air before him, launching a projectile akin to a cannonball. With a resounding crash, a portion of the sand claw began to disintegrate, yet this was of little consequence to Gaara. Is this truly all you can muster? Gaara taunted with a chilling smile. Then, his monstrous claw clenched tightly, and Neji perceived countless tiny sand spheres converging, akin to a barrage of bullets. Sand burst, sand hail. As if rain, the spheres cascaded down at Gaara's command, bombarding Neji. In a state of alarm, Neji began to spin rapidly, forming a protective shield to withstand the onslaught of sand hail. Return to heaven. This battle saw Neji at a distinct disadvantage. Gaara's monstrous strength was beyond what a normal ninja like Neji could contend with. There was simply no comparison. Even Neji could not deny this fact. He was overwhelmingly powerful, resembling a beast rather than a human. Witnessing this, Tintin and the others gasped in disbelief. Could even Neji, the prodigy, be outmatched by Gaara? How is this possible? Tintin exclaimed, incredulous. That Gaara is incredibly strong. Lee declared gravely. Even if I opened the 8 gates, I could barely inflict any meaningful damage on him. He is not human. He is a monster. Not just Tintin and Lee were observing. Hidden in the nearby foliage, several heads suddenly emerged. It was Team 10, Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, along with Kiba and Shino. The 5 had fortuitously crossed paths and had been drawn by the commotion. No way. Even Neji can't handle him? This is a joke, right? That incredibly strong Byakugan user? Ino gasped, recalling Neji's stoic demeanor from the previous day. So, should we still go after the Earth Scroll? Choji murmured. Why bother? None of us combined would stand a chance against that guy. Kiba replied, speechless. My insects tell me that Gaara from Mangekyō is extremely dangerous. Shino stated solemnly. Now that they knew the intelligence of the Earth Scroll, observing Gaara, it seemed futile to attempt to seize it. Building rapport felt equally daunting. Shikamaru surveyed Gaara from a distance. He resembled not a human, but a cold-blooded Shura. Such a person would be fundamentally incompatible with them, let alone cooperate. Approaching would be inviting disaster. What should we do? It's been a whole day. If we don't gather the Heaven and Earth Scrolls, how will we escape? Ino was nearly frantic, shaking Shikamaru's shoulders. Shikamaru, you're so clever. Think of something. She urged anxiously. Stop shaking me, please. It's so annoying. Neji focused intently on Gaara, contemplating his next move, when suddenly, he felt his feet sink deeply into the ground. Looking down, panic surged through him. The sand had ensnared his feet, rendering him immobile. This is bad, Neji thought, a sense of foreboding enveloping him. Die, boy, Gaara sneered, launching himself like a cannonball, closing the distance in an instant. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Neji smiled. He assumed the offensive stance of the Hyuga clan. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Chapter 39. Uchiha Sasuke vs. Gaara. Beneath his feet lay a manifestation of a Bagua array, and Gaara found himself entirely enveloped within its confines. To Neji's discerning eyes, his opponent was laid bare, all vulnerabilities exposed. 1 strike, 16 strikes, 24 strikes. As Neji unleashed a relentless flurry of blows, Gaara became akin to a living target, mercilessly battered. 64 strikes. With the final blow, Gaara was sent hurtling backward. The spectators, having witnessed the spectacle, were left in awe. Is this the prowess of the genius Neji? Remarkable. Indeed. Neji is Neji. There exists no foe he cannot vanquish. Daily, he transformed into a captivated admirer, overwhelmed by Neji's might. Truly, he was worthy of his reputation. Suddenly, Lee's expression shifted dramatically. Gaara was no ordinary adversary. Upon completing his 64 strikes, Neji raised his head, only to find Gaara standing before him, seemingly unscathed. Yet, upon closer inspection, layers of sand armor were shedding from Gaara's surface. Neji's attacks had merely fractured his defenses. Against such an opponent as Gaara, Neji's techniques proved futile, all rendered ineffective by the sand. The situation was dire. With a swift movement, Gaara extended his hand, his massive claw poised to crush Neji into oblivion. Causing the onlookers to gasp in terror, Gaara's demeanor was one of cold amusement. In that instant, a green figure surged forth, a whirlwind from Konoha. Lee dashed in, deflecting the enormous claw with a well-timed kick, allowing Neji to evade disaster. Seizing the moment, Neji hastily dispelled the sand beneath him, liberating himself from its grasp. His expression grave. It appeared Gaara had encased himself in a layer of sand armor, capable of absorbing assaults. Lee stood alongside Neji, realization dawning upon them. Moreover, Gaara's sand armor was regenerative. Neji's gaze remained fixed on Gaara, who was now in the throes of relentless recovery. Gaara, consumed by a rising tide of murderous intent, felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate them, yet his attention was suddenly drawn to Sasuke's position. There, an ominous aura was converging, cold and chilling, akin to the depths of an abyss. I am an avenger, existing solely to eradicate my brother. Fueled by such hatred, Uchiha Sasuke slowly rose, enveloped in a frigid atmosphere. Strange black markings swirling upon his cheeks, curse marks. His eyes, now a pair of crimson tomo, opened wide. Sasuke-kun, you have finally. Sakura and the others beamed with joy upon witnessing Sasuke awaken, but the next moment, the chilling aura transformed their expressions into one of horror. His visage was marred by curse marks. Sasuke, are you alright? Sakura's voice trembled. This was a far cry from the Sasuke she remembered. He now resembled a figure consumed by a frenzy of malice and wrath. I am well, and never have I felt this invigorated. Sasuke's smile was chilling as he raised his hand, reveling in this newfound power, exhibiting a smile that bordered on madness. This overwhelming strength. After a moment of introspection, he glanced up, sensing something, and beheld Gaara, whose expression mirrored his own madness. Sasuke chuckled. Perfect at last. A worthy adversary to unleash this power upon. Uchiha Sasuke, come forth. I shall slay you. Gaara's mocking tone echoed. Having awakened to the presence of such a kindred spirit, one brimming with hatred and murderous intent. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Both combatants, burdened with their respective vendettas, were reflections of one another, their eyes glistening with the same lethal intent, loathing, and animosity. In a flash, Sasuke lunged forward, rapidly closing the distance to Gaara. As he dashed past Neji and Lee urgently called out, Sasuke-kun, this guy is not normal. We must fight together. No need. I alone am sufficient. At his words, both Neji and Lee exchanged glances, Neji huffing in dissatisfaction. This guy is quite the egotist. Oh my, it's Sasuke. It's Sasuke-kun. Ino's excitement was palpable. For Uchiha Sasuke was a prodigy, and surely he would triumph over Gaara. Sand Shuriken. Countless sand shuriken materialized, and with a swipe of Gaara's massive claw, they hurtled toward the oncoming Sasuke. Sasuke smirked, swiftly forming hand seals and inhaling deeply. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball erupted from Sasuke's mouth, its searing heat igniting the surrounding forest, obliterating the sand shuriken in an instant. Is this all you can muster, Uchiha Sasuke? Show me your true strength. Gaara cackled madly. Sasuke's eyes narrowed, a glint of menace reflecting his burgeoning power and the hatred he harbored for Itachi. He halted, preparing to execute his ultimate technique. Allow me to demonstrate. This technique. As blue energy surged from his left palm, electric currents crackled, producing a sound reminiscent of 1,000 birds in flight. That technique, that form, is that Kakashi-sensei's? Sakura gasped in astonishment, realizing Sasuke was about to unleash Kakashi's signature move. What a genius! What technique is that? Behind them, Lee and Neji exchanged looks of disbelief, surprised that Sasuke still possessed such a technique. He was indeed a dark horse, a genius of the Uchiha clan. So cool, so impressive, Sasuke-kun is the best. Ino, hidden in the shadows, was utterly thrilled. Truly, he was her idol, exhibiting remarkable prowess. The four of them exchanged silent glances at Ino's fervor. Was such excitement truly necessary? What technique could it be? Sasuke is so powerful. I thought he was merely a tad stronger than me. Just give it up. Sasuke is the strongest. Ino shot him a dismissive glance, her tone dripping with sarcasm. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. The four of them looked at Ino once more, incredulous. What a devoted fan. As the sound of 1,000 birds echoed wildly, Gaara laughed maniacally. Yes, this is it. This is the way. Uchiha Sasuke brandished Chidori, charging toward the oncoming Gaara. Chidori. With a resounding cry, Gaara's massive claw was swiftly torn asunder, utterly shattered, and Gaara himself let out a wretched scream as he plummeted downward. Did we win? The crowd erupted in joyous exclamations. Sasuke won. He defeated Gaara. They were ecstatic, but... Chapter 40, Beyond Limits, the third Chidori. Gaara's entire sand arm was torn asunder by the Chidori. The penetrating force inflicted harm upon him, blood gushing from his wrist. He was injured. Sasuke, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but smile. This was the power of Chidori, coupled with an unrelenting surge of energy, truly intoxicating. How does this power feel to you? Sasuke asked, his gaze cold and mocking as he looked at Gaara. The wails and fury of his opponent were precisely what he yearned to see. This was the might of the Uchiha. However, after his roar, Gaara began to smile, a perplexing sight for Sasuke. Ha ha! Gaara laughed maniacally, his voice raspy and frenzied. his shattered arm mended instantaneously, a brand new massive claw materializing forth. Not only that, but a monstrous tail unfurled behind him. He had become stronger. Uchiha Sasuke, you and I are the same. Gaara snarled. Sasuke's expression darkened. He healed? Such damage, and yet he recovers instantly. What is that tail? The thought crept into his mind. Was this man a monster? Even he found this notion unsettling. Who exactly are you? Sasuke inquired, his tone heavy with suspicion. Yet Gaara replied, I am just like you. What? Sasuke was taken aback. You and I share the same understanding of true loneliness, and we bear the world's most agonizing gaze. Gaara taunted. Sasuke furrowed his brow, trying to decipher Gaara's words. We possess identical eyes, filled with hatred and murderous intent in our quest for power. You resemble me, harboring the desire to eliminate those who cast you into the abyss of solitude. At this, Sasuke's thoughts drifted to Itachi, and his countenance darkened, transforming into something ghastly, accentuated by his cursed seal. That gaze, Gaara observed with a sinister grin. What transpired between them? The onlookers were enveloped in confusion and bewilderment. Boom. Gaara launched another ferocious assault, propelling himself forward with such force that Sasuke felt a chill and swiftly dodged. The forest behind him was ruthlessly obliterated. The devastation wrought by a single blow was enormous, terrifyingly so. Has this guy grown even stronger? I cannot confront him head-on. Sasuke mused, gaining a newfound understanding of Gaara's power. He was nothing short of a monster. Boom, 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 boom. Gaara's strength rendered Sasuke helpless. He could only retreat, biding his time for an opportunity. Even with his cursed seal activated, overcoming Gaara was nearly impossible. He is indeed a monster. What's wrong? Are you afraid of me? Gaara mocked, relishing Sasuke's dismay. Are you too timid to clash with me? Is your hatred only skin deep? Are your feelings of animosity and murderous intent overshadowed by fear? Is this all you are capable of, Uchiha Sasuke? Gaara laughed maniacally, disregarding Sasuke's now grim demeanor. Why did he let me live? He deliberately spared me. What could his intentions be? Now I comprehend. He allowed me to survive to become a vessel tormented by the guilt of my clan's massacre. My brother's actions were to mold me into a vengeful assassin. Chidori. With a thunderous roar, as if myriad birds were singing within his grasp, the Chidori, imbued with boundless hatred, was unleashed. Sasuke leaped forth, charging at Gaara, who grinned and swung his massive claw for another clash. Boom. Gaara's sand claw was once more pierced, torn into grains, and while this attack injured him again, he continued to smile, seemingly impervious to pain. Haha, this is the sensation I crave, this feeling of injury. If I can kill you, I will feel alive again. Uchiha Sasuke, come at me again. Onlookers paled at the sight. This individual was no longer human, but a veritable monster. What manner of being was this Gaara from the Sand Village? Was he truly here for the Chūnin exams? Or was his aim to kill? This guy, he is not human, he is a monster. Tenten gasped. By his appearance, he cannot be considered a human. Neji remarked gravely. From your gaze, I see hatred. Gaara's earlier words echoed in his mind, stirring apprehension. Hatred, murderous intent. He understood well where his own hatred stemmed from, the disdain for the Hyuga clan. Yet Gaara's hatred surpassed his own. Is Sasuke-kun in danger? This guy is nothing short of a monster. Ino exclaimed, her expression urgent. There's no denying that Gaara is formidable. Kiba gritted his teeth. This Chūnin exam is far too perilous. The previous genius, Hyuga Neji, this year's prodigy, Uchiha Sasuke, and this monster from the sand, Gaara. Thank heavens for Naruto's presence. Kiba thought. What manner of monster is this? Withstanding 2 Chidori strikes without faltering? Sasuke's visage darkened. One must understand, Chidori is an A-rank technique, formidable and challenging to master. Yet now, without the Sharingan, I would have perished long ago. Heart racing, Sasuke evaded several of Gaara's vicious strikes. Is this all you can do? Is your existence limited to mere evasion? Uchiha Sasuke. Gaara cackled maniacally, lunging at Sasuke. Having used 2 Chidori, I can no longer. Sasuke's mood soured further. His current capacity allowed for only 2 Chidori strikes a day, exceeding that risked his life. This was Kakashi's conclusion. Neji and Lee exchanged glances, their hearts sinking. Even Sasuke was not a match for this creature. Lee, prepare yourself. Neji commanded. Understood. Lee nodded, feeling the lingering effects of his injuries diminishing. Gaara was no benevolent soul. Even if he were to defeat Sasuke, he would not spare them. It was better to cooperate. Perhaps there remained a sliver of hope. Those hiding, come forth. Neji suddenly glanced toward the side, where Shikamaru and others lay concealed. Upon hearing his call, they were startled and quickly joined him. Among the 12 young warriors, only Naruto and Hinata had yet to appear. "You are. Ino, is that you?" Sakura exclaimed, surprised to see them here. "Hi, Sakura." Ino greeted with a smile, though Sakura could only manage a wry smile in return. After listening to Neji's thoughts, they began to waver. Fight against a monster like Gaara? Us mere pawns? Is that even feasible? I understand your concerns, but remember, the Earth Scroll is in Gaara's possession, and the whereabouts of the Heaven Scroll are unknown. To escape this hellish place, we must secure the Earth Scroll, Neji stated solemnly. What shall we do then? Frankly speaking, you are truly feeble. Gaara sneered with a menacing grin. Is your weakness a result of insufficient hatred? Sasuke lowered his head, his expression dark and foreboding, as memories of that fateful day resurfaced. Is your weakness due to a lack of profound hatred? Silence. Sasuke replied in a low tone. The power of hatred can transform into the force of killing, and the force of killing can evolve into the power of vengeance. Your hatred is weaker than mine, which signifies that you are inferior. Your hatred is merely trivial, Uchiha Sasuke. Gaara's laughter echoed wildly, saliva flying, proclaiming that Uchiha Sasuke's hatred was, at best, insignificant. I command you to be silent. Chidori. The ferocious Chidori surged once more, and Sasuke's complexion turned pale at an observable rate. The cursed mark on his cheek spreading uncontrollably, enveloping half of his body. This marked the third Chidori of the day. Sasuke abruptly leaped into action, his gaze fixated on Gaara, brimming with fury and intent to kill, as hatred coursed through his eyes. Gaara chuckled, and they clashed once again. Chapter 41. The Arrival of Naruto Uzumaki. With a resounding crash, as Gaara's sand claws tore through once more, Sasuke Uchiha fell completely, stripped of his fighting capability. The cursed seal on his neck began to burn with excruciating pain. His body had reached its limit. The three Chidori had drained his chakra entirely, and even the cursed seal was now manifesting adverse effects. Yet, Gaara rose again, a menacing glare fixed upon Naruto, as the shattered sand claws began to coalesce once more. You have reached your limit. Allow me to send you on your way. Gaara laughed coldly. First, I shall eliminate Sasuke Uchiha, and then those others. Finally, I will kill that woman outside. Only then can I prove my worth. No, that guy intends to kill Sasuke. A startled cry from Kiba drew everyone's attention, and Sakura sprang into action, racing towards Sasuke. She refused to remain passive, unwilling to let Sasuke perish before her eyes. Absolutely not. Despite the fear gripping her heart, she charged forward without hesitation. Die, Sasuke Uchiha. Gaara leapt into the air, his massive claws aimed mercilessly at the fallen Sasuke. Damn it, I can't move. Sasuke struggled futilely. His body had reached its utmost limits and could not rise. He could only watch helplessly as Gaara advanced. Just then, Sakura brandished a kunai and positioned herself before him, causing Sasuke to exclaim urgently, Sakura, it's dangerous. Get away quickly. But Sakura remained silent, resolutely standing her ground. She refused to be a useless bystander. She, too, was a ninja. Gaara's gaze narrowed slightly as a fleeting image crossed his mind, and in a moment of madness, he swatted Sakura aside with a single blow. For someone as fragile as Sakura, this strike was undoubtedly lethal, nearly rendering her unconscious. Why am I so weak? I can't even save my comrades. Am I destined to always walk behind them? Even Naruto surpasses me. Sakura watched in despair as Gaara prepared to strike down Sasuke. In her blurred consciousness, a flash of yellow raced towards her. It was, die. Gaara swung his massive claws down towards Sasuke, his eyes filled with derision and scorn. But at that moment, a figure darted in front of him, delivering a powerful flying kick that sent Gaara hurtling away. Bang! Gaara was propelled by the force, struggling to stabilize himself as he squinted at the newcomer. It was Naruto Uzumaki. He had finally arrived, just in time to prevent the loss of a comrade. Rage boiled within him as he glared at Gaara, growling. What do you think you're doing to my comrades? Naruto's appearance momentarily stunned everyone, followed by a surge of anxiety. Although he had arrived at a critical moment, they were faced with a monster. Could the underdog truly? And Ino leapt forward, catching Sakura securely. A flicker of hope passed through Sakura's eyes at the arrival of her comrade, mingled with excitement and a tinge of concern. Naruto is here. Thank goodness, but... Her eyelids felt heavy, as if she were on the brink of a long slumber. Don't fall asleep, Sakura. Hang in there. Ino cried out, panic welling as tears threatened to spill. Sakura. The group felt a wave of worry wash over them. No, she took that blow from him. Her insides might be damaged. We need a medical ninja. Neji's Byakugan flared, his expression paling. Even he wouldn't dare withstand Gaara's blow, yet she had. This is serious. Sakura, please be okay. Now that Naruto has arrived, and Sasuke is still alive. Don't panic, just open your eyes. Ino wept openly, her tears flowing. The group turned pale, covering their mouths in disbelief. Whoosh. A few figures rushed in. It was Hinata and her companions, following closely behind. Let me take over. I'm a medical ninja. Kabuto stepped forward. He then performed a healing technique, his palms glowing green as he infused chakra into Sakura's body, and gradually, her complexion improved. Hinata, I'm so glad you're safe. Wait, who are you? As Sakura regained her senses, the group exchanged surprised glances at Hinata and then at the four newcomers. They were at a loss for words, and Hinata stepped forward to clarify. Gaara stared at the newly arrived Naruto Uzumaki, his eyes narrowing slightly. He recalled that this individual was tied to a prior mission. So weak, utterly weak. Even now, Gaara felt this way. For Naruto bore none of the hatred or loneliness that Sasuke and Neji possessed. You are not someone who piques my interest, Gaara stated coldly. Naruto narrowed his eyes, glancing back at Sasuke, who lay defeated, and Sakura, gravely injured, now receiving treatment from Kabuto. He was momentarily taken aback. His comrades, the ones he cherished, had been reduced to this state, all thanks to the monster before him. Naruto slowly regained his focus, his eyes shifting with a burgeoning coldness. For the first time, he felt a deep-seated hatred towards another. You took my comrades, the ones I hold dear. I will not let you live. Naruto proclaimed with fury. His rage nearly clouded his judgment. Naruto, you fool, get out of here. Sasuke suddenly shouted. Naruto froze, concern flooding his mind. Sasuke struggled to rise, his face contorted with pain from the cursed seal. Naruto, listen. While I still have some strength left, take Sakura and the others and leave. I'll buy you time. If I die here, it means I was never meant to be anything more. Sasuke struggled to speak. Naruto stared at Sasuke, bewildered. What was he saying? To escape with Sakura and the others? Was this truly the Sasuke he knew? I once lost everything. I cannot bear to see my precious comrades perish before me. Sasuke's words struck Naruto deeply. Important comrades. He said. Important comrades. This was the first time Naruto heard such acknowledgement from the prideful Sasuke. He accepted them as comrades. The initial fury began to subside, and his eyes sparkled with newfound hope, glimmering with a different light. Chapter 42. Naruto Uzumaki versus Gaara. Gaara's eyes narrowed as he stood not far from them, clearly hearing their conversation. His expression shifted, as if recalling a series of memories time, and again first it was Rock Lee, then Neji, followed by Sakura, and finally, Naruto Uzumaki. Each of them had stood before him, preventing him from taking a life. Companions on Naruto's side, Rock Lee and Neji joined together, standing united against Gaara. They knew that facing him alone would yield no chance of victory. They needed to collaborate. Sasuke, can you still fight? Rock Lee inquired with concern. Everyone be cautious. This guy shows no signs of fatigue despite the battle thus far. He is far too dangerous. Neji remarked gravely, his Byakugan activated, staring at the abundant and overwhelming chakra. Is he even human? He is a monster. Then let us cooperate, Sasuke declared solemnly, acknowledging the dire situation. He might act tough, but he was no fool. In a one-on-one, they would be utterly outmatched by Gaara. Meanwhile, Naruto was lost in thought, reflecting on Sasuke's words. When he snapped back to reality, he glanced at his companions. Each of them bore wounds, their strength nearly depleted. He made a decisive choice, stating slowly, "You all can rest easy. I, Naruto Uzumaki, will handle him alone." The three stared at him in disbelief. Are you an idiot? Can't you see the situation? Neji retorted, baffled by their team's reckless tendencies. Naruto, I know you're confident, but Gaara isn't just a person, he is a monster. Surely you can see that? Rock Lee frowned. What is wrong with you? Sasuke questioned, filled with confusion. He sensed a change in Naruto's demeanor. It was as if he had transformed in that moment. Naruto ignored their protests, glaring fiercely at Gaara, shouting, I will be your opponent. However, Gaara regarded him with disinterest, akin to observing an insignificant insect, coldly responding, I have no interest in you, insect. Unfazed, Naruto produced the heavenly scroll, a slow smile spreading across his face. I know you have the earth scroll, and I possess the heavenly scroll. I trust you find this item quite valuable." The onlookers gasped in astonishment. The heavenly scroll was in Naruto's possession? This meant both the heavenly and earth scrolls had appeared. The others were stunned, while Gaara's expression turned icy, filled with murderous intent. Indeed, Naruto was of no interest to him, but the heavenly scroll was a different matter altogether. "If you desire this, you must first defeat me," Naruto declared with a grin, then swiftly dashed away in the opposite direction. Gaara cast a fleeting glance at the trio before pursuing Naruto with fervor. "Naruto!" Sasuke shouted in alarm, but they were already too far away to catch up. In their current state, they had no chance of following. What on earth is that fool trying to do? Sasuke was on the brink of madness, ultimately collapsing to the ground, pale-faced. Rock Lee and Neji, witnessing this, momentarily set aside their concern for Naruto, quickly assisting Sasuke back. While Kabuto began treating Sakura after stabilizing her condition, he cast a curious glance at the cursed seal on Sasuke, a smile creeping onto his face. Realizing that Orochimaru had successfully implanted the seal. "Is it Naruto?" Sakura lifted her weary gaze, suddenly speaking. "That guy has lured Gaara away by himself," Neji said in a low voice. "What is wrong with that fool, playing the hero? He's just a Thailander." Sakura's face paled further upon hearing this. "Naruto? That idiot, what was he planning? Was he trying to play the hero? What is that fool thinking?" Kiba exclaimed angrily. "He must be worried about us," Shikamaru noted grimly. Having been close friends with Naruto, he understood his motivations well. Naruto's intention was clear. He didn't want his companions to be harmed. So he had drawn the enemy away. Naruto Hinata clasped her hands tightly, filled with concern. Meanwhile, Karen also displayed worry, pondering whether that monstrous being would put him in danger. Naruto had always been this way. He was like that as a child, and he remained so as an adult. "We need to find Naruto quickly," CHG declared, unusually agitated. "Let us hurry." "Hinata, can you check Naruto's location?" Kiba urged. Hinata nodded, activating her Byakugan to search for Naruto's distant position. "Please, don't rush. Let me treat your wounds first," Kabuto interjected kindly. The group nodded in agreement, expressing their gratitude. "Super fool, please don't get into trouble." Sasuke gritted his teeth, whispering in anguish. Naruto and Gaara, one fleeing ahead and the other chasing behind, found themselves at a distance from their companions. Naruto halted, turning to face Gaara. Gaara also came to a stop, a mocking expression on his face. "What's wrong? Are you not planning to run anymore?" "It's no longer necessary. I intend to defeat you here," Naruto declared earnestly. "Ha ha." Gaara erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke of his life. "To you, what are they to you?" Gaara suddenly shouted, questioning Naruto, eager to uncover the answer. This weakling had chosen to draw him away from his companions for what purpose? What did it truly signify? "They are my companions. I will never allow you to harm them," Naruto shouted, pointing at him. At Naruto's words, Gaara's expression twisted in pain, memories flooding back to him. Those difficult to forget and painful recollections. "Your name was given to you by your sister, Gaara. You love only your own Shura. You fight solely for yourself. Your name exists to despise this world. She never loved you." In an instant, Gaara's gaze turned frigid. "I am alone. I trust no one. My existence is solely to kill. I am solitary." That chilling glare sent shivers down Naruto's spine. What kind of gaze was that? It was so lonely it was reminiscent of himself in the past. Naruto involuntarily shuddered, sensing a tremor within him. A feeling known as fear, that lonely gaze. Were they truly the same kind of person? "Are you afraid?" Gaara taunted with a sneer. Then, with a tone heavy with scorn, he continued, "Do you realize that from the moment I was born, I took my mother's life? My father, in an effort to mold me into the strongest ninja, sealed the embodiment of sand within me at birth. Thus, I have been a monster since my arrival." "The embodiment of sand, a monster?" Naruto murmured in confusion. "It is the tailed beast, Shukaku," Gaara declared coldly. Boom. Naruto was struck with shock. A tailed beast? His father had sealed a tailed beast within him? He was a vessel for a monster? Chapter 43. Unparalleled Eruption, Spiraling Sphere. One tail, Shukaku. I was nourished by my mother's life, and from the moment of my birth, I was regarded by the village as the most perfect creation. For my father is the Kazekage. I believe that was love. Gaara spoke slowly, his emotions appearing to fluctuate slightly. However, all of this transpired before that incident. Upon hearing this, Naruto Uzumaki furrowed his brow in confusion, inquiring, "What exactly does that incident mean?" Gaara remained silent, which instilled a sense of unease in Naruto. And then Gaara abruptly lifted his head, revealing a fierce expression, declaring, "Since I was 6 years old, I have repeatedly faced near-death experiences from my father's assassination attempts." What? Naruto's eyes widened in shock. Death by his father's assassination? A single individual possesses such overwhelming power, which over time becomes a perilous threat. As a vessel of sacrificial strength, my mind has been fraught with instability. The villagers, those fools, have finally recognized this. To my father, I am both the village's trump card and a terrifying liability. From the age of 6, they designated me as a danger, treating me merely as a tool for the village, handled with extreme caution. Now, I have become a thorn in their side. As Gaara recounted his tale, he began to laugh, a laugh so desolate, so bitter, and filled with hatred. Naruto trembled. This man, this individual. Gazing at the quivering Naruto, Gaara continued, "To them, I am a thing they wish to erase. So why do I even exist? What is the purpose of my life?" Whenever I pose this question, I find no answer. Yet existence must have a reason, otherwise it is akin to death. Thus, I have concluded that I am a monster existing solely to obliterate everyone, to live only for myself, to fight solely for myself. Gaara fixed his gaze intently on Naruto, who could do nothing but tremble, appearing utterly weak in Gaara's eyes. "I do not know for whom I live, nor the meaning of my existence. Back then, I understood nothing. Why did everyone despise me? At that time, I was just like him, filled with hatred for all. Upon discovering the 9 tails sealed within me, I felt the village's gaze grow increasingly cold. But, he is my excellent student. I will never allow my comrades to be harmed by enemies. I have lost everything before, so I cannot bear to see my important comrades die before me. You can do it, because I believe in you. You fool Naruto. You are always the slowest one." The images of those individuals floated in my mind, those whom Naruto held dear, his exceptionally important comrades. It was because of them that I could. No matter the monster within me or the cold gazes from the village, I would no longer feel discomfort. If you ask why, because I am no longer alone. Iruka-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura, Sasuke, Kaguya. Just by thinking of them, just by being with them, I will never feel lonely again. Naruto gazed at Gaara, his face laden with gravity. Indeed, for this man, possessing the acknowledgement of others and living in this untroubled world is nothing but cowardice. Can I truly defeat him? Doubts crept into Naruto's mind. Are you fighting for yourself? Or are you fighting for others? As long as you love yourself, let everyone else perish. This is the meaning of strength. Gaara bore a chilling smile. Ninjutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto formed hand seals, and in an instant, dozens of his clones erupted forth, racing towards Gaara. Wind release, infinite sand dust storm. Gaara inhaled deeply, and a tempest of sand swept forth from his mouth, mercilessly obliterating Naruto's shadow clones. He was far too powerful, entirely on another level. Boom! Gaara suddenly extended his hand, a massive claw plunging down towards Naruto, intent on pulverizing him. Naruto narrowly evaded, but the colossal claw shattered the ground, leaving a gaping maw of destruction, horrifying to behold. "You are far too weak, Naruto," Gaara mocked cruelly. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of strikes, Naruto could only evade, never having a chance to counterattack. In Gaara's eyes, he appeared nothing more than a jester. "Did you not say you would defeat me? Why can you not even attempt to strike?" Gaara taunted. Gasping for breath, Naruto pondered why. What is this exhilarating sensation? This trembling, this emotion? As long as you love yourself, let everyone else perish. This is the essence of strength. I refuse to lose to him. I cannot bear the thought of losing to this individual. The fear that once gripped me seemed to vanish. Do you have someone particularly important to you? People, when they wish to protect what is precious, can truly become formidable. Naruto lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Gaara, the previous fear now replaced with determination and resilience. He yearned to protect his comrades. He would fight for those he cherished. "I now comprehend the true strength you speak of," Naruto declared solemnly. Has this man's gaze shifted? Gaara furrowed his brow. The fear had dissipated? Naruto scrutinized Gaara, speaking in a low tone. This man possesses immense power. Unless I unleash the spiraling sphere, I have no means of countering him. Yet the training for the spiraling sphere is merely one step away, even with both hands. Both hands. A flash of understanding ignited within Naruto, and he rapidly formed hand seals, exclaiming, Shadow Clone Technique. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of Naruto clones emerged once more, shielding the original. Everyone together, Naruto shouted. The multitude of clones surged towards Gaara once more. Such fragile clones are of no use to me, Gaara sneered, leaping into action to dispatch the clones, simultaneously advancing toward Naruto. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the shadow clones shattered, dissolving into white smoke, as Gaara obliterated each one, the haze obstructing his vision. As the last clone disintegrated, the white mist enveloped Gaara's sight, causing him to frown in concentration. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, dispersing the white smoke, and Gaara finally spotted Naruto's figure. At that moment, a shadow clone fervently spun its right hand, generating a brilliant blue, spiraling sphere. That is, Gaara's expression darkened with foreboding as he recognized the technique. Then, he lunged towards Naruto with great speed. Naruto, listen. The final step of the spiraling sphere is to maintain it, to uphold the foundation laid in the first two steps. Naruto's face was grave as he observed Gaara drawing near, gripping the fully formed spiraling sphere tightly, steadfast in his resolve, devoid of fear, only determination. Spin. Power. Maintain it until the end. Prepare yourself, spiraling sphere. Boom. The azure spiral sphere collided heavily with Gaara's colossal claws, and in that instant, he felt his body inexplicably spinning, akin to the fury of a hurricane. The gigantic claws disintegrated at a speed visible to the naked eye, while the spiral sphere, under Gaara's horrified gaze, violently struck his chest. With a thunderous boom, Gaara was instantly propelled backward, blood spilling from his mouth. His eyes filled with disbelief. Chapter 44. Eruption, the technique of Naruto Uzumaki's ninja scroll. Boom. Gaara's figure was mercilessly sent flying by the spiraling sphere, as if caught in a vortex of hurricane-like strength. The sheer power caused his expression to shift dramatically, the monstrous and fierce pupils of his eyes now filled with astonishment. This technique undoubtedly surpassed Sasuke's Chidori in ferocity and magnitude. This is not to imply that Chidori is weak. Its strength lies in its lethal precision and penetrating capability. In contrast, the spiraling sphere is purely explosive in its force. Panting heavily, Naruto Uzumaki was undeniably exhilarated. He had finally unleashed this technique, achieving complete mastery over it. What on earth is happening with this guy? Gaara struggled to his feet, his chest nearly caving in, a testament to the spiraling sphere's might. Could even the sand armor not withstand such an assault? I never expected this fellow to conceal such a move. It was my oversight, Gaara pondered. Swish, swish. A torrent of yellow sand erupted from his gourd, enveloping Gaara, and soon, a terrifying beast-like apparition, transformed by the tailed beast's chakra, emerged. The gourd fell to the ground. Gaara, now fully beastified from the waist up, bore a menacing visage, his eyes glinting with cold light as he viciously glared at Naruto Uzumaki. He had indeed underestimated this opponent. To think he could recover so quickly, Naruto Uzumaki was taken aback. After being struck by the spiraling sphere, he was able to stand and, moreover, had grown even stronger. This fellow is nothing short of a monster. Naruto Uzumaki, I am genuinely intrigued by you, Gaara remarked coldly. Naruto's expression darkened. This adversary was too formidable. Sandhand. Gaara suddenly clenched his fist, his massive claws extending toward Naruto's head. The latter's scalp tingled as he narrowly dodged. Boom. A massive claw-shaped crater was ruthlessly created, showcasing immense power. Naruto's countenance shifted. If struck by such force, he would surely be reduced to pulp. The magnitude of this strength was overwhelming. Once again, Naruto found himself in a defensive position. What to do? What should I do? He was frantic, unable to approach his opponent, and even if he attempted to use the spiraling sphere again, Gaara would not grant him the opportunity. Do you prefer to evade? Then allow me to demonstrate this technique. Gaara smirked ominously, as two monstrous claws came crashing down. Bang! The ground trembled violently, fissures tearing open, transforming the earth into quicksand, as if this 100-meter expanse had morphed into a desert. Quicksand torrent. A fierce wave of sand surged forth like a tsunami, accompanied by tremors, sweeping towards the minuscule Naruto Uzumaki. Is this guy attempting to bury me along with this forest? Naruto felt a chill run down his spine. This is far from what one would expect from a ninja. As the sand waves expanded, it seemed intent on turning this forest into an endless desert. This was the power of Gaara, the sacrificial offering. Even Sasuke and the others felt the tremors from afar, their hearts racing with profound concern for Naruto Uzumaki. What on earth is happening there? Sasuke mused anxiously. The aftershocks travel this far. It's quicksand. Hinata exclaimed with her Byakugan activated. It's a stretch of quicksand, akin to ocean waves. Did that guy conjure this? Neji said, his expression shifting slightly. The commotion was evident. Utilizing their Byakugan, they could ascertain some information. The immense quicksand torrent engulfed Naruto Uzumaki, whose face paled as he hastily tried to retreat. However, he could not outrun the quicksand and was ultimately buried beneath it. It's over, Gaara taunted. Naruto could not evade such a wide-reaching ninjutsu. Within the tranquil quicksand, he felt a suffocating pressure, struggling to breathe. This is the asphyxiation brought on by the quicksand? Damn it, I can't move at all, Naruto thought in despair. Is this how it ends? I can't accept this. As he contemplated, the agony of suffocation rendered him immobile, trapped in this quicksand, awaiting his demise. He even felt his vision blurring. In a daze, he recalled the morning of the Chūnin exams, the day he bid farewell to Kaguya. Kaguya, just stay home and wait for my good news. Naruto had said cheerfully. Come back early, Kaguya had replied with a warm nod. Her presence had filled their quiet home with warmth, gradually thawing Naruto's lonely heart. If he were to perish like this, she would surely be heartbroken. Meanwhile, Kaguya in the exam hall was restless throughout the day. The area had long been secured by umbu to prevent any unexpected occurrences. Kaguya felt an inexplicable sense of suffocation, a strong sensation that left her flustered. You promised me. You would never go back on your word, Kaguya murmured anxiously. Before becoming Hokage, before fulfilling my dreams, how could I possibly die? Naruto shouted inwardly, summoning every ounce of strength to struggle, and at last, he broke free from the shackles of the quicksand. Gaara squinted. He could still struggle? Standing atop the quicksand, Naruto gazed defiantly at Gaara in the distance, his eyes brimming with determination and resilience. Naruto Uzumaki, you are quite fascinating. You are even more intriguing than Sasuke. Gaara chuckled. I will kill you, then your companions, and finally, I will take her life too. I will seize everything from you. The words from his opponent caused Naruto's eyes to narrow. He then formed a hand seal and declared solemnly, you will have no more chances. I will repay you 1,000-fold for the injuries you inflicted on them, just based on who you are now. I will protect them. I will safeguard them. Protect my cherished comrades. Ha 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 ha. Naruto's eyes shone with determination as he suddenly shouted, and an overwhelming chakra erupted from within him, radiating like flames, dazzling in its brilliance. This is chakra materialized. Only when chakra reaches a certain magnitude can such a feat be accomplished. It was a powerful manifestation. Yet, Naruto Uzumaki had achieved it. I will protect you all. Boom. As a white mist enveloped the area, Gaara's world transformed into a blinding white void, rendering everything invisible. Soon, Gaara was astounded to discover that he was surrounded by a mass of people, a number so vast it could only be described as terrifying. Multiple shadow clone technique. A full 2,000 Naruto Uzumakis stood before Gaara, encircling him from every direction. An overwhelming presence. The sheer quantity of clones. This isn't right. For the first time, Gaara felt fear. How could that guy possess such an immense chakra? Who exactly is he? Have you been waiting long? Now, let the performance of Naruto Uzumaki's ninja scroll commence. Naruto declared confidently, pointing at Gaara with a grin. Why is he so powerful? Gaara was utterly baffled. Yet, Naruto continued, laughing as he pointed at Gaara. All right, everyone, on my count. Let's go. The multitude of Naruto Uzumakis surged forth like cannonballs, overwhelming Gaara in a relentless tide. I must defend myself, Gaara exclaimed in horror. Being besieged by this many shadow clones would surely be far more than just a superficial defeat. Subsequently, a shield of sand materialized, enveloping his entire body. The sand shield. Observing Gaara concealed within a layer of sand, Naruto Uzumaki chuckled and called out, everyone, together now, Rasengan. Following his command, a brilliant azure Rasengan coalesced, enhanced by the shadow clones. Nearly 2,000 Rasengans formed in the hands of the shadow clones, dazzling yet instilling a profound chill. Boom. Gaara's sand shield shattered, propelling him outward with a piercing scream. Boom, boom, boom. With successive detonations, Gaara's sand disintegrated, losing its monstrous fade and resembling a defeated hound. A torrent of crimson gushed from Gaara's mouth. Can he endure this? How about another barrage? Naruto laughed. Gaara's eyes were filled with terror, confusion, and bewilderment. Why? Why? Could someone who appeared so feeble unleash such formidable power? Who is he truly? How could I possibly lose to someone like you? Chapter 45. Gamabunta versus Shukaku. With a thunderous roar from Gaara, a tumultuous surge of sand and dust erupted into the sky, obliterating the majority of shadow clones, which dissipated into mist, leaving only a scant few behind. Naruto Uzumaki stared in horror at the terrifying figure that rose before him. A shift in perspective revealed a vast expanse of forest above, where a colossal silhouette, akin to a mountain, flickered amidst the swirling sands. As this immense figure appeared, the earth trembled, its size monumental, resembling a great mountain. A giant tail swept forth, instilling fear across the forest, and the inhabitants of the woods could clearly see this towering entity. Panic ensued. What is that? A monster? Shukaku. The entity within Gaara has been unleashed? Temari and Kankuro's faces paled in shock. Why has Shukaku manifested? Has Gaara encountered an enemy? Yet, who could possibly harm him in this exam? No, we must rush to him. Temari exclaimed anxiously. Sister, don't go. We will die? Kankuro grasped Temari's arm. Are we to abandon him? Gaara is our brother. Temari's crimson gaze bore into him. Kankuro was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, the newly healed ninja rushed toward Naruto's direction. Having also witnessed the colossal shadow, their expressions filled with dread. What kind of monster is that? Kiba Inuzuka gasped in terror. A wave of fear washed over everyone at the sight of such a gigantic creature. Naruto's face was etched with fear as he gazed upon the figure, his heart shaken. Is this the monster within him? To force me into such a position, Naruto Uzumaki, you are the first. Gaara squinted, still in control. The sheer size of the creature reminded Naruto of the Nine Tails. Rasengan. Naruto, alongside the remaining shadow clones, concentrated to form the Rasengan, glaring fiercely at Shukaku. This beast comparable to the Nine Tails. Let us strike together, Naruto shouted, leaping forward without regard for the identity of his foe. A diminutive yet brilliant blue Rasengan gathered in the hands of several Narutos, and Gaara scoffed derisively. With a sweep of his giant claw, the attack was shattered, sending Naruto hurtling through the air, blood spewing from his mouth. This was beyond the capabilities of a mere ninja. I will kill you, and then your precious companions. I am born to take lives, Gaara declared with malicious delight. Damn it, I've split my chakra too thin with all those shadow clones. Naruto murmured. Naruto, remember, this training is to unleash the hidden power within you. The power of the Nine Tails. That's right, the chakra of the Nine Tails? Naruto suddenly recalled, his gaze fixed on the monstrous entity before him, his spirit slightly sinking. Naruto closed his eyes, feeling the hidden chakra within him. Are you closing your eyes to await death? Then let me grant you that wish. Sand coffin. A swirling mass of sand encircled Naruto, seeking to consume him. A mocking smile upon Gaara's face. He would kill Naruto, and then his cherished companions. He was born to take lives. At this moment, Naruto sensed that power surge within him, formidable. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and began to form hand seals slowly. It's over. Sand explosion. Summoning technique. Boom. As a white curtain enveloped the battlefield, Naruto instantaneously broke free from his bindings, a massive shadow emerging. Akin to Shukaku, crashing down upon hundreds of meters of forest, manifesting in the midst of this battleground. It was a gigantic toad, Gamabunta, with a cigarette in its mouth and a long sword on its back, towering 100 meters. Fear not, I will protect you, Naruto declared resolutely. Upon witnessing this, Gaara was filled with a mix of delight and murderous intent. Time and again, Naruto Uzumaki, you are truly intriguing. Naruto Uzumaki, you are indeed fascinating, Gaara remarked. Is it you, this little brat? Why have you summoned me? Gamabunta glanced at Naruto, bewildered. Then, he cast a glance at Shukaku, his expression turning serious. San Shukaku. Why has it appeared? Gamabunta, let us defeat this foe together, Naruto proclaimed with confidence, already envisioning himself standing triumphantly over Gaara. I refuse. Naruto was taken aback, frantically tapping Gamabunta. Why not? You said to call you when trouble arose. Moreover, you mentioned accepting me as a subordinate, now that I am in peril. Shouldn't you lend a helping hand, as the elder brother? All right, enough with the noise. I'll help you. Gamabunta exhaled a cloud of smoke, exasperated. This little brat is as noisy as Gamakichi. San Shukaku is quite a formidable adversary, Gamabunta noted gravely. You must understand, Shukaku is one of the nine-tailed beasts. It is said to be a calamity, but it shouldn't be here in the Sand Village. Where's this place? I can't sense Jiraiya's presence at all. Kid, let me ask you, where are we? Gamabunta asked. Boss, I have no idea where we are. I just randomly ended up here. Naruto replied, bewildered. Even he was unsure of their current location. Forget it, let us confront the enemy first, Gamabunta. Gaara observed Naruto with newfound interest, and then a figure began to coalesce atop Shukaku. It was Gaara himself. To thank you for allowing me this amusement, let me show you the true embodiment of sand. Sand gourd technique. Gaara fell into slumber, and immediately, Shukaku's once dull eyes sparkled with life. Mwahaha, I am finally free. A cacophony of maniacal laughter echoed throughout the forest, grating on the ears of all. What is happening? Why has the voice changed? Naruto murmured. The true Shukaku has emerged. Gamabunta's expression was grave. What? Kid, hold on tight, I'm going in. Upon seeing the enemy, Shukaku laughed maniacally, raising its massive claws, inhaling deeply, its belly swelling. It's about to leap. Gamabunta warned. Air bullet. A massive blast of air erupted from Shukaku's mouth, devastating a large swath of forest, hurtling toward Gamabunta. Gamabunta leaped into the air, unleashing a water release. Iron bullet toward the approaching Shukaku. Boom, boom, boom. Water release, iron bullet. Wind release, air bullet. The two projectiles collided, and rain began to pour from the sky, drenching the earth in a torrential downpour. Countless onlookers could only watch from a distance, too fearful to approach, lest they be caught in the crossfire. Their battle, with but a single clash, reshaped the terrain, exhibiting the might to move mountains and part seas. Is that Naruto-kun? Chapter 46, The Final Spiraling Sphere. Gaara's Defeat. Hinata gazed intently with her Byakugan, her mouth agape in astonishment, as if she could fit an egg inside. She recognized a familiar figure atop that massive toad. It was none other than Naruto Uzumaki. That was the one-tailed Shukaku. Alongside Fukasaku, the toad from Mount Myaboku, Kabuto's eyes narrowed. Could it be Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin? No, it must be Naruto. Hinata, what did you see? Kiba inquired immediately. I saw Naruto-kun. He seems to be on the back of that giant toad. Hinata replied, her excitement barely contained. That's Fukasaku, the toad from Mount Myaboku, the summoning beast of Jiraiya-sama, one of the legendary Sannin. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and remarked, Jiraiya-sama? Everyone fell silent. So, that means Naruto summoned him? When did he gain such power? What a joke. My head is spinning, Kiba said, feeling a wave of dizziness. Sakura, when did Naruto become this strong? Ino turned to Sakura in disbelief. I don't know either, Sakura replied with a wry smile, equally astonished. I never expected Naruto to have grown this powerful. Isn't he just like me? Right, Shikamaru? Chuji added. This is truly troublesome, Shikamaru sighed. Sasuke's gaze was fixed on the enormous creature approaching, his heart sinking slightly as he unconsciously pressed his lips together. He was aware of Naruto's growth. Naruto, just how much stronger have you become? Fukasaku. Don't go that way, my comrades are still there. Naruto shouted anxiously. Such a hassle, I got it. Fukasaku snapped, then turned his serious gaze toward Shukaku. He unsheathed his large blade, staring intently at Shukaku, ready to take decisive action. In an instant, he leaped, swiftly severing Shukaku's left arm with precision. That hurts like hell. Shukaku roared in fury. I'm going to kill you. Ignoring Shukaku's wrath, Fukasaku retorted sarcastically and swiftly darted towards the uninhabited area. Come at me if you dare, you foolish raccoon. Shukaku's anger surged, his hatred for being called a raccoon igniting memories of an old grievance. Even if I can't defeat him, how could I possibly lose to a mere toad? Once I catch you, I'll rip you to shreds. After a sinister laugh, Shukaku chased after Fukasaku's fleeing figure. Wind release, vacuum sphere, water release, iron bullet. The toad and beast exchanged attacks, eventually halting their advance, locking eyes once more. We can't continue like this. The summoning time is running out. Naruto, that guy has only just fallen asleep. You must wake him up to break this state. Fukasaku urged. What should I do? Naruto asked. That kid has just fallen asleep. A single punch should suffice. I'll restrain Shukaku's movements. And then it's up to you. However, as a member of the Toad clan, I lack the means to restrain his minions, so I must rely on you. You need to form the hand seals and perform the transformation technique. Naruto. Fukasaku prompted. Naruto's expression tightened. But if you say that, then, minions. Time to summon the minions. Naruto's mind sparked with the memory of the nine tails sealed within him. He swiftly formed the seals and shouted, summoning technique. With a puff of smoke, an orange-red nine-tails fox materialized. Upon seeing this fox, Shukaku's demeanor darkened ominously. It transformed into the very fox I loathe. You will perish. The transformation of the nine tails lunged at Shukaku, quickly immobilizing him. Now Naruto. I understand. Naruto soared into the sky, his gaze unwavering as he clenched his fist, descending with tremendous force to strike Gaara. Wake up, you bastard. Bang. Gaara jolted awake, and Shukaku's voice, filled with resentment, lingered in the air. In his final moments, Gaara seemed to glimpse something within Naruto's body. I'm not done yet. I don't want to end like this. Nintel. His consciousness was instantly suppressed. This guy is awake. But why hasn't this monster disappeared, Fukasaku? Naruto exclaimed in shock. We merely subdued Shukaku's consciousness, but to completely dispel this state, we must defeat him. Fukasaku replied gravely. Awakening, Gaara glared fiercely at Naruto, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Naruto, Uzumaki. Suddenly, a torrent of sand surged toward Naruto, who changed expression. But Fukasaku acted swiftly, extending his tongue to ensnare Naruto and pull him back. I will kill you. My existence will never fade. Gaara glared coldly at Naruto. This is bad, Naruto. Our chakra is nearly depleted, and the summoning technique's time is almost up, Fukasaku said, troubled. Damn it. Why is this bastard so difficult? Naruto's face twisted in frustration, gritting his teeth. Damn it. The Nine-Tails chakra is exhausted as well. What should I do now? Are we to end here? Just one more step, just a little more. Suddenly, kid, I can lend you my chakra. A heavy voice resonated in Naruto's ear. It was the Nine-Tails. He focused, once again seeing the fearsome Nine-Tails fox. Why are you helping me? Naruto asked, bewildered. If you must know, I simply despise that creature inside you. That is all. Now, this guy's movements are temporarily restrained by me. You must deliver the final blow, Fukasaku urged, holding back Shukaku's massive form. Naruto regained his composure, slowly opened his eyes, and resolutely declared, leave it to me, Fukasaku. Boom. As a shadow clone was created, he began to weave hand signs, slowly forming a spiraling sphere in his right hand. It was a crimson spiraling sphere, gradually taking shape, infused with the power of the Nine Tails. He locked eyes with Gaara, who returned the gaze, both recognizing the shared intent to eliminate one another. I can't hold on any longer. It's up to you now. Go, Naruto. With a powerful leap, Naruto surged forward like a crimson comet toward Gaara, while Fukasaku's form erupted into smoke. He hurled the crimson spiraling sphere at Gaara. Seeing Naruto rapidly approaching, Gaara panicked, sweeping his hand to conjure layers of sand shields to block Naruto's path. Sand shield. Boom. The crimson Rasengan collided fiercely with the first layer of the sand shield, shattering it upon contact, utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the Rasengan, crumbling step by step. This individual, how can he possess such formidable power? From whence does his strength originate? Gaara's eyes were filled with disbelief, questioning the very essence of his fight and the source of his overwhelming might. For the first time, he felt fear. It was over, Rasengan. Naruto Uzumaki shattered all the sand shields, and at last, under Gaara's horrified gaze, the Rasengan in his hand struck fiercely against his chest. Boom! Shukaku was destroyed, and Gaara was defeated. Chapter 47. Naruto Uzumaki victorious. As the Rasengan shattered, Gaara was sent sprawling, the Shukaku beneath him disintegrating like fragile threads, transforming into a cloud of dust, ultimately returning to the earth. Gaara fell, pallid and immobile, devoid of the strength to rise. Similarly, Naruto Uzumaki was not faring much better. Having plummeted from 100 meters, he felt as though his bones might shatter, fortunate to possess such resilience. The grand battle had reached its conclusion. Why did I lose? How could I be defeated by such a wretch? No. My existence will not fade away, it absolutely will not. Gaara gazed at the azure sky, bewildered and utterly confused, his thoughts twisting in agony. Gasping for breath, Naruto looked up at Gaara, gritting his teeth, struggling to lift himself from the ground. His vision blurred, his strength waning, yet he pressed on, step by trembling step, towards Gaara. You are the one responsible for the death of Iruka's parents. You are the one who brought destruction to our village with the nine tails. You are nothing but a fox that is rejected by all. Monster, monster, monster. Memories surged in Naruto's mind, fortifying his resolve as he approached Gaara. To them, I am a being they wish to erase. What, then, is my purpose? Why do I continue to exist? I have come to realize that in this world, no one needs me. Naruto's gaze shifted, a transformation apparent within him as memories flooded back. Why did everyone despise him? Why the hatred? He could not understand. Those memories were filled with loneliness, darkness, and a chilling emptiness. Suddenly, footsteps drew near, startling Gaara, and a wave of fear surged within him as he beheld Naruto standing before him. No, don't come any closer, Gaara shouted in terror. Naruto towered over Gaara, who appeared as a defeated foe. As Gaara's gaze ascended, he met Naruto's eyes, which seemed hollow and devoid of life. Those eyes, so lonely, so suffocating. No one understands this emptiness better than Gaara, for he has always felt it, hollow and suffocating isolation. Is he, like me? Gazing into those eyes, Gaara realized they were reflections of one another. But why? 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 The anguish of solitude must be unbearable, mustn't it? For some reason, I deeply comprehend your feelings, Naruto rasped. Gaara was momentarily stunned, pondering the significance of those eyes. However, I have found those I cherish. I will not allow anyone to harm my precious ones, even if it means killing you. As he spoke, a murderous intent flickered in Naruto's eyes. Gaara, bewildered, roared, Why? Why are you willing to go this far for them? Because they pulled me from the abyss of solitude. They are my cherished companions. Naruto's words left Gaara speechless, prompting memories of his uncle Yashimaru to surface. That was why he possessed such strength. Gaara looked upon Naruto, who, despite having reached his limits, stood resolutely before him. In an instant, he seemed to grasp something profound. Love. It is love that grants him such strength? Then, one day, will I also? Gaara fixed his gaze upon Naruto, as if unraveling all mysteries, and declared, Naruto Uzumaki, you are indeed strong. I concede. At that moment, figures approached, his comrades had arrived, and they overheard Gaara's final words, leaving them momentarily stunned. The sight before them was shocking. Gaara lay on the ground, while Naruto stood, seeming to look down upon his defeated opponent. Naruto, he won? Simultaneously, Kankuro and Temari arrived, equally astonished by the scene before them. Gaara lost? And to that one they had never regarded as a threat, a mere, insignificant insect? Gaara lost? Temari gasped in disbelief. They knew how powerful Gaara was, yet he had been bested by Naruto, the one they had once dismissed as a mere underdog. As Naruto sensed something amiss, he turned to see his friends safely standing there. A faint smile tugged at his lips, but weakness suddenly overwhelmed him, and he faltered, collapsing backward. Naruto. In the nick of time, Sasuke dashed forward, catching Naruto before he fell into unconsciousness. The battle had drained him completely, yet he had emerged victorious. Sasuke noticed the faint smile lingering on Naruto's lips. He had protected those he wished to safeguard. Kankuro and Temari reached Gaara, eyeing them warily. Gaara was utterly devoid of combat capability, while their adversaries outnumbered them. The others regarded the situation with caution. Let it go, there's no need to fight. Gaara's voice broke through, startling them. They exchanged glances, nodded, and helped him to his feet before departing. Once they had left, the rest regained their senses and turned their attention to Sasuke, who stood beside the unconscious Naruto. Just how powerful is Gaara? Lee, Neji, and Sasuke, all of whom had faced him, knew the answer. Yet, this formidable individual had been defeated by Naruto, once dismissed as the weakest. How had he accomplished such a feat? Ding! Defeated the sandstorm Gaara, mission complete. A mechanical voice resonated in the ears of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, leaving the latter two momentarily stunned, gazing at Naruto with complex expressions. Rewards are as follows. Reward 1. Chakra increased by 50. Reward 2. 1 travel scroll for the Warring States period, validity, 3 days. Reward 3. Random summoning card, can summon ninjas from parallel worlds or the pure land of Konoha. Validity, 3 hours. Instantaneously, Sasuke and Sakura felt a significant surge in chakra. However, Naruto, still unconscious, remained unaware of these developments. Let us find a safe place for Naruto first. We'll need your help later, Shikamaru said, regaining his composure. Just a minor task, came the reply, though deep down, He was astonished that this young boy had even defeated the likes of Gaara. Chapter 48, All Along. I truly am sorry. Task. Defeat Naruto. Uzumaki failed. Gaara lay within a cave, attended to carefully by Temari, who wiped the blood from his cheek, while Kankuro stood guard outside. Seeing that the young man was unharmed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gaara gazed at the steep walls of the cave, choosing to ignore the failure of his mission. Yet his heart was far from tranquil, as if ensnared in a fog of confusion. Penalty. In that moment, Gaara's eyes appeared hollow, devoid of life, as if his very soul had been siphoned away. He found himself in a wondrous realm. This world was suffused with pallor, an emptiness that enveloped him. He understood where he was, yet the reason for his presence here eluded him, as he stared vacantly at everything around him. Punishment. Does that mean I am dead? Gaara murmured, feeling no fear. In this world, there was no one he cared for. Only hatred remained. Dying seemed a reprieve, and he gradually closed his eyes. Memories flooded his heart. Living like a demon, regarded as a monster, treated as a sacrificial offering, becoming the Jinchuriki of Shukaku. Betrayed by his father, and finally confronted by his uncle with the bitter truth. His mother did not love him. His existence was a tragedy. Suddenly, a faint sound of weeping reached Gaara's ears. He opened his eyes in bewilderment, and before him stood a frail child, crouched on the grass and crying. That was himself. Why? Why does everyone hate me when I have done nothing wrong? The young Gaara could only weep in the face of such hatred. Gazing at his past self, Gaara remained indifferent, his eyes reflecting apathy. This was his former self. After that incident, he had irrevocably transformed into a demon, loving only himself, fighting solely for his own sake. A demon that existed solely to kill. Why could the third Hokage not consider us, keeping him in the village? That person is a monster. Go away. A strange yet familiar voice came from behind. Gaara was startled and turned to see a boy with yellow hair, ostracized by the villagers. Their gazes were filled with disdain and hatred. The child was also crouched on the ground, tears streaming down his face, filled with anguish. Why does everyone hate him when he understands nothing? Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara murmured. As he took a step forward, his perspective shifted. Naruto appeared slightly older. Having grown amidst the rejection, yet unlike Gaara, he did not respond with indifference. Instead, he chose a different path. Come on, hit me, you idiot. You think you can catch up to Naruto Uzumaki? You're 100 years too early. There stood Naruto, wielding a paint bucket, recklessly splattering paint throughout the village of Konoha, creating chaos wherever he went. Through this clumsy method, he sought to draw attention to himself. Yet the villagers' resentment only grew stronger as a result. Gaara frowned. Naruto was different from him, and that was evident. But why? Why did he choose to act in such a manner? What was the significance of his actions? Was it merely to incite further disdain? As he advanced another step, the scenery transformed again, revealing a forest. You are the one who caused Iruka's parents' deaths. You are the Ninetales. The scene before him echoed memories of the past, reminiscent of Yashimaru's final words, that his mother truly did not love him. There was Naruto, clutching the sealing scroll, hiding behind a tree, consumed by doubt. Despite his efforts, would he ever gain anyone's recognition? No one acknowledges me. Naruto's voice, steeped in confusion, echoed in Gaara's ears. Gaara furrowed his brow, looking at Naruto, the very person who had once bested him. Yes, they were alike. Both regarded as monsters in the village, both subjected to ostracism. No one would ever acknowledge beings like them. Indeed, they were both monsters. Yet, the fox may act that way, but Naruto was different. He was a student I respect. Gaara turned abruptly, gazing at the unremarkable figure before him, someone he deemed so weak. At that moment, Gaara's eyes widened in astonishment. This boy, who was both diligent and focused, merely lacked agility, making it hard for him to earn the recognition of others. Yet he had a profound understanding of the pain in people's hearts. Now, he was no longer a demon, but rather, Naruto Uzumaki of the Hidden Leaf Village. A mere few words brought tears to Naruto's eyes, the suppressed sorrow of 12 years finally breaking free with a single acknowledgement. This was a sentiment he had long awaited. Gaara's gaze was filled with shock and envy. No wonder you have not been like me. Was it because of this person before me? Gaara murmured softly. I will not allow anyone to harm those I cherish, even if it means destroying you. The words Naruto once spoke resonated within him. It was because of them that you are so strong. His eyes brimmed with complexity and envy. Compared to Naruto's fortune, Gaara's life had been one of misfortune, devoid of any recognition, feared and resented for his power. Family, everyone. They were all the same. As Gaara wallowed in bitterness, a gentle voice appeared in his ear. What a tiny little one. Why are you so small? A tender woman, frail and on her deathbed, caressed a newborn child. Gaara stood in shock, disbelief etched across his face. That figure was his mother. How tiny you are. It seems I've always been watching over you, watching you grow. But it seems Mother cannot go on. No matter what happens in the future, Mother will always be by your side. Gaara, I love you. Gaara stood there, transfixed, gazing at her. His mother, even in her final moments, held him tightly, filled with reluctance, pain, guilt, and the regret of not witnessing her child grow. At that moment, he recalled the words of his uncle, Yashimaru. What must I do to receive love? Lord Gaara, you have already received it, even if she is gone, she will always protect you. She has always loved you. So it was. I have always been. Gaara wept, tears streaming down his face, finally allowing his sorrow to flow freely. It turned out he had always been protected by his mother, always loved. The sands began to envelop him, embracing the young man as a mother would, not the power of Shukaku, but rather Karura. In that moment, his heart began to change. Outside, Gaara, Temari cried, her voice tinged with desperation as she nearly wept. What on earth has happened? Sister, what is wrong with Gaara? Kanjuro was also filled with anxiety. Despite the fear that stirred within him, Gaara was nonetheless family, their beloved younger brother. Previously, all had been well, but now, Temari's eyes were red-rimmed with distress. Gradually, Gaara began to open his eyes, as if he had heard their calls, those of Temari and Kanjuro, who seemed to be in a great hurry. It turned out he had always Gaara. You're awake? Temari exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement, though her delicate face bore the signs of exhaustion. Observing their weary countenances, Gaara was momentarily taken aback. He had always Temari. Kanjuro, I truly am sorry, Gaara spoke, his pallid face reflecting his remorse, his voice hoarse. It's enough that you've awakened. Do not speak further. Your injuries are not yet healed. Temari's heart softened instantly. It was the first time they had heard Gaara utter an apology. Even Kanjuro felt an unusual sting at the tip of his nose. Chapter 49, Mission Accomplished. Deep within another secluded cavern, a dozen figures huddled together. Naruto Uzumaki lay in a profound slumber, utterly still, having expended a great deal of energy. It would take some time to recover. The group gazed upon the tranquil youth, their expressions a tapestry of bewilderment. They were at a loss to comprehend how he had managed to vanquish their formidable opponent. How did he achieve such a feat? Kiba inquired, his voice laced with perplexity. Frankly, had I not witnessed it firsthand, I would never have believed it possible, Shino intoned, his voice grave. Naruto is far more powerful than we knew. They had all witnessed Gaara's might, yet this same individual had been defeated by Naruto. The very same boy who had been derided as a failure during their time at the academy. Sakura, please tell me this is all a dream, Ino pleaded, shaking Sakura, who was now dizzy. Even if you ask me, I wouldn't know, Sakura responded, her voice tinged with bitterness. Actually, Naruto-kun is very formidable, Hinata murmured softly. Though her voice was faint, the confines of the cave ensured that everyone heard her. They turned to her, their gazes filled with curiosity, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. This is truly inspiring. A remarkable tale of an underdog's triumph. If Naruto-kun can achieve it, so can I, Rock Lee exclaimed, his fervor palpable. How troublesome, Shikamaru sighed, his eyes half closed. I had assumed Naruto would be as unmotivated as I am, but it seems he has orchestrated quite the spectacle. I told you not to inhale so deeply. Why do you persist? Suddenly, amidst the group's consternation, Naruto Uzumaki's murmurs pierced the air, causing them to exchange peculiar glances. What is he dreaming about that elicits such a reaction? Sasuke Uchiha's countenance darkened, Naruto's utterances conjuring unwelcome memories. That wretched woman. Naruto Uzumaki's eyes fluttered open, revealing a bewildered expression. He was met by the gazes of his comrades, who had gathered around him. A wave of bashfulness washed over him as he found himself the object of their collective scrutiny. What are you all doing, staring at me like that? Naruto mumbled. Observing his reaction, the group's expressions grew dour. Was he truly feeling bashful? Do you feel any discomfort? Karen inquired, seizing the opportunity to speak before Hinata could. Hinata, having been preempted, nodded dejectedly, her hands clasped together. No, why would I? I feel remarkably well, Naruto exclaimed, leaping to his feet, and brandishing his arms with a cheerful grin. Incredible resilience. This was their immediate thought. To recover so completely in a single day after such exhaustive expenditure of energy? His constitution is truly monstrous. Naruto, confess. When did you become so formidable? Kiba demanded, his tone accusatory. I have always been exceptional, humph. Naruto retorted, his face beaming with pride. Now they were witnessing the Naruto Uzumaki they knew so well. Alas, we failed to retrieve the Earth Scroll from Gaara. Had we done so, we could have already departed, Neji lamented. The mere mention of Gaara sent a shiver down their spines. They were now only lacking the Heaven Scroll, which he possessed. Only one day remains. If we fail to locate the Earth Scroll, having been summoned to this strange world by the imposing gate, the collapsed Chūnin Exams threaten to break them. Let us venture forth and see if we can find them. Perhaps we can negotiate. After all, we are all in the same predicament, with the same objective. If all else fails, Naruto can engage him in combat once more, Shikamaru suggested. Why me? Naruto whined, his hands clasped to his face. The others rolled their eyes in unison. Who else could possibly confront him? Only Sasuke's eyes flickered with a hint of trepidation, his teeth gently gnawing on his lower lip. Naruto, you have grown stronger, Sakura remarked, stepping forward and offering a gentle smile. Even Sasuke-kun had been defeated, plunging them into despair. Yet, Naruto had risen to the occasion, single-handedly vanquishing Gaara. He has truly become stronger. Oh, it was nothing, Sakura-chan. Naruto stammered, scratching the back of his head, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Their praise was making him feel self-conscious. Though, in truth, he was inwardly elated. Idiot, Sasuke muttered to himself. As the group traversed the forest, they soon encountered another party. Both sides halted abruptly, eyeing each other warily. It was Gaara's group facing Naruto's group. What is your intention? Sasuke demanded, his brow furrowed. Gaara remained silent, ignoring them all and fixing his gaze intently on Naruto, his thoughts inscrutable. Naruto, unnerved by Gaara's unwavering stare, wondered what he was planning. He met Gaara's gaze with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. We are not here to engage in combat, Temari interjected, attempting to defuse the tension. Outnumbered. Even with Gaara on their side, they could not be certain of victory, especially against Naruto, the one who had defeated Gaara. How can we be sure you speak the truth? Neji questioned, his eyes narrowed. Temari remained silent, biting her lip, but offering no further argument. An uneasy silence descended upon the two groups, until Gaara retrieved a scroll and tossed it to Naruto. Here, take this, Gaara declared. Naruto caught the scroll, his expression one of bewilderment. It was the Earth Scroll. He looked at Gaara, puzzled. Why was he giving it to him? His comrades were equally perplexed. I have been defeated. It is yours now. With those words, Gaara turned to leave. Naruto, his mind awash with conflicting emotions, called out to them as they began to depart. Wait. The trio paused, turning to face him, their faces etched with confusion. We are all participants in the Chūnin Exams. Now that we have gathered the scrolls, let us depart together, Naruto declared softly. Naruto? The assembled Konoha ninja were taken aback. Gaara had sought to kill them. Yet Naruto was now extending an olive branch. They harbored no affection for Gaara, who had previously attempted to murder them. Surely, one more person will not make a difference. Will it? Naruto inquired, his eyes twinkling with a mischievous glint. How magnanimous. Thank you, Gaara murmured, a strange feeling stirring within him. Naruto smiled, then retrieved the Heaven Scroll. As the two scrolls drew near, they seemed to sense each other, colliding with a burst of light that illuminated the dark forest. Whoosh! Ding! Naruto Uzumaki has completed the mission. A deafening roar echoed through the forest, and everyone present felt a peculiar sensation before vanishing from sight. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves before a towering, sealed gate. Chapter 50, The So-Called Resurrection, Sasuke Uchiha's Excitement. Aside from a few individuals left in the forest, nearly all the surviving candidates had gathered, totaling 36. From an initial 78, the number had dwindled to 36. Almost half had perished. How could so many have vanished? Had they all? The remaining candidates gasped in shock, their expressions filled with horror. 78 candidates had been reduced to half, implying that those individuals had succumbed to the perils of that enigmatic forest. Ding! Naruto Uzumaki has completed the task and may designate the number of individuals to exit. Those who remain will be eliminated by the system. Upon hearing this, everyone was instantly chilled. What did this mean? Their lives rested solely in Naruto Uzumaki's hands? They were left dumbfounded, bewildered by the implications. Their gazes shifted, finally landing on the slender figure ahead, a boy with yellow hair, whose small face was etched with distress. Tension gripped their hearts as they awaited the outcome in silence. Some ninjas clenched their fists, contemplating whether to pressure Naruto into making a choice. Yet they were paralyzed by fear of this mysterious space. After so many days, they had become thoroughly intimidated. "I haven't received my reward yet," Naruto suddenly muttered, recalling that completing the task would yield a reward, which had yet to be bestowed upon him. The others felt a chill run down their spines, realizing that they had waited so long only for him to be absent from the channel. Ding! Bang! Bang! Two pitch-black coffins materialized in the void, standing ominously before Naruto, exuding an air of mystery. You may select one deceased being for resurrection. The sudden appearance of the coffins startled Naruto, prompting him to hide behind Sasuke, for he had a deep-seated fear of coffins and the specters they might harbor. "Idiot," Sasuke retorted, pulling Naruto back into view. The latter sulked, pouting, and pointed at the coffins, exclaiming, "Can I see who they are? Otherwise, how am I supposed to choose?" As the coffins creaked open, two tall, slender figures emerged, revealing themselves to the onlookers. On the left stood a black-haired woman, tall and exuding an air of maturity. On the right was a younger red-haired woman, seemingly vibrant and lively in her past. Naruto gazed at her, and inexplicably, his expression began to shift. It was a unique sensation, although he had never met her. An overwhelming urge to embrace her and weep uncontrollably washed over him, a kinship he could not deny. Naruto's mouth opened as he prepared to choose this figure when a hoarse, disbelieving voice interrupted him. He turned to see Sasuke, his face a mask of incredulity as he stared at the black-haired woman, frozen in shock. That figure was Mother. As Sasuke uttered the word mother, a profound silence enveloped the space, and the remaining candidates widened their eyes, fixating on the black-haired figure. She was, indeed, Sasuke's mother. Naruto's eyes also widened in disbelief. He had never seen Sasuke lose his composure like this, because of his mother. "Naruto, please." Sasuke grasped Naruto's arm, his eyes filled with urgency and sorrow. This was his first display of vulnerability, a sight the others had never witnessed before. Naruto hesitated, then nodded in understanding, turning to face the two figures. Deep inside, a voice urged him to choose the figure on the right, yet Naruto cast a lingering glance at the red-haired woman, then called out without hesitation, "If you possess such abilities, then resurrect Sasuke's mother. Are you certain you will not regret this?" The voice paused momentarily before responding in a mechanical tone. "Certain," Naruto declared earnestly. With a sudden thud, the coffin behind the red-haired woman slammed shut, causing her to vanish from Naruto's reluctant gaze. Meanwhile, the black-haired woman slowly opened her dark eyes, meeting the curious stares of Naruto and his companions. At first, she appeared bewildered. Then her gaze fell upon the small figure of Naruto, who blinked at her in wonder, his azure eyes brimming with curiosity. "Mother." However, at that moment, Sasuke could no longer contain himself. He pushed past Naruto and rushed into the woman's embrace. Holding her tightly, it was Uchiha Mikoto. "Hey, wait. I resurrected her," Naruto grumbled, rubbing his sore backside. Although he couldn't help but smile gently at the sight of Sasuke's emotional display. The figure had emerged. Kabuto Yakushi furrowed his brow, suddenly aware. Perhaps Sasuke, now bereft of his usual stoicism, had thrown himself into the woman's arms, sobbing openly. "You are Mikoto?" She appeared dazed, still adjusting to her return. "Sasuke." "It's Sasuke." The boy managed to choke out, his voice hoarse. Her heart softened at the sound of his name, prompting her to hold him tighter, warmth flooding through her. "Is it really you, my Sasuke?" Her consciousness gradually returned, her voice imbued with tenderness that left the onlookers momentarily speechless. Her tone was so gentle, reminiscent of a mother's soothing embrace. This sentiment resonated with many of the ninjas present. Even Kabuto found himself momentarily lost in the scene. "You've grown so much. You must have endured much hardship," Mikoto said softly, stroking her child's head, inciting envy in Naruto's heart. "No. I've been well, mother." "You needn't worry," Sasuke replied, shaking his head. Despite the struggles he faced, how could he burden his mother with his woes? This side of Sasuke astonished the onlookers, for he was the cold and aloof figure revered by countless admirers. Beneath his icy exterior lay emotions waiting to be unleashed, revealing a softer side of Sasuke. How wonderful! "Sasuke." Naruto stood there, entranced, his eyes filled with longing. He truly envied Sasuke's reunion, wishing fervently for the chance to resurrect his own mother. Chapter 51. Let us all go back together. However, after some contemplation, he could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. Until now, he had no clear image of what his mother looked like. When it came to his parents, his mind was a blank canvas, an unfamiliar yet strangely familiar concept. What kind of individuals were they truly? It mattered not. At least he did not feel lonely at this moment. Kaguya must have grown impatient waiting at home. Hadn't she? Perhaps it would be best to venture out sooner than later and indulge in a grand feast, followed by a splendid display of triumph before Konohamaru and the others. After a while, a sudden cough echoed, abruptly shattering the silence, and Sasuke, realizing the presence of others, swiftly withdrew from his mother's embrace. He nearly forgot that he was not alone in this space. His illustrious reputation was on the brink of crumbling. Sasuke, you're blushing. Are you feeling shy? Naruto teased, pointing at him with a wide grin. What an inappropriate remark. Sasuke felt heat rising to his neck, already envisioning Naruto's mischievous grin. Don't be shy. Let me see. Naruto leaned closer, clearly reveling in Sasuke's embarrassment. Get away from me, you slacker. Sasuke pushed him away. The others gazed at Sasuke with newfound curiosity, as if they had discovered a door to a new world. He was blushing. It was a revelation that he, too, could feel bashful. Mikoto chuckled at this amusing scene before turning her attention to Naruto, gently exclaiming, "You must be Naruto-kun, right? Does Sasuke's mother know me?" Naruto scratched his head in confusion. "Indeed, Sasuke often speaks of you," Mikoto replied with a warm smile, reaching out to pat his head. "You're even smaller than Sasuke." "Really? What does he say about me?" Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. Unable to anticipate what might have been said, could it be that he was portrayed as a valiant hero, a formidable rival? If only they knew Naruto's thoughts, they would undoubtedly respond with a resounding "on." As Mikoto observed Naruto's eager expression, her own countenance stiffened. How could she explain? After all, Sasuke had always maintained a faade. What kind of praise could he possibly have bestowed? Quickly, she shifted the topic, saying, "You resemble your mother quite a bit." "Really? Do you know my mother?" "That is wonderful. Can you tell me her name?" Naruto asked eagerly. The third Hokage didn't even share his parents' names with him. How stingy. "Your mother's name is Kushina Uzumaki. She was a remarkably beautiful woman with striking red hair," Mikoto replied with a smile. "Kushina Uzumaki, red hair." Naruto murmured, a sense of familiarity washing over him, though he could not quite place it. Kushina Uzumaki. Kabuto's brow furrowed slightly, only to be overtaken by a sudden realization. The image of a certain woman flashed in his mind. Could it be? This meant that the fourth Hokage was this boy's. Shikamaru, too, found himself grappling with disbelief. Had he misheard? Kushina Uzumaki? Wasn't he that the name of the fourth Hokage's wife? The fourth Hokage, 12 years ago during the Ninetales rampage. Could it be that Naruto was there? His calm heart surged with tumultuous waves, impossible to quell. Could Naruto truly be the biological son of the fourth Hokage? Wait, red hair. Shikamaru recalled another woman he had encountered earlier, also possessing red hair, and a complex expression crossed his face. He resolved to inquire about this name with the perverted sage later. Naruto mumbled to himself. Shikamaru gazed at Naruto with an expression of complexity, a sigh escaping his lips as he thought, "Naruto, you may never realize how close you were to your mother." Regarding our exit, a ninja timidly raised his hand, finally managing to speak up. "Oh, I almost forgot. Let us all go out together," Naruto exclaimed, slapping his forehead. "Huh." The group stared at him, a mix of confusion and skepticism on their faces. Feeling their gaze, Naruto shivered, stammering, "What's wrong? Don't you want to go out?" And no. After all, they were all brought here together, and with no limit on the number of people. Why not venture out as a group? Naruto grinned, radiating warmth like the sun. The others paused for a moment before erupting in cheers. "Oh, that is so generous. I'm so sorry for wanting to attack you earlier. I'm truly a fool. Enough of that. From now on, you're my big brother. Dad, please accept my kneeling." Bang! The doors swung open with a force. The mysterious vortex seemed to lead to another realm, filling everyone with joy and excitement as they finally could escape. Naruto and the others were equally thrilled, eager to return and wonder how Kaguya was faring. "Mom, I'll explain everything when we get back," Sasuke said, in an unusually cheerful mood as he took his mother's hand and headed toward the door. Though filled with countless questions, Mikoto followed suit. A slender figure brushed past Kabuto, and for a brief moment, they seemed to exchange unspoken words, indecipherable to the others. Uzumaki Naruto. Intriguing, the figure murmured. 2.5 days later. It had been a full day since Naruto and the others were drawn into the gate, and Kakashi and the others had been anxiously waiting. Kaguya sat by the window, gazing forlornly outside. The days of waiting had worn her down. This was a trivial matter to her former self. Yet now, ever since his presence vanished, she had lost her appetite, unable to sleep for 2.5 days. She had considered forcing her way through, but that door was too formidable for her to breach. So cold. This world feels so cold. Hey, Kaguya, do you have someone important to you? In her daze, she recalled Naruto's earlier words, her mind clouded with confusion at the time. Boom! Suddenly, the door swung open with a thunderous sound. The vortex swirling, and a group of people emerged triumphantly. They had returned. Wow, I'm finally out. Hearing that familiar voice, Kaguya spun around, her eyes locking onto the figure she had been so worried about. They returned. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes scanning the group and quickly realizing the absence of several members. Why are there so few of you? What happened? Kakashi inquired gravely, his gaze sweeping over them before landing on a familiar figure. Could she be? He recognized the woman beside Sasuke. A visage he had seen before. Wasn't she? Mikoto Uchiha? Chapter 52. We are friends. Naruto Uzumaki recounted everything that had transpired to Kakashi and the others. Upon hearing his words, their expressions darkened. To think that nearly half of the 78 had perished. Thankfully, these few were unharmed. Otherwise, Lee, Tenten, Neji. I'm so relieved to see you safe. Might Guy exclaimed, embracing the trio with tears of joy glistening in his eyes. We missed you too, Guy-sensei. Lee responded, equally overwhelmed with emotion. Only Neji and Tenten attempted to extricate themselves from the embrace, finding it rather suffocating. A multitude of familiar ninjas had gathered, including the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, as well as the head of the Hyuga clan, Hiashi. Hyuga Hinata stood before her stern father, feeling a mix of trepidation and obedience. However, her typically severe father softened, gently patting her head and whispering, "It's good that you're back." Hinata nodded silently, her lips pressed together. Aside from Naruto, the parents of the remaining members of Team 7 had all arrived, their concern palpable given the recent calamity. Even Sasuke's mother had returned, which brought a rare smile to his face. Nonetheless, Kakashi led them into a quiet room, where he performed a sealing jutsu concerning the cursed mark, though that was a matter for later. As for Karui, she was taken away by the third Hokage due to her red hair, a symbol of the Uzumaki clan. Now, apart from Naruto, there had emerged another member of the Uzumaki clan, even more pure in lineage than he. Initially frightened, Karui found solace in the kind demeanor of the elderly man she met, casting a reluctant glance back at Naruto before departing silently with the third. Standing amidst his companions encircled by their parents, Naruto felt a pang of envy. Yet, that fleeting emotion dissipated as he turned to the slightly weary figure beside him, softly saying, "I'm back, Kaguya." She trembled slightly, nodding in response, her excitement evident yet her expression remained blank, unsure of how to convey her feelings after such a frantic wait. As events unfolded and everything was settled, Naruto walked side by side with Kaguya, leaving the scene behind. That evening, Naruto exclaimed, "Ah, Ichiraku Ramen is still the best. After days of fish, I'm so glad to finally indulge." Kaguya silently followed him, leaving Naruto puzzled by her quiet demeanor. The two walked in silence until they finally reached home, the door ajar due to Kaguya's earlier haste. In that moment, Naruto seemed to grasp the situation. Just as he turned, a figure lunged at him, catching him off guard, and they both tumbled to the floor. "Ouch, you." Naruto winced, opening his eyes to find a beautiful face before him, cascading blue hair cloaking their features. His azure gaze met her pristine white eyes, and he asked, somewhat bewildered, "What's wrong, Kaguya?" Even if he were dim-witted, he sensed her distress. Kaguya remained silent, intensely focused on his eyes. After a brief pause, she finally spoke, "Do you not want me anymore?" Naruto was taken aback. "Why would you think that?" Kaguya buried her face into his chest, finding comfort in his presence. "Your aura suddenly vanished. I couldn't find you. I thought you had abandoned me." "Of course not. That was merely an accident. Who knew that door would appear during the exam and swallow us all?" Naruto murmured, feeling a wave of compassion wash over him. Observing Kaguya's troubled expression, he pondered the feeling of being cared for. "I'm sorry for worrying you," he said, striving for reassurance. "I'm a bit scared," Kaguya whispered softly. Naruto tilted his head in confusion. Scared? He felt her body tremble, realizing it stemmed from fear. "In this world, you are the only person I know. Please don't leave me." Her voice was laced with anxiety, for she had only him to rely on. Hearing her words, Naruto felt a warmth envelop his lonely heart. He opened his mouth, overwhelmed by emotions. "I used to be all alone, but things have changed. Now, I have someone who understands my solitude. Rest assured, I will never abandon you. Aren't we friends?" Naruto declared with a radiant smile. "Yes, we are friends," Kaguya affirmed, nodding vigorously. She lifted her gaze, drawn to the comforting aura emanating from Naruto, and suddenly felt an urge to taste his essence after 3 days of abstinence. "I think, let us do it," she proposed eagerly. Before she could finish her sentence, Naruto reclined in a manner that invited her, seemingly growing more accustomed to this exchange. Satisfied with his readiness, Kaguya grinned and, like a ravenous wolf, began to fervently draw energy from him. The following day, Naruto and Kaguya rose early, and their first order of business was to indulge before enjoying instant noodles. For their daily meals, it was always ramen, cup noodles, and Ichiraku, with occasional visits to the barbecue restaurant. The Chūnin exams had been postponed due to recent events. On this day, Naruto finally sensed something unusual within himself, a new presence. Shimmering brightly, a blue card and a golden card appeared, inscribed with phrases suggesting they were tickets for traversal and summoning. Puzzled, Naruto decided to ignore it. Knowing he already housed the Nine Tails within him, most delightfully, he felt a surge of strength as his chakra seemed to swell beyond its usual capacity. At the dining table, Naruto's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he eagerly awaited the 3-minute countdown for his limited edition cup noodles, a rare treat he usually refrained from indulging in. "Yes, it's finally ready. Time to dig in," he cheered. "I want that bowl of yours," Kaguya declared. "Why would you want mine when you have your own?" Naruto retorted. "Yours looks tastier," Kaguya insisted. "You picked yours out yourself. I'm not swapping," Naruto exclaimed. Chapter 53 Encountering Gaara and his companions this day. Apart from the joyful moments of his childhood before the age of 7, was the most blissful day for Uchiha Sasuke. Gazing at his family before him, particularly his mother, there were countless words he yearned to express. Observing the cheerful youth, Mikoto smiled sweetly. Before her passing, her greatest concern was for this child, who was still so young. Her heart was filled with reluctance and sorrow. After all, what mother wishes for her child to become an orphan? "Sasuke, would you share your experiences with me?" Mikoto gently inquired. He nodded, wiping away the tears that had fallen, wondering why he had cried twice that day. Nevertheless, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. That night, Sasuke recounted all that had transpired over the years to his mother, deliberately omitting the matter concerning Itachi. He was unwilling to mention that wretched being in her presence. "It must have been difficult these past years," Mikoto mused with a bittersweet tone. "It has been 5 years, 5 long years since I have accompanied you." "It wasn't difficult," he replied earnestly. The more he insisted, the more it pained Mikoto's heart. She recalled her earlier admonition to Itachi to care for his younger brother. Yet the situation seemed entirely different now. "By the way, where is Itachi?" she asked. The mention of his name cast a shadow over Sasuke's expression, a palpable aura of murderous intent brewing in his eyes. From the look in Sasuke's gaze, Mikoto sensed that the brothers had turned against each other over the years. But why? She had once instructed Itachi to look after his brother. How had it come to this? "Mother, that wretched creature." "I do not wish to speak of Itachi," Sasuke declared. "Do you hate him?" Mikoto asked, her brow furrowed slightly. Sasuke remained silent, but the murderous intent in his eyes betrayed his feelings. He harbored an intense loathing for Itachi, for killing their father, their mother, for annihilating the entire Uchiha clan. "I will surely kill him." Without fail, his eyes began to manifest the Sharingan, a second tomo visible, while a hint of a third flickered just out of sight. Mikoto sighed, understanding Sasuke's turmoil. She, too, was a victim of those events and possessed a fragment of the truth. "Sasuke, would you promise me something?" she ventured. At her words, the intensity of his murderous gaze diminished somewhat, and he asked, puzzled, "What is it?" "I hope you will not harbor hatred for Itachi," Mikoto said calmly. As a mother, she could not bear to witness her 2 children in conflict, nor did she want Sasuke to grow up consumed by hatred. Upon hearing his mother's words, Sasuke froze, his body trembling involuntarily. Why? Why would you say such things? To let go of my hatred for Itachi? Why should I forgive him for his actions? Sasuke, please promise me, all right? Mikoto pleaded, her heart aching as she looked at him. She did not want them to continue down this path. All she wished for was their safety and peace. Sasuke found himself in turmoil, confusion flashing through his mind as memories from that time flooded back. How could he forgive? No, I cannot do that, mother. I cannot forgive that wretched creature. Sasuke, there was a reason for it. Your father and I. Sasuke was taken aback. Why? After all this time, was his mother still defending that man? He could not comprehend why she would still speak in his favor. That wretched creature. Mother, why do you still stand up for him? He killed our father, our mother. He slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan. How can you expect me to forgive him? Sasuke's voice broke, tears welling in his eyes. Clearly, he killed you too. Mikoto, heartbroken, gazed at her son. The care she had instructed Itachi to provide had not turned out as intended, and she felt a flicker of blame towards him. Gently, she opened her arms and embraced Sasuke, whispering, I am sorry, it is my fault. I should not have brought this up. I have not considered your feelings. Can you forgive me? Sasuke shook his head through his tears. Mikoto sighed, lamenting how things had come to this. The care she had envisioned was not meant to lead to such anguish. Itachi, what do you truly wish to accomplish? Why must you push Sasuke to this extent? As a mother, she was bewildered and could not fathom his intentions. 3 days had passed since that moment. Uzumaki Naruto, feeling the confines of boredom with Kaguya, decided to venture outside. While wandering aimlessly, they encountered 3 familiar figures at the same corner. Uzumaki Naruto and Gaara miraculously crossed paths once more. A calm tension enveloped the two. Naruto instinctively positioned Kaguya behind him, casting a wary eye towards Gaara, who observed the youth with a composed demeanor. Even Kankuro and Temari no longer dismissed him lightly. Instead, they were filled with vigilance. After all, the boy before them had bested Gaara, proving himself anything but ordinary. Gaara scrutinized Naruto, filled with questions about how this individual could possess such strength, yet now seemed unassuming. Is it to protect your comrades? Gaara glanced at Kaguya. It was for the sake of companionship and cherished bonds that he had become so formidable. What is your issue? Why are you staring at me? Naruto thought, feeling a chill run down his spine. He doesn't intend to fight, does he? Narrowing his eyes, he assessed the numbers on his side, aware that he had to remain vigilant to protect Kaguya. What does she mean to you? Gaara pointed at Kaguya, speaking in a low tone. She is my friend. What do you want? I warn you, if you dare to harm her, I will not let you off easily, Naruto declared earnestly. Kaguya was momentarily taken aback, feeling an indescribable sensation blooming within her. This feeling was quite pleasant. Friend, friend, friend. The concept felt foreign to Gaara, and he found himself lost in thought. Chapter 54. Gaara, can I become your friend? Naruto Uzumaki furrowed his brows slightly, gazing intently at Gaara before him. There was an inexplicable difference in him, something he couldn't quite articulate. Nevertheless, he sensed the inherent danger. Friends, Gaara pondered this unfamiliar term. Was it because of friendship that he had grown so powerful? Was it rooted in love? He found it difficult to comprehend, yet he asked softly, Can I be your friend? Raising his gaze slowly, his eyes shimmered with confusion and a glimmer of hope. Naruto was taken aback, his expression a complex mixture of emotions. To be honest, he had harbored lingering resentment towards Gaara, but despite not fully understanding the situation, he declared, I am Naruto Uzumaki of the Hidden Leaf Village. It is a pleasure to meet you. With that, he extended his hand, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Gaara paused momentarily. Then his eyes sparkled with light as he reciprocated the gesture, smiling, I am Gaara of the Sand Village. I am delighted to be your friend. Their hands clasped tightly together, symbolizing a bond of reconciliation. Gaara smiled. Kankuro and Temari exchanged astonished glances. The once fearsome Gaara was smiling and appearing so amicable. Was this truly the same person? Kaguya blinked her large eyes in confusion, questioning this sudden transformation. Humans were indeed strange. Even though we are friends, if you dare to threaten my companions, I will not let you off easily, Naruto declared, crossing his arms defiantly, though he felt a twinge of sympathy for Gaara. Gaara gazed warmly at Naruto, contemplating whether this was what Yashimaru had described as love. It felt akin to the warmth of a mother, yet distinctly different, like the sun. Was this love? He murmured. Naruto, hearing this, furrowed his brow in disbelief. What are you talking about? Love? No way. Could it be that Gaara was implying such a thing? Surely, he must have misunderstood. What did you just say? He asked cautiously. Is this what they call love? Gaara looked tenderly at the person before him, their hands still tightly intertwined. Naruto, suddenly feeling uncomfortable, released his grip and hid behind Kaguya, fear etched on his face. Love? How cheesy. What on earth are you talking about? He exclaimed, agitated. Aren't we friends? Gaara responded, his demeanor turning somber. Friends aren't what you think they are. That's just too mushy. Naruto retorted. Although he, too, struggled to understand love, he knew that a boy expressing love for another boy felt rather awkward. Kaguya regarded Gaara with suspicion. Something was off about his gaze. Did he intend to take Naruto away from her? No way. Naruto was hers. Feeling increasingly despondent, Gaara wondered if he had misunderstood entirely. After all, he was merely a child starved for affection, easily mistaking unfamiliar feelings for love. Yet, he resolutely declared, "You are my only friend, and I will not allow anyone to harm you." Naruto's cheeks flushed at this declaration, and he stammered, "Well, I appreciate that, but..." "Wait, why should I be happy about that?" Kaguya glared at Gaara, sensing danger. This guy was definitely up to no good, trying to steal Naruto from her. No way was she allowing that. In the pitch-black void, Shukaku suddenly opened his eyes, a chill running down his spine as he sensed an ominous presence. "Who dares threaten me? Kurama, is that you?" In the realm of the Nine Tails, Kurama sneezed unexpectedly, blinking in confusion. What was that? Who's thinking about me? In the bustling streets of the Hidden Leaf Village, "Hey, don't follow me so closely. Get away from me," Naruto exclaimed, flustered by Gaara's clinginess. Temari and Kankuro exchanged bewildered looks, sensing a change in Gaara. Was he really acting differently? Observing Gaara's unyielding attachment to Naruto left them feeling uneasy. Look, it's that guy again. What is he doing here? Surely he doesn't intend any trouble? I remember those people are from the Sand Village. They seem to be getting along. Could they possibly? Don't say anything. Be careful, they might hear you. The harsh whispers around them infiltrated Naruto's ears, souring his mood. I should have transformed earlier, he muttered. Kaguya, displeased by the scene unfolding, opened her wide eyes, scanning the bustling marketplace with a cold glare, a chilling aura emanating from her. Bang! Before she could act, Gaara's fury erupted, a torrent of sand swirling around, a frigid aura enveloping the marketplace. Who dares mock my friend? He hissed, his eyes narrowing as he surveyed the crowd. Instantly, they fell silent, intimidated. Naruto blinked in surprise, feeling a warmth swell within him. It was the first time someone stood up for him. You're making me blush. Don't worry, I can handle myself just fine. He grinned at Gaara. Kaguya, witnessing this, felt a surge of urgency. If only she had acted sooner. Frustrated, she resolved to take action. I am your friend, and I have vowed to protect you from anyone, Gaara asserted firmly. While that makes me happy, I have my own ways of dealing with those who insult me. Naruto replied with a peculiar smile. Then, he summoned a multitude of shadow clones. The villagers felt a wave of apprehension. Was he really going to fight? Transformation jutsu. Harem technique. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of graceful figures emerged amidst a cloud of white mist, leaving the onlookers entranced. Uncle, can you truly bring yourselves to harm me? Would you really hurt Naruto? The Naruto clones blinked innocently, and then, all the male villagers collapsed, blood spewing from their noses. Yes, the harem technique was a resounding success. Naruto cheered, filled with joy. Chapter 55. The time-space scroll. In the midst of the spirited whirlpool Naruto, the crowd stood frozen, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. Kaguya, witnessing the spectacle once more, felt an overwhelming impact. Gaara remained dazed, his mind blank. After all these years, he had never encountered such a technique. Why are you all staring at me like that? Naruto asked, bewildered. Surely, Gaara won't learn anything bad from him, right? Temari exchanged a worried glance with Kankuro. After a few leisurely rounds, Naruto came across Sasuke, who was returning from solitary training, walking slowly with an icy demeanor. Yet, Naruto sensed a certain lightness in his spirit. Hey, over here. Naruto waved his wrist enthusiastically. Sasuke paused and, upon noticing Naruto and his companions, narrowed his eyes. That guy is here too? He was referring, of course, to Gaara. Encountering Sasuke thrilled Naruto, given that they were both members of Team 7, even though they had never quite gotten along. Nonetheless, this did not deter him from greeting him. To Naruto's surprise, Sasuke responded, Yo, Naruto. Did he just call me by my name? Ordinarily, Sasuke would either dismiss him or throw a sarcastic remark his way, but today was different. What is going on? Sasuke glanced at Gaara and the others, his tone calm, yet a hint of coldness flickered in his gaze. Are they looking for trouble? We mean no harm, rest assured. Kankuro replied. Let me introduce him, Naruto interjected, grinning widely. From today onwards, Gaara is my friend. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, glancing at Gaara. A friend? That kind of person? Although he was aware of Naruto's expansive heart and his ability to get along with anyone, the thought of Gaara, with his previous murderous intent, chilled him. Such a being was nothing short of a monster. Seeing Naruto's smug expression, Sasuke's lips twitched in annoyance. You fool. He then locked eyes with Gaara, sparks flying between them. I don't know your intentions for approaching Naruto, but let me make myself clear. You'd better not do anything. Gaara frowned slightly and replied coolly. Naruto is my friend. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. What is Gaara up to? Has he genuinely changed? There must be a scheme afoot. It appears I'll have to keep an eye on this fool once more. After all, I cannot allow anyone to gain the upper hand again. Especially not this gourd-wielding individual. As the two stared each other down, an atmosphere charged with tension enveloped them. What is happening? Naruto asked, puzzled. Why has it turned into this? Was Sasuke trying to befriend Gaara? It didn't seem likely. Oh, I almost forgot. Naruto exclaimed, closing his eyes. He suddenly thrust his hand into the air, conjuring two glowing cards out of thin air. These two cards seemed to be the rewards for completing some mission. He had inadvertently discovered these cards days prior, and truth be told, having a few extra lights in his head felt rather uncomfortable. Sasuke's gaze fell upon the blue and gold cards in Naruto's hands, and his interest piqued. The blue card represents a time-space scroll, supposedly leading to the Warring States period. Is that true? The gold card, what is a random summoning scroll? Naruto mused excitedly. Could it be akin to summoning techniques? Randomly summon a parallel world, the Pure Land's Leaf Ninja. 3 hours. Sasuke understood the Pure Land concept, as it was commonly believed that the deceased would journey there. However, the notion of a parallel world, especially one involving leaf ninjas, eluded him. We should find Sakura. After all, the three of us completed this task together. We ought to use it collectively, shouldn't we? Sasuke spoke calmly. With Sakura's revival, Sasuke had undergone significant changes, a transformation even Naruto had noticed. All right. Naruto nodded enthusiastically, and the two cards vanished as he closed his eyes. After explaining everything to Sakura, her face lit up with joy and excitement. A time-space scroll and a summoning scroll? Is it what I think it is? Should we try one first? I want to experience the Warring States period. Naruto rubbed his hands together, grinning. Sure. Sasuke agreed, eager to witness it as well. Fine, since you both are so keen. I'll join too, Sakura added. Kankuro and Temari exchanged confused glances, bewildered by the talk of completing tasks, time-space scrolls, and the Warring States period. What on earth were they discussing? Only Gaara remained composed, seemingly understanding something profound. As Kaguya observed the three of them sharing a moment of camaraderie, she couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. Why were they so happy? Was it simply because they were together? Indeed. They seemed to revel in each other's company. But what about her? Kaguya bit her lip. A feeling of envy brewing within her. She wished for his smiles to be solely for her. Suddenly, she jolted. What was she thinking? This feeling made her clench her fists tightly. Crack. Naruto crushed the blue card, which transformed into a stream of light, revealing a large white door slowly emerging before them. Mysterious and eerie. Not this door again. Kankuro and Temari instinctively took a few steps back, genuinely terrified of it. As they retreated, they felt as though they had collided with an invisible wall, their faces paling. On the contrary, Naruto and his companions were filled with exhilaration. After all, traversing through time and space, could such a phenomenon truly occur? Whoosh! A brilliant white light enveloped them, and with a resounding whoosh, they all vanished into the white door, disappearing completely. Moments later, the door itself vanished as well. They found themselves in a fateful place, standing by a river connecting two races, where 6 figures awaited them. From this day forth, we shall meet on the battlefield. Senju Hashirama. I am. Uchiha Madara. The black-clad, spiky-haired youth suddenly turned, revealing a single Tomo Sharingan in his eye. Remarkable. That's the Sharingan. My brother has awakened a Sharingan. Izuna, a few years younger than him, exclaimed with excitement. Just as I expected from my son, Uchiha Taijima remarked. Wait a minute. What are you saying? A Kappa boy called out to Madara. Yet just as they were about to separate, a white door burst forth from the river, appearing before them. A beam of light swept through, and Naruto and his friends materialized. Chapter 56. Just crossed over. Sasuke was captured when Naruto Uzumaki and his companions arrived. Both the Senju and Uchiha clans were taken aback, immediately regarding them with heightened vigilance. Particularly, Madara and Hashirama's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Is there actually water here? Naruto exclaimed, losing his footing and about to sink, but Sasuke, quick as lightning, seized him before he could fall. The group channeled their chakra, standing atop the flowing river. And a swift glance revealed they were caught between two factions. Who are you, and why have you appeared here? A white-haired boy, wielding a blade, glared at them with a fierce and menacing gaze, resembling a ravenous wolf rather than a mere child. He is Tobirama. My apologies for the unexpected arrival. This is the Warring States period, is it not? Naruto spoke with a hint of regret, then shyly inquired. He sensed an unusual tension in their eyes. The Uchiha and Senju clans rarely surrounded others in such a manner, suspecting each other as potential foes. Their expressions were laden with hostility and wariness. What's the matter? Do you wish to fight? Sasuke shot a glance at them, activating his Sharingan, his voice frigid. Sharingan. Both sides were taken aback. The two-tomo Sharingan. At such a young age. Could he be the son of a certain Uchiha? Uchiha Taijima gasped in astonishment. That boy looks to be of similar age to Madara, yet he has already awakened the two-tomo, and is even on the verge of the three-tomo. A prodigy. It is noteworthy that Madara has only just awakened the one-tomo. This boy is undoubtedly a genius. Sharingan, they truly are of the Uchiha clan. Tobirama regarded them coldly. The others furrowed their brows, while Sakura quietly explained, I almost forgot. We are in the Warring States period, meaning it is still an age of conflict. They must regard me as an enemy. Sakura felt a twinge of fear, but upon seeing Naruto and Sasuke, her trepidation lessened slightly, and she steeled herself. Hey kid, who are you? Tobirama interrogated. Sasuke cast him a sidelong glance, his two-tomo Sharingan swirling gracefully as he replied, Uchiha Sasuke. This guy. So pretentious. Madara muttered slightly, furrowing his brow. Indeed, they are of the Uchiha clan. They are foes. Tobirama and Hashirama spoke solemnly. A self-introduction? I'm exhausted. I am Naruto Uzumaki, destined to become Hokage. Naruto proclaimed, pointing at himself defiantly. Hokage? I have never heard of it. Naruto Uzumaki. Uzumaki, are you from the land of whirlpools? Tobirama and Taijima were suddenly taken aback. The Uzumaki clan. That clan, known for their formidable prowess, was once a force that could seal all monsters, revered and feared by the great clans, even the Uchiha and Senju. Yellow hair, no? It should be red hair. How could a member of the Uzumaki clan have yellow hair? They were baffled. As allies of the Uzumaki clan, the Senju were aware of the significance of bloodlines. The land of whirlpools? Naruto questioned, bewildered. What is the land of whirlpools? Is it a powerful nation? I don't recall ever hearing about it from Irika-sensei. Irika, have you been paying attention in my class? The land of whirlpools? Sasuke seemed to have a vague recollection, having heard it mentioned in the academy. But he was primarily focused on gaining strength and had little interest in the histories outside the Uchiha clan. Suddenly, Taijima moved, appearing before Sasuke in an instant. Under Sasuke's icy stare, he grasped his shoulder and swiftly retreated. What do you think you're doing to Sasuke? Naruto shouted, enraged at the sight of Sasuke being seized in an instant. You are from the land of whirlpools. I do not wish to provoke you. But he is one of my Uchiha clan, and we shall handle him. Taijima replied coldly. Sasuke, however, was struck with shock, realizing he had been captured without a chance to retaliate. This man was incredibly powerful. What are you doing? Sakura's face turned pale. Let Sasuke go. You scoundrel. Shadow clone jutsu. Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, and hundreds of clones of Naruto emerged, standing atop the river, glaring at them furiously. Clones? He can summon so many? No, these are all physical clones. The onlookers were astonished at the sight. A mere child could produce this many physical clones. Taijima swiftly knocked out the two brothers, then exchanged glances with his companions, instructing, we should retreat. They nodded in agreement. Madara, wait. Hashirama called out urgently. Madara's body trembled. Glancing back at Hashirama, a fleeting look of reluctance in his eyes. I know, you must feel the same as I do. Our dreams align, just like on that cliff. Madara, I know you must feel the same. Enough. But in the next moment, Madara interrupted him mercilessly, his expression cold and unyielding. We are no longer children. That naive, beautiful future is ultimately unattainable. Though our time together was brief, it is what it is. You are Senju Hashirama, and I am Uchiha Madara. When we meet again, we shall be enemies, not friends. With that, they turned and fled without a hint of hesitation, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Naruto felt an urgent need to charge forward, but in the next moment, he was stopped by a towering figure, Tobirama. What do you think you're doing? Didn't you see my companion being captured? Naruto glared at him with fiery eyes. Such immense chakra. It seems he speaks the truth. He is indeed from the Uzumaki clan. Besides us, there is only. Tobirama thought, then slowly said, if you go now, you will only be walking to your demise. Naruto clenched his teeth, fury surging within him. His companion was captured right before his eyes. I will never forgive this. How despicable. As his clones dissipated, Sakura urged, Naruto, we must remain calm. They have taken Sasuke, but they likely won't harm him. After all, they are Uchiha. Sakura's face was pale, mirroring her anxiety, but charging in would be tantamount to seeking death. The others exchanged glances, all wearing expressions of dread, realizing the gravity of the situation. In just a few minutes, they had encountered such formidable figures, especially Kankuro and Temari, who stood frozen in place, stunned by the revelations. Did we just hear? Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara. No way, these two terrifying figures from history have appeared. Kaguya's eyes flickered with a hint of pain as she gently patted Naruto's head. Though she could intervene, she felt no malice. However, if Naruto wished, she could certainly assist him in retrieving that boy. Chapter 57. Naruto, Uzumaki, and Hashirama Senju in a secluded forest within a mountain range. The land belonged to the Senju clan. Tall wooden walls surrounded the area, serving as the first line of defense for the Senju. At the center stood a spacious and rather ancient hall. Hey, uncle, what did you bring us here for? Naruto, Uzumaki asked, his face etched with confusion. He was eager to rescue Sasuke as quickly as possible. You are from the Uzumaki clan of the Land of Whirlpools, and we, the Senju, have always maintained friendly relations. As a fellow nation, it is my duty to escort you back, Hashirama said with a calm smile. Naruto furrowed his brows and turned to Sakura, asking, what is the Land of Whirlpools? Sakura sighed and whispered in his ear, the Land of Whirlpools is akin to an allied nation for us in Konoha. The wife of the first Hokage was from the Land of Whirlpools, and the whirlpool symbol on your back represents the friendship between our two nations. So, I am indeed from the Uzumaki clan, and I have a whole clan behind me? Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. He had always carried the Uzumaki surname, yet he had never grasped its significance. You are from the Uzumaki clan, and once we reach the Land of Whirlpools, its people will undoubtedly recognize you, Hashirama remarked, questioning the boy's intelligence. Moreover, the peculiar attire of these individuals was striking. Had he not sensed a hint of the Uzumaki clan's essence among them, he would not have returned with them. Unexpectedly, you are rather decent. I misjudged you, but right now, my priority is to rescue my companion, Naruto declared with unwavering determination. I advise you to abandon such a foolish notion. Attempting to snatch someone from the Uchiha is beyond your capabilities. Tobirama interjected calmly. Upon hearing this, Naruto's temper flared, and he pointed angrily at Tobirama, exclaiming, what did you just say, you brat? I will rescue Sasuke from those guys, and you are quite rude, aren't you? How dare you accuse others of being impolite? Tobirama retorted, casting a scornful glance at Naruto, who for some reason reminded him of his elder brother. In a corner, a young boy, resembling a kappa, wore a despondent expression, lost in his own thoughts. Hashirama looked at Tobirama, disappointment etched on his face. Tobirama, you have greatly disappointed me today. Tobirama hung his head, his expression forlorn as he pondered. From now on, do not let me see you in contact with that Uchiha brat. You should know who was responsible for the deaths of Waka and Ban, Hashirama warned coldly. Tobirama immediately became incensed, shouting, if you hadn't sent them to war, if the hatred between our clans did not exist, they wouldn't have died. What is the true purpose of this war? To have our brothers perish one after another. Slap. Hashirama struck Tobirama across the face, leaving a crimson handprint on his cheek. Do you understand what you are saying? I do. How could I not? If this war never existed, if everyone could coexist peacefully and let go of their hatred, no one would have to die. Tobirama roared, his face contorted with rage. That is impossible. We can never release our mutual hatred. The sacrifices of Ban and Waka were honorable. Honorable? If sending children to the battlefield is considered honorable, then that is the world's mistake. Tobirama retorted before storming out of the hall. How dare he talk back? This is outrageous. Hashirama seethed with indignation. Naruto and the others stood awkwardly, caught in the crossfire of their argument. Naruto glanced at the departing figure of Tobirama and then turned back to Hashirama before hastily pursuing him. He had something to discuss with that boy. In the evening, atop a cliff overlooking the forest below, Naruto found the scenery familiar, as it was the very land of Konoha. Hashirama, have you truly discarded our dreams? Tobirama murmured, lost in melancholy. I didn't expect to find you here. You're easy to locate. Naruto emerged from the adjacent forest. It's you, Naruto. Uzumaki. Tobirama masked his gloom with a forced smile. Uzumaki Naruto, not Uzumaki Birdman. Naruto corrected earnestly. Naruto drew closer and gazed at the lush forest. A sense of familiarity washing over him, as if he had seen it before. This forest is splendid, I assent it. I had made a pact with Madara to establish a village here where children would not have to go to war, where they would be protected. But now, reflecting on it, I realize I was rather naive. Tobirama said with a bitter smile. Naruto nodded in agreement, then turned to the forest and stated earnestly, You are truly remarkable. I only wish to be Hokage. I never thought so deeply. But all of it was merely a fanciful dream, ultimately unattainable. Tobirama recalled Madara's expression from earlier, his heart heavy with sorrow. No, I believe you can achieve it. Naruto shook his head resolutely. Why? Because I have a dream too. And I believe it will come true. When that day arrives, I will strive endlessly. Naruto proclaimed with utmost seriousness. Is your dream the Hokage you mentioned earlier? Could you share it with me? Tobirama inquired, intrigued. As time passed, the two youths conversed atop the cliff for an extended period. Through Naruto's words, Tobirama learned of Konoha's greatness, where children need not go to war, where there existed a ninja academy and a village leader. Really? I had no idea Konoha was so impressive. Tobirama exclaimed, his face a mixture of astonishment and admiration. What is this village leader, Chūnin, Jonin? All these terms are foreign to me. It sounds remarkable. And the fact that children aren't sent to battle. That has always been my wish. It seems everyone in your village holds the Hokage in high regard. Tobirama smiled. Indeed. My dream is to become Hokage and surpass the Hokage so that everyone in the village will acknowledge me. Naruto beamed brightly. Is that so? Then I must also strive harder. I will establish a village where conflicts do not exist, allowing children to grow freely. Tobirama exclaimed, laughter bursting forth. Chapter 58. Could you perhaps refrain from making so many friends? The two companions swiftly returned to the Senju clan, their laughter echoing like that of long-lost friends, leaving Sakura and the others in astonishment. Had they truly become so familiar with one another? I am Senju Hashirama. A pleasure to meet you. Hashirama extended his hand first, a smile gracing his features. I am Uzumaki Naruto, delighted to make your acquaintance. Naruto replied with a grin, their hands gradually clasping together. Is this familiarity developing too rapidly? Sakura murmured in disbelief. Moreover, there was an uncanny resemblance between this Senju Hashirama and Naruto. Legend has it that Senju Hashirama was the first Hokage, the founder of Konoha, a formidable figure revered as the god of shinobi. Thus, she felt incredulous that he could so easily bond with Naruto. Wait, how could I think this way? The god of shinobi could not possibly be akin to someone like Naruto. Sakura exclaimed. Kaguya observed the two with a contemplative expression, sensing a presence from Hashirama that closely mirrored that of Naruto, though not quite as potent. In her mind, she had already distinguished between humans. One was Uzumaki Naruto, and the other, everyone else. As mealtime approached, the group settled down to eat before taking up residence in the Senju clan's quarters. Hyuga, the current leader of the Senju clan, welcomed them warmly. They also discussed plans to depart for the land of water the following morning. I want to sleep in the same room as him, Kaguya stated matter-of-factly. Hyuga, taken aback, found himself in a dilemma. What could this young lady possibly mean by that? After all, men and women are different. Sakura and the others were equally shocked, questioning what transpired between them. Miss Hyuga, your request seems rather. I do not wish to refuse, but for the sake of your reputation, you must understand the distinction between men and women, Hyuga replied, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Kaguya, why not stay with us? Sakura suggested, considering that with Temari, they would be 3 girls. This arrangement posed no issues, but a mixed-gender situation could be problematic. Why not? We used to sleep together all the time, Kaguya said, bewildered. Sakura's expression darkened, and she shot a fierce glare at Naruto, who was utterly confused, feeling aggrieved. What is going on? Hyuga said, his face a mask of concern. Regardless, I do not care. I cannot sleep comfortably with others. I prefer to be with him, Kaguya declared defiantly. Naruto, what on earth have you done to Kaguya in the past 2 months? Sakura exclaimed, delivering a series of playful thumps on Naruto's head, leaving him looking pitiful. He had done nothing, really. Their home was small, with only one available sleeping space, and besides, Kaguya had opted for the floor. Very well, Hyuga sighed in resignation, realizing that their relationship appeared to be quite unique. If that is the case, let it be. Gaara's eyes widened, as if a door to a new world had swung open. So this is how friends interact? Is it necessary for friends to sleep together? Suddenly, he blurted out, I want to sleep with Naruto too. The group fell silent, eyes wide in shock. What does he mean, sleep? Is that something one can say so casually? Could it mean the same? Upon hearing this, Kaguya's expression turned icy. Her gaze piercing as she shot a frosty look in Gaara's direction, her voice cold as she said, get lost. In that instant, Gaara felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, a chill coursing through him. His eyes widened in fear. This girl was terrifying. He fell silent, closing his mouth, but inside, a tempest of emotions surged, leaving him utterly dejected. How domineering. This was the first time Gaara had perceived such an attitude from a woman. She was incredibly assertive. Her icy glare seemed to declare ownership. If provoked, she might just take his life. The thought sent a shiver down Gaara's spine, beads of sweat forming on his brow. I have prepared tents for you. Please follow me, a member of the Senju clan interjected. If this continued, it could lead to a most unfortunate outcome. Ultimately, it ended up with Naruto and Kaguya, Gaara and Kankuro, and Sakura and Temari sharing tents. Inside the tent, Naruto lay joyfully on the bedding, his excitement clouded by the weight of the warring era he had traversed. It was not as blissful as he had imagined. In fact, it was far more oppressive than he had anticipated, engulfed in the turmoil of war. He had to devise a plan to rescue Sasuke. But how would he approach the Uchiha? He would need to consult with Hashirama about this matter, Naruto mused. Meanwhile, Kaguya, seeing that no one was around, finally revealed her true intentions. She stealthily approached Naruto, her aura shifting ominously. She locked her gaze on Naruto, lost in thought. Wait, Kaguya, Naruto began, but suddenly, he found himself pinned to the ground. Wincing in pain, he blinked in confusion. What is wrong with you, Kaguya? This time, however, Kaguya did not respond. Instead, she opened her mouth, greedily siphoning Naruto's chakra, sinking her teeth into his neck, causing him to cry out in discomfort. Wait. Hold on. What is happening? It hurts. Could you please be gentler? After a moment of ravenously drawing from him, Naruto's complexion grew pale, prompting Kaguya to finally cease. Her energy seemed erratic. Naruto struggled to breathe, his face flushed. What is wrong with you? Please, just say something. He murmured in bewilderment. After a brief silence, Kaguya finally spoke, her voice soft yet filled with urgency. Could you please refrain from making so many friends? What? Naruto was taken aback by her words. Please don't make so many friends. I'm scared you will forget about me, Kaguya confessed, her tone laced with anxiety. He was so different. Wherever he went, he was surrounded by friends, always overlooking her presence. She could only watch silently, feeling a sense of worry and fear. She did not wish for it to be this way. Even the thought of eliminating that individual, while concerning, did not compare to the feelings of doubt and fear she faced now. Unlike others, she had no friends, no companions, no family. Her clan was filled with malice, capable of harming her. To her, this world was filled with strangeness and ignorance. In her universe, he was the only one that mattered. Yet in his world, it was populated with many. Naruto paused, sensing something profound within her, a fear of becoming alone once more. He understood this feeling all too well. After a moment of silence, he gently replied, All right, I promise you. Chapter 59. You are the most important person to me. I promise you. Naruto Uzumaki's earnest and warm response left Kaguya momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at him. Although she yearned for his attention, she recognized that Naruto was different. She merely wished for his gaze to linger on her a bit longer. Yet, he had agreed. Why do you look at me like that? Naruto asked, puzzled. Kaguya snapped back to reality, blinking her large, white eyes, and inquired, You truly agreed? Indeed, I have promised you. From now on, I shall be more mindful of my friendships, for I regret causing you any unease. Naruto apologized once more. No, that's not. Kaguya attempted to refute, but found herself at a loss for words. I am genuinely sorry. My intention was to care for you, yet I often overlooked your feelings. As a friend, I feel utterly inadequate, Naruto expressed with sincerity. Kaguya vigorously shook her head and replied, No, I've never thought that way. To me, you have always been an important friend. Naruto fell silent for a moment and then gently patted Kaguya's trembling back, his voice soothing as he said, However, to me, you are no longer just a friend. Kaguya was taken aback. Not just a friend? You are my most important person, Naruto declared with a radiant smile. Kaguya froze, struck by his words. The most important person? That is why I will promise you. I will be considerate of your feelings. Rest assured, I will never let you feel anxious or fearful again, for you are my most important person, Naruto affirmed. A profound emotion blossoming within him, a resolute determination to never let her worry again. Kaguya's heart fluttered, a sense of reassurance beginning to take form within her. Warm and comforting. Do you know? Earlier, when Sasuke's mother was revived, I felt envious of him. But then, I stopped feeling that way. Do you know why? Naruto continued. Why? Kaguya tilted her head. Because I have my family, and you. Naruto replied joyfully. Kaguya pressed her lips together. With her by his side, the lonely past they once endured no longer mattered. Moving forward, they would always be together, ensuring they would never feel loneliness again. Naruto beamed with delight, truly believing he would never feel lonely again. They were no longer solitary souls. They were companions, each other as treasures. No longer would loneliness consume them, nor would they feel fear. Kaguya gazed deeply into Naruto's azure eyes, feeling that loneliness was a thing of the past, now and forever. Kaguya, do you have someone important to you? Someone who constantly thinks of you, desires to protect and guard you. That may be what it means to have someone important. Once, she did not comprehend this statement, but now, she understood. In that moment, she recognized her important person. A feeling of redemption gradually enveloped her heart. Thank you. To me, you are also my most important person, Kaguya wept, overwhelmed with happiness. In the tranquil tent, the two maintained their intimate position. Kaguya unfazed by the fatigue, fixating on Naruto's brilliant blue eyes. She gently bit her lip and slowly confessed, Actually, I lied to you. I wasn't injured at all. I merely wanted to absorb your chakra. I'm sorry for deceiving you. Upon finishing, Kaguya's gaze became evasive. I know, Naruto replied slowly. You know? Then why did you still? Because I know, Kaguya, that you would never harm me, would you? Naruto smiled brightly, like a warm sun. Kaguya paused, then nodded fervently. She would never hurt him, not now, not ever. Then Kaguya explained, I didn't intend to deceive you. I just desperately needed that power, or I would weaken. Only that power can sustain my life. No wonder you always absorb so forcefully. It's hardly like a normal person would do that. Now it makes sense. Naruto pondered. I am not a normal person. I am an alien. Kaguya stated earnestly. To them, it would indeed be more fitting to refer to her as an alien. Could you please get off me? You're making me too hot. Naruto exclaimed, his face flushed. Kaguya gasped and quickly rolled to the side, landing on another mattress, which was quite close to his, almost as if they were joined together. What did you want to ask me earlier? Kaguya shifted the conversation, recalling that Naruto had something on his mind. I wanted to ask you why you seemed unhappy, but it seems fine now, Naruto murmured. Is that so? He has been paying attention to me, Kaguya mused. She gazed at Naruto's profile, momentarily captivated, and made a bold decision, inching closer to him. I want to sleep with you, Kaguya said, her intentions unmistakable. No, that's too hot. Naruto immediately rejected her. He was oblivious to her motives, while Kaguya grew bolder. Inching onto Naruto's bed, her intentions unmistakable. Kaguya was innocent, at least on the surface. What transpired at home was another matter altogether. Don't come over. It's really cramped. You have your own bed. Naruto protested. Aren't we friends? Kaguya asked directly. Yes, indeed, Naruto nodded, confused. Can't friends sleep together? Kaguya tilted her head innocently. Well, it seems there is no rule against it, but why does it feel so off? Naruto furrowed his brow. Anyway, no one has set any rules. I'm staying. Don't crowd me. It's really cramped. Oh, I see now. You have ulterior motives. Kaguya remained silent, her advances unyielding. The next morning, Naruto awoke slowly, feeling extremely uncomfortable from Kaguya's restless movements. She seemed to have lost her sense of boundaries, despite her claims that such actions were normal among friends. Kaguya, too, awoke, and upon seeing Naruto, her energy surged. Ignoring his feelings, she forcefully pinned him down, her mouth seeking his neck. "Could you be gentler? That hurts a bit." Naruto frowned, feeling a slight sting on his neck. After their heartfelt exchange the previous night, their bond had deepened significantly, though Kaguya had taken the initiative while Naruto remained passive. That thick-headed boy couldn't grasp why Kaguya had suddenly transformed. "Brothers, I'm about to take my driving test. What should I do? I'm feeling a bit anxious." Chapter 60, Uchiha Sasuke vs. Uchiha Madara. With a sudden exclamation, Naruto's day had taken an unexpected turn. Sakura pulled back the curtain and was met with an astonishing sight: a man and a woman, intertwined in a scandalous embrace, particularly the woman who audaciously bit the young man's neck. This tantalizing scene left Sakura momentarily dumbfounded, her mind unable to process the reality before her. What was happening? Silently, she closed the curtain. Behind her, Gaara and his companions noticed Sakura's transformation, their expressions filled with confusion. Temari stepped forward, drawing back the curtain only to retreat in shock, her face flushed as if struck by a thunderbolt. Gaara narrowed his eyes, also tempted to part the curtain, but before he could, the couple emerged. Naruto, clearly concealing something, wore a look of melancholy, while Kaguya appeared invigorated and in high spirits. "What is going on here?" Kankuro inquired, sensing that something significant had transpired between the two. "Naruto, you haven't been engaged in that kind of activity with Kaguya, have you?" Sakura whispered conspiratorially in Naruto's ear. "What are you talking about?" He replied, bewildered. "You know, that thing." Sakura's face turned crimson, almost as if blood would drip from it. "What thing exactly?" Naruto pressed, though he remained patient in his confusion. "I can only tell you one person. It's Kaguya who wants to." Upon hearing Naruto's explanation, Sakura finally comprehended the situation, a wave of embarrassment washing over her. How could she have entertained such thoughts? They were so innocent. It was her own misguided imagination. "Since you are all here, come with me. My father wishes to take you to the village of Whirlpools, home of the Uzumaki clan," Tobirama declared. The group nodded in agreement. In a spacious training ground, Uchiha Sasuke faced Uchiha Madara. Having witnessed Sasuke's Sharingan, Taijima forcibly brought him back, recognizing that this young man was one of his peers, possessing more tomo than Madara. His talent was undeniable. Thus, under Uchiha Taijima's arrangement, the two were set to clash. Madara gazed at Sasuke with a calm demeanor, stating, "Our fathers have arranged this battle to test our abilities. Boy, show me what makes your two-tomo Sharingan superior." In response, Sasuke scoffed, locking his gaze on Madara's slowly opening one-tomo Sharingan. "The gap between us has already been established in reality. How could a mere one-tomo hope to rival my two?" This man, once the leader of the Uchiha clan, hailed as the Shura of the ninja world, now seemed insignificant in Sasuke's eyes. "A single tomo? I shall demonstrate the true meaning of disparity." "Oh, is that so? Since you are so confident, let's see if you can entertain me and make me feel this so-called difference," Madara declared, drawing his blade with an air of arrogance. Sasuke produced a kunai and activated his two-tomo Sharingan. The two Indra descendants commenced their inaugural battle. For reasons unknown, they regarded each other with disdain, as if perceiving one another as obstacles in their path. "Brother, go for it." Izuna cheered excitedly. Taijima, observing them, was eager to witness the clash of their strengths, especially that of Sasuke. From the depths of Sasuke's Sharingan, he discerned a profound hatred. Madara gripped his sword tightly, activating his one-tomo, and surged forward with explosive speed. However, to Sasuke, Madara's movements appeared sluggish. The trajectory of his impending attack laid bare before him. With a mocking smile, Sasuke thought, "Madara is nothing more than this." Block. As the kunai clashed with the blade, Sasuke smirked derisively. "Is this truly all you can muster? You have quite the confidence in your abilities, don't you?" Madara replied, his tone calm. They both retreated. Madara sheathed his sword, rapidly forming hand seals. Sasuke, witnessing this, offered another mocking smile and began to form seals as well. Fire style, great fireball technique. X2 boom. Two massive fireballs collided, erupting like twin infernos, roaring skyward. As the flames clashed, Madara charged forward once more, his speed so swift that he appeared before Sasuke in the blink of an eye. delivering a ferocious punch. Yet, to Sasuke's Tsutomu, this punch seemed painfully slow. He tightened his grip on the kunai and thrust it fiercely into Madara's chest. Brother? Izuna gasped in shock. Boom. But in an instant, Madara transformed into a cloud of smoke, leaving Sasuke stunned. This was a clone technique, but then he felt a chill at his throat. You have lost, Madara stated calmly, pressing his blade against Sasuke's neck. A shadow clone deployed amidst the fireball clash to confuse me? How clever, Sasuke retorted coldly. Indeed. Mimicking that boy's shadow clone was not difficult for me, possessing the Sharingan as I do. Your arrogance blinded you to my capabilities, and thus, you were defeated, Madara replied, his tone unyielding. Sasuke's expression hardened. Unlike that boy, Madara had survived the battlefield, honing his reflexes and experience, while Sasuke remained like a delicate flower in a greenhouse. He had succumbed to overconfidence and a lack of combat experience. I do not claim to be significantly stronger than you, but your arrogance nearly cost you your life. Consider this a lesson, and I return your words. It appears you have only this much strength, Madara said disdainfully. Sasuke's face darkened. He had relied too heavily on his Sharingan. He was not like those who had thrived through slaughter and war. He felt acutely aware of the disparity between himself and those who had taken lives. This was the reality of the Warring States period. Ninja? In a fit of rage, Sasuke laughed, unfazed by the defeat. On the contrary, he found this experience thoroughly fascinating, truly captivating. This time I lost, he admitted with a smile, but it is indeed most intriguing. This Warring States era? Madara frowned at Sasuke's words, speaking softly. What is so amusing? Next time, I shall return to battle you, Sasuke declared. Very well, should you wish for it, Madara replied calmly. Observing their exchange, Taijima nodded. Though Madara's performance surprised him, it did not astonish him. However, Sasuke, his strength remained hidden, overshadowed by his underestimation of the opponent. If the two were to truly engage in battle, the outcome would be uncertain. Both were proud individuals, strikingly similar in their essence. Chapter 61. The Uzumaki clan and the four symbols seal in the land of whirlpools, at Uzumaki Tide Village, a bustling city today, with vibrant streets adorned in hues of red, where every member of the Uzumaki clan resides. Are they all red-haired? Uzumaki Naruto murmured, feeling a peculiar sense of dissonance. They appeared to belong to the so-called Uzumaki clan, a lineage of the past, in stark contrast to himself, as he bore golden locks while they exhibited crimson tresses. The distinctive trait of the Uzumaki clan is their vivid red hair, alongside their formidable chakra and inherited sealing techniques, as elucidated by Fujian. The Senju clan has always maintained a cordial relationship with the Uzumaki clan, being allied nations. The first Hokage, Lord Hashirama, had his spouse as the former princess of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Mito. However, that is a tale for another time, as this era has yet to unfold. Red-haired? Yet I am golden-haired? Naruto pondered, a look of confusion crossing his face. Upon reflection, it seemed he might not be a true member of the Uzumaki clan. Could it be merely a matter of a similar name? Was he perhaps of a different lineage? An elderly man, over 50 years of age, entered the sight of the crowd, his black hair interwoven with strands of white, suggesting that with the passage of time, it would soon turn entirely white. He is the current clan leader of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Rumina. Behind this elderly figure stood a girl clothed in white, with striking red hair. Around the same age as Naruto, possessing a sweet visage adorned by a purple diamond mark on her forehead. She is now the princess of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Mito. Upon seeing the elder, Fujian's demeanor shifted to one of respect, and they engaged in conversation that was unintelligible to Naruto and his companions. However, Mito was keenly interested in Naruto's group. She recognized Senju Hashirama, given the deep ties between their clans, thus she was familiar with him. Yet, these individuals. What a beautiful sister, Mito thought, momentarily captivated by Kaguya's stunning beauty, having never encountered such an exquisite woman before. Is she from the Hyuga clan? Despite considering herself an exceptional and lovely girl, she felt a sense of inferiority in Kaguya's presence. At this moment, Fujian and Rumina concluded their discussion and turned their gaze towards Naruto. Rumina's eagle-like eyes scrutinized Naruto intently. Golden-haired, yet the essence of his bloodline undeniably belongs to the Uzumaki clan. Moreover, that bloodline essence is remarkably potent. He is no ordinary descendant. Perhaps his mother is an exceptionally remarkable member of the Uzumaki clan. But this is perplexing. How could such a bloodline power be overshadowed by another presence? Who could it be that altered his hair color? The symbol of the clan has been transformed? Golden-haired? Feeling the intensity of Rumina's gaze, Naruto became somewhat apprehensive, as if all his secrets were laid bare before him. Child, what is your name? Rumina inquired gently. I am Uzumaki Naruto, he replied. And who are your parents? Upon hearing this, Naruto fell into silence, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes, which Rumina noticed, prompting a surge of compassion within him. I have never seen them since childhood, Naruto murmured, a hint of bitterness lacing his voice. It was the first time he had been asked about his parents, leaving him uncertain of how to respond. Who were his guardians? What were their names? What kind of people were they? He knew nothing. Rumina extended his hand, gently ruffling Naruto's hair under Kaguya's watchful gaze, and upon doing so, he was taken aback, revealing a startling secret. The Nine Tails? In that instant, he sensed the presence of the Nine Tails within this young boy, who was evidently suppressing its power. Wait, wasn't the Nine Tails captured? What did you say? He is the Nine Tails fox? Fujian exclaimed, a look of alarm on his face. Not quite. It is the essence of the Nine Tails within him, Rumina replied solemnly, then lifted Naruto's shirt to unveil 2 4-symbol seals? The 8 trigram seal. It was a seal formed by overlaying 2 4-symbol seals. So this technique not only mitigated the threat of the Nine Tails, but also allowed for the utilization of the leaked chakra. Such an exquisite method. Did his parents devise this? Rumina pondered. Could it be that his parents had orchestrated this to harness the power of the Nine Tails? 2 4-symbol seals. Who would have thought they possessed such insight? Even I might not. This is the 4-symbol sealing technique? Mito exclaimed in shock, never anticipating this sealing technique. Wait, it seems slightly different. It appears to be 2 4-symbol seals. This child within him contained the seal of such a ferocious beast as the Nine Tails? Are you saying this child harbors the Nine Tails fox within him? Fujian and his family looked at Naruto with a mix of fear and astonishment. They had initially assumed he was merely an ordinary Uzumaki boy, only to discover he carried such a significant burden. You have the Nine Tails sealed within you, and you were unaware? Tobirama asked. I know, Naruto replied nonchalantly. Is that something new? It's always been like this, hasn't it? Are you not anxious? Hashirama remarked. The Nine Tails. That's the Nine Tails. Why should I be anxious? It has always been like this. Naruto thought their concern was unwarranted. Fujian and Rumina exchanged further words, and after Rumina revealed some information, Fujian finally breathed a sigh of relief. You may stay here for the time being, Rumina declared, subsequently instructing Mito to show them around the Uzumaki clan. As they journeyed, Naruto found himself perplexed by their dialogue. What is the 8 trigram seal? What could it possibly be? Was it that bizarre mark? Every time he summoned chakra, that seal would manifest, and it had always been thus. Hey, who are they? Mito glanced back at Naruto and his companions, nudging Tobirama playfully. I've told you. I am not Hei. I have a name. Senju Tobirama. Tobirama replied, somewhat exasperated by her familiarity, and continued, they are good people I encountered by chance. Encountered the Nine Tails boy by chance? Mito rolled her eyes, skeptical. Gathering his courage, Naruto addressed the girl before him. Hey, can I ask you something? I am not Hei. I have a name. Uzumaki Mito, and that is quite rude of you, she replied, casting a sideways glance at Naruto. Naruto's expression stiffened momentarily. Then he took a breath and asked, what is the 4-symbol seal? The 4-symbol seal is a powerful technique of our clan, capable of sealing monsters, Mito explained. Her interest piqued as she looked at Naruto. The Nine Tails fox? You managed to seal the Nine Tails fox? The Nine Tails within you must be the result of the practitioner using this technique. But why are there 2 4-symbol seals? May I see the seal again? Fine. You may look, Naruto said without hesitation, about to lift his shirt, only to be stopped by Kaguya in the next moment. She sensed the ill intentions of the girl. Today, let us experience driving. Chapter 62, Departure. Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Naruto joined forces, setting off towards the Uchiha clan. Witnessing this scene, Mito's smile grew wider. The bond between these two seemed extraordinary, evident to any discerning observer. My dear lady, are you afraid I might do something to this young gentleman? Mito blinked innocently. Kaguya was taken aback, her retort caught in her throat. Could it be that their relationship had progressed to such a level? Temari covered her mouth, bewildered by the audacity of it all. But why should I even care? Kaguya thought, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze. With a darkened expression, she reluctantly lowered her hand, revealing the intricate 8 trigrams seal once more. Mito crouched down, studying it intently, lost in thought, ultimately revealing a hint of astonishment as she reached out to touch it. Are you not finished yet? Naruto voiced his displeasure. Oh, my apologies. I was merely taken aback. The one who executed the 4-symbol seal is nothing short of a genius. No, a prodigy. Mito declared earnestly. What do you mean? The others echoed, their confusion palpable. The 4-symbol seal, as its name implies, utilizes the cycle of the 4 symbols to encapsulate malevolent forces. The greater the strength of the practitioner, the more robust the seal. However, it is utterly insufficient for sealing the 9 tails, given its overwhelming power. Thus, the 8 trigram seal emerged, a dual-layered incarnation of the 4-symbol seal. Mito explained with a gentle smile, caressing the seal as if it were a cherished work of art. The sheer brilliance of employing a dual-layered 4-symbol seal to contain the 9 tails was nothing short of remarkable. Moreover, these 2 layers of sealing did not repel each other. Under their combined influence, the originally malevolent energy of the 9 tails gradually transformed into Naruto's own power. The intellect of the caster behind such a method is truly unfathomable. The crowd appeared contemplative, yet only Naruto and Hashirama wore expressions of bewilderment. Could you repeat that? I seem to have missed the point, Naruto remarked. Mito's expression darkened, exasperated. It's simply a matter of applying 2 layers of sealing, you fool. Oh, so that's what you meant, Naruto exclaimed, finally grasping the concept. I previously couldn't comprehend why the caster decided to seal the 9 tails within you, but now I see. He intended to harness the chakra released by the 9 tails for himself. It's no wonder I always felt your chakra was more abundant than mine. It all makes sense now. The caster is truly remarkable. I wish to meet him. For such ingenuity is beyond our imagination, Mito mused. Is this the reason why the 4th Hokage sealed the 9 tails within me? Naruto's eyes widened. Initially perplexed by the rationale behind such an action, he finally began to understand, using the 9 tails power for his own. But why? The 4th Hokage's motivations remained an enigma to him. They were practically strangers, yet he had done all this for Naruto. Unable to fathom it, Naruto found himself lost in thought. To create such a sealing technique, if only this power could, Kaguya murmured, formulating a plan in her mind. As evening fell, Mito addressed the group. All right. Let us conclude our visit here. You've explored Uzumaki village thoroughly, and it's time to arrange accommodations. They nodded in agreement. The members of the Uzumaki clan were exceedingly hospitable, devoid of the condescension often exhibited by larger clans. Their interactions were refreshingly pleasant. Naruto wrestled with a perplexing thought, unable to resolve it, and decided to set it aside. Tonight, he had a vital appointment with Senju Hashirama. Just then, a fragrant breeze wafted past, prompting Naruto to cover his face and squint at the woman nearby. What are you up to? He asked, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. Little brother, you still know how to be shy. I was just blowing air, nothing more, Mito replied with a playful smile. But the atmosphere shifted as she felt a chilling aura. Quickly withdraw your foot from the Grim Reaper's domain. Kaguya retracted her murderous intent, holding an unsettling belief that anyone daring to approach her was undoubtedly a villain. Quite the obsession, Naruto thought, casting her a strange glance. We really feel like third wheels here, Temari commented. Sakura and the others nodded in agreement, while Gaara appeared to be absorbing knowledge, as if he had just learned something significant. Sakura gazed at Naruto with a complex expression. He seemed different now, no longer as possessive as before. Could it be he has shifted his affections? She pondered. But wait, should I not be pleased? Why am I even considering this? Naruto, you are quite popular, Sakura observed, her thoughts swirling. Without him, they might have perished during that disastrous exam, and it was thanks to him that they had made it here, alive. Everything hinged on this young man. Brother, are you still contemplating that matter? Tobirama inquired, glancing at Hashirama. The latter remained silent for a moment before nodding. He was troubled by Madara's final words. Did he truly mean what he said? The Uchiha clan, that wretched man, had somehow ensnared his brother's mind. Later that night, while Kaguya rested, Naruto quietly slipped away, hastening towards their meeting point to join Hashirama. Are you truly certain you wish to accompany me? The Uchiha clan is perilous. Naruto asked once more. Indeed, I must speak with Madara. It is imperative. Hashirama replied gravely. Naruto was determined to venture to the Uchiha clan to rescue Sasuke, while Hashirama sought to confront Madara. The two Azuras shared a common goal, seeking Indra. Very well, lead the way, Naruto consented. At our pace. We should reach the Uchiha territory by tomorrow afternoon. We must exercise caution, Hashirama cautioned. The two exchanged a meaningful glance, ready to depart, but as they turned, their expressions froze in shock. Several figures stood before them, blocking their path. Where do you think you're going? Chapter 63, Naruto Uzumaki. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. Where do you all intend to go? Naruto Uzumaki and Hashirama Senju were momentarily taken aback, as a crowd had already gathered behind them. Aside from those familiar to Naruto, both Mito Uzumaki and Tobirama Senju had joined as well. What brings you here? I thought you were supposed to be resting, Hashirama remarked weakly, glancing at them. He was certain they should have been asleep. Who told you to make such a commotion? You know the Uzumaki clan's sensory abilities are not to be trifled with. Mito shrugged, expressing her curiosity. Big brother, you aren't planning to. Tobirama said, his expression troubled. Hashirama managed a bitter smile and nodded. Naruto, what are you up to this time? Sakura admonished. It's the middle of the night. What do you intend to do? I'm going to rescue Sasuke, Naruto declared earnestly. Sakura paused, a wave of concern and determination washing over her as she replied, then I shall join you. Sasuke is our comrade. How could I let you go alone? Naruto dared not meet Kaguya's gaze, for he wanted to spare her the worry of his covert departure. You plan to leave me behind again, Kaguya said, biting her lip. I'm only worried. I don't want to lose any more comrades, Naruto replied through gritted teeth. The world was too strange, fraught with peril, and the Uchiha clan was riddled with crises. Venturing forth was akin to walking into a trap. A moment's lapse could lead to their demise. He could not bear to lose anyone else. In contrast, going alone seemed the safer option. I don't care. I'm going with you. I'm strong, incredibly strong. Stronger than any of you, Kaguya asserted confidently. Very well, Gaara said calmly. As a friend, I will accompany you and ensure your safety. Karura and Shikamaru nodded in agreement, realizing that if Gaara was going, they would too. Mito surveyed them with interest and said, since we are all heading to the Uchiha, let us go together for mutual support. This is absolutely out of the question. Hashirama interjected sternly. Why not? I'm not afraid as a girl. What are you afraid of, right Naruto? Mito patted Hashirama on the shoulder and smiled at Naruto. Naruto was taken aback, while Kaguya's cold stare fixed upon Mito, causing her to flinch and wave her hands dismissively. I was just joking. For now, I want to inform father, but I must go, Tobirama insisted. The following morning, commotion erupted throughout the Uzumaki clan, including Mito and Ashina, as they realized that several individuals had vanished overnight. Could it be that they have gone? The distance between the Uzumaki and Uchiha clans was not insurmountable. They could reach their destination within a day if they hurried. Naruto was anxious, knowing Sasuke was his comrade, and he was determined not to fail. He clenched his fists, resolute in his mission to rescue Sasuke at all costs. Madara, Hashirama murmured, intent on confronting him, needing to understand everything clearly. He refused to believe that their bonds could shatter so easily. That evening, we are now on Uchiha territory, everyone. Proceed with caution and avoid detection, Hashirama urged solemnly. Given our numbers, perhaps we should split into two groups, Tobirama suggested, noting that such a large contingent entering Uchiha territory would attract attention. In that case, let us divide quickly. I'll go with Naruto. I'll go with Hashirama. Mito changed her statement as a chill enveloped her. The teams are set. Naruto, Sakura, Kaguya, Hashirama, Tobirama, Mito. Gaara and his companions will remain here to provide support. Gaara frowned slightly, but softened at Naruto's pleading gaze. With the divisions established, Hashirama began to speak when a sudden shout rang out. There they are, over there. The expressions of the group darkened. Had they really been detected so quickly upon entering Uchiha territory? Scatter, Mito commanded. The group split and fled in different directions, each racing away. In the depths of the forest, Naruto and his companions raced forward, skillfully evading the watchful eyes of the Uchiha. However, remaining undetected proved increasingly difficult. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 Uchiha figures appeared in a dimly lit area of the woods, glancing around in confusion. They had just seen 3 individuals. This can't be right. Was it an illusion? The leader of the Uchiha murmured. Just then, the darkness enveloped them, and they felt as though their eyes had been shrouded. Attack! A multitude of Naruto Uzumaki emerged from the shadows, surrounding the 3 Uchiha, and swiftly rendering them unconscious. The scene unfolded so rapidly that the trio had no time to react before they succumbed to darkness. What do we do now? Sakura asked, glancing at the unconscious Uchiha. The Uchiha clan's reconnaissance forces were overwhelming, and they had narrowly avoided detection multiple times. Naruto gazed down at the fallen figures, an audacious idea suddenly surfacing in his mind. I have a plan, he exclaimed. At the Uchiha North Gate, towering wooden walls encircled the Uchiha clan, where numerous members stood guard, their Sharingan vigilant for any threats. Naruto and his companions chose the northern entrance. One Uchiha, wielding a three-tomo Sharingan, appeared to be the captain of the area, Uchiha Kyūzai, a formidable three-tomo warrior. He was an elite of the Uchiha clan, the captain of the northern gate. 3 Uchiha scouts, clad in their clan's attire, emerged from the shadows, their sights set on entering the gate. Halt! State your identity, Uchiha Kyūzai demanded coldly, fixing his gaze on the foremost figure. Naruto and his companions were taken aback, but Naruto quickly adopted a frigid demeanor, as if he were mirroring another figure, and replied nonchalantly, Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke? Kyūzai furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Naruto closely. He recalled that the clan leader had brought back a young prodigy by that name. Could it truly be him? But why was he here? Chapter 64, Kaguya's Strength. Reflecting on the clan leader, Uchiha Jinza paused momentarily before slowly uttering, Very well, you may enter. For reasons unknown, a strange flutter stirred within him as he gazed into those eyes. Could this be the essence of genius? You may proceed, but these two must remain, Jinza declared, gesturing towards the individuals in question. Step aside. Naruto, Uzumaki replied coolly. I have never encountered these two. Reveal their origins. Otherwise, even if you are brought here by the clan leader, I have the right to apprehend them, Jinza stated sternly. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he retorted coldly. Do I need to explain who I bring? Get lost. The two parties locked eyes in a tense standoff until bang. A figure with yellow hair suddenly sprang from the shadows of the nearby forest, instantly putting them on high alert. Uchiha are nothing but a bunch of cowards. If you have the guts, come and catch me. Idiots, fools. Naruto's shadow clones grinned, playfully presenting their backs to them. Dare to insult the Uchiha? You shall perish. The Uchiha clan would not tolerate such disrespect from outsiders, and the boy had sealed his fate. Uchiha Bayman's captain, Uchiha Jinza, cast a glance at Naruto and then at Uchiha Sasuke, his expression troubled. At that moment, the youth added fuel to the fire. Do you intend to watch as he insults the Uchiha clan? To trample our dignity with impunity. But this is our territory for now. You go and pursue. The boy spoke calmly, yet with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Jinza gritted his teeth and nodded. Very well, I leave it to you. He then commanded the Uchiha clan members to chase after the fleeing figure. As they saw the Uchiha pursue the shadow clone into the distance, the boy couldn't help but scoff. A bunch of fools, easily deceived. Naruto, I never expected you to possess such skills. You played your part convincingly. Of course. Naruto replied with a beaming smile, before hastening with Kaguya and Sakura towards the heart of the Uchiha territory. In the south, Senju Hashirama and his companions successfully infiltrated the Uchiha clan, utilizing the name of Uchiha Madara. Indeed, Ashura's understanding of Indra was profound. They were so convincing that the Uchiha clan almost believed them to be genuine. The Uchiha clan was vast, making the search for the desired figure exceedingly challenging. This place is enormous. How are we to find Sasuke? Naruto fretted. Their time was limited, and if they were discovered, the shadow clone would surely be doomed. Over there, Kaguya pointed in a direction, her keen perception instantly identifying Sasuke's location. The two exchanged a glance of surprise before rushing towards her indicated path. Amidst the extensive search within the Uchiha territory, they were finally captured. Speak. Who are you? Impersonating members of the Uchiha clan? What is your purpose for entering our domain? Surrounded by Uchiha clan members, Naruto and his companions' expressions darkened. Indeed, their brazen entrance made them easy targets for detection. Countless Sharingan bore down upon them. Naruto and Sakura's faces grew increasingly grim, yet the former resolutely stated, You two leave at once. I will cover for you. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang! 1,000 Naruto shadow clones materialized, standing resolutely in the encampment, leaving the Uchiha members astounded by such a staggering number. This guy is no ordinary individual. But you? Sakura exclaimed, taken aback. Enough with the hesitations. You must leave now. Naruto urged in a deep tone, then added, I swear I will bring Sasuke back. Watching his retreating figure, Sakura momentarily froze before nodding with reddened eyes. turning to grasp Kaguya's hand and flee the scene. Kaguya gazed at Naruto, arching an eyebrow slightly. Her palm clenched as if to summon some energy. "You must return for us." Kaguya spoke solemnly to the shadow clone, providing cover. "I promise." The shadow clone nodded. Kaguya regarded him deeply, remaining silent as the energy she had gathered slowly dissipated. He would be safe, as the power within him would not permit otherwise. Moreover, she would not allow it. He wished to shield them from harm, and she too, in times of peril, she would act. He would not come to harm, and she would ensure it. If she wished, he could eliminate them in an instant. However, upon recalling his eyes, she fell silent. Is this what it means to be protected? Do not let them escape. Pursue. "You face me," Naruto declared, standing resolutely before them. However, even with so many shadow clones, the overwhelming numbers posed a formidable challenge. His expression was grave. Their sheer numbers made it nearly impossible to break free, let alone find Sasuke yet. In the next moment, his gaze sharpened with joy as he spotted Sasuke. That figure, amidst the throng, also sensed Naruto's presence, his face a mask of astonishment. Is he throwing his life away? When did he? Naruto was on the verge of calling out to that figure, but in the blink of an eye, it turned and departed, causing Naruto's face to pale in shock. Why? Why is Sasuke leaving? He should have sensed me. A surge of uncontainable fury ignited within Naruto as he yearned to seize Sasuke's collar and demand, why? He was engulfed in sorrow and rage, yet the obstacles in his path were too many, rendering him unable to pursue Sasuke's silhouette. Bang! Suddenly, a blue light burst forth, sending an Uchiha member sprawling, and the two girls returned. Naruto's expression shifted upon seeing them. "What are you two doing back? I was worried about you, and besides, I am strong, stronger than you," Kaguya declared, her concern for him evident. "You go find him. I will handle them," Kaguya said calmly. Naruto paused, reassessing the girl before him, noticing the calmness and confidence in her eyes, and he nodded in relief. "Then I leave it to you." Whoosh! With that, he dashed after the direction Sasuke had taken. Kaguya clenched her palm, condensing a Rasengan at her fingertips, then aimed it at an approaching figure. Bang! That figure collapsed instantly, succumbing to unconsciousness. Even now, she had yet to regain her full strength, yet dispatching this band of underlings posed no challenge. She was powerful, stronger than they were. Chapter 65. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Sasuke. Uchiha gasp. The crowd inhaled sharply, astonished by the sight of the girl in the black cloak, who had effortlessly dispatched a wielder of the two-tomo Sharingan with a single blow. Who was she? Everyone remained on high alert, wary of this enigmatic figure. Kaguya regarded them with an icy demeanor, her alabaster hands suddenly clenching, and in midair, a multitude of azure energy spheres began to coalesce. This technique was a byproduct of her training alongside Naruto Uzumaki, a chakra manipulation method she had inadvertently created. It must be acknowledged that the inhabitants of this world possessed a certain finesse in utilizing chakra. Even the fourth Hokage, who had pioneered the Rasengan, commanded her admiration, not for the technique itself, but for its inherent nature. While the Rasengan was not particularly difficult to learn, its potential was astonishing, capable of harmonizing with various elemental attributes to unleash unique damage. "I have gleaned some insights into this technique. Now, let us test it on you," Kaguya stated calmly. In the air, countless azure energy spheres whirled like a tempest before suddenly erupting forth, and in an instant, all members of the Uchiha clan collapsed. She had not slain them, for Naruto had no appetite for murder. He would not approve of her taking lives. "You should consider yourselves fortunate. It is he who has spared your lives," Kaguya observed coolly, regarding the fallen like mere insects. Sakura was left dumbfounded, grappling with the enormity of this display of power. In mere moments, how could she be so formidable? Who are you?" Sakura stammered, trembling as she pointed at Kaguya, aware that these were members of the Uchiha clan, even those who had witnessed the ravages of war during the Warring States period. "Please do not inform him. I fear he may not appreciate my strength," Kaguya implored, a hint of concern in her voice. Should he discover this, he might regard her with trepidation. For such formidable power often breeds respect, a truth evident within the Otsutsuki clan. Meanwhile, over by Hashirama Senju, the situation was proving to be far more arduous than that of Naruto. They had located Madara Uchiha, but also present was the clan leader, Taijima Uchiha. Madara stared in shock at Hashirama, bewildered as to why this fool had ventured here. Was he seeking to court death? The Senju and Uchiha had always been adversaries. Yet here stood Hashirama and his companions, having brazenly infiltrated their stronghold. Madara, I wish to speak with you, Hashirama declared earnestly. Madara raised an eyebrow, glancing at his father, who radiated hostility, leaving him in a quandary. What was he to do? Tobirama, I never expected you to come here as well. Dealing with an elder brother like this is quite the challenge, Izuna mocked, laughing derisively. His feud with Tobirama had long been established, and now he foolishly found himself in the Uchiha's midst. Tobirama narrowed his eyes, acknowledging the madness and impulsiveness of their actions. How could he accompany his elder brother into such peril? Meanwhile, Kushina Uzumaki appeared grave. It was evident that their intrusion into Uchiha territory would put even the Uzumaki clan in jeopardy. After all, they were the invaders now. This is a disaster. Everything is ruined. Kushina lamented, her complexion paling as she regretted her curiosity. Father, allow me to handle this alone, Madara stated solemnly. Taijima furrowed his brow, regarding Madara with surprise. Taking on 3 alone was hardly a wise strategy. Father, leave Tobirama to me. I have long wished to settle the score with him, Izuna exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Uchiha Back Mountain, where are you going? Naruto shouted, pursuing the figure ahead, yet the young man offered no response. Continuing to forge ahead, their speeds matched, but Naruto's frustration mounted at the silence. What was wrong with him? Were they not comrades? They had infiltrated Uchiha territory for his sake, so why the silence? At a spacious cliff high in the mountains, a favored spot for Sasuke Uchiha, where the moonlight graced him and he could train, he halted, gazing into the abyss below. Naruto, panting heavily, glared at Sasuke in a fit of anger. Are you avoiding me? His voice echoed off the cliff, lingering in the air. Under the pristine silver moonlight, Sasuke calmly regarded the moon before turning slowly, a faint smile gracing his lips. I knew you would follow, the slowpoke. Naruto paused, sensing an underlying message in Sasuke's words, but what was his intent? We need to go back. Everyone came here to rescue you. Naruto insisted, his tone serious. Yes, we should return, Sasuke replied softly, but then added, however, before that, Naruto, I wish to duel you. What? Naruto was taken aback, uncertain of Sasuke's motives. Fire style, fireball jutsu, Sasuke declared, forming seals and unleashing a massive fireball aimed at Naruto. Naruto's expression shifted as he dodged, but Sasuke was relentless, and thus began their fierce battle. Bang! Clash! Faced with Sasuke's taijutsu, Naruto struggled to defend himself, retreating under the onslaught. What is wrong with you? He shouted in frustration. Bang! After evading Sasuke's punch, Naruto retaliated with a powerful blow to Sasuke's face, sending him reeling. Naruto was stunned. He thought he could have dodged that. You could have avoided that? He questioned in confusion. This is all I am capable of, Sasuke replied, gazing skyward, lost in thought. Had he truly reached this level of strength? When would he ever be strong enough to avenge Itachi? The rapid advancement of Naruto's power only deepened his self-doubt, even having trained in Chidori. Was it truly necessary to kill the one closest to you? If you seek power, come to me. I can grant you the strength to kill Itachi. Chidori. Blue lightning crackled in his left palm, emanating power that startled Sasuke. What was he planning? Surely not. That was Kakashi-sensei's technique. Naruto was taken aback, quickly forming a shadow clone and preparing a brilliant azure Rasengan. What was that technique? Sasuke felt a shiver as he beheld the Rasengan forming in Naruto's hand. When had he learned it? Rasengan. Bang! Both charged at one another, 10 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter apart. Boom! The Rasengan collided with Chidori, their energies clashing ferociously, creating a tempest of wind that swept through the area. Their eyes locked, and in Naruto's gaze, Sasuke discerned a yearning for power and a buried hatred. And a murderous intent. He intended to kill me? Bang! Both figures were propelled backwards, and Naruto Uzumaki swiftly dodged with his foot, ultimately landing firmly. Upon glancing behind him, he was met with a sheer abyss, which sent a shiver of trepidation through him. Just a moment longer, just a fraction of a second away from peril. Hey, you fool, this is exceedingly dangerous. Sasuke Uchiha charged once more towards Naruto, who, startled, sought to evade, yet found himself at the precipice of a cliff. Is he truly intent on this? A wave of anguish surged within Naruto. Why? What could possibly be the reason? How could Sasuke? Were they not comrades? In an instant, he felt utterly drained, as if the very essence of his strength had dissolved. rendering him oblivious to Sasuke's relentless advance. However, in the next heartbeat, Sasuke halted, placing a hand gently on Naruto's shoulder, and calmly declared, "All right, let us return." Naruto was taken aback, perplexed. He did not strike? You. Suddenly, a crack resounded. Naruto's complexion turned pale as his foot slipped violently beneath him, and in the horrified gaze of Sasuke, he plummeted into the abyss. Naruto? Today, I practiced reversing into a parking space. Although I managed to barely fit, it felt exceedingly challenging. Chapter 66, the so-called Kaguya Otsutsuki. Instant kill. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama engaged in a fierce battle, neither yielding an inch. Even with the Sharingan activated, Madara struggled to overcome Hashirama before him. "Madara, have you forgotten our oath?" Hashirama shouted. "Such things have long been forgotten." Madara replied coldly, wielding his Uchiha blade as he swung down fiercely at Hashirama. "You fool!" Hashirama exclaimed, dodging swiftly, causing the ground beneath him to crack with a resounding snap. Madara was taken aback. The power was astonishing. Could this man have been holding back all along? With this newfound strength, Hashirama temporarily gained the upper hand, leaving Madara visibly tense and distressed, his face contorted in pain. Upon seeing this, Hashirama softened, losing his desire to attack. However, Madara was enraged by the display, perceiving it as mockery. "Are you belittling me?" Madara shouted in fury. "Madara, I do not wish to harm you," Hashirama responded. The words only fueled Madara's anger further as he retorted, "You speak as if victory is within your grasp. I am already poised to reach the other side. Did I ever claim that?" Hashirama stammered. Silence. Gazing at Madara's small expression, Hashirama's eyes lit up. He realized Madara was still the same, unchanged. "Madara, you once vowed to create a village where our children would not have to face war. That is my dream too, to bring my brother into a world free from conflict. Have you truly forgotten?" Hashirama cried out. "We are no longer children. Such dreams are unrealistic." Madara retorted. "No. It is achievable if we all work together. Surely there must be a way, right?" Hashirama continued to argue. "Hashirama, you remain so naive. If that is the case, then defeat me," Madara declared, his desire to fight intensifying. Meanwhile, on the side of Senju Izuna and Tobirama, the battle was equally intense. Both warriors fighting with lethal intent, neither yielding to the other. Uzumaki Mito watched with concern, although Uchiha Taijima bore no malicious intent towards her. The Senju brothers were another matter entirely. They could truly kill. Uchiha Taijima, arms crossed, observed the clashes with dissatisfaction towards Madara and a growing animosity towards Hashirama. He was stronger than Madara. "Bad news, Chief." A panicked Uchiha member rushed in. "What is it? Why the fuss?" Taijima glanced at him. "At the north gate. A monster has emerged. She is coming." Boom. Just as he finished speaking, a tremendous explosion erupted, halting their battles. Two figures emerged, Kaguya and Sakura. At that moment, Sakura hid behind Kaguya, overwhelmed by fear at the shocking display before them. Instant kills, leaving no survivors. Kaguya had taken a liking to the Rasengan, delighting in the power it unleashed, planning to teach Naruto the technique later, though she had yet to consider the conditions. "Who is she?" Uchiha Taijima glared at Kaguya, his eyes filled with icy malice. What is her purpose in dismantling the Uchiha clan? His three-tomo Sharingan began to manifest ominously. "Is that you, Miss Kaguya?" Mito exclaimed in surprise, but then she looked around, questioning, "Where is Naruto?" Kaguya cast a calm glance at the furious Taijima and slowly raised her hand. A brilliant blue Rasengan forming in her palm. Taijima's eyes widened in horror. "What is this?" He sensed an overwhelming energy that could claim his life. Bang! The Rasengan was launched, and Taijima barely evaded, nearly caught in its wake. Kaguya, unhurried, waved her hand, summoning a storm of spiraling Rasengans. Assessing the man before her, he was their leader, and his abilities were commendable. "Since that is the case, I shall hold nothing back." Taijima's eyes flared wide, his three-tomo spinning into a kaleidoscope, a Mangekyō Sharingan. The Mangekyō Sharingan. The Uchiha and Senju clans gasped in shock. "He has awakened the legendary Mangekyō? When did this happen?" Izuna exclaimed excitedly. Sakura, still cowering behind Kaguya, felt a surge of fear. Bang! The sky filled with spiraling Rasengans, hurtling towards Uchiha Taijima. Yet from his form emerged a blue-hued Susanoo, igniting like flames. The third Susanoo, skeletal and fierce, stood tall. "Kaguya, run!" Mito shouted, recognizing the looming threat of the Susanoo. As her grandfather had described, Kaguya remained stoic, raising her wrist as space seemed to ripple, her pure white eyes gradually opening, veins protruding ominously. This technique is capable of shaking the heavens. This was meant for that fool, but you have forced me to this extent. Consider it your offering. Taijima sneered. Kaguya remained expressionless, then clenched her fist. 80 gods, airstrike. Bang. Taijima's blue Susanoo shattered like glass beneath her blow, reduced to mere fragments. How? Is this possible? Uchiha Taijima's eyes widened in disbelief. His seemingly indestructible Susanoo had been obliterated by this woman in a single strike? Who was she? So powerful. He fainted, succumbing to a state of false death from the impact. The two Uchiha brothers stood dumbfounded. Their father had lost. And to this woman? Uchiha Madara stared at her, swallowing hard. This woman was extraordinarily strong. A glimmer of admiration sparked in his eyes. This is the strength I have sought. Is that how easily she dispatched him? Sakura peeked out, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. Mito, in shock, recalled the moments she had previously teased Naruto, her heart racing. Surely, she wouldn't kill me for that reason, right? I can still salvage this, can't I? Dad. Izuna rushed forward, tears streaming down her face. Mom left too early. Please don't go too. Who are you? Izuna shouted at Kaguya. Kaguya glanced at him, and he immediately stiffened, while Madara swiftly positioned himself protectively in front of Izuna. Chapter 67. The mysterious woman at the bottom of the abyss. Naruto Uzumaki gazed up at the sliver of moonlight above him, lying in the pool of water. His expression serene. Fortune smiled upon him. As he fell from the cliff, he had managed to grasp a sturdy branch, sparing him from significant injury. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness, an impenetrable blackness that obscured everything from his sight. The only solace was the moonlight, a beacon that assured him he was still alive. Why am I so unfortunate? How do I get out of here? Naruto murmured to himself as he slowly rose, removing his loose forehead protector and shaking his head vigorously to rid it of water. Am I destined to remain here for eternity? No. I seem to recall that the travel time was only 3 days. It should be nearly over, right? He tightened his forehead protector once more, pondering his ascent. But how am I supposed to climb out? Climbing up is impossible. He shouted defiantly, his voice echoing in the oppressive darkness. With newfound determination, he surged toward the cliffside. But in the next instant, he stumbled and fell heavily. I can't even stand. In the midst of his frustration, an ethereal voice, haunting and ghostly, whispered in his ear, "There is no escape. This place is a dead end." Startled, Naruto sprang to his feet, scanning his surroundings in terror. Had he truly heard a voice? The darkness was so profound, and the solitude so palpable, it felt as though it were not a place for the living. Could it be a ghost? Who are you? Show yourself. I, Naruto Uzumaki, am not afraid of you. His legs trembled with fear as he called out, disbelief creeping into his mind. Just then, the voice returned, echoing ominously, "There is no escape, only a wait for death." Naruto's expression shifted. But in the next moment, he sensed something in the shadows. Swallowing hard, he summoned a shadow clone and concentrated chakra into a Rasengan, illuminating his path. As he took a few steps forward, he spotted a figure, a girl, ensnared by 4 robust iron chains, as if sealed within this abyss. Gasping, Naruto felt his heart race at the sight of her, bound and helpless. Who could she be? He began, but the words faltered on his lips. The girl knelt, her body curled, a massive iron chain binding her waist, her face bowed, obscuring her features. She must not be a villain. As if sensing his gaze, she slowly lifted her head, revealing a pallid face filled with sorrow, particularly her eyes, so hollow, devoid of soul. Naruto was taken aback. Her complexion was ghostly pale. She lowered her head again, unresponsive to his presence, her eyes reflecting emptiness and a chilling coldness. "What did you mean by saying there is no way out?" Naruto inquired. Yet she remained silent. Frustrated, he glanced at the thick chains binding her limbs, clenched his Rasengan, and struck down in a sudden burst of resolve. With a resounding crash, the chains shattered into fragments, but she merely stared blankly, devoid of joy at her liberation. Her eyes seemed to have lost all life. "I've destroyed the chains. Now, can you tell me?" He pressed, summoning another Rasengan for illumination. Yet, she remained lifeless, her once vibrant spirit seemingly extinguished. She inhaled sharply, shivering as if the cold had seeped into her very being. "So cold. I am so cold." Seeing her tremble, Naruto felt a pang of confusion. Who knew that breaking the chains would cause her such distress? Finally, he removed his orange coat and draped it over her shoulders. I don't have any warm clothes, but you can borrow this. She remained silent, clutching the garment tightly, still kneeling in that manner. What a peculiar person, Naruto mused. Just as he prepared to rise, she suddenly trembled and cried out in panic, "No! Don't go! Don't leave me alone!" Her grip tightened on the hem of his clothing, her eyes filled with dread. It's so lonely here, so cold. Fear enveloped her heart. In response, he crouched down to meet her gaze, softly murmuring, "You must be from the Uchiha clan, right? How about I help you get out?" Uchiha. From this day forth, you shall be my weapon, Uchiha. I am a weapon, bound to obey orders. Uchiha, ninjas. The entire ninja world is detestable. Yes, they deserve to die. Let them all perish. Her previously fearful demeanor transformed into one of utter hatred. A fierce animosity that rendered Naruto momentarily frozen. Uchiha, ninja, no. Not them. They are all evil. I want them dead. Her voice crescendoed into madness, revealing a pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan that glared fiercely. Naruto found himself entranced by the mesmerizing eyes, as if spellbound, unable to break free from their gaze. But suddenly, a monstrous roar erupted from within him, snapping him out of that trance. Damn it. They all deserve to die. This ninja world. They all deserve death. She glared with those Sharingan, tears of blood streaming down her cheeks. Filled with boundless hatred, the intensity of her rage sent chills down Naruto's spine, instilling a sense of dread within him. She must have suffered greatly, he thought, rising to his feet, determined to ignore her malice. If that is the case, then shall I assist you in ascending? She paused, gazing at him with confusion. The hatred in her eyes softened just slightly, but, though I do not know what you have endured, let us leave this place. You must feel so lonely here, don't you? Naruto extended his hand with a smile. She looked bewildered, yet her eyes still brimmed with hatred, accompanied by tears and the crimson of her Sharingan. Once outside, she would surely seek vengeance against them, against everyone. Stay out of my business, you meddlesome fool. She retorted icily, cruelly swatting Naruto's hand away. Her tone was harsh, brimming with arrogance. Chapter 68. I detest this world. I detest ninjas. Uzumaki Naruto shrugged his shoulders, a look of helplessness adorning his face. Why was she so filled with rage? He had done nothing to provoke her. Decades had passed, yet her eyes were ablaze with fury and hatred, directed at this world and ninjas. As she attempted to rise, her legs faltered. They had been bound for far too long, rendering her temporarily incapable of movement. I will kill them. I must kill them. Her words dripped with malice. Observing her plight, Naruto understood her immobility. He crouched down and softly offered, "If you cannot walk, I can carry you up." She cast him a cold glance, dismissing his kindness with a frosty demeanor. Her animosity towards ninjas had reached a pathological level, impervious to any attempt at persuasion. Sighing once more, Naruto glanced at her legs, a bold thought emerging. Under her frigid gaze, he lifted her onto his back. "All right, let us go," he exclaimed with enthusiasm. She was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of panic crossing her features before being replaced by icy resolve. She attempted to struggle, but her strength had all but vanished. "Let me go," she murmured hoarsely. "Though I am uncertain why you harbor such animosity towards me, I shattered those chains binding you. And I will see this through to the end," Naruto replied calmly. With determination, he focused on a glimmer of light ahead, channeling chakra into his feet as he began to ascend. To his relief, he found his footing secure. "Excellent, I can stand firm now. Let us make this ascent in one go," Naruto declared as he gazed at the towering cliff. She remained silent, watching him with a furrowed brow, questioning his motives. Why did he choose to assist her? Did he intend to exploit her like the others? Surely, they were all villains. In this world, no one could be deemed good. Not ever. They were all the same. Yet, why would he help her? Her curiosity prompted a question. Why? Why are you helping me? Naruto paused, then smiled. Because I broke your chains, and you mentioned you couldn't walk, right? I need to climb this as well. To him, it was merely a matter of convenience. Besides, Sasuke awaited him above. He did not wish to keep him waiting. As he advanced, the faint glow illuminated the rocky path, allowing him to navigate step by step. She remained quiet, her hatred gradually dissipating, realizing he was not like the others. Yet, the shadows of her past were too dark. She could not trust anyone. Not even this well-meaning individual. By the way, I've been meaning to ask, why do you harbor such resentment towards the Uchiha clan? Naruto blurted out, unable to contain his curiosity. She fell silent for a moment, resting against him, before softly responding, they are all bad people. I hate them. And I hate everyone in this world. Her tone was laced with bitterness. Her life, apart from the fleeting moments spent with her parents, had been shrouded in darkness and despair. She had lost her name, reduced to a mere weapon of war, existing solely to kill. Is that so? It seems you have endured great suffering, Naruto murmured, filled with compassion. As he observed her, he was reminded of Kaguya, who had also faced her share of torment within her clan. She fell into silence, while Naruto pondered for a moment before casually suggesting, if the opportunity arises, I'll help you teach them a lesson. She was taken aback, her gaze filled with confusion and disbelief. Why would you help someone like me? Naruto sighed, reiterating, I've told you several times. I shattered the chains that bound you. Not that. Why do you want to save me? She interrupted, her voice filled with bewilderment and inquiry. Why save someone like her? Naruto hesitated, equally perplexed. The truth was, he did not know. He simply felt compelled to assist those ensnared in difficult situations, without any external influence or directive. It was an innate desire to lend a hand. Perhaps it's because I see a reflection of myself in you, Naruto quietly admitted. We are alike. She questioned, increasingly baffled. From your eyes, I can tell you've faced hardships, he replied, recalling her gaze upon their first encounter, so eerily reminiscent of his own, hollow, dark, and lonely. Her expression betrayed her confusion as she scrutinized him, noting the azure of his eyes, illuminated by the moonlight, resembling stars in the night sky. It was pure, in stark contrast to her own emptiness. They could not possibly be the same. A hint of derision tugged at her lips as she fell silent. In that tranquil moment upon the cliff, she began to whisper, as if unearthing her heart for the first time. They have always looked at me as if I were a weapon, a monster. Never as a normal person, but merely a tool. They all see me as a monster. Her voice quivered with sorrow, saturated with resentment and anguish, echoing her unending grievances. To be regarded as a monster, treated as a weapon, subjected to inhumane torment, this had been her existence. Ostracized by society, she had lived her life in isolation. Naruto, upon hearing her words, fell into a contemplative silence. Is that so? It appears we truly share a resemblance, he remarked half-jokingly. You wouldn't understand. Being viewed as a monster, a weapon, an outcast, is the very essence of my existence, and thus I despise them. Loathe all ninjas in this world. Her voice erupted with boundless hatred. I detest this world. I loathe it intensely, wishing for its immediate destruction. The long-suppressed resentment surged forth, unrestrained. Chapter 69, Naruto Uzumaki. Indeed, I am not eloquent. Upon hearing the girl vent her hatred, Naruto was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such immense loathing for the world from her. Treated as a monster? Naruto murmured to himself, feeling a strange kinship with her plight. Once, he too was regarded as a monster by the villagers, ostracized and isolated, plunging him into a deep abyss of solitude. However, that was in the past. Now he had companions and people he wished to protect. I hate this world. Her words dripped with venom and chill. Is that so? Surely, her past must have been filled with suffering. I am sorry to have stirred such unpleasant memories. Naruto felt a pang of guilt. She remained silent. But I understand your feelings. The sensation of being unwanted, treated as a monster, shunned by all, and unrecognized. I profoundly comprehend that anguish, Naruto suddenly declared. Her reaction was immediate. She became agitated, exclaiming that he claimed to understand everything while knowing nothing at all. What does he truly understand? How could he presume to know me? We've only just met. On what grounds does he believe he understands me? She spoke icily. Naruto maintained a serene expression. Had that incident not occurred, perhaps he would not have transformed into who he was now. She was branded a monster by society, with no one capable of grasping her feelings or her solitude. No one at all. As Naruto gazed at the waning silver moon, it seemed as though a blazing sun was about to rise. They were nearing the ground, nearly ascending. Captivated by the faint glimmer of dawn, Naruto murmured, "No one acknowledges me." She froze, looking at him in confusion. Once, he too felt that in this world, he would never connect with anyone, no matter how hard he tried to draw attention to himself. Yet all he received in return was more disdain. He had lost hope. Once believing that no one in this world could ever accept someone like him, he calmly recounted his past, which had been dominated by hatred. He could never understand why others regarded him with such disdain, as though he were a mere germ, and even adults refused to sell him anything. In response, he perpetuated his mischief, only to receive more hatred in return. She was momentarily stunned, gazing at him in disbelief. No one played with him. No one paid him heed. It was as if, in this vast world, he had no place to belong. At that time, he could not fathom why people hated him, nor did he know who he was, why he lived, or why he existed. He simply did not understand anything at all. She was silent, realizing why he had claimed to understand her, why he had persistently insisted. But why? They were fundamentally different. Unable to comprehend, she stammered, You clearly. She wanted to argue that it was not the same. I once thought I would remain in that state. Until what? She looked at him, perplexed. Until Ichiraku-sensei called me an excellent student. At that moment, I was overwhelmed with joy. All my efforts had not been in vain. Finally, someone acknowledged me. Naruto trembled with excitement, filled with joy. I was so happy, happier than I had ever been. Because I was no longer alone. I had important people in my life. She paused, noticing how genuinely joyful he appeared, much like the sun. How could he smile so radiantly? Was it truly because he had those significant individuals in his life? So warm, so warm, so warm. She longed to savor the warmth he radiated, reminiscent of her parents from long ago. No, that is not right. People in this world are all wicked. They are thoroughly despicable villains. This person before me is no different. Are you trying to shake my resolve for vengeance with such words? She said coldly, impervious to his warmth, though a flicker of warmth briefly crossed her eyes, only to be overshadowed by hatred. No one could sway her. No one. Naruto was taken aback. He had not anticipated her question. Her gaze grew colder, yet he replied, I merely wish to say that you too shall encounter someone important. She furrowed her brow, pondering the idea of meeting someone significant. She was baffled, filled with confusion. I apologize for rambling on so freely. I am indeed not good with words and ended up saying too much, Naruto said with a hint of exasperation. He was, after all, not particularly eloquent. They fell silent as the light ahead drew nearer. They were close to emerging. Before the sun had risen, Sasuke Uchiha returned to the Uchiha clan in a daze, his eyes filled with self-reproach and confusion. Naruto had fallen into the abyss right before him. He could do nothing, not even save his companion, utterly helpless. In a state of extreme calm, his Sharingan spun continuously. However, upon his return to the Uchiha clan, he was taken aback. Everyone lay collapsed on the ground, the Uchiha clan members all unconscious. What had happened? Doubt filled his mind as he hastily moved forward, only to be stunned by the sight before him. Everyone seemed to be there, except for Gaara and a few others. Why was the clan leader down? He gazed in confusion at Kaguya and the others. Could they be responsible? He clenched his fists tightly. You're finally back, Sakura exclaimed excitedly, but upon glancing at Sasuke's side, she froze. Where's Naruto? She asked in alarm. Sasuke remained silent, his expression darkening slightly. Kaguya's demeanor shifted. Her perception expanded, sweeping across the entirety of the Uchiha clan, finally detecting that familiar figure, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. But, Naruto. Just as Sasuke was about to explain, a figure's appearance interrupted his words. Is that really you, Sasuke? You didn't even wait for me, making me run so far all alone. Upon seeing Naruto's arrival, he was momentarily stunned, and the three tomo in his eyes vanished completely. This guy. Kaguya's gaze sharpened as she glanced at the girl behind Naruto, her brow slightly furrowing, a tinge of jealousy rising within her, accompanied by a displeased huff. Chapter 70, Homeward Bound. Is this the person they have been searching for? A member of the Uchiha clan? Uzumaki Naruto cast a glance at Uchiha Sasuke, feeling an inexplicable resemblance between him and the figure beside Hashirama. They seemed strangely familiar. Kaguya, I have returned safely, exclaimed Uzumaki Naruto with warmth. However, the other party appeared indifferent, casting a resentful glance at him before fixating on the figure clinging to his neck. For the first time, she experienced such emotions. It was more intense than that time with Gaara and the others. Who is she? She couldn't help but inquire. Uzumaki Naruto was momentarily taken aback, oblivious to the bitterness in her words as he continued. She is someone I found at the back mountain of the Uchiha clan. She looked rather pitiful, so I brought her along. The girl on his back blinked, as the Uchiha clan members were all asleep, subdued by Kaguya. leaving only Izuna and Madara, who retained a bit of strength to stand. At that moment, the latter was deep in conversation with Hashirama. They seemed unaware of this girl's circumstances. Perhaps a closely guarded secret of the Uchiha clan, something the young ones did not know. By the way, I still don't know your name, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly asked. Name? She hesitated, dark memories flooding her mind. It seemed she had no name. I have no name. You may call me Nameless, she said softly. Nameless? Huh. Uzumaki Naruto murmured, finding the name rather peculiar. He gazed at the rising glow of the sun. Kaguya observed the two, her Byakugan gradually opening. Wisps of dark energy beginning to emanate from her head, causing the onlookers to hold their breath. Was she feeling jealous? This was their initial thought. Uzumaki Naruto remained completely oblivious, while Kaguya felt increasingly aggrieved. In the next moment, their bodies seemed to radiate light, emitting a warm white glow. Suddenly, a large white gate appeared before them. The group was astonished by its sudden emergence, yet Uzumaki Naruto paused, pondering if this was. The 3 days seemed to be drawing to a close. It appears we must depart, Uzumaki Naruto sighed. Had he not yet had enough fun? Was it truly ending like this? He had been so preoccupied with Sasuke's matters during this so-called Warring States period. There were still many places he longed to visit, such as the Konoha of this era. Simultaneously, a gate slowly manifested for Gaara and the others, and they immediately understood the reason, letting out a sigh of relief. They could finally leave. You're leaving? The others looked at them in surprise. Leave? Where to? Was this grand gate their destination? What exactly was this gate? You're leaving. Where are you going? Hashirama looked at them with confusion, feeling a twinge of reluctance, especially since he had gotten along well with Uzumaki Naruto. Well, I'm not quite sure how to explain it, but we might never see each other again, Uzumaki Naruto pondered before speaking. Never see each other again? That sounds so far away. Can't you stay? Hashirama's face displayed reluctance. Although we feel the same, we truly must return. As for where we're going, we want to disclose that, Sakura interjected. Could you take us along for a bit? Uzumaki Mito suggested. The group exchanged weary smiles, pondering how that could be possible. Could they really take them to the future? Just the thought seemed unrealistic. After all, they were separated by decades. From the Warring States period to the brief peace that followed the Third Great Ninja War. Oh, right. I'll leave Nameless in your care. She seems unable to walk. Uzumaki Naruto remembered, entrusting the motionless Nameless to Uzumaki Mito. Nameless could hardly move. Aside from being able to speak, she was devoid of strength. I'm going home, and I've brought you along. From now on, you'll be with them. They should not be bad people, so you can rest assured. Uzumaki Naruto said to Nameless with a smile. Nameless gazed at Uzumaki Naruto with profound meaning, wanting to say something, but unsure of how to begin. Did he not fear that she might regain her strength and slay them all? What a lovely little sister. Are you from the Uchiha clan? Mito remarked, laughing as she took the frail girl into her arms. Never seen her before. Izuna and Madara exchanged glances, having no recollection of this person. They were not well versed in Uchiha history, and even if they were, they wouldn't recognize her. You are the young clan leader of the Uchiha. How do you not know her? Mito raised an eyebrow. How should I know? Am I expected to recognize everyone? Madara retorted, his expression darkening. The radiance surrounding them grew ever stronger, as if they were about to vanish. Uchiha Sasuke scanned the gathered individuals before casting a fiery gaze at Uchiha Madara, the esteemed ancestor. Even if he had been careless then and did not evade, he was undeniably powerful. What? Do you wish to defeat me? Fine, I await your challenge. Uchiha Madara arrogantly fixed his gaze on Sasuke, uttering a boastful remark. Sasuke's face darkened, and then he abruptly turned, stepping through the gate. Merely remnants of a bygone era. I, Uchiha Sasuke, shall surpass everyone, he thought. So, everyone, I shall take my leave. Sakura waved her hand, following suit. Kaguya observed the entire scene, grasping Uzumaki Naruto's hand and stepping toward the gate. She wished to leave this place immediately. Farewell, everyone. Uzumaki Naruto cheerfully waved his hand, ready to enter the gate. Wait. Just as they were about to cross the threshold, Nameless suddenly called out. Uzumaki Naruto paused, turning back in confusion. Nameless lifted her gaze, looking at his figure, pursing her lips before finally speaking. Will you appear again? Uzumaki Naruto was taken aback, then beamed brightly, saying, I believe we shall meet again. With that, he stepped through the gate, and with a flash of light, they vanished from sight. It seemed they were entering their own era. This world might indeed change due to their arrival. Chapter 71. Mission: Defeat Uchiha Itachi. With a resounding bang, a brilliant blue light exploded forth, creating a massive chasm in the giant rock, fissures spreading in all directions. This was the result of Uchiha Sasuke's full-force Chidori strike. 3 days had passed since their journey began. Aside from his mother's earlier concerns, everything had remained tranquil. At his current level, Sasuke could only execute Chidori 3 times, yet that underachiever. Clenching his swollen red wrist, a shadow of frustration darkened his expression. He recalled that Azure Energy Sphere. What technique could possibly withstand Chidori? When did that guy become so powerful? The thought gnawed at him. With his current abilities, how long would it take to exact his revenge on Itachi? Naruto, just how strong have you become? A voice filled with deep-seated unrest escaped Uchiha Sasuke's lips. Rasengan. Naruto Uzumaki, in tandem with his shadow clone, swiftly formed a Rasengan, charging toward Jiraiya by the riverbank. However, upon facing this attack, Jiraiya merely chuckled, conjuring his own Rasengan. At the moment of collision, bang! The 2 Rasengans collided, sending Naruto hurtling away. Cries of agony echoing in the aftermath. Rasengan is not solely your technique. If you wish to defeat me, you still have 200 years to go. Jiraiya remarked with a smile, gazing at the fallen Naruto. Just you wait, perverted sage. Next time, I will definitely defeat you. Naruto shouted defiantly. Kaguya sat on the lawn, seemingly condensing a Rasengan in her palm, her expression one of deep contemplation. A glimmer of joy sparkled in her eyes. She had discovered a new method of chakra manipulation through these humans. If utilized against them, it could prove effective. Bursting with excitement, she leaped up and dashed toward Naruto, embracing him amidst his bewildered gaze. What are you doing, Kaguya? Naruto stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment. This was the first time someone had lifted him in such a manner, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. I am so happy, truly happy, Kaguya exclaimed with joy, a radiant smile illuminating her face. This was the first time Naruto had witnessed such a display from her. But, please put me down. This is so embarrassing. Naruto protested, his sense of shame overwhelming. Jiraiya, watching this scene with a mix of envy and resentment, felt like a glaring light bulb, out of place and better suited beneath a car. He recalled how Minato had also been lifted like this by Kushina back in the day. After all, Kushina was known as the Little Pepper for her extraordinary strength. The envy morphed into warmth, as this scene felt so familiar and nostalgic. If they were still here, they would surely. I wonder where Tsunade is. Suddenly, he found himself missing her. The 3rd Hokage was aging. Perhaps it was time to consider the future of the Hokage position, he mused. That evening, after dinner, Sasuke returned to his room, his silhouette exuding profound loneliness. Even Mikoto sighed softly, sensing her child's emotions and his yearning for strength. When will I ever be able to kill Itachi? Sasuke's voice was hoarse, his eyes, adorned with the Sharingan, reflecting his turmoil. Ding. Mission: Defeat Uchiha Itachi. Reward: Unknown. Failure penalty: randomly erase a close person from existence. A blue light surged from beneath the earth, ultimately piercing into Uchiha Sasuke's mind. A line of mysterious characters floated in his consciousness. In that moment, he felt time freeze for a second before breaking into a smile. Even this mysterious force believed he should seek vengeance? He wasn't merely intent on defeating Itachi, he aimed to kill him. Uchiha Itachi, wait for me. That day is not far off. At the same time, a similar mysterious message appeared within Naruto's mind, stating, Mission: Assist Uchiha Sasuke in defeating Uchiha Itachi. Reward: Unknown. Failure penalty: randomly lose a close person. While accompanying Kaguya as she slurped noodles, Naruto suddenly froze, his eyes narrowing as he processed the so-called mission. Uchiha Itachi, who is that? I think I've heard Sasuke mention it before, but I can't recall. Is there a reward? It must be substantial. Wait, what is this failure penalty? Naruto's face paled in horror as he hurriedly finished his noodles, his expression one of sheer terror. What does it mean to randomly lose a close person? This is pushing me to the brink. Determined, he declared, I must defeat Uchiha Itachi. Not just for Sasuke, but for my important companions as well. What's wrong? Kaguya inquired, puzzled by Naruto's sudden agitation. Is he really this affected by a bowl of noodles? He didn't used to be like this. I will protect all of you. Naruto vowed earnestly to Kaguya. She was one of his most cherished individuals. He would not allow anyone to harm those dear to him. Absolutely not. Kaguya was momentarily taken aback, warmth swelling in her heart. Protect her? Then, she too must grow stronger before those foes arrive, so she could protect him. However, the bowl of noodles seemed to be running low, and consuming only these did not seem wise. Abruptly changing the subject, Naruto glanced at the mountain of empty noodle cups, stealing a glance at Kaguya. It seems we have a voracious eater at home, which isn't enough. Though Kakashi-sensei has been sending vegetables lately, I don't like them at all. The perverted sage also suggested drinking milk, and even Ichiraku-sensei said the same. Naruto rested his chin on his hand. He didn't like any of that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let the milk expire. He detested it, utterly. Forget it, let us go for Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Kaguya's eyes sparkled with delight. She too loved Ichiraku Ramen immensely. Chapter 72, Naruto, Uzumaki. Kaguya, you are truly beautiful. In the land of rain, a figure cloaked in a dark robe stood upon a bridge, enveloped by a gentle drizzle, seemingly lost in meditation. Beside him stood another figure, similarly clad in a dark robe, his body wrapped in bandages. Hisame Hoshigaki, his partner. It is unwise to linger in the rain, Itachi-san. You may catch a cold, Hisame remarked with a benevolent smile. Uchiha Itachi remained silent, his eyes closed, deep in thought, leaving those around him oblivious to the turmoil in his mind. He was a mysterious man, one who inspired trepidation in even the masked adversaries. Ding. Mission. Reveal the truth of the Uchiha clan to Sasuke Uchiha. Reward, unknown. Failure penalty, death. Time limit, 10 days. In that moment, the meditative man seemed to stir, slowly opening his pitch-black eyes. The truth of the Uchiha clan? He furrowed his brow slightly. A glimmer of insight that had lingered in his mind, now finally stirring to life. The penalty for failure was death? He had no doubt of the mission's severity. Even he found it inscrutable, his Sharingan unable to discern its true nature. Too enigmatic indeed. Though he had long prepared himself for death. The prospect of revealing the truth to Sasuke bewildered him as he turned his gaze toward the north, the land of fire. Thunder rumbled ominously as torrential rain descended upon Konoha, casting a shadow of unrest over its inhabitants. Why are you so weak? Is it because your hatred is insufficient? Chidori. Awakened abruptly from a nightmare, Sasuke Uchiha found himself ensnared in a vision of defeat at the hands of Itachi. The nightmare was compounded by the haunting presence of a figure whose face remained obscured, yet carried a profound significance for him, enveloping him in a profound dread and unease. What is wrong, Sasuke? Hearing the commotion, Mikoto entered the room hastily. Another nightmare? She asked, gently ruffling his hair. Sasuke remained speechless. These dreams had plagued him for days. All tied to Itachi. He knew their inevitable confrontation loomed near, soon, very soon. Yet he found himself questioning whether he possessed the strength to prevail against his brother. All right, just try to get some rest. Everything will pass, Mikoto soothed, attempting to calm his troubled spirit. Perhaps it was his aloofness that rendered him reluctant to connect with others. During her observations, Mikoto noted that Sasuke had grown increasingly isolated, burying himself in training. The torrential downpours soon subsided, and Naruto Uzumaki joyfully opened the curtains, welcoming yet another day brimming with hope. He was one step closer to achieving his dream of becoming Hokage. Gazing at the monument of the fourth Hokage, Naruto clenched his fists, a confident smile illuminating his face. Just wait, I will. Kaguya, illuminated by a radiant light, awoke with a start, her eyes stinging from the brightness. Having trained late into the night, she felt exhausted and had even forgotten her daily ritual. Clad in a light blue nightgown and donning a duck hat, a purchase made by Naruto, who had a penchant for nightwear, Kaguya was undeniably beautiful, surpassing even Sakura in allure. Naruto, often oblivious, sometimes found himself mesmerized by her beauty. Upon her rising, he couldn't help but admire her, feeling an odd sense of familial connection. Were they not akin to family? Kaguya, you are truly stunning, he declared earnestly. Kaguya blinked, her alien nature notwithstanding. As a female, she felt a thrill at the compliment from Naruto, a boy she held in high regard. Then, without warning, she lunged forward, eager to partake in their shared ritual, though she had momentarily delayed. On the spacious streets, Naruto and Kaguya strolled side by side, seeking amusement, while the lecherous sage was likely off to spy on the women at the hot springs. As for Kakashi-sensei, it seemed he had ceased assigning missions, leaving Naruto with a sense of profound boredom. Why is there no work? This is unbearably dull, he lamented, his face betraying his ennui. The villagers along the street regarded him with disdain, their good mood instantly vanishing. Yet, they dared not voice their true feelings. The third Hokage had made it clear that no one was permitted to express animosity towards him, leading them to disregard Naruto entirely. However, Kaguya's demeanor grew cold. Each encounter with them left her feeling their chilling disdain, and had Naruto not intervened, she might have unleashed her fury upon them. "And Naruto-kun, you're out shopping too?" A voice filled with joy and shyness emerged from behind, drawing Naruto's attention. It was Hinata from Team 8. "Ah, it's you, Hinata. Long time no see." Naruto greeted with enthusiasm, harboring fond feelings for her. Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson, but her gaze soon shifted to Kaguya, her expression dimming. This woman seemed to be perpetually at Naruto's side. Was there no room for her in his heart? "Wait, Hinata, why do you think that? Are you unwell? Your face is so red," Naruto inquired, leaning closer, a puzzled look on his face. "Why is your face so flushed?" So close." She instinctively recoiled, her face burning with embarrassment, yet her heart fluttered with excitement at his concern. Naruto cared for her. Meanwhile, Kaguya narrowed her eyes slightly, sensing an unspoken bond between Naruto and Hinata that stirred a feeling of unease within her. "And Naruto-kun, may I join you?" Hinata asked, her voice filled with hopeful anticipation. "Sure. We're both bored anyway. Let's have fun together." Naruto responded casually, unaware of any potential awkwardness. After all, they were all comrades. Kaguya, haha, I've got it down now. Just need to get used to the S-turns and the speed, and everything should be fine. Chapter 73, The Sudden Malice. Uchiha Itachi appears. Naruto Uzumaki walked alongside Kaguya, while Hinata followed cautiously behind them. She longed to be by Naruto's side, yet her courage faltered, leaving her to gaze enviously at Kaguya, whose boldness was a stark contrast to her own timid nature. Was this the feeling of waiting helplessly? She silently tapped her fingers, her mood darkening. As they traversed a relatively wide street, two figures clad in dark cloaks with white hoods brushed past them. Naruto paused, sensing something unusual, and turned to glance back at the retreating silhouettes. He felt an inexplicable unease about them, an instinct he couldn't articulate. Kaguya, catching a glimpse over her shoulder, too sensed the presence of these individuals, their aura rivaling that of the Hokage and the lecherous old man. They were formidable, but their threat seemed confined to the village of Konoha. "What's wrong, Naruto?" Hinata nearly collided with him as he halted. "I have a feeling those two aren't right," Naruto murmured, narrowing his eyes. The peculiar aura they emitted had sent a chill through him, a sensation he had sharpened since the chaotic Chūnin exams. Why did he feel this way? He was certain he had never encountered them before. Byakugan. In an instant, Hinata activated her Byakugan, veins bulging, attempting to peer through the street. Yet, the two figures appeared to have vanished without a trace. "I can't sense them. Let us follow them and see," Naruto suggested with a grin, finding the prospect of adventure preferable to idleness. "Isn't that dangerous, Naruto? What if?" Hinata's worry flickered across her face, for those individuals seemed intimidating. "Don't worry, if anything happens, I'll protect you," Naruto reassured her with a warm smile. Hinata's cheeks flushed at his words of protection. On the opposite side of the street, in the southern part of Konoha, stood Uchiha Itachi and Kisame. That was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. "Why didn't we act?" Itachi, Kisame inquired. Their mission was to gather intelligence on the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and if feasible, to capture him. "That was indeed an opportunity," Itachi replied, his mind racing with strategy. The movements of the Jinchuriki were under close watch by the Hokage and the Yumbu. A forceful abduction would be ill-advised. Suddenly, a girl sprinted past Kisame, colliding into Itachi. Vegetables tumbled from her basket, spreading across the ground. Itachi's expression hardened slightly as he glanced at the girl. "I'm so sorry. I tripped on a stone," she exclaimed, filled with regret. As she raised her head, Itachi's heart raced, his eyes widening in shock. "Are you all right?" she inquired, noticing his unusual reaction. Itachi calmed himself, suppressing the tumult of emotions within, and spoke in a low voice. "Be more careful next time. Running so fast in the streets is dangerous." He waved a hand, and the scattered vegetables flew back into her basket. "Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I was worried about being late. Sasuke might come looking for me," she said gratefully, her eyes lingering on him. At the mention of Sasuke, Itachi felt another tremor run through him. "As long as you're safe," he replied, his voice steady, before turning to leave with great effort. "Wait," she called out. causing Itachi to tense. Could she possibly know? Here, she said, stepping forward to hand him a tomato. Itachi paused, accepting it with a slight nod before swiftly departing, disappearing from her sight in an instant. What a strange person, she mused, recalling the familiarity of his hand. Excuse me, miss, have you seen two individuals in black cloaks? Naruto and his companions rushed in, anxiety etched on their faces. Oh, it's Naruto. She smiled, recognizing the boy. His exuberant personality reminded her of Kushina, so similar in spirit. Are you looking for them? She asked, ruffling his hair affectionately. Hinata watched, feeling a twinge of jealousy as she had never had the chance to touch Naruto's hair herself. We're actually tracking those two, Naruto declared earnestly, convinced that their presence in Konoha was no coincidence, especially given the chill he had felt earlier. Tracking them? Are they dangerous? She asked, surprised. I couldn't tell, but I feel like one of them is gentle, she added, pondering the stranger's demeanor. Itachi has changed, Kisame remarked with a grin, noting the softness in Itachi's demeanor, a stark contrast to his usual self. Itachi remained silent, acknowledging Kisame's observation with a heavy heart. The fleeting image of his mother lingered in his mind. She shouldn't be alive. What should he do if she were? Would she accept the path he had chosen? At that moment, the object of his thoughts appeared, Sasuke, returning from training, oblivious to the tension that surrounded him. To Sasuke, the two cloaked figures seemed odd, but he dismissed them as mere passersby. They brushed past each other, unaware of the deeper truths that entwined their fates. Sasuke, you may never uncover the truth. Just keep living, echoed in Itachi's mind as he formulated his plans, knowing he had no retreat left. Chapter 74. The Disappearance of Uchiha Sasuke. In the stillness of the night, atop a towering antenna, a shadow emerged under the silvery moon, gazing intently at the illuminated residence before him. A rare smile flickered across his typically impassive visage. To continue living like this, and then, if this so-called mission is to be so, then let us proceed as previously deduced. But, are you prepared, Sasuke? He murmured anxiously to himself, overwhelmed by concern. His body could not endure much longer. In a few years, he would succumb to the resurgence of an old ailment. Tonight marks the day of the hunt. Beneath the antenna, Kisame leaned against it, murmuring softly. He had already been informed of Itachi's instructions. Time was running out, and he urgently needed to switch his brother Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. He was indeed a man worthy of Kisame's respect. Regarding the impending confrontation, Kisame felt no trepidation, for Itachi's strength was completely inscrutable to him. Mom, I'm heading to bed, Sasuke declared after finishing his meal, striding directly to his room. Moments later, the light extinguished, enveloping the space in darkness. Uchiha Sasuke lay in bed, plunging into a deep slumber, yet he was beset by an odd dream, wherein the bygone days of the Uchiha clan unfolded before him once more. Caw! As the sound of crows echoed, he jolted awake, his heart racing with an oppressive weight. Why? Was that sensation growing ever stronger? You have finally awakened, my foolish little brother. A familiar voice broke the silence, and Sasuke's expression darkened instantly, filled with madness and murderous intent. He turned sharply to find a figure lounging by the window, one leg crossed over the other, with a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes emanating a faint scarlet glow. Uchiha, 1 against 7. Sasuke's voice was low, his face gradually transforming into a mask of fury, brimming with hatred. Uchiha Itachi regarded his younger brother with a calm gaze, one rife with disdain. Conversely, Sasuke stood up, his cheeks icy, trembling with agitation. Haha, you have finally reappeared, 1 against 7. Sasuke retorted coldly. The essence of his existence was to exact vengeance upon the figure before him. He was a avenger, born to seek retribution. Then allow me to test your composure and strength, Itachi stated calmly before vanishing into a flock of crows. This was Konoha, and with his mother nearby, he did not wish to cause her worry. Besides, behind the scenes, Danzo had recently become increasingly restless. Itachi, Sasuke glared, activating his two-tomo Sharingan, and stepped toward the window, fixated on the outside, sensing that man's presence. He was attempting to lure him out. This was precisely what he desired. Whoosh! He transformed into a shadow, racing swiftly in the direction where Itachi had vanished. The following day, Naruto Uzumaki was escorted to the Hokage's office by Kakashi and his team. Upon entering, he found himself bewildered. All 12 of the young ninjas were present, even Aunt Mikoto. Yet her expression seemed off. What was the matter? Why is everyone here? Naruto inquired, perplexed, as Kaguya also entered the office. Her gaze swept over the assembled individuals, and the third Hokage's brow furrowed slightly. After days of observation, they had come to the realization that the woman before them was formidable, a far more unpredictable variable than the Nine Tails. Albeit she appeared to be more restrained in Naruto's presence. "It's surprising that you're so relaxed when your companion has gone missing," Kiba remarked, exasperated. "What?" Naruto responded, momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Sakura's face turned pale, anxiety etched across her features as she bitterly conveyed, "Naruto, Sasuke, he has disappeared." Naruto's eyes widened in shock. "What? Sasuke is gone. What happened?" he inquired urgently. "The reason you were brought here is precisely because of Sasuke's disappearance." Mikoto stated that when she called him to wake up today, he was nowhere to be found. Kakashi recounted the events, while Mikoto's sorrow was palpable. Her child had vanished from her sight. The Umbu had already detected Sasuke's belongings. Last night, he seemed to have fled the village. The reasons for his departure remained unknown. Shukaku continued, recounting the account of two Umbu members who had been on duty last night and subsequently knocked out. They had indeed seen Sasuke, but he had incapacitated them. Could it be that Sasuke intended to defect? Shino pondered, a frown crossing his face. In an instant, all eyes turned to him, and Shino was drenched in sweat, never having experienced such a sensation. "Are you joking? Sasuke would never defect," Naruto exclaimed. His face contorted in anger as he turned to leave. "What do you plan to do?" Kakashi grabbed his arm. "What else can I do?" "I'm going to bring Sasuke back," Naruto shouted. He refused to believe that Sasuke would betray them. There had to be a reason. Could it be? A thought crossed his mind. Perhaps it was related to the mission. "If you run out now, do you even know where he has gone?" Kakashi retorted. "But..." Naruto gritted his teeth. Did he truly have to remain idle? "Rest assured, the reason for calling you here is precisely this. The dispatched Umbu have already discovered a trace of Sasuke," the third Hokage declared, his heart heavy. Last night's presence he sensed was indeed Itachi. Had he returned? Was it to retrieve Sasuke, or... "Grandpa Third, please tell me where Sasuke has gone. I need to find him immediately," Naruto implored excitedly. The third Hokage's expression was troubled. If his suspicions were correct, their purpose for being here was far from simple. Moreover, last night there had been not just one, but another formidable presence. Who could it be? "Kakashi, Guy, take them with you," the third Hokage instructed. "Understood." Outside the gates of Konoha, Kakashi warned, "Remember, you must follow orders during this mission, especially you, Naruto. I know you are worried about Sasuke, but the more you care, the more you must adhere to the commands." "Got it. I understand, Kakashi-sensei. Just hurry and take us to find Sasuke," Naruto replied, pouting in dissatisfaction. Kakashi sighed, wondering if this kid truly grasped the gravity of the situation. Tomorrow, they would face the first exam, and truth be told, he was feeling quite anxious. Chapter 75. Encountering Kisame, Kaguya takes action. After a prolonged pursuit, they had lost track of Sasuke's whereabouts. At this moment, Kakashi's dedicated summoning beast, Pakin, was sniffing the air with keen sensitivity. "Is this dog truly that perceptive, Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto Uzumaki remarked, somewhat incredulous. "Who are you calling a dog? Do you even know the meaning of respect?" Pakin retorted, his expression darkening as he glared at Naruto. The latter, feeling somewhat insulted, thought to himself that this dog's temperament was as foul as Kakashi's. With clenched fists, he felt a deep concern. After all, they hadn't sensed Sasuke's position throughout the day. Kaguya observed this scene, feeling a twinge of jealousy. She often found herself preoccupied with others' affairs, perhaps because of Sasuke. If she were to vanish, would he feel anxious for her, just as he did for his friends? Certainly, he would. "There!" Kaguya exclaimed, her Byakugan activated as she stared into the distance, piercing through mountains until she finally spotted a massive white gate. There, she sensed Sasuke's presence. "Can you perceive it, Kaguya?" Naruto asked, filled with excitement. Neji and Hinata also activated their Byakugan, but their range could not compare to Kaguya's. With wide eyes, they pondered just who she truly was. Was this sister from the moon genuinely that formidable? Hinata felt a pang of jealousy, their family's pride. The Byakugan seemed to pale in comparison. Yet, Kaguya remained unfazed. "Kakashi, everyone, let us proceed to find Sasuke," Guy exclaimed enthusiastically. "Oh, Sensei Guy?" Lee echoed, equally exhilarated. Before them stood a grand white gate at the end of the mountain range, quietly looming. Outside, a figure bearing the sword Samahata stood, eyes closed in tranquil anticipation. When he finally opened his eyes, a devilish smile spread across his face. I didn't expect you leaf ninjas to arrive so swiftly. Your speed is commendable. As his words fell, a dozen figures materialized. Guy and Kakashi's expressions turned grave. Had they been intercepted? Kaguya, is the presence you sense beyond that gate? Naruto inquired. Indeed. Kaguya affirmed, her focus unwavering as she disregarded Kisame and fixated on the object on his back, intrigued by its potential for research. Kakashi squinted, musing. Is it that gate again? Each appearance has heralded ominous events, from the mysterious realm to the catastrophic Chūnin exams. He is far too enigmatic. What have you done to Sasuke? Naruto shouted, pointing an accusing finger at Kisame. The rest of the young ninjas glared at him with darkened expressions. Oh, you mean that boy? He entered with Itachi and is likely engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Kisame replied coolly. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, I presume? Itachi. Kakashi and Guy reacted with alarm. Could it be the very Itachi who had returned? Were Sasuke and Itachi inside? Itachi? The one who slaughtered the Uchiha clan? Shikamaru's face darkened. His father had mentioned the Uchiha in drunken rants, making him somewhat more aware than his peers. Could Sasuke's quest for revenge be centered on Itachi? Sakura murmured, realization dawning on her. No wonder. It is for vengeance, to end his life. I know a bit about Itachi. He has been labeled a rogue ninja of the highest order, an S-rank criminal wanted by the Leaf for the massacre of the Uchiha clan. Shino adjusted his glasses, adding gravely, if Sasuke is fighting Itachi, isn't that perilous? Ino's face turned pale. You fool. Naruto erupted in fury, summoning a shadow clone and rapidly forming a Rasengan, launching it towards Kisame with the speed of lightning. Don't, Naruto. Kakashi shouted anxiously. Why does he always act so recklessly? Be cautious. The group was stunned by Naruto's impulsive actions. Was he truly rushing into danger? Kisame sneered, unsheathing Samehada and preparing to strike. Boom. The Rasengan vanished, leaving Naruto wide-eyed in disbelief. How is this possible? The Rasengan disappeared? I'll start by severing your legs and take you back, Kisame taunted, readying to strike again. Die, reckless brat. As Naruto felt an overwhelming sense of danger, he attempted to unleash his chakra to escape, only to find himself unable to maintain it. Suddenly, a figure with long, light blue hair appeared before him. You. Naruto gasped in astonishment. Kaguya gently pushed forward, unleashing a tremendous force that liberated Samehada from Kisame's grip, which she then grasped tightly. Step back. I will not allow anyone to harm you, Kaguya declared earnestly, recalling her previous encounter with Gaara. Naruto's eyes flickered with hope, warmth swelling within him. Konoha's gale, Guy shouted, delivering a powerful kick that sent Kisame flying. The latter's expression darkened. Samehada is no longer under my control. Why? That woman. With me, the azure beast of Konoha. Guy, you shall not harm my comrades. Guy proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Soon, Guy and Kisame were entangled in combat, neither willing to yield. Without Samehada, Kisame felt as if he had lost a limb. The group turned their attention back to the Grand Gate, reaching out to touch it, only to be rebuffed by an unseen force. It seemed to repel them. However, when Naruto approached, he was able to reach through, filling him with joy as he prepared to step inside. But Kakashi forcefully pulled him back. Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing? I can enter. I need to find Sasuke. Naruto protested, frustration evident in his voice. You can enter? Kakashi's face darkened. Yes, I just went through, Naruto affirmed, nodding eagerly. Chapter 76. I will bring Sasuke back. This is our lifelong promise. Uzumaki Naruto once again reached out his hand, and as he had stated, he could effortlessly pass through this barrier, disregarding its resistance. Kakashi and the others wore expressions of bewilderment. Why was Naruto not met with any opposition? Do you have any idea what lies within? You cannot guarantee your safety by entering alone, Kakashi admonished. Uchiha Itachi, the S-rank rogue ninja, had returned. What could his purpose be, just beyond this door? He faintly recalled the words of Jiraiya concerning the intelligence of the Akatsuki organization. This Hoshigaki Kisame must be a member of the Akatsuki. Each one of them was a formidable S-rank rogue ninja, capable of threatening even the strongest of villages. But Sasuke was inside. Uzumaki Naruto gritted his teeth. Were they to remain idle outside, doing nothing? I understand your feelings, but before he could finish, Naruto interrupted, hurriedly stating, let's discuss this after I rescue Sasuke. He then broke free from Kakashi's grasp, preparing to step inside, only to be restrained again. Turning around, he was momentarily stunned. Kaguya gazed at Naruto with reproach, her eyes filled with sorrow, her lips pressed together as she murmured, "You want to leave me behind again." Naruto froze. She could not enter that great door, yet she did not want to watch him go in alone, for it filled her with unease. The danger was palpable. Her gaze rendered Naruto unable to look directly at her. He seemed to have promised never to abandon her, yet he fell silent. "Speak your mind, and keep your promises. That is my ninja way," Naruto suddenly declared. Kaguya was taken aback, and as she lifted her gaze, her eyes met Naruto's. "I promise you, nothing will happen," Naruto said with utmost seriousness. She was momentarily speechless, and Naruto slipped from her grasp. Just then, Sakura suddenly shouted, "Naruto!" He paused, looking at Sakura, whose eyes were red and filled with guilt. What could she do at this point? "Please, bring Sasuke back. This is my lifelong request. Save our comrade." Upon hearing this, Naruto smiled, though he was uncertain of the reason for his smile. He had once held great admiration for Sakura. He had found her strength admirable, yet she seemed to have always loved Sasuke, which troubled him and even evoked jealousy. However, after they became companions, his feelings had inexplicably changed. It felt as though it was no longer the same kind of affection. After Kaguya's appearance, everything had transformed completely. "I know you care for Sasuke, Sakura, so I can empathize with your profound sorrow," Naruto gently comforted. Everyone gaped in astonishment. Naruto. Sakura stared at the young man before her, sensing a change in him, a moment of realization. Suddenly, the boy raised his thumb and beamed, "Rest assured, I will bring Sasuke back. This is our lifelong promise." Sakura was momentarily taken aback, as if transported back to that fateful afternoon when they were assigned to their teams. The days spent with Sasuke. She remembered when. "Sakura, I have something to ask you. What do you think of Naruto?" Sasuke had inquired. "Naruto? That annoying troublemaker, always teasing me. He knows nothing about me and is merely a nuisance. I'm sorry. Tears streamed down Sakura's face as she reflected on their past, realizing that each time they faced danger, it was he who extended a helping hand. He was always the one stepping forward. The one who understood her best was him. After all, Sasuke is our comrade. Naruto grinned. "Naruto-kun. So cool," Hinata whispered softly, feeling that Naruto was incredibly cool and gentle. "No, this cannot happen," Kakashi suddenly rebuked sternly, realizing that these students were disregarding him entirely, acting alone. Yet suddenly, he felt himself restrained by the group. "What are you all planning?" Kakashi asked helplessly. "I'm sorry, Kakashi-sensei, but please trust Naruto," Ino said, gripping Kakashi firmly. "Saving a comrade is troublesome, but Sasuke is in your hands. Naruto. Naruto-kun, go. You must bring Sasuke-kun back. This is so passionate." Uzumaki Naruto's eyes gradually shimmered with hope, a hint of moisture forming. "These comrades. Don't worry, I'll take care of Sasuke. Kaguya. Rest assured, I will not perish before becoming Hokage." With that, Naruto turned and stepped into the enchanting realm. It was a tranquil night, seemingly peaceful and familiar. A 7-year-old child raced down the quiet path, feeling a twinge of fear at the stillness. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. This was the night of the Uchiha massacre. Sasuke stood as if a specter before his younger self, watching him enter that fateful room where destiny shifted. In that moment, he once again witnessed the horrors of that night, the scene of Itachi murdering their parents. Rage surged within him, filled with murderous intent. "Brother, why did you do that? Why did you take Mom and Dad? To test my capacity. Don't kill me. Live on in this pathetic state, and come find me once you possess eyes like mine." Uchiha Sasuke opened his eyes in calmness. Everything was an illusion, but he now beheld that night anew, his gaze filled with unending hatred, fixated on the man seated in the stone chair. Here, in the domain of the Uchiha, a dim cavern. This was the location that randomly emerged after entering that great door, an inexplicable place. "Uchiha Itachi, we meet again at last." Sasuke trembled with excitement. Uchiha Itachi calmly regarded the vengeful Sasuke, whose Mangekyō Sharingan did not seem capable of defeating him. "The fact that you are here indicates that you are indeed prepared." Chapter 77. Why are you so weak? Is it because your hatred is not deep enough? The fact that you have come this far indicates that you are prepared, yet you wield merely a small double tomo. Uchiha Itachi's lips curled into a mocking smile, though a subtle heaviness settled in his heart. How should he act now? dying at his hands felt somewhat contrived. Uchiha Sasuke's expression turned cold as he fixed his gaze on Itachi, whose 3-tomo Sharingan was, at this moment, far more formidable than Kakashi's. Enough talk. I have waited too long for this day. It is time. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 massive shurikens, resembling windmills, were summoned from 2 scrolls, clasped tightly in Sasuke's hands. How far can your eyes see? Itachi calmly remarked from his stone chair. These eyes have already witnessed your demise. Sasuke roared, filled with murderous intent, thrusting the windmill shurikens toward Itachi with great fervor. Can you see my death? Then, swish. The 2 spinning shurikens sliced through the air, severing Itachi's waist and neck under his tranquil gaze. Yet, in the next moment, Itachi's body transformed into a swarm of crows, leaving the shurikens to strike empty air, ultimately cleaving the stone chair in 2. Reappear. The shadow materialized eerily before Sasuke, calmly observing the soft-spoken youth. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, and the chakra threads coiling around his palms suddenly contracted as he swiftly formed seals. The ends of the chakra threads, now taut and entwined, were set to bind Itachi. Bang! But in the next instant, Itachi lifted his foot and ruthlessly kicked Sasuke away, ensnaring him tightly with the chakra threads, rendering him immobile. Sasuke, propelled through the air, managed to smile as he bit down on the threads in his hand, completing the seals. In the next moment, fire release, dragon flame technique. Flames erupted from his mouth, igniting the chakra threads that engulfed Itachi's form, transforming him into a fiery silhouette. Is this all you can muster? Amidst the flames, Itachi gazed at Sasuke with an expression of serenity, his eyes filled with disdain. Is this your so-called full strength? So feeble? Caw. He morphed once more into a flock of crows, soaring from the flames that failed to inflict any significant harm upon him, utterly ineffectual. Is this truly your entire power? Itachi remarked calmly. Sasuke's face contorted with madness as he shouted, "It's not over yet." Then, he planted one hand on the ground while gripping his wrist with the other, a flicker of lightning coursing through him as his final move began to coalesce. This was his ultimate technique, and he believed it would surely prevail. Chidori. Memories surged through his mind like a torrent, vivid scenes of his kin, his entire existence, all tainted by the actions of this despicable man. You once spared my life following your guidance. I have harbored hatred for you, living solely to slay you. His eyes burned with malice, and as he completed the Chidori, he charged fiercely at Itachi. Screech. However, this murderous strike did not unfold as he had envisioned. Itachi effortlessly countered it with a single hand, dispersing the blue lightning with ease. Your most formidable attack, effortlessly nullified. You are far too weak. Is this what you call your full strength? Itachi remained unfazed. I will kill you. Sasuke seethed with fury. Bang! Yet, in the next moment, his vision blurred white as Itachi viciously kicked him away, nearly delivering a fatal blow. Nevertheless, fueled by his hatred for Itachi, he managed to rise once more. It's not over. Sasuke cried out, only to be kicked away again. Before he could regain his footing, he was sent flying once more by Itachi. And thus, they continued this back and forth in a dimly lit room. Lay 2 figures on the floor, blood pooling around them, along with 2 others, one large and one small. In this moment, the smaller figure was engulfed by fear and disbelief. Why, brother, why did you do this? Why did you harm our parents? To test my capacity, the smaller figure, in a frenzy, fled the darkened house, crying out as he ran through the desolate streets. At this moment, the entire world felt surreal, devoid of sound. Don't kill me. The anguished cries of the child echoed through the alleyways. Naruto Uzumaki, like a specter, watched as the small child dashed toward him, only to pass right through him. He stood there, dazed, observing it all. Was that Sasuke's memory? Then, Naruto saw that figure obstructing little Sasuke, who was now filled with terror. Live on, live in ugliness, carrying your hatred. When you possess eyes like mine, seek me out again. Those were the words of a single Tomo Sharingan, which suddenly opened in Sasuke's eyes before he fell into unconsciousness. Naruto looked on, yearning to offer assistance, but like a spirit, he could do nothing but watch helplessly. Yet in the final moment, he seemed to perceive that figure glancing back at Sasuke, a tear cascading down. Why? Naruto was engulfed in confusion, sensing a profound sorrow in Itachi's gaze, a sense of resignation to his actions. Why reveal such emotions? Naruto pondered deeply. Then he turned his attention back to the unconscious Sasuke, realizing the gravity of what had transpired. No wonder he sought power because of such profound hatred. In contrast, at this moment, he began to comprehend everything about Sasuke. Bang! In the cavernous walls, Itachi gently tightened his grip around Sasuke's neck, pinning him against the stone, his crimson Sharingan gleaming with mockery. Why are you so weak? Is it because your hatred isn't deep enough? Haha. I'm in a good mood today. I passed my first exam with a score of 97. Here's an additional chapter. Chapter 78. The battle between Sasuke and Itachi. Why have you become so weak? Is your hatred still insufficient? Itachi Uchiha murmured. Upon hearing this, Sasuke Uchiha's eyes turned crimson as he struggled fiercely, shouting in fury. Itachi Uchiha, I will slay you. Bang! In the next moment, Itachi's fist struck Sasuke's abdomen with tremendous force, causing his vision to blur as he nearly lost consciousness. The disparity in their strength became painfully evident. The distance between him and Itachi had never diminished. Why was this the case? What had he truly accomplished until now? His eyes grew numb and devoid of spirit. Could he truly defeat Itachi? He found himself engulfed in confusion. Is it still not enough? Itachi pondered silently, believing that Sasuke should have activated his Mangekyō Sharingan by now. Why was that not the case? Was the provocation insufficiently profound? If so, then your eyes shall belong to me. Itachi reached out, intent on extracting Sasuke's eyes to forcefully awaken his potential. Whoosh! Just as Itachi was about to seize Sasuke's eyeball, a violent gust of wind erupted, akin to a hurricane, as he sensed an overwhelming pressure approaching from behind. Stay away from him, Naruto Uzumaki shouted, wielding his Rasengan. His eyes transformed into a fiery crimson, the nine-tailed slit pupils. Witnessing this, he entered a state of furious rage, his facial whiskers thickening with emotion. Itachi released his grip on Sasuke's neck and deftly evaded the attack. Naruto swiftly caught Sasuke, his face etched with concern and a hint of sorrow. Sasuke, are you alright? He asked anxiously. Sasuke's eyes gradually regained focus, gathering a glimmer of red light. You infuriate me. Naruto glared at Itachi with fury. How dare you injure my comrade like this? It is unforgivable. It seems the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails has arrived, which means the Leaf Village is in pursuit, Itachi stated calmly. The fact that this young man had made it here indicated that Kisame was detained. Could it be Kakashi? Cough. Cough. Sasuke suddenly erupted in a violent fit of coughing, his face pale. He forcefully pushed Naruto's supportive hand away and struggled to his feet. Do not hinder me. Naruto, I must settle this once and for all, Sasuke declared solemnly. Are you joking? You can't. Please, I beg you, don't engage. This is my own battle. Sasuke rasped. Naruto was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Sasuke with confusion. Despite his grievous injuries, why did he still insist on confronting Itachi? The depth of his hatred was far greater than Naruto had envisioned. Even if you summon your allies, they will not match me. In the gaze of my Sharingan, all your movements are laid bare, Itachi replied steadily, a glint of realization crossing his mind as he looked at Naruto. I alone am sufficient to deal with you, Sasuke shouted, his excitement causing the cursed seal's power to spread throughout his body. A chilling force surged forth, enveloping him and filling him with strength. This was the mark left by Orochimaru. This was. Itachi's brow furrowed slightly before he vanished and reappeared before Sasuke, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying once more. The gap in strength was not something that the cursed seal could bridge. What? Why is the disparity so vast? Sasuke cried inwardly. Why was this happening? After exerting all his efforts, he couldn't even land an attack? Where did their differences truly lie? Naruto, unable to bear the sight, clenched his fists and formed hand seals, enveloping the area in a cloud of white smoke. Shadow clone technique. Nearly 1,000 Narutos surrounded Itachi, who remained unfazed, effortlessly neutralizing their assaults while moving freely among the myriad clones. Dividing his shadow clones as a means of distraction was Naruto's significant advantage. After all, he was not merely an individual, but an army. Rasengan. The Narutos, clutching their Rasengan, charged at Itachi with fervor. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook as the floor shattered beneath the force of the Rasengan, yet Itachi remained unscathed, adhering to the principle of being uninjured amidst the chaos. After a moment's respite, Sasuke once again fixated on the besieged Itachi, his expression turning icy. The shadow clones could not last long. Fire style, great fireball technique. Itachi swiftly performed hand seals, unleashing a massive fireball that incinerated the surrounding shadow clones. Naruto, let's work together, Sasuke urged heavily. At this juncture, it was their only option. He was still too weak to defeat Itachi alone. But now, he had Naruto by his side. All right. Naruto nodded gravely, his eyes gleaming like rubies with a hint of cold determination. Let me see just how far your strength has come. Itachi steadied himself, calmly observing the duo as they prepared for battle. A boy with fox-like eyes and a boy marked by the cursed seal stood resolutely ready in the dimly lit cave. Now, with Sasuke's command, they charged forward, and Itachi focused his Sharingan upon them. Shadow clone technique. Naruto executed his hand seals, enveloping the area in a dense cloud of smoke, obscuring Itachi's line of sight. This was Naruto's deliberate ploy, creating a veil of white smoke to shroud Itachi. Clone assault, Naruto shouted, as the shadow clones burst forth from the smoke, rushing towards Itachi. Itachi remained silent, swiftly eliminating the shadow clones before him. What an insufferable little brat, he remarked calmly. To produce such a multitude of shadow clones indicates an alarming level of chakra. Is this the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, shurikens soared from all directions, targeting Itachi. Upon realizing this, Itachi's eyes widened in understanding. Chapter 79, the so-called fusion? As he gazed upon the shurikens sweeping in from all directions, he retracted his dismissive attitude and adopted a more serious demeanor. Evading these projectiles with mere physical prowess was no longer an option. His form transformed into a swarm of crows, vanishing once more, while the shurikens embedded themselves into the earth, finding their mark in emptiness. Once again, he solidified, his expression betraying a calm resolve. Lifting his gaze, Uchiha Sasuke summoned a colossal windmill shuriken. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of slicing air, it tore through the smoke, hurtling towards Uchiha Itachi with incredible velocity. Akin to a fierce whirlwind, Uchiha Itachi's eyes narrowed as he leapt to evade this perilous strike. Yet, witnessing this, Uchiha Sasuke bore a peculiar smile. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of rushing air returned, as another gigantic windmill shuriken launched towards him, its speed so swift that it was already before Itachi. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, Itachi activated his Sharingan, but in the next instant, bang! The windmill shuriken detonated, revealing the figure of Naruto Uzumaki. The sound of the Rasengan swirling in his palm. Was the first attack merely a diversion? Was the second aimed to draw closer to me? Itachi mused. But is that truly all? Such a minor tactic, easily discerned. Rasengan. With a firm grip on the Rasengan, Naruto hurled it towards Itachi's impassive visage. Itachi, maintaining his composure, prepared to evade and counter with a precise strike. However, in the following moment, bang! The initial windmill shuriken suddenly morphed into Sasuke's figure, who, wielding Chidori, dashed forward at breakneck speed. A pincer assault. Chidori, the boy with fox-like eyes, and the cursed seal boy were now encircling Uchiha Itachi. Yet, Itachi remained expressionless, his Sharingan glowing ominously. Just as they were about to strike, he vanished in a flash. Bang! The Rasengan and Chidori collided, their sheer force nearly sending both Naruto and Sasuke soaring. That hurts. This guy has completely seen through our tactics, Naruto exclaimed, wincing in pain. Sasuke remained silent, his expression cold. If this is all your power, then this battle is already lost, Itachi stated calmly, fixing his gaze intently on Sasuke. Now what will you do? Breathing heavily, Naruto and Sasuke regarded Uchiha Itachi with trepidation. Yet, in the next moment, they both laughed. Itachi, perplexed, wondered why they could still find amusement in such a dire situation. Just as he pondered, two small hands suddenly grasped his legs tightly, a shocking occurrence that caused Itachi's expression to shift. Those were tender hands, breaking through the hard floor to ensnare him. He never anticipated they would emerge from below, from the very depths of the earth, breaking through the rock layers to bind him. But even so, you still. Bang, 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 bang. Before he could finish his thought, the countless shurikens that had once embedded in the ground erupted, transforming into Naruto's form. This was his specialty, his battle plan. If only I had used my Sharingan earlier, I might have discerned it at once. However, Sasuke's windmill shuriken interrupted me. It was not merely a distraction for Naruto, but a means to exploit this dim cavern. Indeed, a sense of satisfaction arose within him. Their combat abilities and innate talent were commendable. In that case, I too. Uzumaki Naruto's Rasengan. Countless Narutos, each wielding a Rasengan, surged towards the ensnared Itachi. Bang, 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 bang. The fiery crimson flames illuminated the dark cavern as the Rasengan bombarded him, yet he stood there unscathed. Moreover, what was that? A blood-red skeletal structure began to envelop Itachi's form, a skeletal arm protruding outward, resembling a ghastly visage. What? What is that? Naruto and Sasuke were taken aback, their eyes wide with astonishment. The damage was entirely nullified. Was it due to that skeletal layer? How remarkably resilient it was. Within Itachi's eyes, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan revolved. This is what you once spoke of? The Mangekyō? What you call a disparity is indeed present here. Itachi declared, his gaze fixed on Sasuke. This is the chasm between us, Sasuke, my foolish brother. Allow me to demonstrate the power of the Mangekyō. Naruto and Sasuke were instantly struck with terror. What on earth is that? Itachi swung the skeletal arm, casting a shadow over the space, and struck down upon Naruto and Sasuke with great force. Boom! A massive pit was mercilessly carved into the ground. Fortunately, they managed to dodge just in time. Otherwise, with swift movements, Itachi continued to strike, each blow creating deep craters, even puncturing the ceiling, allowing faint moonlight to cascade into the chamber. This cannot continue, Sasuke. What should we do? Naruto shouted, his crimson fox-like eyes wide with alarm. At this moment, Sasuke was equally frantic, pondering their next move. What other techniques could they employ to overcome the seemingly invincible Itachi? Suddenly, a wild idea clawed its way into Sasuke's mind, a frightening, even mad notion. He looked at Naruto and shouted, Naruto, use the Rasengan. Though puzzled, Naruto raised his hand and conjured a Rasengan, managing to do so with one hand in his nine-tails enraged state. Upon witnessing this, Sasuke immediately began to gather his Chidori. They combined their powers. With their eyes fixed on the Rasengan in Naruto's hand, a bold idea surfaced in their minds: fusion. By merging the Rasengan with Chidori, they could surely create a formidable ninja, a technique of fusion. Sasuke shared this audacious thought with Naruto, who, though shocked, saw the madness reflected in Sasuke's eyes, and a spark of enthusiasm ignited within him. Though not entirely comprehending, he declared, if it means defeating this guy before us, then let's do it. Let our powers unite. Bang! Chapter 80. Sasuke, to me, you are my light. With a resounding clash, the Rasengan collided with Chidori, two extremes of terrifying energy quietly converging. Seemingly on the brink of fusion, the once tranquil Rasengan now flickered with countless bolts of lightning, the power of Chidori merging with it. A lightning-infused Rasengan? Both Naruto and Sasuke gripped the chaotic sphere with fervor, their eyes ablaze with madness. Had they truly succeeded? Could this be the new ninjutsu born from the union of Chidori and Rasengan? Itachi stared intently through his Mangekyō Sharingan at the tempestuous Rasengan. If struck, the consequences would be dire. At this moment, victory felt within reach. Uchiha Sasuke's confidence surged. With this technique in hand, victory was assured. Naruto, he called, to which Naruto responded with a resolute yes. With the wild Rasengan in hand, they charged towards Uchiha Itachi. This was their final gambit. It had to work. Itachi, with a sweeping motion of his arm, unleashed a powerful red glow, extending his skeletal arm to confront them. Boom! The two forces collided with a thunderous roar. A fierce gust of wind erupted, shattering the ground beneath them into a myriad of cracks. Similarly, faint fissures appeared upon Itachi's crimson skeletal arm. Unable to withstand the clash, was this immense energy born from their collision? Itachi's expression tightened slightly. Although this was merely a layer of Susanu's skeletal arm, its hardness rivaled the strongest steel, heralded as the ultimate seal. Yet at this moment, the cracks spread like a spider's web, intensifying upon the skeletal arm. The excitement in their eyes grew stronger. Was it about to break? In light of this, allow me to demonstrate the true power of the Mangekyō. Susanoo. Itachi smiled serenely, flames enveloping him, and before the terrified gaze of Naruto and Sasuke, a skeletal half-figure gradually took form. The expressions of Naruto and Sasuke shifted dramatically, and in the next moment, boom, they were sent hurtling away, the Rasengan dissipating, signifying that their mightiest strike had been ruthlessly nullified. The gap in power was painfully evident. This was the Susanoo embodied within the Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi stated calmly, invincible in battle. Uchiha Sasuke coughed up blood, struggling to rise as he gazed at Uchiha Itachi. his eyes flickering with terror and despair. Was this the chasm of power? Was it truly contained within those eyes? All the effort he had exerted thus far felt like a cruel joke at this moment. You have pushed me to this extent, and you are the first to do so. Uchiha Itachi regarded them with a piercing gaze. What is that thing? Naruto murmured in fear. Is that truly still a ninja? What should we do? What can we do? Uchiha Sasuke, contorted with rage, glared at Uchiha Itachi, filled with confusion, and shouted, Why? Why did you let me live? Why didn't you kill me back then? What makes me different from mom and dad? Why? Is such power meant to mock me like a jester? Why was I the only one to survive that night? Because you are my light, Itachi replied calmly. Sasuke's confusion deepened. What did light even mean? You may not yet understand the significance of the Mangekyō, but before I end your life, I shall reveal this secret to you. Itachi's expression was composed. A secret? Both Naruto and Sasuke were perplexed. What secret? The secret of those eyes? The Mangekyō Sharingan is a unique ocular power. From the moment it awakens, it begins its descent into darkness, eventually leading to blindness. At this revelation, Uchiha Sasuke furrowed his brows, losing one's sight. But what does that have to do with my survival? Legends speak of the Mangekyō Sharingan as the malevolent eyes that controlled the Nine Tails. Naruto froze, a chill running down his spine. Could such a being truly be controlled? Humph. In the realm of the Nine Tails, the massive creature let out a discontented snort, recalling the painful past, the day it lost its freedom, living like a beast ever since. The power to control the Nine Tails? Uchiha Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. And the one who commanded the Nine Tails, the one who awakened the Mangekyō, was Uchiha Madara, the legendary figure of the ninja world, the progenitor of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara. Sasuke paused, recalling the youth they encountered in the Warring States period. Was he the one who awakened such eyes? What is the Mangekyō truly? Uchiha Sasuke roared. He did not comprehend. The Mangekyō is a pair of cursed eyes. Once awakened, it is destined to lose its light. And the only way to remedy this is through one means. Itachi hesitated, gazing at Sasuke. That is to take the eyes of one's own brother as the price. Madara did just that, seizing the sight of his brother Izuna, becoming the first and only eternal owner of the Mangekyō. The eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, his brother's eyes now housed a new light. Both Naruto and Sasuke's expressions changed. Does this mean Uchiha Itachi intends to take them? However, Madara ultimately failed. He was defeated by the god of ninjas, reduced to a stray dog. And now, the one standing at the pinnacle of Uchiha is certainly not him. The one who can surpass him, who can truly approach the summit, is me. And now, I can finally attain that power. At this point, Uchiha Itachi slowly revealed a maniacal smile, one filled with madness. In due time, to me, you are my light. You are my expendable. The Uchiha clan has always been a lineage that, for the sake of awakening the Mangekyō, would kill friends. And for eternal ocular power, would slay their own brothers, all while glorifying this shameful strength. From the day of your birth, you were already ensnared in this bloody fate. This is the Uchiha. This is the Mangekyō. Thunderous roars. Each word from Uchiha Itachi struck like thunder in his mind. This is the Uchiha. This is the so-called Mangekyō. To gain power, to kill friends, to achieve eternity, to slay one's own kin. Is this the reason you spared my life? Chapter 81. The element of surprise, the great? He could not help but smile bitterly. This was what they referred to as a reason. Once, in his eyes, his elder brother had seemed so amiable, yet it was all a fade. All for this so-called eternal kaleidoscope. This is the reason for my survival. Come now, my foolish younger brother, bestow upon me your eyes. With those words, Uchiha Itachi crazily extended his hand, and simultaneously, a massive crimson skeletal arm lunged toward him. The latter hesitated momentarily before leaping to evade the strike. He was already devoid of any fighting spirit. What could possibly allow him to triumph over Uchiha Itachi? How could he acquire strength? Damn it, completely disregarding me. Shadow clone technique. Uzumaki Naruto bellowed, subsequently creating hundreds of shadow clones, encircling the enormous skeletal Susanoo. I care not for your kaleidoscope Sharingan. I shall defeat you. Fueled by fervent passion, Uzumaki Naruto resolutely ignored the colossal entity before him. He was determined to conquer it and bring Sasuke away from this place. What Sharingan? What kaleidoscope? What Uchiha? What fate? Humph. Uchiha Itachi scoffed, tightly gripping his skeletal arm before smashing down, obliterating a significant number of shadow clones into white smoke. Bang! Bang! The disparity was evident. Naruto and Sasuke, mere genin, stood no chance against such an S-rank rogue ninja. Yet now, Uchiha Sasuke found himself engulfed in confusion. What was the significance of continuing this battle? Could they truly emerge victorious? Despair began to seep into him. The fire of determination in his eyes gradually dimmed. Had he truly been stagnating all this time? Even Itachi's defenses seemed insurmountable. He was ensnared in anguish and uncertainty, his vision clouded and chaotic. The pain from the cursed mark incomparable to that which he now felt. What are you doing? Hurry and fight alongside me. Uzumaki Naruto shouted at the indifferent Sasuke. What on earth is happening? What is wrong with that guy? Sasuke turned his head to glance at Naruto, his eyes evoking a sense of dread within Naruto. It was a gaze filled with despair. Why? Why is this happening? Sasuke, are you not a genius? Are you not an elite? Who are you displaying such emotions for? A surge of unnameable anger enveloped Uzumaki Naruto's heart. This was not the Sasuke he recognized. Absolutely not. Sasuke would never exhibit such a gaze, never show such weakness. You are the rival I, Uzumaki Naruto, acknowledge. You are the one I admire the most. Damn it. If that's the case, then I shall fight alone. Uzumaki Naruto glared with crimson-slit pupils, filled with gravity. What should I do? What can I do now? Wait. I seem to recall that I can summon a spirit beast, the Great Toad. I nearly forgot. Yes, let us do it. Uzumaki Naruto thought, biting his finger, swiftly forming hand seals, and then striking the ground forcefully. Summoning technique. Come forth, Great Toad. Boom. As a white mist enveloped the area, a palm-sized orange toad materialized. Toadgaki. Uzumaki Naruto. Gazing at the diminutive toad, Naruto squinted. It was not quite what he had envisioned. Where was the massive one, several hundred meters in size? Ha ha, I must still be dreaming. Yes, that must be it. I just need to try again. Hey, kid, if you don't feed me, I want to play with you. Toadgaki's face was filled with disdain as he spoke. This is why I detest you all. Detest it. Uzumaki Naruto recalled the once torturous memory of that ever-growing tadpole. We're doomed, truly doomed. It had been fine before, so why is it like this now? Toadgaki glanced behind him, his expression suddenly changing. The chilling aura signaled danger, leading him to make a decision that Uzumaki Naruto would never forget. I'm not playing with you anymore. I'm leaving. With a loud bang, Toadgaki transformed into white mist, returning to Mount Myaboku. The atmosphere was laden with awkwardness, and Uzumaki Naruto turned pale. This. Damn it, I can still fight alone. Uzumaki Naruto declared, puffing up with indignation. Even alone, he could vanquish Uchiha Itachi. Is this guy an idiot? Even Itachi had such thoughts. In this situation, to perform such unexpected actions. Truly remarkable. What should I do now? What am I supposed to do? Sigh, the seduction technique should, well, perhaps it wouldn't work. If I utilize the seduction technique, I might perish at the hands of this fellow before me. Uzumaki Naruto locked eyes with Uchiha Itachi, who expressed a flicker of interest, while internally grappling with a conflicting sentiment, although it pained him somewhat. For Sasuke, he had no choice but to be ruthless. Does this guy not have any weaknesses? Uzumaki Naruto pondered. After a prolonged silence, Uzumaki Naruto finally made a decision. Now, he could only charge forward, one last time. This final move. Ninja art, shadow clone technique. Boom. As white smoke billowed, numerous Uzumaki Narutos appeared, exchanging grave nods before turning to Itachi, declaring earnestly, it's time to go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. What does he intend to do? Before Sasuke opened his eyes, he had no qualms playing with this kid. Transformation technique. The shadow clones swiftly formed seals and transformed into members of the Uchiha clan, the foremost two figures familiar to Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku and Mikoto. In that instant, Itachi's eyes widened as he gazed upon the two figures, momentarily stunned. It was this very moment. Whoosh! A tempest far more intense than the spiral sphere erupted, a massive azure sphere raised high in Uzumaki Naruto's palm. It was azure, resplendent. This was the result of practicing with the lecherous sage, enhancing the spiral sphere further, increasing its size and power. Naruto, remember, the spiral sphere is not merely about power. You can. Great. The two Uzumaki Narutos, wielding the great, charged fiercely at Uchiha Itachi, their speed intensified by rage, closing the distance in an instant. Caught off guard, Itachi quickly prepared to retaliate. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted. However, this time, one of the skeletal arms shattered before Uzumaki Naruto could revel in his triumph. Smack! He was struck away by another hand, blood spilling from his mouth. The impact nearly rendered him unconscious. Chapter 82, The Pinnacle of Pain, is a kaleidoscope. Wow! Uzumaki Naruto coughed up a mouthful of blood. The recent blow nearly shattered his bones. The disparity in power was painfully evident. At this moment, his chakra reserves were perilously low, depleted by the countless shadow clones and transformation jutsu he had employed. The situation was dire, and escape seemed to be his only option, though he was uncertain if that great door even existed. Uzumaki Naruto pondered. Even with both of them together, they would not stand a chance against Itachi. He was far too formidable. You speak of unleashing the Nine Tails, but that would only lead to death. Preservation is key, as long as the Green Hills remain. One need not worry about firewood. He resolved to flee with Sasuke, to grow stronger, and return to defeat him. Naruto was not foolish. In fact, during the most perilous moments, his mind was remarkably clear. Itachi, perceiving Naruto's thoughts, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why are you so fixated on Sasuke?" Wiping the blood from his lips, Naruto slowly rose, his expression grave as he replied, "I do not understand what transpired between you brothers, nor do I grasp the intricacies of the Sharingan or the fate of the Uchiha, but Sasuke is my comrade." Sasuke Uchiha's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. "A comrade? So you came rushing in alone for the sake of a comrade?" Itachi softly echoed the word comrade, before his gaze hardened into a profound smile. That smile unsettled Naruto, igniting a sense of foreboding within him. What was Itachi planning? Then, without warning, whoosh, Itachi launched himself forward, his crimson bone arm erupting with a ferocious force aimed directly at Sasuke. The speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Sasuke, this strike encompassing all of Itachi's power. A blow of such magnitude would surely obliterate Sasuke's small frame. Itachi moved with such swiftness that Sasuke barely had time to react. As he beheld the approaching fist, a chill enveloped him, and he instinctively sought to evade. But his body had reached its limits. Thus, fate seemed to draw to a close. He slowly closed his eyes, thinking, "This will suffice." Boom. After several agonizing seconds, the anticipated pain did not arrive. Sasuke Uchiha opened his eyes in bewilderment, only to find his pupils constrict in shock. Before him stood Uzumaki Naruto, his face contorted in agony, having intercepted the lethal blow with his own body, shielding Sasuke completely from harm. In that moment, Sasuke was left dumbfounded. Huff, huff, huff. Naruto gasped for breath, but the next instant, a wave of excruciating pain cascaded through him, as if every bone in his body had fractured, rendering him nearly immobile. Furthermore, it felt as though the strike had pierced his very lifeblood, akin to a dagger thrust into his heart. Wow! He coughed up blood once more, splattering the incredulous face of Sasuke Uchiha. "Hey, you're not hurt. Are you, coward?" Naruto lifted his gaze, a mocking smile directed at the trembling figure before him. Thud! His words evoked a memory in Sasuke, reminiscent of their journey to the Land of Waves, when he had ridiculed Naruto's cowardice. Now, the roles had cruelly reversed. Why? Sasuke stared at Naruto in disbelief. "Why did you shield me from that attack? In that moment, you saved my life. This time, I repay you," Naruto uttered before his body slackened, collapsing forward, having reached his limit. He felt an overwhelming fatigue, as though he were sinking into a deep slumber. Sasuke instinctively reached out, catching Naruto, but when he looked down, his hands were soaked in blood. Had it been him in Naruto's place, he would have perished. He trembled. Disbelief etched upon his face, his Sharingan swirling in a frenzy. "Why did you do this? Why did you meddle in affairs that were not yours? Knowing the risks, why did you still act? Who knows? My body acted against my will. I despise you most of all," Naruto murmured, his eyelids growing heavy, the world around him blurring. Don't speak. Please." Sasuke's voice quivered with urgency, panic rising within him as Naruto's blood continued to seep uncontrollably. "I still have so much left to do. I have yet to become Hokage. You can't die. I haven't fulfilled our promise." "Not yet." Thud, thud, thud. Sasuke's mind became a void, devoid of sensation. Itachi Uchiha observed the scene with a calm demeanor, though internally, he wrestled with turmoil. A flicker of remorse surfacing. "Yet, in the past, I did the same. One by one, I took the lives of our clan, then my parents. And now I have slain your comrade. The reason for this is simple. You are too weak. Why are you so weak? Because your hatred is insufficiently deep. Silence enveloped the scene. It was deafening, yet utterly silent. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. My future dream is to surpass Hokage, so that everyone in the village acknowledges my existence. You fool, you fool. Sasuke is just a big fool. Haha. I must be even stronger than that arrogant Sasuke now, definitely. Hee. Don't die. Thud, 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 boom. His heart was in turmoil. Why did you have to repay me? His Sharingan transformed. The eyes spun relentlessly, shifting from the 2-tomo to the 3-tomo, ultimately revealing a pair of 6-pointed crimson pupils, slowly emerging. Blood tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. A peak of rage, an apex of killing intent, surged within him. Itachi Uchiha, I will slay you. The cold, merciless voice dripped with contempt as it escaped Sasuke's lips. His expression, hardened in the wake of Naruto's demise, became numb, yet the killing intent in his eyes persisted. Mangekyō Sharingan. Itachi was taken aback, never expecting such a transformation. Initially believing that evolving to Mangekyō required more than just 2-tomo, he pondered if Naruto's death had profoundly stirred something within Sasuke. Had he truly evolved from 2-tomo to Mangekyō in an instant? Whoosh! A massive purple bone arm coalesced around Sasuke, mercilessly crashing down towards Itachi Uchiha. Chapter 83. Sasuke's Mangekyō, Itachi's demise? Beyond the gate, Kaguya suddenly felt a wave of unease wash over her, an unsettling sensation that gradually enveloped her heart. More intense than when Naruto Uzumaki had entered the gate. This anxiety was so profound it rendered her breathless. You will be fine. You must be fine, she murmured anxiously, her gaze fixed on the gate. Even Hinata sensed a similar palpitation, instinctively clasping her hands together. Sakura looked at the gate with deep concern, reassuring herself that they would not encounter any misfortune. Yes, Sasuke was a genius, and Naruto was formidable. Surely, they would return safely. Suddenly, a malevolent energy erupted, as if a harbinger of death had been born. Sasuke wielded the arm of Susanoo, striking fiercely down upon Itachi. Itachi was momentarily taken aback, extending his own Susanoo arm to intercept the attack. The force was overwhelming. Upon contact, Itachi was astounded by the sheer power emanating from Sasuke's Susanoo. Something felt amiss. The strength of this Mangekyō was not as expected. Had something changed? With a fierce grip, Sasuke unleashed the full might of his Susanoo arm, shattering Itachi's deep crimson limb, suggesting that Sasuke's power had significantly surpassed Itachi's. Was this the so-called augmentation? Fire style, great fireball technique. Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing an enormous fireball that eclipsed the size of any ordinary great fireball. The intense heat was unparalleled. Yet, to shatter the first level of Susanoo, it was still insufficient. The colossal fireball engulfed Itachi's crimson skeletal Susanoo, but in a bizarre twist, it began to dissolve as if it were liquid. Is there a decaying power at play? Itachi was once again taken aback. The ability to melt Susanoo was simply unfathomable. The renowned god of destruction, Susanoo, was being liquefied by a mere C-rank fireball? Gently, Sasuke lifted Naruto's body, stepping out of the cavern to a safer location. He then turned his cold gaze upon Itachi, brimming with murderous intent. He had never been this furious before, nor had he ever felt such a desire for vengeance. At all costs, he would avenge Naruto. Susanoo. The first level began to coalesce, but it was not complete. The second level of Susanoo, the half-formed Susanoo, gradually took shape. The second form, the violet Susanoo, emerged. Itachi, too, concentrated, transforming his Susanoo into its second form, though their colors and weapons differed. With a swift motion, Sasuke conjured a purple bow, followed by arrows, merging them into formidable projectiles. Itachi, in turn, summoned deep crimson tomo, continuously gathering the 8-pointed tomo. Explosions erupted outside the cavern, nearly obliterating the area from the ferocity of their battle. The clash of the two Susanoos was intensely fierce, exceeding Itachi's expectations. Sasuke's current prowess applied immense pressure, his ocular prowess seemingly surpassing Itachi's predictions. Is it too much stimulation? Itachi pondered. But my assault is not finished, Sasuke shouted, as the purple arrows transformed, imbued with lightning. Chidori arrow. Like a flash of lightning, it streaked forward, echoing the cries of countless birds, a fusion of Chidori and Susanoo. This strike approached at blinding speed, instilling a sense of impending doom within Itachi, compelling him to activate the third stage, the Tengu armor form, the Yata mirror. A colossal flame shield materialized, reputed to deflect all attacks. Boom. The Chidori arrow collided, morphing into thousands of lightning bolts, yet in a strange turn of events. The shield absorbed the onslaught. Sasuke's Mangekyō, the six-pointed star, narrowed in confusion. What was happening? Had that flame shield absorbed his attack? Is this your current full strength? Itachi remarked, an expression of greed flickering across his face, which only served to chill Sasuke further. It belongs to me, Itachi declared coldly. Amaterasu. His right eye widened, unleashing a torrent of pitch-black flames that surged toward Sasuke, aiming to incinerate his Susanoo entirely. Yet, Sasuke stood his ground, allowing the flames to scorch him, prompting Itachi to question his intentions. Was he overconfident? Did he seek to absorb some of that power? Sasuke, however, was not acting out of arrogance. He was testing the latent abilities nestled within his left eye. Suddenly, the void before him seemed to split apart, revealing a pure, profound darkness. A black hole. In the wake of Naruto's demise, his eyes held nothing but emptiness, as if all light had been extinguished, resembling a black hole. His heart was consumed by darkness, emptiness, devouring. Gradually, the black flames were swallowed, slowly yet ferociously, mercilessly consuming the very essence of the attack. Yet, the chakra expenditure surged. His complexion paled as he realized that the more potent the energy absorbed, the greater the toll on his own reserves. However, there was a silver lining. Those devoured black flames appeared to be stored within a space he could summon for battle. What a marvelous power! Was the complete consumption and ability of his left eye? Itachi was once again astonished. This was quite formidable indeed. He could not help but feel a sense of relief. He could now resign himself to death. At long last, you have grown. His face turned pale, seemingly from exhaustion, as the layers of Susanoo began to unravel. Yet Sasuke paid no heed to these distractions. His singular focus was on vengeance. He tightened his grip on the bow, releasing another arrow. Give me. Itachi smiled knowingly, as if accepting his fate. In that moment, he appeared content, whispering words that Sasuke could not hear. He had finally fulfilled his mission, and in this moment, he felt at peace, even in the face of death. Boom. The Chidori arrow pierced through Itachi's body, ending his life once and for all. Yet, Sasuke furrowed his brow, having gleaned something from Itachi's murmured words. That phrase was, Uchiha Sasuke has completed his mission. Uchiha Itachi has failed. Chapter 84. Save my comrade. Save him. Gazing into the void ahead, Uchiha Sasuke's murderous intent gradually retracted. Had he perished? Was he reduced to mere ashes under the onslaught of Chidori? Yet, despite Itachi's demise, his heart remained unperturbed. Rather, upon releasing Susanoo, he frantically sprinted towards Naruto Uzumaki's position. Naruto's complexion was ashen, the warmth of his body seemingly diminishing, and the rhythmic sound of his heartbeat had become imperceptible. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke trembled as he lifted Naruto, his crimson eyes glistening with blood tears that solidified on his cheeks. He instinctively parted his lips, overwhelmed by despair and suffocation. Who asked you to come to this place? Who wanted you here? He rasped. Why? Why did you rush over? Why save me? What bond do we share that merits such sacrifice? Please, get up and tell me. Stop pretending to be dead. I beg you, open your eyes. Don't feign death, all right? You foolish idiot. He could not help but shut his eyes tightly, unwilling to accept the grim reality. Yet, Naruto remained silent, his body growing colder by the moment. This stark truth plunged Uchiha Sasuke deeper into despair. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke has completed the mission. Reward. Startled by the sound, Sasuke froze momentarily, his eyes sparkling with delight. Yes, there must be a way. This door, this so-called mission reward. It surely holds the power to resurrect him. If even his mother could be brought back, then this must work. I do not seek rewards. I only wish for Naruto, for my comrade to be revived. That is my sole request. Uchiha Sasuke implored, filled with hope. However, it remained unyielding. Eliminate the side effects of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Achieve eternity. His expression turned pale. What? What is this? Who desires such a reward? I only want him back. I want him revived. That is my only demand. Uchiha Sasuke exclaimed, agitation overtaking him. Yet, it remained silent. His voice shifted from a plea to a desperate cry. Save him, save my comrade. This was the first time he exhibited such vulnerability, Such a humble entreaty, unlike any before. Yet still, silence reigned, stillness. His gaze shifted from hope to despair, emptiness. Water style, water shark, bullet technique. A massive water shark erupted from the surface below, lunging towards Might Guy with ferocity. His eyes sharpened. At this moment, he held nothing back. 8th gate, 6th gate, open. Green steam surged forth, Might Guy's aura soaring as he unleashed his strength, delivering a devastating blow that shattered the great shark. Leaping high, he swung his arms rapidly, the air igniting with sparks. To the peacock, flaming fists ignited, cascading forth in a fervent assault upon Kisame's form. The latter grimaced, realizing he had underestimated this formidable opponent. Do not move, or you shall die. It was Kakashi, who appeared behind Kisame in the blink of an eye, his kunai poised against the man's throat. Kisame's demeanor darkened. It was indeed troublesome, but he remained unflustered, waiting for Itachi to emerge before retaliating. What is your purpose? Kakashi demanded. Why approach Konoha? You must be one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Kisame, correct? What is your true aim in coming to our village? Is it merely for Sasuke? Have you noticed? Kisame paused, speaking oddly. Enough with the nonsense, speak. Kakashi retorted coldly. For the legacy of the 4th Hokage, Kisame stated calmly. What? Not only Kakashi, but even those behind him were taken aback. The legacy of the 4th Hokage? What could that possibly be? Did they imply a person? Were they here for the 4th Hokage's legacy? Shikamaru furrowed his brow. His keen intellect grasped the gravity of the situation. Is it, Naruto, the legacy of the 4th Hokage? Your organization must be Akatsuki, correct? What is your intent in capturing Naruto? Kakashi inquired, maintaining his composure. You are more astute than I presumed. Indeed, we are here for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kisame revealed. Surprised momentarily. Naruto is the legacy of the 4th Hokage? The realization struck the group as they comprehended that Naruto Uzumaki was indeed the 4th Hokage's legacy. Wait, could it be the Nine-Tails? They were after the Nine-Tails? To bring Naruto Uzumaki, that is the highest command of our Akatsuki organization, Kisame declared, dropping a bombshell. The expressions of the gathered individuals shifted to one of gravity. The highest command? To take Naruto? What nonsense was this? Namake's Naruto will absolutely not be handed over to you. Hinata was the first to step forward, asserting her stance. Indeed, you lot shall not seize Naruto. Inuzuka Kiba declared vehemently. To take Naruto would mean opposing Konoha. Yet, Kisame chuckled, it is no longer necessary for me to act. That boy should have already been captured by Mr. Itachi. At this, the group turned pale, glancing towards the great door. They had nearly forgotten that Naruto had entered. Peril was imminent. Suddenly, the great door burst forth with light, revealing a figure stepping out. It was Uchiha Sasuke, cradling Naruto's lifeless body as he emerged slowly. Initially, the group felt relief at Sasuke's safety, but that quickly turned to horror. What transpired? What? Why was Naruto? That was the Mangekyō Sharingan. Kisame's expression shifted dramatically as he beheld the eyes of Sasuke, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Mr. Itachi's. The onlookers stared at Sasuke's silhouette, stunned into silence, an unsettling dread creeping into their hearts. Their minds went blank. What in the world had transpired? Meanwhile, Kaguya, upon witnessing Naruto's state, froze like a statue, the very essence of the world around her also stilled. Her mind was a void, devoid of thought. What had happened? An uncontainable tension brewed within her, poised to erupt like a volcano. Chapter 85. A throbbing heart, rekindled hope. In that moment, her world turned pale, her eyes fixated blankly on that figure. Her heart abruptly froze, an intense pain spreading wildly within her. Why? Why has it come to this? Why? This thought consumed her mind. A pressure so indescribable descended upon everyone. Even Sasuke, who had activated his kaleidoscope, felt his legs tremble. She was enraged. What has happened? What on earth has befallen Naruto? Inuzuka Kiba was the first to react, anxiously inquiring. What is wrong with him? The group was in a state of desperation. Sasuke-kun. What has happened to Naruto? Sakura also displayed her concern, bewildered by the unfolding events. I'm sorry. Sasuke murmured softly, his head bowed. His heart had grown numb. The heart had. Naruto had. Neji's eyes widened in shock, realizing that the heartbeat had ceased. In other words, Uzumaki Naruto is dead? What an absurd joke. The group instantly felt drained of strength. Hinata's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, unable to withstand the impact, nearly fainting. Kaguya finally moved, slowly approaching, then mechanically raising her arms to take Naruto from Sasuke's grasp. She appeared, numb, and for reasons unknown, tears began to glisten in her eyes. Why? You promised me. You wouldn't die? You fool. Inuzuka Kiba, known for his fiery temper, seized Sasuke by the collar, demanding, "What has happened? What is wrong with Naruto?" He was furious, immensely furious. After all, Uzumaki Naruto had been their companion since childhood, a friend, a comrade. Yet now, everyone turned their gaze to Uchiha Sasuke, looking at the one who had brought Naruto forth, the one who knew the entire truth. He took that blow for me. He shielded me from that attack. It should have been me who perished. Uchiha Sasuke's face was ashen, his kaleidoscope eyes devoid of life. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. What had transpired? Why? How had it devolved into this? Sasuke, please tell me this isn't real. Naruto 1T. Sakura covered her lips, recalling the promise Naruto had made to bring Sasuke back safely, but this was not what she envisioned. She yearned for everyone to be unharmed, to awaken from this nightmare. None of this can be real. How could Naruto? I refuse to believe it. Hinata's eyes were red, unwilling to accept the harsh reality. Why has it come to this? How could Naruto? You fool. This is all your fault. If it weren't for you getting into trouble, Naruto wouldn't have rushed to save you. And this wouldn't have happened. You're supposed to be a genius. Can't you deal with one Itachi? Kiba spiraled into madness. Shikamaru's face was pale, and Shoji wept openly. Ino shook her head, wishing this was all a deception, while Shino remained silent. Lee's face was streaked with tears, reminiscing about Naruto. Although Neji had not shared a deep bond with Naruto, he had once saved his life, which brought him sorrow. Tintin was equally heartbroken, questioning whether this was truly the end. So, Itachi is dead, Sasuke stated calmly, relaying the information with a chilling tranquility. Itachi is dead, and with him, a part of my heart has perished as well. Even with the kaleidoscope, even with the eternal kaleidoscope, what does it matter? What is the significance of power? What? This time, it was Kisame who was taken aback. Itachi is dead? The formidable Itachi has fallen, defeated by this boy? Is it the kaleidoscope's doing? Uchiha Sasuke glared at Kisame, his face filled with murderous intent. He too was Itachi's comrade, and he must die. The kaleidoscope glimmered ominously as he stepped forward, activating his second form of Susanoo, rushing at Kisame like a bolt of lightning. You will die, he bellowed, infused with lethal intent. Kisame's expression shifted, and in an instant, he transformed into a puddle, vanishing into the ground, his presence dissipating. This guy's aura. Kakashi was slightly startled but had no time to ponder. He rushed towards Uzumaki Naruto. Upon closer inspection, his heart raced, and his face paled. Why? Why has it come to this? Can he still protect nothing? Kaguya, do you have someone important to you? You are the most important person to me. Liar, a great liar. A colossal deceiver. You've abandoned me, left me alone. Please wake up, don't frighten me. Someone tell me this is all a lie, that this isn't real. It can't be real. There are still so many things I haven't told you, about my clan, and so much more. Can't you stay with me? Don't leave me alone. You promised me, you wouldn't die. Her teeth clenched, Kaguya finally broke down, tears streaming down her cheeks. Why must you break your promise? Why must you deceive me? I beg you awaken. They could all sense Kaguya's profound sorrow. To her, Uzumaki Naruto was invaluable. The air was thick with melancholy, enveloping everyone. Amidst the collective sadness, thump, 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 a faint heartbeat gradually emerged from Naruto's chest, weak yet reminiscent of a flicker of hope. The crowd widened their eyes in astonishment. Was that a heartbeat? It's moving, it's starting to beat again. Neji was astounded. The heart was indeed resuming its rhythm? He is not dead. Quickly, we must bring Naruto back to Konoha now. Kakashi commanded urgently, seizing the moment while it still mattered. Bring Naruto back and ensure he receives treatment. With a whoosh, a pitch-black rift slowly tore open before Kaguya. She cradled Naruto's body and stepped through. The crowd, though puzzled, followed closely behind, disregarding the danger. Konoha Hospital. The crowd anxiously awaited in the corridor, having spent an entire afternoon there. Even Hokage and other high-ranking officials had arrived. Jiraiya's expression was particularly grim, and the third Hokage fared no better. Why has it come to this? As a medical ninja emerged, The third Hokage immediately approached. The situation is dire. Uzumaki Naruto's life hangs by a thread. We can only maintain his condition temporarily, but awakening him will be challenging, the medical ninja reported. The group's faces fell. It seems we must seek Tsunade, Jiraiya said slowly, rising. Chapter 86. Naruto Uzumaki and Itachi Uchiha. With the mention of the name Tsunade, a sudden hush fell over the corridor, for this name carried profound significance. She is renowned as one of the legendary Sannin, alongside the likes of Jiraiya and Orochimaru. As the sole female among the Sannin, she is revered as the god of medicine, Tsunadeheim, a figure admired by countless healing ninjas. Her strength, beauty, and magnanimity are unparalleled. Is it truly the esteemed Lady Tsunade? A flicker of surprise crossed Kakashi's face. If they sought her out, then Naruto might indeed be saved. Could Tsunade be the princess they spoke of? Sakura knew a little. After all, who wouldn't he aspire to be like her among female ninjas? Given Naruto's severe injuries, it was imperative to summon Tsunade back. Jiraiya remarked that if she returned, all would be well. Kakashi and the others exhaled in relief. It has been over a decade since Tsunade was last seen. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, lamented. His once subordinates had all blossomed into remarkable individuals. Let us find her at once, Sasuke said coldly, his urgency palpable after receiving treatment from a medical ninja. Hold on. Locating Tsunade may be straightforward, but her temperament has changed over the years. Perhaps she may not be as willing as we hope. Jiraiya advised Sasuke to temper his impatience. If she refuses to come back, then we shall force her. Sasuke's dark pupils shifted abruptly, revealing the intricate patterns of his Mangekyō Sharingan. He could no longer afford to wait. The image of Naruto's death lingered in his mind, and thus he could not wait any longer, not even for a moment. The next day, Jiraiya set off with Sasuke to seek Tsunade in Konoha. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Kaguya remained vigilantly by Naruto's side. Refusing to leave or speak, her gaze fixed upon the numerous 4 drips sustaining him. He was alive. She finally breathed a sigh of relief, yet her heart remained heavy. For she could perceive Naruto's fragile existence, his life artificially suspended, impervious to disturbances. Within him, the Nine Tails seemed to have fallen into a profound silence, no longer aiding Naruto's recovery as it once did. Why must he always act so recklessly, bearing everything alone? Why must it always be this way? In addition to Kaguya, 2 figures frequently observed from a distance, Hinata, Hyuga, and Sakura. However, they stood timidly outside the door, afraid to enter, dreading to witness a scene they wished to avoid. Kaguya paid them no mind, instead extending her delicate hand to caress Naruto's pallid face gently, her touch tender. How much longer until you awaken? She murmured. Suddenly, a peculiar sound resonated in Naruto's mind, but he remained ensnared in slumber, unable to perceive it. Mission completed. Rewards. Naruto fell into an exceedingly deep sleep, difficult to rouse, while the Nine Tails remained unresponsive, as if trapped in a mysterious realm. His hazy consciousness gradually stirred, and he blinked, gazing into a blurred world. He seemed to catch a glimpse of a strange figure draped in white, suspended in midair, with dark orbs faintly appearing behind it. Who are you? Naruto exclaimed, but the figure vanished as if it had never been there. What is this place? Naruto pondered, vaguely recalling that he had shielded Sasuke from Itachi's attack, and then, you have finally awakened. Naruto spun around, his eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld a familiar figure. Itachi Uchiha? Why are you here? He asked, his expression rife with suspicion. After all, this was not someone to be trusted. Our current state suggests that we are, in fact, dead, Itachi replied calmly, regarding him with a steady gaze. Dead? Naruto gasped. Incredulous. How could he be dead? He had yet to become Hokage. It was simply unfathomable. Wait, are you saying you are dead too? Naruto's thoughts raced. Itachi noted Naruto's somewhat oblivious nature. So, I am truly dead? Naruto mused, suddenly composed. To be honest, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret. There were so many things left undone, so many dreams unrealized. Although he had long accepted the possibility of death in his pursuit of becoming Hokage, now that it had come to pass, you seem quite composed. Are you not afraid? Itachi observed Naruto's tranquility with surprise. He had expected Naruto to react with agitation and disbelief upon confronting death, yet he remained remarkably serene. This caused Itachi to regard him with newfound respect. It is not that I am unafraid. Rather, I feel a profound sense of regret. There were so many things I wanted to achieve, and now I have died without ever becoming Hokage. It is decidedly unsatisfactory, Naruto lamented. Strangely, in that moment, he found himself harboring less animosity towards Itachi. For after all, they were both in this predicament, were they not? What of Sasuke? Has my body been buried? Kaguya wouldn't be heartbroken, would she? And Sakura? She wouldn't be saddened either, right? Itachi murmured, having long embraced the ideals of Hokage, viewing it through a unique lens. The Hokage Naruto spoke of was likely akin to the fourth Hokage, a great hero, was it not? Why are you so devoted to the title of Hokage? Itachi inquired, as they were all dead and had little else to occupy their time. Because of my dreams, Naruto declared earnestly, his eyes shimmering with determination. My dream is to become an even greater Hokage than the fourth, and to have everyone acknowledge my existence. It seems the Hokage you speak of is indeed remarkable, Itachi remarked with a light-hearted chuckle. Naruto, puzzled, questioned what was so amusing about it. Allow me to enlighten you. It is not merely attaining the title of Hokage that earns you recognition. Rather, it is those who have garnered the people's acknowledgement who can become Hokage, Itachi responded with earnestness. Naruto paused, contemplating this notion, though he still found it somewhat perplexing. Chapter 87 Please tell Sasuke that I have always loved you. After spending some time together, Naruto Uzumaki discovered that Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke's older brother, was not as ruthless as he had once believed. Instead, he seemed to be a gentle and easygoing individual. Could this be a transformation that comes with death? I have another question. Why are you so obsessed with Sasuke? Itachi, gazing into Naruto's bright blue eyes, inquired. Why go to such lengths to intersect with him? What does Sasuke truly mean to you? He yearned for Naruto's answer. I've already told you. Sasuke is my comrade, Naruto replied, scratching his head in confusion. Why is he asking me about something we've already discussed? Is this how the deceased behave? A comrade? You would go so far as to die for Sasuke? Itachi questioned in bewilderment. He had thought that he was the only one in this world willing to protect Sasuke, to guard him at any cost, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. He had orchestrated his brother's life, guiding him along a path he had laid out, all in the name of protection. Even this death was a plan of his, albeit hastened. But why would this young man risk everything for Sasuke to end up like this? Naruto fell silent. He had not intended to die. The situation had escalated too quickly for him to react, and he had acted on instinct, stepping in to block the attack. If one were to ask him about his feelings at that moment, it was simply an involuntary response. A comrade? Itachi murmured, recalling Shursui, who had once entrusted the Uchiha clan and the village to him. In his resolve to protect Sasuke, he had chosen to stand against his own clan, fully aware of the horrors of war. At that time, the Uchiha were at war with Konoha, and the outcome would only invite further conflict from other nations. All four. Sasuke. He remained silent, reflecting on a life filled with bitterness. He was a sinner of the Uchiha clan, a stain that could not be washed away, burdened with the title of the fiend who had bloodied the Uchiha name. I don't think you're so bad after all. Suddenly, Naruto exclaimed. Itachi was taken aback. Not a bad person? How is that possible? He chuckled wryly, feeling as though the young man was jesting. Why do you think that? I just have this feeling. And besides, I can't shake the notion that you've been deliberately provoking Sasuke, Naruto stated. It was something he had noticed long ago. Every time Itachi defeated Sasuke, he would taunt him fiercely, urging him to continue fighting. Why? Itachi chose silence. Although he was already dead, holding on to the so-called truth seemed pointless. But please take care of Sasuke, Itachi said suddenly. What? Naruto was taken aback. Itachi lifted his head, gazing earnestly at Naruto, as if making an important decision. Thank you for being friends with Sasuke. I ask you to continue being his friend. Even if you say that, I'm already dead. It's a difficult task, Naruto replied, looking at Itachi with confusion. I was not a competent brother. I arranged his life without regard, bringing him only hatred and pain. I too am a sinner. But now, it is different. He has you as a friend. I can rest easy knowing that, Itachi smiled, filled with relief and contentment. Even in death, he worried about Sasuke's fate, for he understood the cost of unlocking the Mangekyō Sharingan. He feared that Sasuke might lose his way due to this power. But now, he could finally let go. You. Naruto looked at him in confusion, not understanding the significance of his words. There is something I wish for you to convey to Sasuke. No. My words, as a sinner, may not be welcome. Itachi said, lowering his gaze with a bitter smile. What do you mean? Naruto was puzzled, unsure of what Itachi wanted him to convey, especially since they were all dead. Itachi collected his thoughts and a gentle smile graced his face, one that was reassuring. Even Naruto felt a sense of comfort from it. If you have the chance, please tell him this. My actions may not warrant your forgiveness, but regardless of what you endure in the future, no matter who you become, I will always love you deeply. In that moment, Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment. His azure pupils filled with an indescribable emotion. Always love you. Under Naruto's gaze, Itachi's form gradually began to dissolve into light, fading completely from view, leaving Naruto standing there, lost in thought. He began to comprehend why Itachi had shed tears when parting from Sasuke. Was it out of reluctance? If he loved him so dearly, then why? He felt a deep curiosity about the truth of the Uchiha clan. Surely, there must be a reason. As he pondered this, his eyelids grew heavy, as if he were losing strength, unable to muster any energy. It's nothing serious, Tsunade remarked as she checked Naruto's pulse. Although she found it strange that he had not awakened by now. Are you alright? Sasuke Uchiha glared at the elderly woman with his Sharingan. Tsunade's expression darkened. She felt an urge to strike him on the head. Remembering their initial encounter, she became irritated. Where's your attitude of asking for help? She recalled how, upon meeting Tsunade, Sasuke had simply commanded, come with us. How could she tolerate such insolence? Her temper flared, and she nearly confronted him, but Jiraiya had calmed her down. Thus, she held a strong resentment toward Sasuke Uchiha, feeling he lacked any humility. Tsunade-sama, do you have any news about Naruto? Kakashi asked, his concern evident. Don't worry, this kid is fine. His physique is exceptional. Even if I do nothing, he will be alright. He has nearly recovered. Though you all may find it difficult to discern, Tsunade replied casually. Then why hasn't he awakened yet? Sasuke pressed, his tone tinged with impatience. Tsunade raised an eyebrow at his tone, feeling exasperated. What? Are you looking for a fight? Chapter 88. I think I might have developed some affection for you. The two stood in a stalemate, neither willing to concede. Tsunade had long been irritated by this brat, whose temper was as foul as his demeanor, lacking any semblance of humility or request for assistance. Meanwhile, Sasuke cast a sidelong glance. All right, enough of the bickering. Let us not disturb the patient, Jiraiya sighed, pressing his forehead in exasperation. What a situation this was. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, gazed at Naruto Uzumaki in his pitiful state, guilt etched across his aged features. The Minato couple had entrusted Naruto to his care, yet now, if anything were to happen to Naruto, he feared he would live a life steeped in remorse. Suddenly, a faint, indistinct sound emanated from Naruto's lips, capturing everyone's attention. They turned to see him struggling to open his eyes, his gaze clouded, as if he had just returned from a journey through the afterlife. He could not hear a thing, his mind muddled, his body unresponsive, reduced to a state of faint awareness. Naruto? Everyone gasped in astonishment. He had awakened, finally. Heaven knows what they had endured during these days. However, Naruto could not hear their voices. He merely blinked, his vision still a haze, as if he had just emerged from the depths of oblivion. Leave him be. Grant him a tranquil space. Do not disturb him, Tsunade commanded. She was aware of Naruto's condition. Although he had awakened, the situation remained precarious, requiring utmost calm. Despite their worries, the others complied and silently exited the room. They were deeply concerned for Naruto, but understood that remaining would only complicate matters. Will he be alright? Sakura fretted, pacing the corridor restlessly. Guilt weighed heavily on her. It was her actions that had led to this. If not for that so-called promise, perhaps none of this would have transpired. She had always relied on Naruto, and now he bore the consequences. May Naruto-kun find peace. Hinata clasped her hands together, closing her eyes in prayer. After what felt like an eternity in the corridor, Tsunade finally emerged, reassuring them, rest easy, he is out of danger. With a day or two of rest, he shall be discharged. Upon hearing this, a collective sigh of relief swept through them. It was a blessing that he was safe. Can we see him for a moment? Ino inquired. Tsunade shook her head. Right now, Naruto requires silence, absolute silence. Any disturbance could easily disrupt his recovery. Disappointment washed over the group, yet they understood the need for restraint. They were not foolish enough to intrude and aggravate Naruto's condition. Of course, Kaguya was the exception, remaining in Naruto's room in serene silence. Tsunade had considered urging her to leave, but upon sensing the unspoken pressure emanating from her, she chose to let her be. Who was she, after all? As night fell, everyone dispersed to their homes. Even Hinata, who was called back by her family. Only Sasuke lingered, standing outside the ward, lost in thought. In this tranquil moment, Mikoto approached, carrying fruits and food, visiting both her son and Naruto. She, too, felt a pang of guilt. Had saving him caused Sasuke to become this way? Mama? Sasuke murmured, momentarily taken aback. Eat. You must be exhausted after a day like this. I spoke with the doctor. Naruto is no longer in critical condition, Mikoto said softly. Sasuke accepted the food, his expression unchanging, yet his hands trembled, and his voice quivered as he struggled to maintain composure. He had held it together until now, but the weight of the situation began to overwhelm him. The memories of that harrowing moment flooded back. It was all his fault. Had he not recklessly confronted Itachi alone, perhaps Naruto would not have had to intervene, and none of this would have happened. Guilt consumed him. Mikoto's heart ached for him. She could sense his exhaustion, the immense pressure he placed on himself. It's all my fault. Everything is because of me. Uchiha Sasuke finally broke down, tears streaming down his face. He felt utterly powerless, unable to protect his comrades. The image of Naruto standing before him, shielding him, haunted him. If Naruto did not awaken, it would become his lifelong nightmare. Within the hospital room, Naruto's hazy vision gradually sharpened, the world around him brightening as his consciousness fully revived. Yet, he felt weak, his body refusing to cooperate. He had survived, but at a great cost. Kaguya, sensing a change, shifted her gaze from the window and turned back just in time to witness Naruto awaken. Their eyes locked, an electric moment of connection. Naruto opened his mouth, attempting to speak, but before he could utter a word, Kaguya surged forward, her eyes brimming with joy. Her flowing azure hair cascaded around them, their gazes entwining, a deep blue meeting pale white. I thought you had abandoned me. Kaguya's voice trembled, filled with a raw, hoarse emotion that pierced Naruto's heart, amplifying his guilt. I'm sorry. I nearly broke my promise and caused you worry, Naruto rasped. You vowed never to leave me, to always be by my side. You always trick me. Do you know how worried I was? Kaguya continued, reflecting on the harrowing image of Naruto's suffering, feeling as though her world might crumble. Naruto remained silent, captivated by her nearly flawless features, noticing the tears glistening in her alabaster eyes, rendering him momentarily speechless. Kaguya was crying? He stammered, feeling a surge of guilt. If something had happened to you. Kaguya opened her mouth, wanting to express her thoughts, but Naruto interrupted her. Kaguya, I think I might have developed some affection for you, Naruto suddenly declared, a smile breaking across his face. At these words, Kaguya's countenance froze, an inexplicable emotion flooding her heart. She stared at him, wide-eyed, as if processing a revelation. Did she truly hear him correctly? I think I might have developed some affection for you. This simple phrase sent ripples through her heart, igniting an inexplicable joy within her. What was this feeling? She stammered, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 89, the so-called truth, so-called. Naruto, I love you. He likes me. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming strangeness towards affection, an emotion she had never truly experienced before. Yet, when Uzumaki Naruto uttered those words, she felt a surge of joy and panic. Why would he say such things? In an instant, she became passive. Uzumaki Naruto blinked, seemingly unaware of any impropriety. He simply liked her, straightforwardly. Just moments ago, such a thought had crossed his mind. Why is your face so red? He asked, gazing at Kaguya with confusion. Why was she blushing? Had he said something wrong, something he shouldn't have? He did not comprehend what the word like meant to Kaguya, but he sensed that she appeared quite happy. You're such a fool, Kaguya retorted, biting her lip, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. As a woman, she naturally felt. Uzumaki Naruto paused, bewildered by her sudden insult. Had he truly misspoken? To Naruto, the word like was akin to ramen, delicious and never tiring. Regarding his feelings for Kaguya, he believed he did not want to lose her, for she was important. Moreover, there was the lingering thought of, I have always loved you. It was Itachi's words echoing in his mind. As he realized he held a deep affection for Sasuke, he did not fully grasp the complexities of their relationship, but he knew he loved Sasuke profoundly. Deep love. Affection. Could someone love him that way? In this world, he had always been alone. During those 12 years, he envied Sasuke for having such a loving brother, and a mother who cared so deeply. He had never experienced such sentiments. At the moment Itachi confessed his love for Sasuke, Naruto felt a stirring within, touched by that emotion. Moments later, Kaguya regained her composure, looking at Uzumaki Naruto with a complex expression, as if she wished to say something but hesitated. Because it was the first time in her life. The very first time. Actually, I also. Bang. Before she could finish, the door to the hospital room was flung open, and Sasuke's anxious voice rang out. What happened? Upon entering, he froze, his expression darkening. What was this guy up to? The sight before him was Kaguya pinning down Uzumaki Naruto, who was already injured, and now she was. Utterly unreasonable. Kaguya's expression soured. She had been on the verge of confessing but was interrupted, leaving her furious, extremely furious. Hey, what happened? Are you okay? Upon seeing Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto's face lit up with joy. The latter was momentarily taken aback, staring at the awakened Naruto, and all his unspoken words condensed into a single phrase. I'm just glad you're okay. He was not adept at expressing himself, his demeanor cold. Kaguya leaped off Naruto's bed, feeling dejected. Why was it that every crucial moment was disrupted by someone? Did no one allow them their moment? Just then, Mikoto entered, relieved to see Naruto awake. Her face breaking into a radiant smile. She had grown fond of him. After the heavy injuries he had sustained, she had been deeply worried. 3 days later, after countless examinations, Uzumaki Naruto was finally discharged, much to the excitement of his friends. Naruto had awakened and remained unchanged, still the same Naruto. The only oddity was Hinata. She seemed slightly different. In Naruto's memory, she had always been a soft-spoken girl who fainted at the sight of him. However, this time, Hinata had transformed, becoming much stronger, yet still gentle. He recalled that on the second day after he awoke, she brought him a plethora of food. After tasting it, he was pleasantly surprised and complimented her, declaring she would undoubtedly make a wonderful wife. Yet, for some reason, her face flushed crimson, reminiscent of Kaguya's earlier reaction, which puzzled him. Standing at the hospital entrance, Uzumaki Naruto spread his arms wide, inhaling the fresh air with delight. He was finally free from that dreadful place. He had no desire to linger in the hospital any longer. If he stayed any longer, he would surely perish. He muttered, "No more hospitals for me." Kaguya stood silently beside him, having spoken little since their conversation was interrupted 3 days prior, though her beautiful eyes occasionally darted towards him. Was she unwell? When Naruto inquired, she would shy away, leaving him perplexed. Ding! Naruto, I love you. As a voice, embodying gentle femininity, resonated in the ears of Naruto and Kaguya. The former's body froze like a statue. I love you. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes widened in shock. Who had spoken? To whom? Me? Why did his name appear above, and who was the voice's owner? Why did it feel so familiar? Meanwhile, Kaguya's expression shifted. Who? Who had said that? Suddenly, she felt an urgency. Why had such a voice emerged, and why those words? Was it meant for Naruto? Who, exactly was it? She did not understand. But she sensed a troubling emotion, as if someone were trying to take Naruto away from her. At the same moment, a similar voice echoed in Hinata's ears. Naruto, I love you. Her face turned pale. Who had professed love for Naruto, and why did it resonate in her mind? Who was the owner of that voice? Was it that woman? Yet, it didn't quite sound like her. Could it be another woman? She could sense the depth of this female's feelings for Uzumaki Naruto, filled with reluctance and regret. But who was it? She felt as though there were already too many rivals, like that Kaguya. Ding! Mission: uncover the truth behind the Nine Tails turmoil. Additional mission: defeat the Nine Tails and acquire its power. In an instant, a voice, as if from a divine being, resounded throughout the Hidden Leaf Village. A radiant light enveloping the area. A unique power spread across the village. In that moment, the uproar began. Chapter 90. The Celestial Canopy, Version 2.0. As the mechanical voice reverberated throughout the village of Konoha, a mysterious force was about to descend, and an ominous premonition swept over the inhabitants. With a thunderous roar, it was as if the heavens themselves had opened, revealing a pristine white gate that slowly materialized before the eyes of countless villagers. Indeed, it captivated everyone. It was as though the very essence of life was ensnared in a compulsory grip, leaving them all in a state of panic and immobility, as if they were puppets on strings. The gate emanated a ferocious pull, yearning to draw every soul into its depths. No, what is this? Please, don't take me, cried out a voice overwhelmed by dread. I am not ready to perish. What on earth is happening? Mother, save me. I refuse to die. Chaos erupted throughout Konoha, cries of distress filling the air, laden with anxiety and terror. Was this truly a coercive force? The third Hokage was struck by disbelief, sensing this overwhelming power for the first time. Its might was insurmountable, rendering them utterly helpless, a force that targeted each individual, be they the legendary Sannin, the 12 young ninja, or even the common folk. What in the world was this? Naruto Uzumaki was engulfed in terror, and in the next instant, a blinding light swept through, erasing their figures from existence. The village of Konoha fell into an unprecedented silence, a serene stillness, for all had vanished. When everyone opened their eyes again, their expressions froze. Before them stood a man, the Yellow Flash, the celebrated fourth Hokage, the swiftest man alive, Minato Namikaze. The fourth Hokage? Gazing at the figure before them, their eyes widened in astonishment. Why had the fourth Hokage appeared? Where was this place? Was it a sanctuary? In this inexplicable realm, countless individuals, swept away by the gate, found themselves together, regardless of their identities, including Naruto Uzumaki. They stood there, bewildered and shocked, grappling with the reality of their surroundings and the astonishing presence of the fourth Hokage. Naruto murmured in admiration, the fourth Hokage. He felt an inexplicable connection to this event, sensing that something unprecedented was about to be unveiled. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the space. Naruto, I love you. It resonated with warmth, filled with affection and longing. Was that Kushina's voice? The third Hokage gasped in surprise. Kushina, is that you? Tsunade murmured, recalling her camaraderie with Kushina. But why was this family secret about to be revealed? Tobirama Senju, lurking in the shadows, mused with a hint of mockery about the implications of this revelation. Hiruzen, if that is the case, how will you confront the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the villagers of Konoha? He sensed that his ascension to Hokage was imminent. Was that voice calling to him? Naruto pondered, feeling an unprecedented warmth wash over him. It was as if he had always heard this voice. Kaguya glanced away, discomfort and curiosity swirling within her. She yearned to discover who this beloved was. Hinata shared her intrigue, pondering the identity of the voice's owner. Naruto, could it be that demon fox? She mused. Why was he mentioned? Could he be the orchestrator of this chaos? The villagers erupted in discontent, their resentment towards Naruto intensifying upon hearing the voice. Naruto felt a pang of bitterness within, questioning why he was always subjected to their scorn, despite his innocence. Why had the fourth Hokage sealed the Nine-Tails within him? This enigma plagued his mind. At that moment, Sasuke pushed through the crowd, approaching Naruto, but his gaze flickered towards Kaguya, sensing an ominous aura about her. Naruto, Sasuke called softly, but Naruto merely managed a weak smile in response. Sasuke furrowed his brow, surveying this unsettling space that troubled Naruto. Can you explain why the fourth Hokage sealed the Nine-Tails within me? Naruto asked. Sasuke paused, taken aback by the question. After a moment of reflection, he replied, perhaps there is a connection between you. Connection? Naruto was taken aback. Was there truly a link? The village often whispered that he was the cause of the fourth Hokage's demise. Could this be the reason? Sasuke regarded Naruto with surprise, recognizing how much he had transformed. He was stronger now, determined to protect him, unwilling to face loss again. Suddenly, a radiant curtain of light materialized in the air, coalescing in this space like a celestial canopy, shrouded in mystery. Celestial Canopy 2.0. As this canopy emerged, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. What was this celestial canopy? Was it a grand screen? Then, the massive screen dimmed, revealing a vibrant scene. Within the image, a figure appeared, a woman with flowing crimson hair and a striking visage, reminiscent of a princess. Before her stood a doctor, engaged in conversation. The predicted day of this child's birth is October 10th, the doctor stated. The red-haired woman was momentarily taken aback, joy illuminating her beautiful face. It was Kushina. Those familiar with her were rendered speechless. Chapter 91. The child of the fourth Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. Kushina Uzumaki. The figure that appeared on the enormous screen was all too familiar to Kakashi and the others. Indeed, she was none other than the wife of the former fourth Hokage, the princess of the fallen Uzumaki clan, and the previous Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, Kushina Uzumaki. Could it be that the truth was finally about to be revealed? The third Hokage thought to himself. He had known for quite some time that this day would come, albeit sooner than anticipated. Could Naruto accept this reality? After all, he had concealed this truth for 12 long years. She is Naruto Uzumaki furrowed his brow slightly. The figure displayed on the screen felt oddly familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. This is... Sasuke widened his eyes in astonishment. Was this not the woman who had been at his mother's side before her resurrection? Moreover, her voice. Could it be that she is? Indeed, my suspicions were correct. She is. Shikamaru felt a wave of shock. Without a doubt, this was the truth. This woman is Naruto Uzumaki's mother. Meanwhile, the villagers of Konoha began to murmur amongst themselves. Who is she? She seems so beautiful. Why does she look so familiar? I feel like I've seen her ages ago. Who could she be? A voice cut through the chatter. You fools. She is the wife of the 4th Hokage, Kushina Uzumaki. The wife of the 4th Hokage. Oh my. That explains it. No wonder she looks so familiar. Suddenly, another voice chimed in. Wait, did the doctor just say she is pregnant? The wife of the 4th Hokage is pregnant? After all these years, the child must have been born by now. Who could it be? Could it have happened on that day? I have a bold hypothesis, though I am uncertain whether to voice it. The villagers of Konoha began whispering among themselves, their voices filling the space, while Naruto Uzumaki found himself entranced by that figure. Why did he feel a sense of familiarity with her, despite having never met her? What was this warmth emanating from his heart? The scene slowly shifted, revealing what appeared to be a hall, where Kushina Uzumaki was gleefully sharing the news of her pregnancy with a blonde-haired man. I'm going to be a mom. I'm going to be a dad. Observing the joyful expressions of the couple, the villagers felt a sense of anticipation for the child soon to be born. Surely, being their child would bring immense happiness. Why had the 3rd Hokage never mentioned this? Was it kept a secret? Yes, it must have been. I truly wish to see the child of the 4th Hokage and his wife. Would it be a boy or a girl? How wonderfully exciting. Wait a minute, don't you all realize? The child of the 4th Hokage and his wife is none other than Naruto Uzumaki. A clever boy among the villagers spoke up, but was immediately met with retorts. He is the child of the 4th Hokage? Impossible. He is the one who caused their deaths. How dare you tarnish the name of the 4th Hokage? Are you a spy from another country? If he is the 4th Hokage's child, I will eat my words. Naruto stood momentarily stunned, murmuring to himself, I am the child of the 4th Hokage. How could this be? A bitter smile crept upon his lips. How could someone like him possibly be the child of the 4th Hokage? Yes, someone like him. Meanwhile, Sasuke frowned, feeling displeasure. He wished to unleash his Sharingan and silence these villagers, to make them cease their incessant chatter. He finally understood the feelings of Naruto Uzumaki. Living in such exclusion must have been exhausting. Not being acknowledged by others, labeled as a monster, feeling the malice of the world. The scene shifted once more. And as time passed, Kushina's belly grew larger, signifying that the child was on the verge of entering the world. The couple began contemplating names for their soon-to-arrive child, and of course, the naming genius, Minato Namikaze, was not to be overlooked. Naruto Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki. The villagers were taken aback by Kushina's reaction. Even the people of Konoha were astonished by the 4th Hokage's naming prowess. Are you serious? Huh, I can't hold it in. This sentiment resonated among the villagers. Even the 3rd Hokage lowered his hat in embarrassment, unable to contain his laughter. Was this the 4th Hokage's embarrassing history? Before the child was even born, they were already struggling with names, until Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, appeared, providing the much-needed inspiration. Jiraiya had returned to Konoha after his travels and happened upon their residence, handing Minato a copy of his book, The Tale of the Gallant Ninja. Minato was instantly captivated. The name was solidified. I find this story quite remarkable, Minato exclaimed, holding the book with an enamored smile. Though you say that, this book hardly sells, huh? Jiraiya replied awkwardly. The protagonist never gives up until the very end. It is truly admirable. He resembles you, sensei, Minato remarked. Is that so? Yes. I hope that my soon-to-be-born child can become a protagonist like that, Minato said earnestly, then asked, may I name my child after the protagonist of this novel? Is that really all right? That name was a spur-of-the-moment thought while I was eating ramen. Are you sure? Jiraiya responded. Thus, the anticipation built as to what name would ultimately be chosen. Why had it not been announced yet? Unexpectedly, the final name turned out to be that of Jiraiya's novel's protagonist, but then again, this was the child of the 4th Hokage. The crowd's curiosity about the name deepened, and they were eager to know what kind of person the child would be. However, in the next moment, they all froze. Naruto. What a lovely name. It was Kushina, with her pronounced belly, leaning against the wall, walking over to stand beside Minato, just like a loving couple. Upon hearing this name, everyone fell silent, staring blankly at the screen. What had they just heard? The fourth Hokage's wife had just said, Naruto, which was the name of the Nine Tails. Whether it was the villagers or the 12 ninja, they were all left in shock by this revelation, momentarily rendered speechless. Naruto was actually the child of the fourth Hokage couple? How could this be? Surely this was a joke, right? That guy. Yes, that guy could not possibly be the child of the fourth Hokage. What absurdity is this? It must be fake. It is all a fabrication. Chapter 92. I will no longer feel lonely. This is all a fabrication. Such was the collective sentiment of the villagers of Konoha, who found it utterly inconceivable that Uzumaki Naruto was the child of their most revered fourth Hokage. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. The fourth Hokage was a hero, while Uzumaki Naruto was merely a demon fox. Yes, indeed, a demon fox. This ominous sky must have been summoned by the demon fox, representing the forces of evil. Third Hokage, please tell us swiftly that all of this is a lie, that Uzumaki Naruto is indeed the demon fox. Before the villagers could finish their outcry, Jiraiya erupted with fury, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, rendering the crowd unable to lift their heads. Silence. This was the first time he had been so enraged. To hear his disciple spoken of in such derogatory terms in his presence was intolerable. Did they think Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, was merely a benevolent figure? Tsunade looked at Jiraiya with mild astonishment, beginning to comprehend his feelings, though this was the first time she had witnessed him so incensed. Old man Sarutobi, you cannot keep this hidden any longer. It is time to reveal the truth to everyone, Jiraiya urged the third Hokage. Sighing deeply, Sarutobi Hiruzen acknowledged that this day had inevitably arrived. Years ago, he had ordered the concealment of Naruto's lineage, all for the sake of protecting him. During the Third Great Ninja War, Namake's Minato had made too many enemies. Revealing his identity as the fourth Hokage's son would have invited peril and assassination attempts. Yet, he was at a loss as to who had spread the rumors of the demon fox, causing the villagers to fear and ostracize Naruto. Despite his efforts to suppress the matter and to forbid any mention of it, the divide in the villagers' hearts had long since formed, leaving him in torment. The third Hokage expressed his suspicions that Danzo was behind this, urging everyone to confront that old dog. Yes, Uzumaki Naruto is indeed the child of the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, and I was the one who ordered the secrecy surrounding this matter. At this revelation, countless villagers stood frozen, their faces reflecting a myriad of emotions: disbelief, dread, and anguish. He is the fourth Hokage's child. Slowly, they turned to gaze at the slender figure of Naruto. What had they done over the years? The child of the hero they admired so dearly had been so grievously wronged by them. They truly deserve condemnation. Uzumaki Naruto stared blankly at the images of a beautiful red-haired woman and a warm yellow-haired man, his eyes filled with a dullness. He is the child of the fourth Hokage? The third Hokage confirmed it. But how could he possibly be the child of the fourth Hokage? How could he be his son? Unaware of his parents' identities or the purpose of his existence, he pondered why everyone rejected him, why no one wished to play with him, and why the masks he cherished were always shattered mercilessly on the ground, even when they were broken. They were never offered to him. Each night, he would dream of his parents' faces, imagining himself as the happiest child. But how could he be his child? Lowering his head, Naruto's voice was hoarse with disbelief. How could he be that man's child? He could not comprehend why the man he idolized most would be his father. What did his life mean all these years? Naruto. Sasuke hesitated, sensing something amiss. Such an expression had never before graced Naruto's face. It was a manifestation of absurd anxiety. The 12 young ninjas squeezed through the crowd, staring vacantly at Naruto, unable to fathom that Uzumaki Naruto's parents were, in fact, the fourth Hokage. So it was true. Shikamaru sighed, though he had suspected it. The reality was overwhelming. Naruto must be feeling immense pain, for the contrast was simply too great for any ordinary person to bear, much less Naruto himself. He could not accept it. Bang! Naruto suddenly turned, frantically attempting to flee, unable to accept this truth. The crowd instinctively parted to allow him passage. He lowered his head, unwilling to meet anyone's gaze, and no one stopped him, just as it had always been. Whoosh! A brand new door appeared, and Naruto dashed through it. Naruto? Sasuke's expression shifted instantly, and he sprinted after him, hoping to follow him through the door. His speed was swift, but Kaguya's was swifter. As soon as Naruto crossed the threshold, she followed closely behind. Bang! The door slammed shut. Leaving Sasuke to strike it in frustration, worry etched across his face. Why was it always that woman? Perhaps she could provide better support. Sigh. The third Hokage sighed again, questioning whether he had made a grave mistake. The scene shifts to the moment of Naruto's birth. The day the infamous tiger-striped murderer made his appearance, and on that day, bestowed a warm blessing. As the light gate appeared, Uzumaki Naruto found himself on a swing, basking in the sunset as he gazed upon the monumental Hokage rock. That was the fourth Hokage's visage, the Hokage he admired most. Kaguya stood nearby, quietly observing him without uttering a word. The moment Naruto began to swing, she followed closely behind. Sensing that he needed companionship and nurturing in this vulnerable moment, Uzumaki Naruto swung back and forth, back and forth. Eventually, he halted, lost in contemplation. Kaguya crept closer. Why are they my parents? This was the question that plagued Uzumaki Naruto's mind. Do you not like them? Kaguya inquired gently, finally standing by Naruto's side. Naruto fell silent, questioning whether he disliked them. How could that be? All he ever wanted was to have parents by his side. Yet, he had never experienced that warmth. He merely found the situation too absurd. I have no parents, no. It should be said that shortly after my birth, my parents were consumed by our clan, leaving me unable to comprehend the feelings of parenthood. Kaguya spoke plainly. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. Consumed? By their own kin? This was the first time he had heard such a tale. You. Naruto opened his mouth, staring blankly at Kaguya, unsure of how to console her. But, I am not lonely at all now, Kaguya suddenly declared, her gaze fixed on Naruto. His eyes flickered, momentarily dazed. Just as you said before, we who once felt lonely no longer fear solitude, for we are together now, Kaguya said warmly. Naruto paused, his eyes gradually illuminating with understanding. Indeed, he no longer felt lonely. The chill of his home had dissipated, replaced by warmth. He no longer felt desolate or isolated, for he was no longer alone. He was no longer that solitary boy from before. Chapter 93. The Striped Pelt Killer. Thank you, Kaguya? A smile adorned Naruto Uzumaki's face, alleviating his sadness. At least now, he would never feel alone again. For the bonds they shared, perhaps this is what it means to have companions? Kaguya smiled gently, warmth radiating from her as she reached out to tenderly stroke Naruto's head. An act she had longed to perform. She felt an immense joy. All right, Naruto Uzumaki is alive once more, he exclaimed, rising from the swing, arms outstretched in exhilaration. Suddenly, a grand silver screen appeared before them, immense and majestic, making him feel as though he were immersed in the scene unfolding. The images from the past flickered before Naruto's eyes, stirring a curiosity about his parents. He yearned to uncover the truth behind what had transformed him into the Nine Tails. Was it that woman? Kaguya murmured, already aware of the identity of the one who had declared her love for Naruto. Was she his mother? It made sense why she had been so reluctant to part with him. In a dimly lit chamber, the moment of Naruto's impending birth unfolded. As the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki struggled to suppress the beast while desperately striving to bring Naruto into the world. It hurts, she cried out in anguish. This is the first time I've heard Kushina express such pain. Is she truly all right? The fourth Hokage fretted, his hands firmly pressing down on the seal to contain the Nine Tails. Just keep an eye on the Nine Tails. Women can be remarkably strong, Sarutobi Buwako advised, serving as the midwife for this momentous occasion. With a soft cry, a fragile life emerged from Kushina's body. Baby Naruto Uzumaki was born. The day Naruto was born feels so adorable, Hinata remarked, standing in the ethereal space. Was that Markinate? It brings back such fond memories. After that day, everything changed. Makoto sighed. She recalled her conversation with Kushina about their children. If it was a boy, he would be friends with Sasuke. If a girl, perhaps an engagement would be arranged. Yet, who could have anticipated that day would mark a separation beyond reach? He is the fourth Hokage's child. What have we been doing all these years? Inuzuka Kiba lamented, realizing the gravity of their ignorance. I never thought I could be so cruel. But we didn't know he was the fourth son. Had we known, we wouldn't have treated him this way. His words ignited fury in Inuzuka Kiba, who glared at them, roaring, even if he wasn't their child. Should you have treated Naruto like this? Stop making excuses for your actions. Naruto has done nothing wrong. Your cruelty exceeds even that of the Nine Tails. CHG voiced his anger as well. Naruto is our companion, our childhood friend. The young friends glared at the villagers, wishing they could teach them a lesson for their mistreatment of Naruto. They felt a deep sympathy for him, being some of the few who could truly connect with him. If the fourth and his wife knew of this, they would be so disappointed in you, Shino stated, as their faces fell in regret. They realized they had acted shamefully, treating the child of the hero who once saved Konoha with such disdain. All the blame lies with me. I made the decisions, and I will bear the consequences. Even if Naruto resents me, the third Hokage finally spoke, accepting the burden of responsibility. It had been his directive to keep the information secret. The fault lay with him. As Naruto gazed at the unfolding scene, he felt a strange sensation upon witnessing his own birth. This was the day he had entered the world. Kaguya's eyes widened as she observed the child, lost in her thoughts. Suddenly, the scene shifted dramatically to reveal a striped pelt killer, who swiftly murdered Biwako and seized Naruto in his arms, a hand claw-like against the innocent child's face. Fourth Hokage, keep your distance from the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, otherwise, this child's life will not last a minute. The abrupt turn of events sent shockwaves through the onlookers. Who was this assailant, and why had he appeared? Shrimp fried rice. Could he be the perpetrator behind the Nine-Tails rampage? The third Hokage's face tightened in concern, fixated on the screen. The birth of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was Konoha's most guarded secret, known only to a select few in absolute secret. Yet, on that fateful day, it had been leaked, leading to the release of the Nine-Tails and the demise of the fourth and his wife. Who was he? Jiraiya and his companions shared grave expressions as they scrutinized the figure. Who was he? Why had he attacked Konoha and unleashed the Nine-Tails? Why did this ominous feeling linger? Kakashi's heart raced as he stared at the striped pelt killer, inexplicably familiar to him. Is he the murderer? Naruto murmured, grappling with the realization that this was the one who had unleashed the Nine-Tails and taken his parents from him. It had to be him. He should have had a joyous childhood, yet the actions of this striped pelt killer had altered everything irrevocably. There could be no forgiveness. What will you choose, fourth Hokage? The striped pelt killer hurled Naruto into the air. The fourth, startled, activated his flying thunder god technique to catch the child. But before he could catch his breath, he was astonished to see Naruto, wrapped in a warm blanket, nestled with several explosive tags. Boom. The fourth Hokage executed his flying thunder god technique, transporting them to a safe location. He laid the child upon a bed, speaking soothingly. Naruto, wait here for a moment. I will go save your mother. Is that the fourth Hokage's flying thunder god technique? Hinata gasped, marveling at the speed, the legendary yellow flash of the ninja world. Truly, he lived up to his reputation. But now what would he do next? Meanwhile, Kushina was bound to a pillar, as the Nine-Tails was controlled by the killer wielding the Sharingan. Sharingan. The third Hokage and others were taken aback. Indeed, it was the Sharingan that had once controlled the Nine-Tails. Sharingan. Sasuke was equally astonished, realizing that the Nine-Tails had been controlled. If he were in that situation, he would struggle to replicate it, still grappling with mastering his own newly awakened powers. Chapter 94. Our family are all ninjas. To possess the ability to control the Nine-Tails means he is a Mangekyō? Sasuke pondered, a sudden shock coursing through him. He had learned from Itachi that the Mangekyō Sharingan was said to possess the power to control the Nine-Tails. Such power should never be underestimated. Who could he possibly be? Uchiha Sasuke mused, feeling that the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre was not as straightforward as it appeared. In his rage, he had hastily slain Uchiha Itachi. Upon reflection, he realized he had acted too impulsively. Could he be Uchiha Madara? Everyone was taken aback by the sight of the tiger-striped murderer-esque Sharingan. With just a single glare, the Nine-Tails was subdued. Unbelievable. The Sharingan is indeed that formidable. This is the power of the Sharingan. Hinata's expression changed as they, the Hyuga clan, who prided themselves on being the strongest family in Konoha, lacked the ability to control the Nine-Tails. Yet, what was the fundamental difference with the Sharingan? The Uzumaki clan is indeed remarkable, even when stripped of their tailed beast. They do not perish immediately. The murderer observed calmly, regarding his former mentor with disdain. You shall perish at the hands of the Nine-Tails. The Nine-Tails, swinging its massive claws, aimed to crush Kushina, who was perched upon the pillar. However, in a flash, Minato appeared and rescued the severely weakened Kushina. Rest assured, you shall stay by Naruto's side. I will take care of everything else. Minato gently placed the frail Kushina beside Naruto, speaking softly. Having just given birth, Kushina was now on the brink of death, having been forcibly separated from the Nine Tails by the murderer. Life was slipping away. Yet, gazing at her slumbering child, Kushina trembled as she reached out her hands, holding him tightly, feeling a flicker of warmth. Naruto. That heart-wrenching voice startled Uzumaki Naruto. Despite the distance and the screen that separated them, he felt an overwhelming urge to weep. The masked man. At that moment, Naruto's intent to kill the masked man surged to unprecedented heights. He yearned to eliminate him on the spot. He understood everything now. It was all because of this masked man. Konoha's fourth Hokage, Minato, clenched his fist, donned the ceremonial robes of the fourth Hokage, and resolutely charged into battle. I will return shortly, bearing the name of Hokage. I shall not falter. In the original work, and as previously revealed, I shall refrain from elaborating further. Thus, I shall directly present the emotional scene. After overcoming various setbacks, Minato, employing the second phase of the Flying Thunder God technique, defeated the tiger-striped murderer and liberated the Nine Tails from the masked man's control. The sound of chains echoed as the colossal form of the Nine Tails became ensnared. This was Kushina's final act of strength. She intended to sacrifice herself to take the Nine Tails down with her. This was all she could do. Kushina, it was you who made me the fourth Hokage, your husband, and Naruto's father. It should be I. Minato's face was etched with guilt and anguish. I am grateful to have loved you, and today is also this little one's birthday. Kushina managed a strained smile. If I have any regrets, it is that I wish to see Naruto grow up. Even Minato, faced with such a scene, could not contain himself, tears streaming down the faces of all present. It turned out that so much had transpired back then. Damn it, I truly am a fool. They berated themselves. The fourth Hokage and his family had sacrificed so much for Konoha and for everyone. Yet they. At that moment, Minato made a crucial decision. Recalling the words of his late mentor, Jiraiya, the child of prophecy. Perhaps you are the child of prophecy, destined to bring about significant change in the ninja world, and the one who will save it. I will use the Reaper Death Seal to take half of the Nine Tails, sealing the other half within Naruto, using the 8 trigram seal. As a non-Jinchuriki, this was all I could do. This was the scene from that time, the reason why Uzumaki Naruto became a Jinchuriki. For Jiraiya had once said, the world would undergo transformation, accompanied by calamity. Today, I have confirmed 2 things. The masked man who attacked you today will inevitably bring disaster in the future, and the one who can stop him is this child. He will forge the future as a Jinchuriki. I cannot explain why, but I firmly believe this. The child of prophecy. Jiraiya widened his eyes in realization. Minato feels this way? The child he named, even unknowingly. In that instant, he seemed to grasp something, his eyes shining. Even you believe in him. No, as his father, you believe in your child. If that is the case, then I shall also. Reaper Death Seal. Trust in this child, the one named by Jiraiya. He is our only son. The face of death appeared before the world. For the first time, they felt the coldness of the grim Reaper so viscerally. Uzumaki Naruto stared blankly at the scene, his father's words echoing in his mind. As a Jinchuriki, he would pave the way for the future. So, that was how you felt. All along, did you believe in me? He is our child, which is why I do not wish for him to bear this burden. Why must you use the Reaper Death Seal just to allow me to see Naruto? I wish for you to stay by Naruto's side, to watch him grow. Why? Kushina lamented sorrowfully. For the sake of the nation, for the village, for the balance of the tailed beasts, must we sacrifice Naruto? To abandon the nation is akin to abandoning a child. Having lost my homeland, you must understand the brutality of such loss. Those who lose their nation endure a harrowing existence. And besides, we are all ninjas. Ninjas. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his teeth, gazing at the scene, tears brimming in his eyes, yet he held them back, refusing to let them fall. He must remain strong. We are all ninjas. Even if I live, I cannot replace you. As his mother, you can impart so much more to Naruto in your brief time. For that is the duty of a mother. Moreover, this is not solely for you, but also for Naruto. To die for my son is what I, as a father, should do. Chapter 95. The so-called Redemption Naruto, I love you. Ceiling. With a thunderous command from the fourth Hokage, a wrist adorned with dark patterns emerged from his abdomen, reaching toward the Nine Tails, its power partially withdrawn. Damn it, the fourth Hokage? The Nine Tails roared in fury, its form rapidly shrinking. What is happening? Just as I broke free, this again? Such is the power of the Nine Tails, so formidable. The fourth Hokage's face twisted in grimace, shaken by that overwhelming force. Next comes Naruto. But in the next moment, the Nine Tails lunged, its claws aimed viciously at Naruto Uzumaki, intent on delivering a fatal blow to the boy. Splat. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief as the claw did not strike him, but instead pierced the bodies of the fourth Hokage and his wife, who had valiantly shielded him at the critical moment. A drop of mingled blood trickled from the Nine Tails' claw into Naruto's body. No. At that instant, Naruto cried out, but the deed was done. The chakra of the Nine Tails surged violently from within him. He felt the fury of youth. A crimson tail thrashing wildly. A chakra cloak. This is... Kaguya's eyes widened in realization, sensing the turmoil within Naruto, and that energy. No. No. No, Mom and Dad. Naruto wept, just like a child, utterly vulnerable. He now understood the truth, but the masked man. The masked man. Naruto's face contorted in rage, recalling the figure shrouded in mystery. It was all because of him. The culprit, it was him. The second tail began to extend. Kaguya felt a pang in her heart. Gazing at Naruto, she too felt tears welling up, although it was not her affair. She felt an inexplicable empathy. It was as if, your pain is my pain. Don't cry, I'm still here. Kaguya whispered, embracing Naruto from behind. The chakra of the Nine Tails seemed to sense fear, constantly being devoured. I will seek vengeance. I will kill the masked man. I will kill that person. This was the first time Naruto displayed such raw murderous intent. I will stand by you, no matter whom you wish to slay. I will accompany you, Kaguya reassured him, resolutely determined to aid him in his quest for revenge. Tears streamed down like a torrential flood. The onlookers in the space could only cover their mouths in disbelief, especially the women, who dared not look any longer. Naruto, do not be picky. Eat well. Grow strong. Bathe every day. Do not catch cold. Also, do not stay up late. Ensure you sleep well. Moreover, make friends. The quantity does not matter. Just a few trustworthy ones will suffice. And study well. Although your mother was not particularly adept at it, perhaps you will excel. However, everyone has their weaknesses. Even if you struggle, do not be disheartened. Respect your teachers and elders at school. Kushina seemed to be imparting her last words, and Naruto listened intently, while everyone's eyes brimmed with tears. And the 3 prohibitions for ninjas, especially regarding money management, save the earnings from missions. Alcohol is only permissible at 20, and then there are the women. Your mother is a woman. Although I cannot fully comprehend, the world consists solely of men and women. You will inevitably find a girl you like. But do not be deceived by bad women. Seek one like your mother. Speaking of prohibitions, there is one person you must be cautious of, Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya, who had been feeling emotional, suddenly found himself flustered at this remark. Could they really pin that on him? Yet, he merely smiled, gazing at the sky. A glimmer of tears pooling in his eyes, apologetic, having lost his composure. Naruto, there will be much suffering and trials ahead. You must remain true to yourself. Persist in your dreams. Maintain the faith to realize those dreams. And, there is so much more your mother wishes to teach you. I long to be by your side. Mother loves you. Naruto, what your father wishes to convey is much like your mother's nagging. 8 trigram ceiling. As this command resonated, the screen dimmed, its brilliance fading. Naruto stood there, his heart tumultuous, tears flowing freely. The sorrow was overwhelming. Truly, it turned out. Even before arriving in this world, he had been filled with love, and he felt so happy. All previous grievances evaporated in this moment. His parents loved him dearly. Even in their final moments, they cherished him, believed in him. I love you. I used to be picky, but I will change. I shall bathe diligently each day, refrain from staying up late, and I have many friends, all of them good people. At school, just as you advised, although my grades are far from ideal, I never lose heart. I respect my teachers and never skip classes. The perverted sage is just as you described, yet he is a great ninja. As for the 3 prohibitions, I have been saving my earnings from missions, never touched alcohol. And regarding women, while I do not fully understand, I will find a girl like you, mother. The more Naruto spoke, the more fervent he became, while Kaguya embraced him from behind, akin to a parent holding a child. In essence, I will fulfill all that you have said. I have dreams, to become the greatest Hokage of all time, greater than the 4th, surpassing even my father. You need not worry. I will live on. Countless individuals gazed blankly at the sky. Although it had concluded, the poignant scene lingered in their minds. This is their family. Their family had sacrificed so much for the entire village. Ding! At that moment, the voice echoed once more. Mission: save the fourth Hokage's family. Alter their fate. Prevent the masked man's attack on Konoha. Change the destiny of the fourth Hokage and his wife. A grand gate materialized abruptly, mysterious and profound. To alter their family, could it be? Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be resurrection? But how is that possible? How could the deceased return? I will bear the consequences of my misdeeds, no matter how perilous. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly advanced toward the gate. He prepared to enter. Accompanied by Jiraiya and Tsunade, of course. We will go? The villagers stepped forward. They had once erred, and now they must atone, especially for the fourth Hokage. Moreover, for that boy they had once harmed. You all stay here. The third Hokage commanded sternly. But what could you accomplish by going? It is dangerous. This is the Hokage's order. Jiraiya stepped forward, loudly admonishing them. Sasuke cast a glance their way, slowly rising. In a flash, he arrived at the gate, then stepped forth. Once, Naruto resurrected his mother. Now, it is his turn.